Dealing with the supernatural from the perspective of a chaplain. I'm a chaplain for a community church. I deal with many things. One of the aspects of my role is dealing with the spiritual world. I'm specialized in dealing with what we call spiritual warfare, demons or dark spirits. I've only recently come across this Reddit, but I've read a lot of the posts now, and I see a lot of the same themes coming up. I haven't given out the same advice to many different posters. Thought it might be helpful to do a quick do's and do nots. Keep in mind, I'm not trying to convert or evangelize you, but it's better to know what options you have. My advice will both be Christian and general information, and comes from a place of study and lifelong interaction with the spiritual world. First, what is a chaplain? A chaplain is a church minister or representative who works in the community or in the secular, non-religious world to give mental, physical, or spiritual advice. The advice is often non-religious, though the chaplain is religious. Chaplains will use all of the tools in their toolkit to help someone, which includes counseling, referring to health services, or engaging in religious support like prayer, blessing, or protection with the person if they're willing, on behalf of the person when they're not present if they're not willing. The best verse to describe a chaplain is always be prepared to give an answer to those who ask you to give a reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect. Let's get into it. Signs of haunting. Always look for the scientific or rational explanation first. Never first assume it is spiritual, unless you have the inexplicable. And search hard for logical reasons for signs. Tick all of the boxes in order to be certain. This is a big category. Not be able to fully cover this. There will be some stuff missing, but here's the general signs I've seen in person. Foul, inexplicable smells. Footsteps, scratching, knocking, temperature fluctuation, whispering, feeling of being watched, inexplicable movement of items, small visible movements like pulling on blankets or knocking items over, physical touching, as in being touched, poked, prodded, grabbed, sleep paralysis. More on this below. Haunting of an individual. This is much more difficult and very complex. NB. This is really difficult to ascertain. Sometimes it's purely psychological or a mental health issue. Need to get professional psychological intervention first, and then spiritual. A complete change in attitude and behavior. Growling or groaning for no reason. Sudden memory loss with no reason. Inexplicable anger and mood shifts. Hostility to spiritual practice or people. Foaming at the mouth. Sudden substance abuse, standing and staring for long periods of time, addictions, dangerous/self-harming attitudes and behaviors. If it knocks or calls, do not answer. One of the most common beliefs across religions and beliefs is that dark spirits or demons require permission to possess a person or an area, or to tether to somebody and haunt them. But this permission doesn't always need to be explicit. Dark spirits are infamously tricky. Knocking on something and having it open for you. It's the most simple and most common form of invitation there is. Like being let through someone's front door after knocking, the invitation is implicit. They'll also do things like imitate loved ones or target children. That's mostly because children have an incredibly active imagination. Not to worry you, but sometimes an imaginary friend is not so imaginary, although most of the time it is. It's just a child engaging in play, imagination, and creativity. But if it calls to you or knocks, my suggestion is always to rebuke and ward. My rebuke is, I do not permit you, you are not welcome here. In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, I command you to leave. For non-religious rebuking, obviously take out the in the name of Jesus stuff. Warding is when you put crosses or protections on doorways or regular blessings and cleansings. Non-religious warding would be making sure to shut and even lock all the doors. Never under any circumstance try to communicate with these spirits. Some spirits are benevolent, but if it is trying to trick you, it is evil and has to be rebuked. Some examples I've seen have been knocking on windows, porch doors, walls, bedroom doors, or even front doors, or pretending to be a loved one calling out to elicit a "come here." All of these instances require strength, courage, and firm words. Sinister spirits love fear, so find whatever it is that bolsters you and use it. Obviously, for me, it's Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit. White sage is not a cure-all. So often we see people advocating for the use of white sage, but this can be a bit of a misnomer. White sage is a native North American practice. Dark spirits respect authority. We don't know why. There are many theories, but for whatever reason, the spiritual world respects authority. If you are not Native American and you wave white sage around to cleanse a house, you will not fully do so because you don't have the authority to practice. It's also because white sage is for certain kinds of cleansings, more responsive in nature, like somebody dying in a house. For an alternative example, as a Western chaplain, I will use frankincense and myrrh, and it's worked every time I've used it to cleanse a house or bless someone. When I was younger, I tried sage, and it worsened the symptoms of a haunting, hence the investigation into it. Dark spirits are angry and malevolent, and if you show you know that they're there, and they're trying to get rid of them, but don't actually get rid of them, you will anger them. My suggestion for a cleansing is to find a spiritual elder. A spiritual elder could be a chaplain from a local church, or it could be a shaman from the local tribe. Sorry, I'm from New Zealand, and tribe is the word we use. Either way, you need somebody with authority who knows what they're doing. Don't try and fix these things alone by essentially kind of co-opting another culture and religious practices. You don't have the authority to do so. However, I will say you can still rebuke. This point is incredibly important about the use of symbols, herbs, incense, and other cleansing rituals. You can still command something to leave you and your house or your family alone. Immature interaction with the spiritual world is hugely dangerous. Things follow you. The same old trope, but it's a trope for a reason. Seance in a graveyard, a Ouija board at a party, going to a haunted abandoned building in the night. All these things we love to do to scare ourselves. All of these things are intensely dangerous. Can't tell you how many times my support has basically been a spiritual investigation to find and solve a cause. If you know where it came from or what it's connected to, much easier to deal with a malevolent spirit. That being said, it's also one of the most common reasons I've seen for hauntings. People have invited the interest of a spirit with their silly behavior. It's not just worth the risk. If you want to experience it vicariously through videos and let other people take the risk. If you do muck around, you know what I'm going to say. Find yourself a chaplain or a spiritual leader. Get yourself and your living environment blessed. Rebuke and ward. Of course, my first suggestion is to, don't muck around with it. Also, to cover here, things like living on native burial grounds, haunted forests, or graveyards all require specific interventions. You need to know the problem. For example, living on a native burial ground or a battleground. A grievance has occurred, and there are angry spirits. Anything to do with the wrongdoing toward the native population requires native reconciliation, ritual, and intervention. Benevolent spirits. These definitely exist. You will find conflicting information surrounding benevolent spirits and what to do with them, but personally my suggestion will be to move them on. Sometimes they are malevolent spirits, up to no good and tricking you, though sometimes they are the spirits of loved ones. However, they don't belong here anymore. grief can be a powerful tool, so too can love. If you think it's truly the benevolent spirit of a loved one, then if you love them, let them go. Give them peace and freedom, bless them, and cleanse the environment. Magic/witchcraft. As a Christian chaplain, my job is to tell you to avoid this. However, the reality is that plenty of people engage in this area of the supernatural perfectly safely. If you are Wiccan or a determined practitioner, my only request is that you find someone in your faith to mentor you, so that way you can do it safely. People messing around in witchcraft without having an elder to guide them is another horrendous, dangerous way to invite malevolent spirits. And I admit the same can be said about many Christian practices. Sleep paralysis or supernatural? This is probably the most common question I see, but there is a relatively simple answer. Is there anything else going on other than the sleep paralysis? While sleep paralysis can be terrifying and a tool of dark spirits, sometimes it is simply sleep paralysis. Sleep paralysis is when your conscious and subconscious have not fully reconnected. You're awake, but you're not physically in control. Supernatural occurrences usually bring in a whole raft of other things, unable to sleep because it feels like you're being watched. Other telltale signs of a haunting, like light switches turning on and off in the night, footsteps, temperature fluctuations. If you're not sure, my suggestion is to sleep on your side as often as possible. If it's sleep paralysis, it'll still happen. If it's supernatural, it will stop, because you can no longer easily be pinned. The most single helpful piece of advice: be courageous, and remember that fear and anger are the same emotion with different responses. Current evidence indicates that they're from the same part of the brain. The purpose for many cultural war dances was to turn fear into anger. For Christians, it's a lot easier, any faith practitioner really. For me, when I'm confronted with something spiritual, I stick to my go-to. I do not permit you. You are not welcome. In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, I command you to leave. If you can't muster the ability to be clear, logical, and concise, then I honestly recommend you get angry and let it be known. How fucking dare this thing come into your house and fuck with you? How dare it follow you around and make your life harder? Tell it to fuck off. Welcome, curious minds, to Paranormal M. Brace yourself for a roller coaster ride through the unexplained. Don't forget to subscribe, drop a comment, hit the like button. I'd appreciate it. And be prepared for a front row seat to our most bewildering stories, updated daily. My haunting of living in an Odd Fellows Hall. Starting with my personal history, my mother is a Christian pastor. However, my mind is open to all sorts of things. I believe in angels and demons, beings from other dimensions, cryptids. I just look at everything with an open mind ever since I was little. My mom said before I was even conceived, a pastor told her that, well, gonna have another child. She believed she was too old for a child and scoffed it off, thinking he was just crazy when he told her that. Isaac was coming. Biblical background: Isaac was the son of Moses and Sarah. His wife was too old to conceive a child, yet she did anyway. I've had multiple pastors prophesy over me saying I was going to do great things and be a leader someday. I still think they're all crazy. But I feel this may at least have to do with something with my sensitivity towards the paranormal. All my life I've had many experiences, good, but mostly bad, and I just feel the need to share them with people other than my family. If you want more information, just ask. I'll tell you. I'll share some of my shorter experiences with you in the future, but for now, the biggest and most intense story is of where I currently live. I try not to talk about, or research about the things that I've experienced, as they tend to stir things up even more. Even as I write this, I get a feeling up of dread, and I hear cracks and bumps on the wall. But I just need to share this with other people, I want to post this something before I lose any more details of things I've experienced in this place. I moved into my apartment with my soon-to-be wife in 2016. We got married in 2017. With her brother because we couldn't afford the rent by ourselves, still being young adults. It was awesome to finally have a place to our own without the constant parent breathing down our necks. My landlord shared the history of this building with me when we moved in about how this building was a building of an old fellows hall. Odd Fellows. I found later it was built in 1885, and I didn't really do any research on my own until things started to happen. Everything was fine for a while, and I can't remember really when all the things started happening. But I do remember when I first felt the heaviness in the air and dread. There's one room in particular that felt more heavy and darker than the rest. The room where my brother-in-law slept. He never used to recall seeing or feeling anything paranormal, but he did used to sleepwalk and act very strange late at night. Now he has had many concussions from his time playing hockey, and I'm almost certain that that's where all this is coming from. He had some weird episodes, but I'm contributing them to his concussions. Well, in his room is where the weird stuff, or at least feelings, would start. When we would be in the kitchen, you could see straight down the hall into his bedroom, but sometimes it looked like it was pitch black in there, like a veil of darkness. The only way I can explain it, really. Like it felt like someone was standing in the doorway just watching you. Mind you, I've had this feeling before because I've always felt and been sensitive to this stuff. I don't know why. Well, after a while, I would try and just keep the doors closed to his room so I wouldn't get that feeling, and it helped for a while. In my kitchen, there's a door-to-door storage room where I had a fly tying station set up because I'm a huge fishing and fly fishing fan. When I'd tie flies in there late at night, I'd always leave at 3 a.m. I always have been nocturnal. And that's because I would always start to feel uneasy and get the same feeling I would from my brother-in-law's room. Now, one time that made me think it wasn't just me is when my cat at the time came into his bedroom with me when I had a dark, heavy feeling. I entered his room, the cat with me. My hair stood on end, like I shouldn't have been there. I looked at my cat and his hair was on end as well. So I know I wasn't the only one feeling it. I closed the door, said a prayer, and left to my bedroom. One of the most intense nights, I was up late playing video games like I always do. Can't remember the time, but it was after 2 a.m. My animals started looking at my apartment door. I heard rustling around out there, and so did they. Kind of like when my wife is home and she's getting ready to come in, but she was in bed. That's when I started hearing scratching outside my door. My lights inside the room I was in started flickering. I shit you not. I then saw my dog and my cat simultaneously watching something on my ceiling go around in circles. As I typed this, I heard footsteps from my attic. Just thought I'd add that in here. And this ties into something that I'll share in another post. After I got freaked out by my animals watching something that's not there, not fly, not a bug or anything, I was sitting on my couch watching this. That's when all of a sudden I had what felt like 2 hands grab my face from behind, pulled my head into the couch. As the hands were on my face, my whole face went numb and pale like no blood was in my face anymore. It's the only way I can describe it. After that, I started a prayer harder than I ever have. I don't go to church, and I'm not super religious, but I do believe in my faith and I know I have power over that stuff. I don't remember anything else happening after that other than a heavy feeling in the air. I ran to bed with my wife and explained what happened to her. We prayed and went to sleep. The next morning I found, outside of our apartment, handprints, scratches on our walls. The landlords painted it all over when we moved in. Wouldn't be the type to smear up what they did with dirt, so it's very odd that these would appear after the night I heard something outside. I'm going to try to attach pictures here, never posted on Reddit before, so I'm not sure if this will work. Hand and fingerprints on the ceiling and wall, the scratches on the wall in the hallway outside our apartment were right where our neighbor's head lay on the inside of the wall in his bed. I know this because he showed me once. I went in to look at furniture he was giving away. I never thought to ask him if he experienced anything because I didn't want to freak him out, although I regret not asking. I wish that's where this ended, but it's not. One other instance is when me and my wife were in bed together, just reading and whatever we were doing till we fall asleep. I like to play my Switch, but I felt the heaviness again. But what's weird is as soon as I felt it, she looks at me and told me she was scared, like something was in the room. I felt it too. This was the most I've ever been scared. Felt like something entered our room and started coming toward the foot of our bed with ill intentions. I was so scared my body was literally shaking and I could barely even mutter a prayer, like when you're in a dream and you try to tell but nothing comes out. I prayed along the lines of, "You are not welcome here. We are children of God, and we are protected by His stripes. You are not allowed here, and you cannot hurt us. Get out." I struggled to even get those words out, but I just continued to pray for a peaceful night's sleep. I'm actually starting to tear up while writing this. This was the most terrified I've ever been in my life, but I didn't want to tell my wife that. That was about the end of the worst of it. Granted, weird stuff still happens, and weird things still make sounds. We'll hear someone with boots walking around in our attic. We see shadows peek around the doorway to the hallway that you can see our brother's room from. It's connected to our living room. Sometimes the shadows are white, sometimes they're black. Sometimes I get a weird feeling in the room I got grabbed in. I know it's time to go to bed. I try not to stay up past 2 to 3 a.m. anymore. My brother-in-law since moved out and his wife's sister now lives with us. We've gotten phone calls from her where she said she saw a white shadow move past the living room doorway in the hallway and other shadows. We're looking to move this summer. Not because of these things, but we've outgrown our apartment. We need a yard for our dog to run around in. But I will miss this place. As fascinated as I am with the paranormal, I would never want to live with the things I've lived with. Now I have done some research on my building. It was built in 1885 and was an old Oddfellows hall. And what I actually found is, well, they used to involve skeletons with their initiations. A lot of people who've lived in it or bought old halls have found old literal skeletons in their closet, or in the walls or floorboards. I'm starting to think there may be old remnants of skeletons somewhere in this building, or some kind of portal they opened and never closed. The attic above us is constructed in a way where the ceiling is rounded off like that of a church or something with a raised platform at the front of the room like it was a stage. Old chandeliers hung from the ceilings. The attic is kind of locked up now, because the landlord's son used to part up there literally 4 days in a row every weekend. We complained, so now no one is allowed up there. I would take some pictures. I do unfortunately have more stories outside of this place I have to share, one of which was at my old house where I grew up. The place was built just before I was born, so there's not really anything having to do with it being old or anything. But me and 3 other people all saw the same thing in my bedroom, details and all. With me not telling any of them what I experienced, the same bedroom. I believe they meant in the same bedroom. Experience from last night, paranormal or pure coincidence? Last night I had one of the strangest experiences of my life. Let me give some backstory before I get into what happened last night. I apologize for the length, but it's kind of necessary to grasp the full picture. In 2009, I purchased my first home. Luck really seemed to be on our side, as my fiancé and I had been looking for a year and houses were flying off the market. In September of 2018, my mom's neighbor had gone into a nursing home. The house was listed for sale. There was an estate sale held in the home in December, in which my mom and I attended. It felt like they were asking way too much for this incredibly outdated house. March rolls around and the house still hasn't sold, but they dropped the price down a bit. My fiance and I decided to make an offer. They countered and we accepted. Life was great. We were homeowners and had the best neighbors in the world, my mom and stepdad. It felt like such a blessing for us to have my parents next door, especially since my fiance and I have 2 young kids. They were ages 1 and 6 at the time. I also work opposite shifts of my fiance, so if he needed to run to the store or whatever while I'm working, my mom or stepdad could come over and watch them for 20 minutes. They were there to help with every detail, from doing a complete living remodel to borrowing us tools and whatever we needed. My stepdad would even help out with our lawn care. My fiance would help with their snow removal. December of 2020, my stepdad started getting sick. He had vertigo that wouldn't go away. His doctor prescribed him meclizine, and after weeks and weeks of it not going away, his doctor referred him to an ENT. The ENT was under the impression that he was suffering from Meniere's. A week or 2 after seeing the ENT, he woke up one morning unable to walk. So he went back to his doctor yet again. His doctor thought maybe he had a stroke in his cerebellum, so he sent him in for an MRI. The MRI unfortunately showed a tumor on his cerebellum the size of a large grape. They also found tumors on both adrenal glands and one in his lung. The diagnosis was stage 4 adenocarcinoma. 3 months to the day after his diagnosis, on 6/1/21, my stepdad passed away in the comfort of his home, with my mom and I by his side and holding his hand. I was there for the whole process between his hospital stay, rehab, and then finally him coming home on hospice. Stayed up with him the night it became clear that he was dying. I made all the phone calls to hospice and the family after he passed. I wrote every word of his obituary. Living next door, I was able to spend a lot of time with my mother to help her through the grief of it all since he passed. It's become very clearly evident that it was more of a blessing for my mom to have me next door than it is for me to have her next door. I should also add that within a few days of my stepdad's passing, I believe he sent me a sign. My fiance and I were sitting outside, saw a hummingbird trying to feed from my sage plant that was blooming. I've never seen a hummingbird in the city I live in. It's just too busy. We're not near any wooded areas. In fact, we're a block away from a very busy road. My mom and stepdad used to live in the next city over, and they live next to a huge field, and there were woods not too far from their house. She used to get hummingbirds frequently. My stepdad loved to watch them. When they moved to the house my mom is currently living in now, she tried for several years with the hummingbird feeder, and not once did she get one. So it was quite a surprise to see this one right after his passing. So here's where my current story begins. This past Tuesday was my 1-year anniversary of my stepdad's official cancer diagnosis. My mom's been having a really tough week because of it. I think she's finally entering the anger stage of grief. On Wednesday, I was home with the kids. My fiance works regular business hours, and I work nights, 12-hour shifts 3 times a week. I have a really weird eating schedule because I keep odd hours to begin with. He came home from work a little after 5 like normal. I wasn't feeling right. Felt lightheaded, kind of dizzy. Sent him out for food thinking I just needed to eat something because I had been up for about 5 hours and hadn't eaten yet. So we had dinner and I still wasn't feeling well. I was lying in bed at 3 a.m. and the whole room was just spinning. Starting to feel really nauseous, and it hit me that maybe I was having a migraine, but maybe without the headache. So I woke my other half up, had him get me an Imitrex because I couldn't focus on anything but the spinning at the time, let alone trying to walk down a flight of stairs to find some meds. Thursday, I woke up still dizzy, but it was short-lived and went away after an hour or so. Here's where it gets really interesting. Friday, I woke up and felt fine still. I was scheduled to work that night and needed to wash my hair and do all the things to get ready for my work weekend. I have pink and purple hair currently. To keep the color from fading, I wash it in cold water by draping my head under the faucet of the bathtub versus taking a freezing cold shower. So mid-hair washing, the world starts spinning again. I gracefully managed to stumble my way over to my mom's house because I knew she could help guide me through that maneuver that you do for vertigo. And she did. She offered me some meclizine, which is basically like Dramamine. She still had some in her medicine cabinet for my stepdad when he was experiencing vertigo on a daily basis. So my mom proceeds to tell me that I can't go into work like this. I can't safely drive there. And I'm like, crap, she's right. So I made the decision to call into work. About 2 hours later, I take her up on the meclizine offer, knowing I'd already called into work, so if I got drowsy, no big deal. I'm not going in. Around 8 p.m., I couldn't keep my eyes open any longer. Took a nap on the couch. I woke up with some strange dreams around 10 p.m. My fiancé was watching some serial killer documentary series that, probably explained my dreams. I woke up feeling overheated, decided to go out to our breezeway to cool off a bit and wake up. When I hit the stairs to my back entry, which also leads to my basement, something smelled weird, like it was burning. The smell was overpowering. I looked around and didn't see smoke anywhere, but started calling for my fiancé, worried that it was in the basement. 3 steps down I could handle, but not the 10 or 12 to go down to the basement while I was still dizzy and now feeling drugged out and drowsy from the med I had just taken. So he goes and checks out the basement, says the smell stops midway down the stairs. It's not coming from the breezeway or outside. We have several switches in this back entry. One that powers an outside light pole in our side yard, one for the light in the breezeway, and one for the basement, and one that turns the power off and on to the garage, which is always on because of the garage door opener. So he starts checking the switches, and the one for the power to the garage is hot. He runs back downstairs, flips the breaker to that switch, grabs a screwdriver to take the plate off, and the switch was frying. He says to me, "Thank God you noticed this." 2 hours later, this whole experience was kind of just weighing on my mind so heavily. I really kept thinking it was such a good thing that I didn't go into work tonight, because who knows how much longer he would have had. There was probably going to be an electrical fire starting. And that's when it hit me. I was home because I was having the same symptoms my stepdad was having from his brain tumor before he passed. Is this him warning me? Protecting my family and I? My fiancé replaced the switch this morning, and I think we'll be calling an electrician to come check everything else out. I've never in my life had an experience on this level before. I woke up today feeling about 80% better as well. I saved a girl's life, and I can't accept it was just a coincidence. A few years ago, I was on a train home. It was a warm summer afternoon, and I remember being in a particularly good mood as I stood by the train doors looking out of the window. The sun was shining, I felt good, and I didn't want to spend the rest of the evening stuck indoors. So I thought, why not get off the train a stop early, walk the rest of the way home? So that's what I did. I got off the train at Lewisham Station, southeast London, which is around a 30-minute walk from my then home, which was situated not far from Hither Green Station, my original destination. Slowly started walking home. I could have taken a shortcut and followed a busy road towards Hither Green, but instead decided to walk the longer route through the nearby shopping center and up the busy Lewisham High Street, in search of some smiles and some excitement. The high street was unusually quiet that day. I'm not sure if there was a big sporting event happening or something, but I remember there weren't as many cars or people around as usual. I had a pleasant, slow walk along the high street, enjoying every last photon I could absorb. Came to a junction where I had to turn left onto Court Hill Road, which leads up to a hill to Hither Green Lane. As soon as I turned left onto Court Hill Road, my attention was immediately drawn to, on the opposite side of the road, a lady pushing a pushchair up the hill. She had a baby in a buggy that I couldn't see at the time and a small toddler walking and skipping alongside her. She was holding onto the left handle of the buggy. Smiled to myself, thinking how heartwarming they looked together, remembering back when I was that age, happily skipping along holding onto my mother's hand. They were probably 75 meters ahead of me when I turned onto the road, and we were walking at pretty much the same pace. For no reason whatsoever, I decided to speed up a little bit. A minute or two later, I'd gotten to maybe 1/3 of the way along the road and had closed the gap between us a little bit, but they were still maybe 50 meters ahead of me. For no reason whatsoever, I suddenly felt like jogging. So I very lazily start jogging, more like bouncing up the hill, and all I could think about was this family on the opposite side of the road. I was fixated on them. Then again, for no reason whatsoever, I suddenly wanted to cross the road, despite the fact that I lived on the left side and crossing was the opposite of what I'd normally do. Made no sense for me to cross over, but I wanted to. So I step out into the road, which was totally silent with not a car in sight. Start bouncing diagonally across the road. I physically couldn't have jogged any slower. I was in this relaxed Zen-like state. I was in no hurry to get home, but had this urge to get closer to this family walking ahead of me. They were like a magnet drawing me closer. I was jogging straight towards them. I got to around 30 meters behind them, in the middle of the road now. Still not a car in sight. Decided I'd speed up a little, not much. I was still bouncing, but with just a little pinch more effort. They were almost at the top of the hill at this point, and I was maybe 2/3 of the way up. Suddenly, for no reason whatsoever, the toddler, a little girl, decides to dance straight into the middle of the road. Her mother, in an obvious panic, screamed at the girl to get out of the road, which instead caused the girl to panic herself. Frozen to the spot, she started crying. The mother, still holding the buggy, had also frozen in panic and stood screaming. That's when I heard the engine. At the top of Court Hill Road, it's a right turn that leads to Hither Green Lane. Both sides of the road have trees and brick walls lining them, so it's impossible to see around the corner no matter which direction you're heading. Vehicles often drive far too quickly when coming down on the hill, and usually exit the corner at the top, maybe second gear around 30 miles an hour. I could hear a vehicle coming, a diesel engine by the sound of it. It was revving hard and the girl wasn't moving. I didn't speed up, I just kept bouncing straight up the middle of the road toward the girl at the same pace. Total zen, totally relaxed, almost too relaxed. My mind was clear. She was facing uphill and had no idea it was coming. The mother also had no idea it was there. I got to around 10 meters behind them when the white van came flying around the corner. In 5 seconds' time, the van would be where I was currently standing, 10 meters behind this girl, and it wasn't slowing down. The girl was frozen in a panic. The mother was frozen in a panic. It was time to be a hero. I got to the girl and slipped each hand under each of her armpits. I looked up and see the van is 2 seconds away, if that. I lifted her foot off the ground, turned right, and took a step toward the pavement. I was still in the road. I knew the van was going to hit me as there's no time. As I thought that if it did, and I was still holding the girl, that she'd end up being dragged backwards along the road with me. So instead of putting her down on the ground, I stood arms out straight, holding a foot above the pavement, thinking that, after the impact had taken me out, the gravity would be the stronger of the two forces and would gently pull her down toward the pavement. The van flew past, and luckily I was only clipped on the left shoulder by the wing mirror. Barely touched me. I put the girl down on the pavement, who was now standing silent and totally confused as to how she'd somehow floated the 10 feet from the middle of the road to her mother's side. Spun her around to face me, got down on one knee and said sternly, "Hey, look at me. Never go in the road again, do you hear me?" At which point she realized what had happened, started crying again. Maybe I'm just ugly and my face scared her. The mother, who was still frozen in fear up until this point, now stood staring at me, jaw open, wondering where the hell I'd come from. She snapped out of it and started thanking me. "Oh my God, thank you, oh my God." I just smiled, nodded, and walked on. I turned and looked back and saw the mother rubbing the girl up and down, checking for injuries and hugging her, and I laughed. Over the years, I've replayed this event 1,000 times in my head. 2 seconds, that's all she had left. From the moment I scooped her up to the moment the van flew past us was 2 seconds. If I hadn't gotten off the train stop early, she was dead. If I hadn't sped up at the bottom of the hill, she was dead. If I hadn't decided to start jogging for no reason, she was dead. If I hadn't decided to cross the road and head straight towards them, she was dead. If I'd done anything differently that day, the world would have lost this beautiful little girl. I often wonder how her life turned out. She's probably a sassy teenager now. I cannot accept that everything that happened leading up to it was random coincidence. It felt like I was being sucked towards them. Why did I start jogging uphill? Why did I cross over? Why was I so fixated on them? Why did I speed up walking when I was having such an enjoyable slow walk? Why was I so relaxed that even when I saw the van meters away from my face, I didn't break out of the slow jog? It's like I just knew I'd get there in time and everything would be okay. The world is weird, and I have many questions. Big Red House. Long read, FYI. There's one house in particular that I've been in and out from birth to 13 years old. This house is one of 4 or 5 historic landmarks of Grafton. It's in Wisconsin, on the corner of 12th Avenue and Spring Street. This house was my favorite house, and it was always haunted as fuck. This house was built in the late 1800s and was originally owned by the Weber family. The factory that they ran is still standing kitty corner across the street, covered by a bunch of vines and overgrown trees and bushes. You can actually see the faint name on the building if standing really close and in the right light. So to kind of give you the grand basic tour of the house, which is needed, it's a Victorian-style home with the turret-facing spring. The side of the house by the driveway is where everybody comes and goes out of. You never use the main entrance. On the driveway side, there's a window leading up to the second floor, which is where the stairs are to get to the second floor. We lived in the upstairs second and third floors, as the second floor has a kitchen as well. My grandma, who owned the house, lived in the first floor, and then we all used the basement. Upon entering the side of the house, right when you walked in, to the left is the door to the basement. Straight ahead are 3 steps, and then to the left is the stairs to the second floor. Straight ahead are doors to my grandma's part of the house. Once in her part, you are in the dining room. To the right by her entryway is an old maid door, which on the other side is the kitchen. There's an entryway to her kitchen as well, which was also her pantry, and then once in the kitchen is her bathroom. To your left of the entryway is her bedroom and then the living room. Basement. Once at the bottom of the stairs, far left is the woodwork tool room. Kitty corner straight ahead had 2 storage rooms, and then to the left was more storage. To the right was where the laundry was done, and in there was a giant cistern. This is how old the house had been. It was back when it was built. That's how they got water. Second floor. Left was when we lived there. A den and the TV room, and then there was a foyer, the kitchen and a bathroom along with the stairs to the 3rd floor. And the top of the 3rd floor to the right was my room, which was also part of the turret. Kitty corner left was my dad's room, then down the hall on the left was the bathroom, and farther down was 2 bedrooms. My brother slept in those. There was also an attic that I never saw myself. My grandma said it was empty. Here are my experiences. I hated this basement. I always was terrified of it, not because it was damp, icky, and dark, but because it always felt like, well, this sense of somebody watching me or something was going to get me. And I got very strong vibe to the point that it gave me goosebumps. I absolutely refused to go into the storage rooms down there. Could never explain why. The cistern gave me the chills. I always had every single light on down there. Foyer. My grandma had renters in between us living there. She had a stereo, which, well, she didn't really know how to operate, but it did always play music at 3 p.m. My grandma didn't know how to turn it off, so she unplugged it, and it would still play music. One of my brother's punishments as a kid was if his toys were taken away. My dad would take out the batteries, too. I remember waking up in the middle of the night to hearing a strange noise. My brother's room was pretty far from mine, so how I heard it, I have no clue. But all I heard was this from his room, and it was one of his remote-control cars. I froze. Goosebumps popped up. I'm Humper, just hyperventilating. Pull myself together and turn on his light to inspect. His car was turned off, batteries were out, and remote had no batteries either. My brother sweats when he's in deep sleep. This was the only way I could ever tell he was sound asleep and not waking up or fake sleeping. He was sweating. I threw his car and just turned off his light and ran to my room. Multiple occasions I remember the sound of shuffling boxes across the floor, but from the ceiling. Again, my grandma said there was nothing up there. She blamed it on bats. In between my dad's room and the bathroom was a boiler room. Every night before bed, I would close this door tightly and lock it. I always got up in the middle of the night to pee, and every time the door is wide open. Multiple times I would hear it unlock and open. One of the renters who lived in our TV room was sleeping, and in the middle of the night felt the feeling of somebody sitting at the end of his bed. He woke up, didn't see a figure, but an imprint on his bed. My grandma's dad was living with her, before he passed. Was sleeping in a room on the 1st floor. Her bedroom at the time was my dad's room. He saw a figure with an old army coat from the Navy. The last time my grandma was in the house was packing up the last of things to move. She was in the house going to the bathroom, and her husband at the time was outside across the driveway over by the neighbors. My grandma heard somebody coming up the 3 stairs on the side of the house, shuffled feet and muffled steps. My grandma thought it was Keith, her husband. A few seconds later, he comes barging in, so she tells him. He said, "That's weird. I thought you were going upstairs." She goes, "No, I was in the bathroom." He said, "I saw a dark figure going up the stairs as I was walking back from the neighbor, and I thought it was you." The neighbors were friends of my grandma, and even after they moved, they hired a medium to come and inspect the house. The neighbors told this lady nothing about the history of the house, or the layout. She didn't explore the house at all. She only stayed in the first floor. She gave details of the house layout perfectly, and this house was haunted by 3 ghosts with a dark past. Here's what the medium found, and told her by the ghosts themselves. The 3 ghosts are the mother Weber, the father, and the son. The son died at a young age in his 20s from yellow fever. He was also in the military. The son did not have a good relationship with the father. Father was very abusive and even had his drunk friends abuse him too, sexually and physically. The father would drag the son to the storage rooms in the basement and beat him. So would his friends. His hiding spaces were the crawl spaces in my brother's room and the boiler room. The son then said he killed his mother. As a ghost. He said he was watching his mother do laundry and she was bent over the cistern wall. He said as a ghost that he pushed her in. She drowned. Supposedly, that's how the mother died, was from drowning in the cistern. He said he was so mad at her for allowing him to be abused all of his life. The son mentioned the activity was due to him not wanting my grandma to leave because he liked her and he felt safe, because she takes care of the kids like him. My grandma was a foster mom to boys who were troubled. There's no way this medium would know any of this. Since my grandma moved out, it's been a bed and breakfast ever since. Got put on the historic landmark. Encounters with 3 entities. Throughout my life, I believe I've come in contact with 3 different types of paranormal spirits that have affected me in one way or another. Very different type of situations. The first situation occurred when I was 6. My family moved into a new town in a very old house. The house we moved into had a bit of history that we learned about later. An adolescent who lived in the house tried to commit suicide at least 3 times. Twice in the house and once in a big cedar tree out front. We didn't find out about it until we'd recently already been living in the house over a year, and there was really nothing we could do. That didn't mean we had to move. But it wasn't like it really should affect us. For the first few months living in that house, I would often wake and find pieces of this small china tea set on my headboard. I recall one very vividly. It was heart-shaped, gold-trimmed saucer with a lady in a yellow dress waltzing with a guy. Total, I got about 8 pieces. My sister got about 5. My mom and dad had no clue where they were coming from. We also had a very protective St. Bernard in the house, so no one came in. While my sister and I were getting presents, my mom woke one night hearing our St. Bernard growling in my brother's room. A sharp shard of glass was laying on his pillow next to his head. Our St. Bernard would always sleep in my brother's room after that. The second entity I've come into contact with, it's going to move fast forward to like 1.5 years. My mom is friends with a lady, Mrs. Bradstream. My older brother is in class with one of Mrs. Bradstreet kids. I don't know if it's Bradstream or Bradstreet. It's summertime. They're moving away, so my mom offers to help with the garage sale. There's like 8 kids total, ages 15 down to like 4. At one point, the 15-year-old asked me if I want to go inside. It was hot out, so I did. I'm like 7. Somehow we ended up sitting in his closet. He asked me if I wanted to have sex with him. I knew sex was only for mommy and daddy, so I left his room. Good move. As I got downstairs, they had blankets over the windows to keep heat out. In the living room, I saw it. A tall figure leaning on the back of a sofa. His face was burnt. It was like an amber in color. Very long and angular, dark sunken recessed eyes. It held a hand out toward me, took off running outside, and wouldn't leave my mom's side. Fast forward again, and I'm 19 at university in Juneau, Alaska. A bit of backstop here is that it's kind of relevant, I think. I think they meant backstory. My friend and I were in the same course and coming home late at night, probably around 10 p.m. At the school, you walk 1.5 miles on the path in the woods to get home from campus to housing, with the highway halfway through it. It was very snowy. I was wearing boots, so I was clearing a path that sort of cut through the snow that had been falling. As we got up to the intersection, there was another student who was standing up there wearing boots, shoes, and jeans. So I told him to just follow us, and I was nice and polite. Told him I would break a path. Then he started kind of stalking me. I'll not include details of the stalking. If you want to know, you can ask. He ended up getting kicked out of school. But right before he got kicked out of school is when the event happened. I was walk campus. I was by myself in the middle of the day. I was on the path and at the top of the hill, and all of a sudden, standing in the woods in front of me was a tall figure, wearing dark clothing. It was that figure with the burnt umber face. It held its hand out to me again. I remember just seeing a horrible tug from inside myself pulling me toward it. I just stood there staring at it, and it's like pulling me, it's like tugging. And I'm just like, finally, I'm like, no, and I turned and walked away. Looking back, I'm pretty sure that if I had let that tug pull me into the woods, that my stalker probably would have killed me. I'm sure that that being is showing up at a time in my life where I have a decision to make. Either go this way or that way. Either death or SA or get away myself. So far I've gotten away. Terrifies the hell out of me even thinking back on those situations, knowing 100% positive it was the same figure I'd seen when I was 7, when I was 19. The next incident that I came across is back in my hometown. Before I can really tell about the incident, I do feel it is imperative to tell a little background about my hometown. My hometown is in central Minnesota, and is one of the sites of the Sioux Uprising where homesteaders were violently killed. There's actually a memorial on the outside of town. It's about the White Family Massacre, telling about the Sioux Uprising and how the White family was slaughtered in their home. So there's very violent history around this area. Back in 2013, I was moved in with my uncle. He'd been diagnosed with cancer, and he had lived alone, so I moved in. My uncle and I got along very well. I loved him dearly. Then he passed away in the house. It was about 3 or 4 days after he passed in the house that I started noticing things were off. There was a pillow that had been in my room on the top of a shelf that was suddenly in the living room. I moved the pillow from the living room and I put it in a cupboard behind the cabinet, like a big heavy wooden bookshelf cabinet that must have weighed like 50 to 75 pounds. It wasn't easy to move. The next day the pillow was in the kitchen. I put the pillow in the garage and it was back in the house. The next day, I put the pillow in a shed. It was back in the house. I don't know what was going on with that pillow, but it wanted to be in the house. I ended up pulling the stuffing out of the pillow, and I burned the pillowcase and used the stuffing and made a little stuffed animal that I still have. It sits on my bookshelf. It's been staying there ever since. Been there about 8 years now. Then the other ones, I made other pillows and gave them away. Nobody had any issues. Recently, a neighbor of mine passed away in their house, and his nephew was living in the house with him when everything happened. The nephew stopped me outside and asked me if I knew of any paranormal things that have happened around this area. I'm like, yeah, and I told him that I'd had this experience with the pillow. He told me that the day after his uncle had passed, when he took a shower, he had seen a small childlike figure walk past the shower. Nobody was in the house, but this figure walked by and just left finger lines across the steam on the shower wall. I was outside a couple of days after he had told me about that, and I saw a light go on inside the neighbor's house. I checked the vehicles outside, and nobody was home. The lights were on, and in about 3 minutes, the lights went out. They did this for over an hour, flashing on and off. So I asked my neighbor if they had like smart lights that would go off and on, kind of flicker when you don't have a good connection. He said no, they never got any of those. So I mentioned the light going on and off, and I guess that happened when he was there one night as well. After the figure, he was too afraid to go do anything, so he just left the house and went out and slept in his fish house. I'm pretty sure that the town he's in is haunted by the spirits of the Sioux warriors and victims from the area who were part of the massacre. And it's like when death occurs, they come and they try to make us uncomfortable. My paranormal experiences in my house. Number 1. Steps. Sometimes when I'm home alone, since the pandemic I've been working from home, I can hear footsteps outside of my room in the hallway, like someone is walking out there. Doesn't really matter what time it is, it can happen during the morning, evening, or the middle of the night. The steps always sound like it goes up or down the stairs. I usually don't hear more than 2 to 6 steps at one time. They sound heavy, like when I, a friend or family member walk there. There's no wind, rain, or cats doing anything most of the time when I hear this. This happens about 1 to 3 times a month since autumn last year. 2. Voices. I hear voices where there shouldn't be any. I have my bedroom on the 2nd floor of my house, and I hear voices like talking outside of my balcony door, day or night. When I look out, there's nothing there. The voices stop. I do have neighbors, of course, and I hear them often, but the voices are very close to me. Kind of like people are outside standing on my balcony and talking. There have even been voices on the other end of the house, outside my bedroom in the hallway with the steps. Again, I assumed it would be my neighbors, but they weren't around, and the voices sound too clear and close for it to be them. Usually their voices and the sound they make are very muffled, because they're far away. And like I mentioned above, this doesn't happen often. It's only happened 3 times thus far. 3. Cat growling. My cat is afraid of the hallway I've been mentioning before. He's been living here for over 2 years, and he's always liked to sleep out there on the sofa. Since 2022 started, he hasn't been very keen on being out there anymore during certain times. He comes dashing into my room, hides under my desk where I do my gaming and work, looks out to the hallway and just growls. If I pick him up, he keeps his eyes out to the hallway and still growls, and he doesn't want to be there. I go out to the hallway with him and close the door to my room. I put him down and I sat myself down on the floor. He goes into this defensive position and just growls. One time his eyes and head were looking at something that seems to move, following it with his head and moving his body accordingly while growling to feel safe. Similar stuff with the growling and hiding in my room has happened with other cats too before, but it was only when my neighbor's dog or something would make noise. Now there's no noise coming from outside. All of this happens only after 7 p.m., and it can kind of last for around 30 minutes or up to 3 hours. If I close the door, he tries to dig in. There are other rooms like a toilet and another bedroom and the room downstairs he can hide in, but he for some reason wants to hide in here. I don't feel anything myself when this happens, no matter if I'm in my room in the hallway with or without the cat. It happens, and still do weekly, and sometimes several days in a row. Considering it happens so randomly, I don't think there's anything wrong with the cat personally. 4. A sighing sound and me running into something. I was alone in my room. Only one awake, and the house was fully quiet because animals and a family member were sleeping. Sleeping. I walk into the hallway, same one I've been talking about. This way I can get to the toilet to brush my teeth. When I walk through my doorway, it feels like I hit something. Not like I walked into a wall or a person's shoulder, but like I just walked through something. This time around, I also get a feeling of discomfort, which really hasn't happened up until now, even with the voices on the balcony and the steps I heard. I brush my teeth and go back to bed, going through the doorway to my bedroom, and I don't walk into something again. I laid down in my very big bed on the right side from my perspective, and I also lay on my own right side. There I lay, just thinking about life for a minute or two, when I suddenly hear someone or something sighing, just once. The sound you can make when you take your clothes off and just jump onto bed being happy that you can finally rest after a hard day's work. I don't hear or feel someone laying down on my bed, just that sighing or moaning sound. This made me feel very uncomfortable, so I took the cat and went downstairs to sleep in an extra bed on the first floor. 5. A voice saying no. Me and a friend of over 10 years are going to meet up. It's a thing I'm very excited about, because we've only been talking to each other online for all this time. I wanted to talk to my friend about, just about it further. Wanted to plan the trip a little bit. Before we did, I sat on my bed on a Tuesday night just talking out loud. She works Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Maybe we could talk on Sunday. No. That's what I heard. No. I'm the only one home, and I clearly hear a womanish voice, and it said no. I freak out, type to my friend, and we do a voice call. The feeling of discomfort was obviously there, but went away very quickly when I got to talk to my friend. It wasn't so bad that I had to leave the room then and there, but could be because her voice and presence calmed me down. We decided to still meet up on Discord to talk about the trip that Sunday. Nothing happened. 6. Glass falling to the floor. I was laying in my bed not being able to sleep. It's just me in the room, and a glass on my bedside table falls on its own and rolls down onto the floor. My cat's in the hallway, and this time around he actually growls and looks at my room not wanting to come in, which is totally opposite to how it's been before. I wasn't even stretching or anything like that. I was just laying in my bed thinking about stuff, and it just fell. While scary, I still spent the rest of the night in my bedroom. 7. Moaning sound. This is the last one I have for now. 2 days ago on the 13th of March at around 3 a.m., I heard a sound from the other side of my room which sounded like it's hard for me to describe. It's easier to try and spell it. Okay, that means the narrator will have to try to make the sound. Got louder at the end and just faded away. I was just laying awake in my bed looking at random stuff on my phone when it happened. I froze, which hasn't happened before. I guess most people would if they hear a random sound. But this is the only time I felt really bad when something happened. Like once before, I took my stuff, moved to the bed downstairs. My paranormal experience. It all started when I was 8 years old, so it was after my father died. The first thing I could remember happening is these two brothers moving to my town. They only stayed there for a few months. I decided to become friends with them. We would talk and hang out, and then they started telling me things like, "We know where you live. We know what's inside your house." Got scared. But then they started talking about specific things in my house, such as what I ate, what I wore, and so much more. It was super creepy. But I was known as the weird kid, so I really didn't mind as much. They started telling me a ghost was following me, and that the ghost was named after them. They talked to me about hauntings and scary stuff. I was a little interested in scary stuff as a kid, like Bloody Mary, the Boogeyman, etc. That's when I started to think, could these boys be ghosts or something? In my culture, we believe that ghosts can pretend to be humans or walk amongst the living. I know, kinda sounds crazy. The very first paranormal experience I had was in class. I was reading a book and my friend had her water bottle sitting next to me on her desk. I swear the water bottle started moving slowly as if somebody was dragging it. Got a little scared, but she said it must be the condensation under the water bottle or something. So I thought that was perhaps what happened. Indeed. But the water bottle never did it again. And we were there for a long time. The boys eventually moved and I was sitting in my living room watching TV. My grandma was in the kitchen and suddenly I hear a little boy's voice say, "Hi, Ashley." I jumped off the couch screaming, asked my grandma if she heard it. She said no. I looked crazy. I heard elderly people can't hear certain frequencies, I think. True. So maybe she couldn't hear the voice, but it was only me. The creepiest thing is the voice sounded like the youngest brother's voice. I'm not joking with you. That's when I realized my house was probably haunted. Started searching up about the paranormal. I would hear people call my name, lights would flicker, and things would move. Even got smacked in the face by a flying pillow. Got bitch slapped by a ghost. I basically became paranoid. My family took me to the psychiatrist. They thought I was crazy. I refused to sleep in my room. I slept in my mom's room until I was 12. Sometimes my mom would force me to sleep in my room. My grandma only experienced one thing that was paranormal. We were going downstairs to eat. That's when the lights flickered. She thought it was me, and I said it was ghost. So I went downstairs and asked the ghost to flick on the light. I was like, "Mr. Ghost, please flick on the lights again." And the lights flicked on. My grandma screamed. One time I was sitting in my living room playing with my dolls. Suddenly I heard somebody tell me to shut up. I do not know why I did this. I yelled and said, "Do not tell me to shut up. That's rude." Then I realized I was the only one in the room. I froze and said, "Do you want me to leave?" The spirit replied, "Get out!" I screamed, left my doll, and ran out of the room. Another one was I was watching TV again. One of the lamps flicked on and I heard a click. I looked at it and thought it was a malfunction. Turned off the TV, turned the lights off. The other light flicked on and I turned it off too. Then both of them flicked on and that's when it screamed and ran to my room. I was also watched by a spirit in the shower. When I showered, I felt the curtains move and it got cold in the bathroom. I would also feel someone touch me. Just knowing a ghost watched me shower makes me uncomfortable. Anyways, the scariest thing I've ever experienced is seeing a demon. My demon encounters. The first one was when I was going to my room to change. All the lights in my room were off. I flicked on the hallway light, opened my door. I was about to step in when something in my mind told me to stop. Look to my bed. What do I see? I see a dark shadow squatting on my bed. I could not see it clearly, but I saw a little bit of it. It was covered in blood, had horns and long talons, was frozen in place. Then it moved and glared at me. I screamed and my parents asked what was wrong. I said I saw a monster, turned on the light and nothing was there. I turned off the light, and no shadow was sitting on my bed. After that, I'd never even slept with the light off again. To this day, I sleep with my lights on. Forget a nightlight. I ask myself, what if I didn't listen to the voice and went inside in the dark? I mean, demons are afraid of light. But I've been dragged to a dark room or killed. Gives me shivers up my spine. I saw another demon squatting in my balcony. I saw it and asked it the stupidest thing. I was not really aware of what a demon was, or how evil they were. So, I told it that I was 8, and I wanted to be friends. I also asked it if it was a demon. It looked like it was about to lunge, so I got the hell out of there. You know, demons lunge like a damn wildcat. Final thing I experienced is a demon in my bed. They're called succubus or incubus. Fell asleep. My mom finally convinced me to go to sleep in my room. I woke up and my room was dark. I was frightened because I never turned off my light. Thought the power went out. Started hearing a growl like a beast's growl. I didn't have a pet or anything. Turned to my left and I see a shadowy figure. I inspect it and I see his long snake-like tongue, his sharp talons, his horns, and his sharp teeth. I was petrified. Tried to move, however I was paralyzed. I tried praying to God, please God help me. I cried, covered my mouth, and I looked down to see I was naked. I was 9 for crying out loud. Apparently a demon doesn't care about age. He kept on touching me and then he climbed on my chest. I saw his face. He had many eyes. Looked like a typical demon. I was staring right into his eyes, and it was the most terrifying night of my life. He started choking me, pressing down on my chest. It felt like eternity. I thought I was going to hell. Next, I blacked out. Then I woke up. I was drenched in sweat and gasping. Scared to sleep in my room and turned off the lights. When the power goes out, I scream and nearly break a leg trying to find a light. Childhood ghost stories from our old apartment. I just saw a video on YouTube about ghost stories. Wink, wink. And it made me remember my own personal experience as a child. From 5 years old up until 12 years old, I used to hear and see spirits. Our old apartment was haunted, and all of us siblings were used to it growing up, but only realized it when we moved to a different house and all of the weird noises and voices and odd occurrences stopped. I remember all of us freaking out when I opened up with the conversation. Do you guys remember when doors would shut without anybody doing it? Or any wind inside the house? Do you guys remember the stairs making sounds like somebody's going up and down the stairs? That's when we all started sharing our own stories. Then we all realized that I was the only one who experienced the most. I started telling them examples after examples. I'll share 3 memories that I still remember vividly. A quick visit. When I was 5 or 6, I was seated on our couch getting ready for a regular doctor visit. My mom's a nurse and takes health and wellness seriously. My mom was facing toward me, putting on my socks, and I was facing the stairs. Our stairs at our apartment were L-shaped, and it cuts off as it goes past the ceiling. It creates a shadow around the area of it, sort of cutting off past the ceiling. Sorry if I'm confusing you, it's hard to describe the layout. But as my mom was putting on my socks, I remember pointing toward our stairs. I asked her who the old man standing over there is. My mom turned around, looked at the spot I was pointing at, and she told me that there's no one there. I was confused because I could see a man standing looking down at us. His face was bloody with a bloody cloth covering half of it. He had a beard and he was staring at us. I remember not being scared, but more curious. He didn't look malevolent. I kept pointing to my mom and told me to describe what he looked like. After I told her what I was seeing, my mom told me that he reminded her of her uncle who got assassinated while he was gardening at his home. That's a crazy story, but for a different topic. I'd like to hear that one. He was shot in the face and died in the hospital, which was not too long ago, but before I was born. She confirmed this story years later, and it still creeps her out whenever he talked about it. I think he was just checking up on us. Maybe he wanted to say hi. Rest in peace, Tito. It needed a rest. Years later, maybe around 10, I was alone in my room. We had a bunk bed because I shared my room with my older brother. The bunk bed was made of metal and had a mesh design underneath the mattress. My brother's spot was the bottom, and whenever he sits on his bed, the metal mesh makes a squeaky sound or rusty sound. He always drops down on his bed and never sits on it, giving it a quick squeaky sound. Or rather, he never sits on it slow. And I don't know how to exactly describe the sound, but hopefully you get it. So hearing it on a daily basis, I'm familiar with that sound. One day I was chilling on my desk. My CD player stopped playing after playing the whole album, and it was just dead silent. I was sketching something, so I wasn't really bothered by the silence. All of a sudden I heard my brother's bunk bed make the squeaky sound, but it was very, very slow. Like someone was pushing down or sitting down really slow. I immediately froze. I was trying to process what was happening. I started deducing in my mind. I'm alone. My brother's still in his ROTC. There's no one else in the room besides me. That's when I realized that it must be something else. I gathered my nerves, told the ghost that I'm scared of ghosts, and I hope that he, she, or it doesn't show themselves. The squeaking stopped, and I remember trembling. I decided that it was the moment. I bolted out of the room, didn't even bother glancing toward the bed. I was legit scared and was screaming as I sprinted down the stairs. I told my parents that there's a ghost in the room, and my parents told me that they don't exist. It was just my imagination. Despite telling them every detail of the story to no avail, they simply reminded me that it must have been something natural, like wood creaking or the wind or the neighbors. I'm 100% sure it was the bed. I know that creaking sound, and it was very close and not muffled, like it was beyond the walls of our room or from the outside. It was right behind me. It was coming from our bunk bed. Also, how would it make that sound if it's not for somebody or something to actually sit or lay on the bed? This memory still gives me the shivers. A gathering. My last memory of a ghost encounter was the year before we moved. I was 12 at the time, and it happened in the middle of the night. I was kind of an uncommon occurrence for me to wake up in the middle of the night, but this particular night was the scariest night in my life. I get a weird feeling in my stomach whenever I think about it. It's not really anything big like Hollywood-level scary, but the sheer terror that I felt left an imprint on my memory, so here we go. As I remember waking up in the middle of the night, for some reason, and I just stared at the ceiling, trying to go back to sleep. I was probably half awake at this point, then all of a sudden I felt like there's somebody right beside my bed, like a presence. So I'm on the top bunk of the bed, and I just felt somebody was standing beside the bed. I remember my heart started beating fast, and I immediately went fully awake, and my body just got stiff from this uneasy feeling. Mind you, it wasn't a sleep paralysis episode, because I could move and it was actually comfortable when I woke up. So I decided to gather my strength and look to my right, because I really wanted to know if there was anybody beside my bed out of curiosity. As I looked to my right, I saw 4 figures wearing black, like funeral formal attire, looking down on me. They were tall because even though I was on the top bunk, they were looking down. Their faces were blurry, but they were anthropomorphic. I could tell that there were 3 males and 1 female. I stared right back at them, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, but it finally clicked in my head that they're spirits or ghosts, and I screamed and grabbed a pillow and just placed it on top of my head, and I pivoted away from them. I was crying and, well, I was purely terrified. I started praying and hoping that they won't touch me or come close. I remember repeating the Apostles' Creed and prayer for St. Michael, Hail Mary, and the Glory Be, but I was raised Catholic. I think a spirit pretended to be my cousin. My only paranormal experience happened around 2007 to 2009. I would have been around 8, maybe 9 years old. These experiences happened at my cousin's house at the time. To keep their identity anonymous, I'll call them Jem and Ellie. Jem is 2 years younger and Ellie is the same age as me. For context, I would often go over to their house for play dates and sleepovers. My uncle was usually never home because he was constantly working. My aunt was usually in the kitchen or caring for my newborn cousin. They don't live there anymore and moved out about 6 years ago. I'm sharing this now as an adult after reflecting on my experiences with my cousins. I will also be sharing some of their experiences as well. Also, when I say their, I'm referring to Jem and Ellie. I can confidently say that every time I went over to their house, I felt a weird sensation of anxiety. It was an unspoken rule between my cousins and I that we move around the house in pairs. The house felt heavy, and like somebody was always watching us. Their house had 3 floors. The upstairs consisted of the 3 bedrooms. The main level consisted of the front porch, the living room, the dining room, the kitchen, and the back porch. And the basement, which consisted of an open layout as a laundry room. The only space that felt safe was the front porch and living room. That's where we would often play. Now this pair system would only be done at their house. The times where I would have to go around the house by myself, it felt like somebody was behind me or following me. I remember always rushing around and I hated going to the bathroom. The bathroom on the main floor was underneath the stairs. It was very small and kind of like a Harry Potter closet, but slightly bigger. Gave me major creeps. The first event that made me feel eerie about their home happened during a sleepover. It was the next morning and we were all eating breakfast in the kitchen. This Saturday my uncle was not working. I remember feeling excited because that meant my cousins and I would be doing something fun. My aunt didn't drive, so we were often just staying at their house. Anyways, it was a normal morning and we were all eating, when we heard the loudest bang upstairs. I remember it shook the ceiling above us. We just all stopped eating and stared at each other. I was so scared because I knew, well, no one was up there except my baby cousin, and he was only months old. My uncle immediately went up to make sure he was okay. Luckily, he came back and said he was sound asleep. He also said everything upstairs looked fine. Nothing fell and everything looked exactly like it did earlier. We still didn't know what it was. Now the experience that validated my constant feeling that there might be spirits happened during a family party. It was my uncle's birthday, sometime in August or September. It was a relatively big party with maybe 50+ people. They had a big backyard. All the adults were outside under those white party tents, you know? Most of the kids were huddled up on the couch in the living room watching movies because it was raining that day. The living room was next to the stairs going upstairs. I was sitting facing the stairs and remembered Jem leaving because she wanted to play in the rain with some other kids. Some time passed, and Jem came back inside. She announced that she was going upstairs for socks because hers were wet. I saw her go up and back down to go back outside. Some more time passed and my aunt, her mom, came inside asking where Jem was. Ellie responded saying that she was upstairs. I didn't think anything of it because I was focused on the movie and honestly didn't care to correct her. So my aunt called Jem from the bottom of the stairs. Well, actually, she screamed her name, and we, as in all the kids in the living room, heard Jem's voice respond in Spanish. It took me a couple of seconds to realize, wait, I saw Jem go outside. That's when I told my aunt. So she went upstairs and just came down laughing nervously. She was like, "She's not there." My aunt told Ellie just to go get Jem from outside. Maybe 2 minutes later, Ellie came back in with Jem and my aunt started questioning Jem where she was. Jem came back hella annoyed because her big sis interrupted her fun. Thinking back at it now, I feel like my aunt stayed there in the living room with us to validate what she had just experienced. I remember her asking us, "You all heard Jem, right?" While Ellie went outside to get Jem. She was stunned, to say the least. The rest of us were too. Jem and Ellie have a lot more scary experiences at their old house than I do, but I'll just share one. This specific experience they had was a big deal. I remember right after it happened, a priest went to bless their house. It was a whole weekend ordeal. Family and friends visited their home to pray for hours. At the time, my cousins didn't tell me what happened because it was so traumatic for them. I heard it from my grandma, who's telling my mom. I'm telling the story now that my cousins told it to me as adults. At the time, they both had their own rooms, but never slept alone. They always slept in Jem's room together. They both were scared of being in Ellie's room because they experienced something touching their hair once. Sharing a room was never an issue because of how scared they were at night. They shared with me that they always had that eerie feeling like somebody was watching them at night. It often was difficult for them to fall asleep easily because of the paranormal activity they would experience. This specific night, their mom had just tucked them into bed. As they were trying to sleep, they both heard a woman's voice humming between them. They say they remember the voice right next to their ear. Immediately, they both got up and ran off crying to their parents' bedroom. After this moment, they could only sleep in their parents' bedroom. My uncle had to buy a king-size bed because they refused to sleep in their room. And after maybe a year, they began to sleep again in their room. The blessing of the house seemed to help settle everyone's nerves. My theory is that whatever this spirit was, it didn't like men. I was at their house a lot, and the only times I would experience things was when my uncle was present. My aunt has shared with me as well, that her most scary experiences are when there were men at the house. Obviously, as kids, we can't really contextualize this and are fearful of this feeling that we can't explain. Looking back now, my cousins and I agree that this spirit didn't have malicious intent towards us. Paranormal incidents I've been experiencing recently. The first incident is from when I was in 5th grade, so I was around 11. I've always been really scared of the dark, so I slept with my parents till I was in 6th grade. All kids my age did was sleep in their own beds. So to make me more used to sleeping alone, my parents brought my teen-sized bed into their room, had it beside their bed. I'll put up a diagram at the end of this one to better visualize it. I've had sleep paralysis for as long as I can remember. It comes and goes, so I'll have it every day for a week, and then not have any for 2 months. I remember having terrible sleep paralysis the night before that night. So I woke up in the middle of the night to grab water from my parents' bedside table. I remember waking up and sitting on my bed, still deciding whether or not I want to walk alone in the dark. I looked over to my left to my parents' bed. They were both sound asleep. Then my head turned to the door of the bedroom, which was unlocked. I saw two tall people. They were shadow figures, but I didn't understand at the time. I specifically remember thinking they looked exactly like my parents. The man was about 4 or 5 inches taller than the woman. The woman was slightly healthier, and they both stood side by side, not moving. I was confused and thought it must be my parents having woken up, gone to get something. But when I turned back to see if they were sleeping, they were still lying there snoring lightly. The scariest part is when I turned back to the door. The couple were still there. I was freaked out of my mind, but I didn't want to wake my parents up. My mother had been ill, barely getting any sleep as it was. So I just went over onto their bed and cuddled up next to them. The shadow figures weren't there the next morning. I told my parents the whole story, but they thought I'd been dreaming. To this day, I can still remember exactly how they both looked, probably because of how many times I peeked over at my parents' blanket to see if they'd gone. The next story isn't half as interesting, but it is worth telling. This is one of the more recent ones. Keep in mind, nothing else happened after the previous one, or at least I didn't notice anything, at least for another 5 or 6 years. My grandparents recently came to visit us. They've been here for about a month now. They've been sleeping in my room because they wanted AC. So I sleep in the guest room. Last week we had really distant relatives from my dad's side of the family, who we've never met before, and my mom and I didn't even know they existed, even though we have a really small connected family. They brought us, for no reason whatsoever, a large wooden jewelry box. Looks really old, but well kept. She told us it's a family heirloom and that her grandmother gave it to her. We took it in. After they left, my parents went to drop them off and my grandparents and I were tidying up the house. While doing that, I packed the jewelry box back up, assuming my mom wouldn't need it as she already has one, and kept it up in the storage. When my mom got home, I'd already been asleep. She unpacked the box and kept it on the top shelf in the guest room. When I woke up, that was the first thing I saw, and it gave me very eerie vibes. I didn't like it there. I told my mom to put it away or move it from there, but she thought it looked best on the top shelf in there. I didn't argue further, but ever since that's been there, I've been experiencing more. I've had a really hard time falling asleep. On Thursday, I'd been laying in bed, not able to fall asleep for 2 or 3 hours, just staring at the box. And yesterday, my mom took my grandparents out shopping while my dad was at work. I was home alone. I'd cut up some fruit to eat for brunch and put it in a bowl. I'd just turned around to wash the knife when I heard a loud bang like ceramic falling onto the counter. I turned around and saw most of the fruit fallen out of the bowl. Later at night yesterday, I'd walked into my bathroom. The switch to my bathroom is outside, so I turned it on, as I always do, and stepped in. As soon as I set both feet, the light went out. I leaned over the door, still inside the bathroom, thinking the switch might have accidentally turned off, but it was still on. I set a foot out to see what had happened and why the light was still out, and instantly the light turned back on. I know it wasn't a power fluctuation because every other light in the house was still on when that happened. It was almost as if I'd stepped on a pressure plate and the light switched on, and as soon as I lifted my foot it turned off. Still freaking out thinking about it. Today I woke up a little bit late since I'd been freaked out at what happened last night. And on top of it, I had a sleep paralysis attack. When I woke up, my grandfather came to the room I'd been sleeping in, asked if I had gone to the bathroom in the night. I told him no. and asked what happened. He told me there was a huge blood stain in the middle of the floor. I'm the only one in the house that has periods anymore, and if it wasn't me, then it must be my grandparents. They're the only ones that use the bathroom. First things first. They hadn't ever been to the bathroom since 9 p.m. last night. There was no stain then. Just to be sure, I checked their feet and legs that there was no wound or anything that could have caused such a large blood stain. Absolutely nothing. I don't actually have a picture of it because I don't think to take a picture of it in the moment. I was so terrified. Looking at the blood does make me a little dizzy, so I did have to go outside for a while. My grandfather did clean it off before I could get back, but you kind of have to imagine. It was a large circular stain with a foot smudging it. The foot was slightly larger than the regular-sized foot, but that could have been my grandfather accidentally stepping in it. I've been terrified for the last 2 hours. So much is going wrong, and I don't know what to do about it. We thought it could have been an animal that came through in the window. But then if it died there, why is there no smell and where's its body? The box is still in our house and in my room. I think I saw myself die in an alternate universe. All across the country, there are local short tracks like the ovals you see in NASCAR where people can race several different kinds of cars every week. I've always loved NASCAR, and my goal is to race at Daytona one day. Ever since I was 11, I've been racing at a local racetrack in Florida. Sometimes at other short tracks around the state when there are big races going on. Right now, I race what are known as super late models, which is the closest you can get to an actual NASCAR race car. Over the years, I've gotten to be a pretty good driver, usually winning multiple times per year. This is going to sound off topic, but until September of last year, I never believed in the supernatural. But then something very, very unusual happened that made me reconsider my future as a racer. It was a beautiful Saturday night. I was getting ready with a big 200-lap race that over 30 other drivers were going to be in. I was going to start in third place, but about half an hour before the race, something in my gut told me not to get in the car. But when you're a race car driver, you get used to being nervous and just have to suck it up and deal with it. This time was a little bit different. I had this nagging feeling that something terrible was going to happen if I got into that car. Even though I couldn't shake the feeling, I still got into my car, and by the time the green flag waved and the race started, I'd kind of forgotten about it. About 10 laps in, 2 cars spun behind me and hit the inside wall. The caution flag flew, signaling for all the drivers to slow down and follow the pace cars. The wreck was cleaned up. Now the feeling came back. This time, however, it made me feel physically sick. I couldn't race feeling the way I did. I wound up going through the opening in the turn, and that was like the turn 1 wall that led to the parking lot, where all the race teams worked on their cars. I threw up as soon as I undid my belts and climbed out of my car. Me and my crew packed up and headed home. My friend Pete drove me home as I laid in the passenger seat trying to get some rest. The next thing I knew, I was hovering over the racetrack, watching as the cars battled for position, inches apart, trying to make as much ground as they could. As I looked down on the track, one of the cars caught my eye. A familiar white and red car running in 9th place with a black number 62 on the sides of the car and on the roof. It was my car. I remember being confused and flying down on the ground to get a better view. I landed in the infield in turn 1, watching myself racing to stay on top of 10. About 5 laps went by before the unthinkable happened. A car that was being driven by me launched off the side of another car as me and the driver next to me battled for position. I watched as my car slid into the opening of turn 1, wall over at 100 miles an hour, hitting driver's side first. The hit was so hard that it ripped my car in half, tore everything below my hips off. The back half of the car, with me still in my seat, slid back down onto the track as I listened to myself screaming in agony. The other driver swerved, trying to avoid the two pieces of my car, but one driver hit me head-on, ripping even more of the part of the car I was in and putting me out of my misery. I watched as my head, ribs, lungs, guts, and other organs and pieces of my bones and my skin went flying all over the track. Some flew into the stands where people were watching. A few drivers spun in puddles of my blood as they went by. This description doesn't do justice to what I saw. I looked at the terrible scene for a few seconds, then everything went black. I opened my eyes to find myself in the reclined passenger seat of Pete's pickup truck. That's where I fell asleep trying to make myself feel better. Luckily, I did. I woke up just as we got back to my house. I thanked him and headed in. As horrifying as it was at the time, I wasn't going to let it bother me. Race car drivers sometimes think about fatal crashes as a possibility. But we accept the danger. You have to accept it whenever you do anything dangerous, right? The next day I woke up at around 9:30, and after I had breakfast, brushed my teeth, and did everything else you'd expect somebody to do in the morning, I went out to my garage where I kept the race car. I was about to get to work prepping it for the next week's race when I noticed something that made me shit myself, and I'm not embarrassed to admit that. There was a massive dent in the driver's side of the car, right about where I hit the wall in that dream. That fucking dream. I looked inside the car where I saw that there was a huge crack going down the roll cage. In that moment, I wondered if I should ever race again. Like I said before, I've never believed in ghosts, spirits, or anything paranormal or supernatural. But after I had that terrible dream and saw my car the next day, I started to wonder about a lot of things. Why did I feel a really strong urge not to race that night? Why did I get sick when I tried to? How did my mind paint such a vivid, fucked up image in that dream? And lastly, what if that wasn't a dream? What if I really did die in an alternate universe and that dream was a glimpse into it? If I hadn't gotten sick in my car that night, would I have lived to race another day? Would everyone that was there be forever traumatized by the sight of my dismembered body flying everywhere? If it was just a bad dream, why did my car have damage in the same place I wrecked it in the dream, even though I didn't wreck in real life? Haunted childhood home. Growing up in my parents' home, I've always had multiple experiences with spirits. So has my entire family. Their house is an old Sears kit home built in 1932. My family moved in 1992 or 93, can't remember exactly. It was 2 or 3. Ever since moving in, we've had strange encounters. First one I remember is waking up in the middle of the night to go into the kitchen for a glass of water, and there was a see-through figure near the window by the stove. I tried rubbing my eyes to get adjusted in the dark, but the figure was still there, just staring out the window. I ran back to my room, hid underneath the covers till morning. After waking up, I told my mom and brother what happened, and my brother stated he saw the same thing during the night. It terrified us. Ever since that encounter, I've become infatuated with ghosts. My brother, sister, and I would sometimes sleep in my parents' bed. I would wake up during the night and I'd have a bad feeling, almost of dread. Then I would see him standing at the end of the bed watching me. He was tall, pale, had brown eyes and shaggy brown hair. Saw the same man on multiple occasions, but only in my parents' room at night. He would never say anything, just stare at me. The thing is, my mom told me years later that each of us kids told her about seeing the same man. I still wonder to this day whom he could be. My sister told us that she would also see a woman and 2 children on different occasions, but myself and my brother never saw them. My mom also has experiences in her bedroom, but she never sees anyone. And as soon as she'll lay down to sleep, the shades will just kind of move in the room, but as soon as she sits up to see what it is, it stops. The air vent isn't on, the windows aren't cracked open. It always happens when she's alone in the bedroom trying to sleep. It still happens to this day. My mom asks my dad if it happens to him, and he denies it. That's why she can't ever sleep in her bedroom alone. Side note, my dad's a firefighter, so he used to work 24-hour shifts. Has pretty much done this over the years, working nights at other jobs, so on those nights, she'd sleep with one of us kids or on the couch. It scares her that much. I was home alone one day. I think I was in high school. I was sitting on my living room couch watching TV when I heard paper shuffling in our den. My mom's desk is in the den. I thought it was my cat, so I yelled for her to stop. The sound stopped for a second, but then started again as if somebody was shuffling through paperwork. I again yelled for her to stop, but it kept happening. I went into the den to see what she was doing, and she wasn't in there, which I thought was strange. I then had to use the bathroom, and as I'm about to open the bathroom door, I peer to my right, and there's my cat sleeping on my bed. I turned cold. Wouldn't have seen her walk past me if she was in the den. Went back to the den cautiously and looked around. Nothing. Still the only one home alone was the cat asleep. I sit back down on the couch again, start watching TV to get my mind off things, and, well, once again the sound starts. I decided to ask it to stop, and for some odd reason it did. I've also seen half of a man's face in the den window staring back at me, but when I turned back to my left, no one was there, and it still freaks me out to this day. He doesn't resemble the man I saw in my parents' room, but I am unsure of who it was that I saw. The basement is also full of activity. Before the bathroom remodel, the shower curtain would try to get as close to your body as if it could, but if you asked it to stop, it would. It freaked me out for the longest time. So glad my parents finally got a shower door instead. One time I went into the basement to grab a drink from the fridge, and as I headed upstairs, I heard my brother say my name. I looked over the stairwell and asked, "What?" With no response and, well, no brother in sight. I run upstairs and my brother's in his room watching TV. Over the years, we've heard our name called in different areas of the home. We would turn and, well, no one's there, and items would go missing and turn up days or months later in different spots. Someone will hear the basement door open and shut, but it's locked and, well, no one's come or gone. Items in the kitchen have fallen to the floor for no reason. There's cold spots throughout the home, especially in the basement and my den. My sister is still too scared to go to the laundry room herself, because she swears there's somebody watching her in the hall to get to the laundry room. That had always been an eerie spot. It's a dark area where the furnace is and where we always keep the cat box. Just always feels as if somebody's standing behind the furnace. From what my parents have told me, the person who originally owned the house died in it. Not sure what from or what year, but there was also a deadly car crash in front of the house where the man's car went to head to the tree in front yard. I've heard stories from friends that people see a man outside my front house at night walking along the sidewalk and then disappear. They've told me those stories even before I've ever mentioned anything about my parents' house being haunted. I'm just glad that we pretty much coexisted with the ghosts over the years with some frights here and there, but my parents are getting ready to move after being there 26 years. I'm going to be sad to see them move with all the good memories that we've had, but I do wonder if the ghosts will haunt the new owners. I think something might have intervened back when my father was sick. Back during the very beginning of the pandemic, around March of 2020, I believe, my entire household caught COVID-19. My sister had very mild symptoms like loss of smell and taste. It was literally the worst thing that she had. I was hit a little bit harder and I was laid out for about a week. My dad, an elderly diabetic man, however, was hit pretty bad. We tried to keep an eye on him the best we could, constantly asking if he wanted to go to the emergency room. His cough was so bad at times he couldn't breathe, but he always refused, saying that he didn't think it was that bad yet. I found out later that he would often wake up early during those days unable to breathe, and, well, that's maybe when we thought it was time to seek help. But when would he find us still asleep? He didn't want to burden us, would just go back to his room. We were still recovering from our own bouts with COVID, but we were well enough to watch over him, but he felt like, well, we were exhausting ourselves doing that instead of resting. The incident in question happened around the middle of the third week. I was starting to feel well enough that I could sit up and play games for a while without getting nauseating and just dizzy, my body or lungs aching. My dad had started off with similar symptoms to mine, but at this point his cough had worsened to where he had trouble breathing and he had lost a lot of weight. Every day we asked how he was doing, and he'd claimed to be fine in between fits of intense coughing. His constant refusal to go to the hospital kind of had my sister and I resigning to the possibility that one day we'd wake up to discover our father had passed away in his sleep. So I was in my room playing one evening. That's when all of a sudden my power went out. My TV and console turned off, but not my lights. Assuming my sister had unplugged my power, my room was kind of a makeshift one. There was no outlets. So I sort of ran a power cord from her room to mine. I asked her if she had unplugged my power. She claimed to not have. When I left my room to inspect the cable, I heard my TV turn on. Confused, I entered and sat down to resume playing. And just after the game finished, turned off again. Got up to make sure the cables were properly connected, but found them fine. So I disconnected and reconnected them and returned to my room. For some reason, as I was walking to my room, I got the sudden urge to go check on my dad. He had gone to his room early to lay down after eating a bit. Fortunately, I was in gamer mode and just wanted to get back to playing, so I ignored the feeling. The TV turned on, and as soon as I sat down, it turned off. At this point, I was getting aggravated. And as I left to replace the cables, my TV once again turned on as soon as I stepped foot outside my room. I turned to enter, it turned off. I left, it turned on. Called my sister over and she was as confused as I was. I probably left and entered at least 10 times with the power coming and going. From the start to this point couldn't have been more than 7 minutes. The entire time, my feeling to check on my dad kept getting stronger until I decided maybe something was trying to tell me to go check on him. I approached his room, and since everything was off, including his TV, I assumed he was sleeping. Only my father snores very loudly when he sleeps, and I didn't hear him. I entered, and he was laying on his bed. Called out to him, got no response. Unusual because my father's always been a light sleeper. I called him again, still no response. My stomach was getting ready to drop when I called him a third time, and I heard him take a deep breath in, and he turned to look at me. He asked me what I asked and what I needed, and I said nothing. I was just checking if you were okay. He said yes, and I went back to my room. I entered and turned the TV and my console on. They stayed on for a few minutes when all of a sudden tears started rolling down my cheeks. I don't know why, but all of a sudden I was overwhelmed with a sense of, relief. But the emotion didn't seem like it was solely my own. I was glad I listened to my instinct to check on my dad because I got the feeling that we could have lost him that night. But I couldn't understand why it overwhelmed me so much. I never told my father about this, but I did speak to my older sister who lives away from us and her husband and their 7 kids. She said that her dad told her that, when he was at his worst from that virus, he had a dream that his father came to see him. My grandfather died before I was born, but all of my father's family has always said I remind them of him. Anyways, my dad said they spoke for a bit, and when he woke up, I was calling him. My sister says our dad believes his father came to take him. She didn't put much stock in his story, but after telling her my story might have affected her or something. She's made much more of an effort to invite our father over to her house to spend time with him and his grandkids. I suppose the reason I never told my dad is for fear that he might read too much into it. He's very devout Catholic. Maybe he would treat me differently. I already got a lot of grief from my sisters who feel my parents favor me as the youngest and the only boy. I don't want him to start acting like my mom, who thinks I'm like blessed or something because of something that apparently happened when I was much younger. My mother's family claims to be sensitive to this kind of stuff, and sometimes it's hard to argue with them, but I've never really believed in the supernatural. It's been almost 2 years, and I still think back to this night. Has any of you seen a black shadow figure that looks like a man? Ever since I can remember, I've been having nightmares with a black shadow man who, whenever they come closer to me in those nightmares, says to me, "You're mine, you can't escape. I'll always find you. I'll get you, you'll see. You'll never escape. I'm always here." Things along those lines. I was like 14 to 19 back then. It's gotten to the point where I kind of learned how to wake myself up whenever I'm having nightmares. I see this black shadow figure that could be or not be that shadow man. I start screaming inside my nightmare, "Wake up, get up, wake up, please wake up." And then people who's been in the bed with me and stuff, and they tell me that I start murmuring until I end up screaming. I wake up as if I've been running a marathon and with bradycardia. Fast heart palpitations. And it takes me around 5 to 10 minutes to calm down and understand the fact that I'm not in my head anymore, but in real life. Last time I dreamed with it, I was in total darkness. Felt like I fell onto a bed, and to my right there was a window. A strange silhouette with a strange figure, and I stupidly become curious of what it was. I came closer to the window, and when I realized it, the face of it was right in front of me. It seemed human, but with black irises, no hair, the skin was black, pitch black, like space black. But it was so black it seemed like it was a void, like it had no skin at all. But you could still see a bit of texture. Then he asked, or more like motioned me to follow him through a door, which I effing didn't, because in that precise moment my girlfriend woke me up because I was talking, saying, wake up now, right this moment." Couldn't breathe, and my heart was beating so fast my whole chest hurt for so long. 2 ex-boyfriends had encounters with a black mass in our room that was near me. Ex. A talked yo in his sleep, and according to XA, the thing told him it wanted to talk to me and be with me, to which he responded, no. We're Christians, so he reprimanded and vanished it into the name of Jesus and demanded it to leave. After a couple of hours, XA fell asleep on the couch, sleepily got up and said things like, "Who are you? What do you want? Why her?" No, she will not. I asked you to leave. You will not talk to her. Stop now and go. What's your name? Apparently, the thing said its name and he just replied, "Oh." Then he snapped out of it and didn't remember at all what he said or what happened. I did because I was in the kitchen making dinner, petrified. I didn't move, not even a millimeter, because I was so afraid. I didn't want to see anything. Then while eating, he randomly said, "Do you know anybody named thing?" Said, and I said, "No, I don't, and I was 20 years old back then." Then at 21, ex-boyfriend and I were sleeping in his house. It was something around 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m., and he got up to have sex, and when he came onto me, I saw a face that made me push away and scream. Went under the blanket scared as fuck, and I heard him say, "What the fuck? Who are you? What do you want? How did you enter this place?" Dudes, when I tell you my soul left my body, I'm not joking at all. XB came to the bed next to me, and he started looking at me like he wanted to kill me. I thought that it possessed him, for fuck's sake. Then he looks behind me and says, "I want you out now." I felt a sudden urge to leave, to run and go home with my mom. I felt unprotected and terribly vulnerable. I was only wearing a pair of panties, and I ran to the door of his house and stayed there in a sudden realization I was naked, basically. XB came after me with the shirt and my bra and said, "We're getting out of here, okay? Let's get in the car and let's head to your house or just drive around." We walked back to his room and my body didn't enter, couldn't move past the door. I heard a voice in my head that said, "Do not enter. You cannot enter." And XB noticed and looked inside the room and saw that black mass figure on my side of the bed, and he said, "Fuck it. Use my shorts, let's get going." We were half naked driving around the city until it was 7 a.m. and the sun was visible. We came back to his house and it felt different. Light even, and we slept and that was it. Never saw it again. Fast forward to 27, present time. I moved out of my country, and in the past 3 years I've never seen it again. Never heard anybody said anything that they've seen it or felt it when it was around me. But very rarely I have nightmares with it just standing there. Far from me, just there. It hasn't said anything of the sort like he used to say when I was a teenager. My long-term boyfriend's woken up once or twice a month saying I'm murmuring. He knows he has to wake me up when he sort of hears me, and it's a rule I've imposed to everybody who ever sleeps with me. Now, my younger 26 brother has been having nightmares with a black shadow man chasing him down. He's woken my mom up several times at night screaming. No activity for a couple of months, and then... So the holidays have been hectic, and no reported issues for a couple of months. No strange things happened under our roof. Well, maybe a strange presence felt once, but nothing that disturbed me. My children sometimes still talk about a scary monster. But the scary monster could be anything. The cats, a spider, a bug, a shadow, you name it. Literally anything that seems scary is a monster. But tonight has been eventful. It was a busy day. Payday, and my husband got a nice paycheck with commission. Not sure if it's relevant, but I like to describe things and the events leading up to them, possibly my ADHD. So we went shopping and bought some new things. A nice crock pot, ours had been broken for over a year now, and an immersion blender, always wanted one, and a new toaster oven because the other one broke about a week or so ago. The heating element melted and bent inside. Never seen that before. Of course, we got groceries and things we needed. We got home and we were both exhausted and put everything away. I got hungry and said I'd go get something since I didn't want to make dinner. My husband was in a mood and decided to clean the whole upstairs bathroom. Not gonna lie, we aren't the tidiest, and it's been a mess since before Christmas, so it was beautiful and spotless. Ironically, we both talked about how we hadn't seen any paranormal activity lately. This was earlier in the day as we were coming home. And I said it's probably because our house is so dirty that they hate being around the chaos and mess. We both laughed. Feel like my words are coming to bite me now. So after I came home from getting food and we ate, I went upstairs to rest. My cat Kaya was laying beside me. I'm just chilling. One of my children is sleeping beside me, my little girl. She's sound asleep, not a peep or a stir. And I'm reading on my phone. I'm facing up. My cat just suddenly bolts like he's scared, rips my face a new one. I'm not exaggerating when I say I had a literal stream of blood going from my cheek to my neck. Luckily, it was just deep nail indents and not scratches on my cheek. I freaked a bit because I'm feeling warm blood coming down my face. My husband patches me up. Such a sweetie. I don't know what really made my cat bolt, but he did it again later. I'm thinking, he's just getting a little senile. He's not a jumpy cat, but he's blind in one eye. He's pretty chill compared to the rest of my cats, though. My most loyal boy, too. Always comes when I call. Kind of like a dog, really. Didn't think much of it, though. Not ghost-related anyways. I was just thinking maybe another cat passed by and sort of batted him. I wasn't paying attention, perhaps. Arya is sneaky like that. She's my stealth black cat with sharpened needles for claws. But he's never been that terrified. Anyways, now everyone is in bed. I'm letting Kaio sleep next to me and soothing him because even though I was mad at him earlier, I can't blame the poor cat. He just came to lay next to me as I'm typing this. And then I hear it. It sounds like voices. It's been hours since we've gone to bed, but I have a tendency to stay up and read. Happened at about 2 a.m. It's 30 minutes past that now. At first, I'm thinking it might be the reading machine my mom got for my daughter for Christmas. They love that thing, but I'm realizing this sounds like an adult voice and different voices talking to each other. I literally sit up and say, "What the fuck is that?" My husband, who is snoring, and is now snoring, just stops and wakes up. He hears it too. At first, I'm like, did somebody break in? That frightened me. And since I thought it might be the dream machine, I checked my children's room first. They were absolutely passed out. Nothing was around them. By now, my husband has realized it's the TV. He said he was very certain he turned it off. So was I, because I hadn't heard anything for hours. We both went downstairs. Not gonna lie, I told him to go down because I'm a total wimp. But he said, "Can you go with me?" I realize we're children, so we both go down. The downstairs is completely dark as my husband turns off everything before going to bed. The TV was indeed on. And how, may you ask, are we sure that we turned it off? Well, when I first turn on the TV, it goes straight to channels. We don't ever watch these channels. We straight up stream everything. Plus, Cocomelon and Bluey are on 3/4 of the time. It was on some weird-ass karate movie on one of the channels, so it had to have been turned on. We also don't have a remote for this TV, so... My son sort of dunked it in his drink. Still haven't replaced it. We just use our phones. But my husband was asleep and his phone was dark. He got his phone out when he realized the TV was on and opened the app and saw it was on. It wasn't opened before, so no way, well, he was asleep. I was reading and my app wasn't on either. But right before the TV came on, my cat jumped again. Luckily not on my face this time. So something spooked him. He's not one to be spooked, at least not like this. So, I believe the spirits come and go in my home. I guess they came to visit once again. One strong enough to turn on my TV, which is creepy to be honest. I mean, maybe we just got hacked. That was my second guess, but my cat's reaction makes me think otherwise. Ask Reddit. So I was raised Christian, only in the sense that Jesus and God were about as important as Santa. Don't know if that counts. I remember as a child once I figured out Santa wasn't real, beginning to question if God was a big lie made up by adults as well. By the time I reached adolescence, I realized I had no real reason to believe in God, began identifying as an atheist. I believed in no gods. I pondered the subject greatly, decided that it made much more sense that all the religions were wrong rather than one being right. There was really no hard evidence for God, that everything in the Bible sounded like absolute nonsense, especially in light of my education in the sciences. The thing is that I understood that nothing could possibly matter but the answer to the question, do I have a purpose? I never stopped seeking if there was an answer. Nothing else was worth seeking, so I never stopped thinking about that very subject. All of the conclusions I had come to, everything I saw pointed to religion being utter nonsense. The religious being the foolish and the uneducated, and that all of life and existence was some random accident that just happened to occur and would be over as soon as it started. I never questioned that stance until the day I had a good friend talk to me. He didn't have incredibly thought-provoking statements. He didn't have nearly any answers, but he had faith. I was mocking this man to his face for the beliefs that he held dearest, and he was brushing aside my rudeness as if it were leaves in his path. His message was clear. It was that he knew that there was a God, and that he was Jesus Christ. He confessed himself that he didn't have all the answers, but he knew religious leaders and I could talk to them. He was sure. I laughed off the entire conversation at that moment, but I distinctly remember in the moment before I fell asleep that night asking myself, could I have been wrong all this time? It was the first time I was no longer 100% sure there was no God. It opened a new chapter in my life. I had spent years finding every single reason to not believe in God, but had never taken the time to consider that there might actually be reasons to think that he does exist. I began to see them. The fact that the theme of human existence is the struggle between good and evil point directly toward him. Without God defining good and evil, all of our struggles, all of our dreams, all of our desires, all of our love, all of everything was just a bunch of complex chemical reactions. Everything I knew told me that, well, we experience and what we live is real, it's tangible. I was living it after all. Not only this, but I realized that this universe was made so that life, well, the one thing that could give existence meaning and purpose, could and would occur. Whatever caused this universe to happen made it so that it could and would have purpose. That demands sentience. That demands God. These thoughts continued for a month until I realized one day that it was true. It was all true. There was a God and his love for us was so evident. The love of a God that put breath in our lungs. The love of a God that let the sun shine on our backs. The love of a God that's, well, lets us look into our loved one's eyes. It's the same God that multitudes have claimed to have witnessed to walk this earth in the flesh and laid down his life to save us. Everything became so clear in that moment. That night was the most incredible night of my life. Fell on my knees in repentance of my sins, willing to follow Jesus as my Lord. I received the Holy Spirit. I was born a new man who put all of his sin behind him in that one moment. I went to all those in my life, all those I'd instilled my brand of atheism into, and professed to them that I was wrong, that they needed to repent as well. I found myself in the midst of a group that was getting more heavily involved in crime to fuel our drug usage. I was laughed to scorn and quickly found myself living my days alone. It's been quite a few years since that day. I now find myself in a thriving church community that's living in obedience to Jesus. I couldn't even begin to explain to you the joy and mirth of knowing your Creator, of knowing your purpose, and of knowing your family, and you will go to spend the entire eternity with. This world is just the beginning of the beginning, that only those who are willing to repent of their sins and obey God will find eternal paradise to be their end. If I hadn't found Jesus, I know I would have been found guilty of the judgment of my sin, and justly been condemned to an eternal hell for what I had done. My Creator loved me enough to give me a second chance, loved me enough to seek me and show me his love, loved me enough to walk the earth in the flesh and die at the hands of his own creation, so that way he could pour out his blood as payment for what I had done. He rose from the dead to the witness of hundreds, and has given his spirit to countless thousands, so that way we could know that this was the truth. Our time in a cult. During our time in a cult, the leaders decided I should move in with them. They had 5 teenage girls living there at the time. I was one of them. One evening I was doing my homework on the kitchen table with the same friend who saw that flying black creature with me. Suddenly, out of nowhere, my back started stinging. And I mean really burning and stinging. I was irritated by it, and I was trying to reach around and feel what was going on. Finally, after a minute or so, I asked my friend to have a look, as it was really bugging me. I roll up my shirt. She stares at my back in confusion. I ask her what she sees, and she tells me I have 3 long scratches down my back. They looked like cat scratches, but much too big to be a cat scratch. The scratches were like spaced apart, too wide to be a cat. Not to mention, they also didn't have a cat anyway. She seemed quite freaked out by it, so I go to the bathroom to view it myself. They're pretty much center down my back and also behind my bra strap. No way that I could reach that. I was worried at the time, though. I just figured it had happened somehow earlier. I was only feeling it then for some reason. Then this happened again a couple of months later approximately. I was playing a computer game at the desk in my room. Me and 2 other girls shared it. When I felt that stinging and burning sensation again. Exactly like before. Again, I try to reach around and feel what was going on. I go to the bathroom and lift my shirt. I see 3 scratch marks. Very similar to the ones before, but not quite as long and a little off to the side this time. I was a little worried, but told myself it must have something to do with the clothing I'm wearing. I put it out of my mind and never thought about it until years later when I heard about this phenomena happening to many others. The next one happened before I moved out. My sister and I were in her room in the basement. It was late morning. Next to her room is the utility room, and then the stairs going up. Her bedroom door was closed. We were just chatting and hanging out in her room. We were about to go upstairs when out of nowhere we hear this growl and roar coming from the utility room area. It wasn't like any growl I can explain. It was like a dog growl or a big cat growl. If I had to describe it, though, it had that deep, low sound of a large cat like a lion or a tiger, and it had a similar volume to a large cat as well, but maybe closer to a bear. It's so hard to explain. When I first heard it, I was so confused and immediately frightened. My mind was racing, wondering how on earth I was hearing what sounded like a wild animal in the house. We didn't have a dog either, by the way. Then my mind went to, it must be someone walking a large aggressive dog outside, even though it didn't sound like a dog. And the sound is maybe just carrying through the walls. Weird. I was just trying to make sense of it. Something primal inside kicked off, I think, because I became filled with dread. The growling got louder, and it sounded like it was making its way towards her door. I looked to my sister with panic, see that she's frozen on the spot. Her face was filled with fear and also confusion. I remember actually wanting to escape out of her bedroom window at that point. My sister told me to stop and be quiet, but I couldn't. The growling was getting louder and closer and seemed to be right outside my door now. I couldn't just do nothing, so I started screaming for my mom. I was just calling out to her over and over. The growling immediately stopped when I did that. I keep screaming for a minute or so, and then I stop. We listen. There's no growling anymore. It's totally silent. My heart is pounding. I tell my sister we have to run out. She tries to stop me, but I open the door anyway. I quickly look around. We don't see anything. So I race upstairs with my sister right behind me. We run to my mom and tell her. Another incident that happened involved time again when I was in my sister's room. I had decided to sleep in her room that night. We had just gotten into bed and we were talking. Almost as soon as our conversation ended, when the room was totally silent, a voice coming from the end of the bed broke that silence. It was a loud whisper, and it said my name as clear as day. Just my name, nothing else. I couldn't tell if the voice was male or female. It was just a very loud whisper. I immediately grabbed my sister and said her name. I was totally freaked out. She responded right away and said, "I heard it." I was so terrified I clung to her, trying to process what we heard and what could be the possible cause. She said we mustn't give it any attention. I couldn't stay there, though, so I got up to get a glass of water to calm down. I slept on the couch that night. I was absolutely terrified. Glenbula Cemetery. Non-fictional story. Hey guys, I'm just reflecting on something that happened probably 11 years ago now. And I would have been around the age of 10 or 11. Hang with me, I'm not the best writer. My parents were really into paranormal activity shows. They claimed that they've had encounters as well. Anyway, one night they decided they wanted to go to one of the most haunted cemeteries in Wisconsin to check it out. So we packed up the car and headed to Glenbula Cemetery, also known as Walnut Grove Cemetery. After about a 2-hour drive, we started to pull down the windy road that ended at the cemetery, only to find there were people already there. Must have been close to 11 p.m. When we got there, we pulled up to the gate and the people approached our car and told us that we needed to leave due to it being private property. We didn't have permission to be there. My parents apologized, told them that they wanted to check it out because it was known as one of the most haunted places in Wisconsin. Told them that we'd just leave, but just as we were about to turn around, One of the men stopped us and told us that they were a paranormal activity investigation team. They offered for us to join them for the night, and we agreed. As we started, they placed a few flashlights with fresh batteries around the cemetery. Explained to us that if they had any spirits around, that they would draw the energy from the flashlights. We would know if they were there. After about 20 minutes, the flashlights would start flickering and then turn off. This happened a few times throughout the night, and each time the batteries were drained. Nothing crazy, but we were intrigued. One of the stories from the cemetery is that some people would see a childlike figure peeking out from behind a tree or sometimes playing. So the team we were put with, they put out a red ball that a child would play with. This ball was at the bottom of a small hill, and I shit you not, we were all standing around and this ball began rolling up the hill. There was no wind or anything that could have rolled this ball uphill. I couldn't believe it. At some point, one of the guys that we were with sort of took us by one of the headstones at the back of the cemetery. We were sort of played at like a voice recorder. I believe that's what it was anyways. We played it in reverse to get that static noise you see in ghost shows. He began asking questions with nothing until he asked for a certain name. Wish I could remember it. We finally hear something abnormal, but nothing crazy. He then asks if this is the name, and it responded yes. We couldn't believe what we were hearing. He then asked when he was born, and you could hear the old man's voice say the year. Once again, I really wish I could remember, but I was a kid. It was unbelievable. You only ever hear or see the stuff on TV shows, but to be there in person, hearing it, was just insane. The spirit eventually stopped talking, and suddenly I felt something touch me, and a flash of red orb go by, which everybody else saw. Then one of the flashlights sitting on a stone that had died a while before began flashing again, and as soon as someone went to touch it, it stopped, wouldn't turn back on. Pretty freaked out, we decided to take a break and go hang out by the trucks for a minute, have a soda. While I was following everyone, and I was in the back, I had turned around to look back at where we just were to see a child peering around the tree at me. I screamed and it disappeared, and everybody turned around asking what was wrong. I didn't even know what to say. I was scared out of my mind. So we all end up at our trucks, just hanging out for a minute, just talking, telling stories and whatnot. And then one of the guys decided that we should all go check out the old gravestones. As we were checking them out, he told us to be quiet, told us to listen and ask questions to the dead, basically trying to get them to do something. While he was doing this, he had me put on a headset that amplified sound around you. Well, a little time goes on, and suddenly I see one of those red orbs again off in the woods. I believe they call them red eyes or eyes. It's quickly gone. I was a little freaked out, but didn't say anything because I didn't want to ruin whatever was going on, when all of a sudden I feel something cold on my neck, and I hear someone or something whisper my name. I looked at my mom because I thought maybe she was trying to ask me something. I just couldn't hear her right because of the headset. But she wasn't even looking in my direction. I took a few steps when suddenly I hear my name again this time, and it was loud, and it was stern, right into the headset. I looked up to see a manly figure running at me. I threw the headset off and started crying and freaking out, and I didn't have any words to say what had just happened, and just everybody there was with me. I uncontrollably was freaking the fuck out. My parents decided we needed to get the hell out of there, and we left. Up until that day, I never really believed in that stuff, but the things I saw and heard that night were far from imagination. It was one of the scariest, most unexplainable things I'd ever experienced. Ever since that night, I've had unexplainable encounters. Sometimes I don't really believe in anything, but something might have attached to me that night, if that makes any sense. This is something that I didn't talk about for a long time because I didn't think anybody would believe me. But here I am, finally telling the story from that night. Greetings, believers and skeptics alike. You've stumbled upon Paranormal M, where we explore the unexplained with an open mind. Hit subscribe, turn on notifications, and most importantly, hit the little thumbs up button and join us on this journey of discovery. Strange occurrences at Duke Mill. I've been working in the security industry for the last 15 years. Before this, I used to stick by some of the horror movie golden rules. 1. Always turn the lights on before entering a room. 2. If the lights don't work, don't go in. 3. If a corridor is poorly lit and has a flickering light, don't go down it. 4. If you hear any strange noises, do not investigate. 5. If you see something that you can't explain, ignore it. But since I started this job, all of these rules that help your average overweight ginger man has gone right out of the window. I'm expected and employed to do all of the above. Anyway, on with the story of my time working as a lone security officer at a place called Duke Mill, which was built in 1883. It's October, and I'd been working at the mill for only a few weeks at this point. I was going about my normal duties, arrived at work at 5 a.m. and started to unlock the building, which was bought by a catalog company and had a small group of regular staff. Now I had to go down into the basement, which had no windows or natural light. And using a very poor torch, I had to walk from one end of the basement to the other through a maze of pallets and boxes to turn on the light switches. While traversing my way through the maze, I heard what sounded like a woman crying. So me being the silly tool that I am, perhaps fool, instead of turning on the lights first and then investigating, I took my pointless torch and went to investigate. I turned a corner and followed the sound toward the boiler room. As I opened the door, I caught a glimpse of a woman who looked no older than 17 or 18, wearing an old-fashioned workmaid's dress. It looked like I was looking at her through gray-tinted glasses or like something from a black and white movie. Now, when I say a glimpse, it was less than a second and she wasn't there. The crying sound had stopped and I was just left feeling cold and very scared, frozen on the spot like my fight or flight response system had just crashed. When the staff members arrived for work, they could see that I was shaken. When one of the longest-serving members asked me what was wrong, I told him that there was something in the basement. He chuckled, and without any description or tale from me, he said, "Take it you've seen the Gray Lady, then." Turns out that a few people have seen this Gray Lady, and some even refused to go anywhere near the old boiler room. After that, I heard crying on a few occasions when coming to the basement. But I then adopted Rule 4. Oh, and I invested in better torch. My second occurrence at Duke Mill happened in the summer. I had just done my sweep of the building, ensuring all of the fans were off, windows and doors were closed, the secure lights off, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. And so on. I set the intruder alarm and left the building. I moved my car outside the gates and started to lock them. And while doing this, I looked up and noticed that all the windows on the top floor were wide open. So as you do, I thought 12-hour shift. I must be tired and dozy-arse here, forgot to close the windows. I went back into the building, turned off the alarm, and headed up to the very top floor. When I reached the floor, all of the windows were closed. So I began checking all the floors again on the way down to make sure everything was closed. I got back downstairs, set the alarm, and locked the doors. Went back to my car. and when I looked up, all the windows on the top floor were again open. Now, no one is allowed inside the building without coming to me to sign in, and all the members of staff were signed in. They were out by me, as they had all searched before leaving the building. So I run back to the building, not bothering to turn off the alarm. I ran up to the top floor to make sure that somebody hadn't snuck in and I was pulling a fast one. I nearly ripped the top floor door off its hinges going in there to confront whoever was messing. As I entered the floor once again, all of the windows were shut and locked. Standing there, I remember quoting the great James Woods from the start of Scary Movie 2. "Fuck this." I hurried back downstairs, reset the alarm, looked for the door, and jumped in my car. I took one last look at the building, and all the top floor windows were all closed. I stayed there for 2 more months, putting up with the random sounds of a woman crying and something messing with the window, until I requested a transfer to a different site. The Pink House. This house had been in my family for a little over 40 years, and throughout that time, everybody who's ever lived there, just about every extended and immediate family member, at some point, has experienced paranormal activity. I am still determining how much of them this happened in 2005 in South California. We had just been evicted from our house, found ourselves at my Nana's house again. I hadn't lived there since I was 4 years old, but here I was sleeping on the floor of the second story with my mother and 2 brothers. We had left our former house with nothing but clothes and trash bags, moved the bags against the wall so we had room to sleep. The entire floor was bare with no furniture, not even a curtain rod for the windows, so it was just the 4 of us and our trash bags. The second floor had been an attic before they converted it, so it ran the length of the house and was wide and long, with 2 small storage closets that always gave me the creeps, and a standard closet on one far end of the room. It was dark, and my brothers were sprawled far away from me, my mom on one side of the room and us on the other. I was having trouble sleeping. I remember there was a storm with lightning that would light up the room occasionally from the flashes. There was one large window facing the house's west side and one smaller window facing north. I couldn't sleep and felt uneasy, like an energy shift had happened in the room. I had seen things in that house before at that point, but tried my best to chalk up my unease to nerves and stress. I scanned the room, made sure it was just us there. Nothing looked off, so I laid back down and closed my eyes again. This was before the cell phones of today. We were too poor to afford any cell phones anyway, so I had nothing to distract myself with in the dark, and I still had that strange feeling of something being off. I opened my eyes again and started to stare at the wall in front of me as I lay on my side with my back against the opposite wall. That's when I began to focus on a black trash bag. It looked more prominent than the others, off in some way. I remember a flash of lightning lighting up the room, and seeing that trash bag I was focused on was just pitch black. No glossing effect like the others. Now I was terrified. What the fuck kind of trash bag was that? No one had a duffel bag, and we all grabbed what we could and stuffed them into a big hefty black bag. I could feel my heart racing as I watched the trash bag move a little. Like it, whatever it was crouching down facing the wall with its back to me, shifting its weight trying to make itself look small. I can only describe it as something cloaked in the blackest material I'd ever seen. Pressed myself as close to the wall as possible, didn't take my eyes off it. I contemplated screaming and waking everyone in the room up, but then it shifted in its crouched pose again. I did what my Nana had always said to do when I was scared. I started to recite the Lord's Prayer in Spanish in my head, just like she had taught me. It then started to turn its head very slowly, like it knew it was there. Words cannot describe the side profile of this thing. It had black skin and a nose, and like those silly 90s Halloween prosthetics witch kits. It was long, bent, and crooked, and I could see the white of its eyes bulging in such a hideous, abnormal way as it looked at me from the corner of its eye. I gasped loudly and looked around to shake my mom awake. I wouldn't be alone looking at this creature if she woke up, crouching in the dark. My mom was pissed that I had woken her up. When I told her there was something evil against the other wall, she got up angrily and snapped on the overhead light. There was nothing but the trash bags we had brought with us. She told me to stop being a baby and let her get some sleep. So I begged her to leave on the closet light. I practically clung onto her like a giant koala, which is embarrassing as I was 14 at the time. Whatever the hell I saw had scared me so much. It didn't show itself to me again, and that face haunts my nightmares sometimes. For years, I told myself it was just the stress of the move and the overall chaos that my life was at the time, till my siblings and I were reminiscing about our experiences at that house. As I relayed this story to them, my sister cut me off and said, "You saw that too, like a witch thing." My brother chimed in, stating that he had a nearly identical experience, but thought it was a large pile of clothes on the floor that he saw. My sister saw that thing crouch as a shadow one night when she lived on the second floor alone. When she had left, we moved in shortly after, and she said she slept with the light on for weeks after her encounter. We all had seen it separately, but described it all the same. Hunched down or crouching with black skin, huge bulging eyes. Think of Jeepers Creepers 2 when he licks the bus window. And a big, long, crooked nose. I don't think it's a witch. I think it's something very old and very negative. Something evil is up there. I think it showed itself to me that night. I lived there for 4 years and had plenty of awful things happen. But thankfully, I didn't see that thing again and haven't seen it since. And I hope I never see it again. It feels like someone I don't know invaded my dream, and it's creeping me out. I had a highly vivid, already unusual nightmare, which seemed more like a disjointed movie, although I haven't watched any movies since the beginning of the pandemic, and definitely not one like this. In this dream, I was traveling through familiar feeling places, interacting with some weird group called a distinct name that I clearly remember, but for some reason feel like I really shouldn't write it here. Never heard of it before in real life, so if somebody believes to know the name of the group I'm talking about, please write me a personal message. That would be crazy if I would be convinced that this is a real sleep invasion. I remember there were some initiation sessions where the members of that group were implying I should join them. Not demanding anything, but I was sort of feeling a kind of social pressure. However, I got a bad feeling about their community as it felt cultish. They seemed like they were normal people meeting in a seemingly run-down place outside and doing weird paranormal stuff, which is why I chose the sub. Not people I'd usually hang out with. Anyway, I got to know a girl, and she seems to have been a long-term member of this organization. She looked like she was exhausted all the time, but also intimidated too much by something to leave her group of associates and do something else. Whenever I said or did anything hinting at the topic of not wanting to join them, she just had this pitying look in her eyes, but didn't try and convince me otherwise, which made me feel even more uneasy. I felt bad about her and wanting to get her out of there, but also didn't get the feeling she would choose to come with me. Anyway, there was this one guy in particular she was wary about. She gave me the feeling that I should be wary too. I can vaguely remember his name, but also don't want to spell it out for some reason. I don't know if he was part or some leader of their group or something completely else. In any case, that guy showed up. He wanted me to stop doing certain things in real life. He knew things he should not know, and I refused to stop bad things would happen. Or if I refused to stop these bad things would happen. He never said anything hostile outright, but I got the feeling. He was wearing an ankle-length trench coat-like dark gray jacket that had lots of pockets on the outside. He talked to me using my last name and in English, not my first language. And the weirdest part is that he had a very distinctly visible face that I can remember quite well. Extremely unusual for any dream of mine. All other faces in the dream are only vague memories. He was my age, maybe a bit younger. He was white and had blonde hair, a little bit shorter than me, maybe 1.8 meters. He was an American as far as I can tell from the accent. I'm not a native speaker. Every time I felt scared in my dream, I thought something like, "I want to get out of here," and the scene would jump away in a twisted jumble and into a new scene like in a crappy movie. I didn't consciously choose to, but it felt like I was dragged through time, and I knew in that dream that a few years were skipped backwards or forwards, and during each jump of time, but there would be new people with new terrible things happening. But this one distinct guy in his weird dark coat was following me. He knew where I was for some reason. Other people and things were attacking me too, but I don't know if they were his helpers or just random nightmare people and creatures that this guy invaded. In the last two scenes, I found myself trapped quickly in some corner after escaping some bad guys and trying to avert some disaster. And both times he appeared walking slowly toward me. He tried touching my head, reaching out with his left hand while the other one was in his coat side pocket. When he reached out to touch me, I really didn't want that to happen for some reason, even though he wasn't saying anything threatening and was kinda smiling kindly. It was mortal dread. The second time this happened, I got so scared I woke up. But that is when the weirdest thing happened. Yet, I awoke and clearly knew I woke up, but the dread didn't go away. So I looked around the room and on the side of my king-sized bed, not my side, but the only one my girlfriend was sleeping in, I saw a nebulous black humanoid figure standing still. It sort of moved and it was breathing heavily. I pushed myself up and into the wall behind me, but as I did that, it slowly dissolved. I couldn't tell if it was the coat guy. Looked like a blotchy, blurred humanoid shadow of average height. Anyway, those are all the details that I can remember clearly. While everything felt like a dream, that guy felt distinctly real. And that one girl that wanted to warn me about him felt somewhat real, but I don't remember her features. I'm upset about this because I don't feel inclined to stop the things he wanted me to stop. And I'm scared he's going to haunt me again. My experience with demonic possession. My earliest memory with this thing was when I was a kid. I was in bed and something woke me up. It felt wrong and terrible. So I hid underneath my covers like a kid would. And I felt this thing creep up my bunk bed up the ladder and literally just stare at me. I could feel its presence right outside of my blanket. I fell back asleep somehow, desperately wishing it would leave. It would then give me nightmares. For years, as they'd always be the same. I'd be in bed, like I was awake. But I'd be paralyzed and just see it hovering above me. It would always have this shit-eating grin, like it was enjoying what it was doing. It came in many shapes, but the two eye holes and smile will always be burned into my memory. Sometimes in the dreams I'd be able to move, but my body would weigh a ton and I wouldn't be able to get out of bed. I would cry for help to find my voice and it just didn't work. I'd literally crawl out of bed sometimes and turn on the light to find it didn't work. Sometimes I'd crawl and make it all the way to my brother's room or my parents', but they'd never be able to help me. All the while that thing was there and just eating it up. The thing is, it's always felt so realistic. Like, I don't know, I was dreaming until I would wake up. It was horrifying. Sometimes it bled into actual waking paralysis. And I would know for sure I was awake, but I would be actually paralyzed. I would see it lurking around my room, crawling on the ceiling or just hovering right above me, smiling like it loved to do. Eventually, I learned how to fight back. Instead of getting scared in those dreams, I would get angry and swing at the thing if I could. It changed its tactics and started giving me different nightmares. But when my dream self started to notice it getting dark, I'd jolt myself into lucidity and banish whatever form it took and change my dreams. So it came for me in my waking life. It would whisper awful things to me, make me distrust people and hate myself. I had no idea it was the thing, and it was putting the thoughts into my own head. It sounded like my own voice. It would make me rape myself, make me hurt myself. It drove me to attempting suicide in high school, made me do awful, destructive things. I lost a lot of friends. I'm still traumatized, and I have a sort of shaky relationship with people in general. As I moved out of high school, I got into spirituality. I did a lot of research about energy and entities, and finally put the pieces together. I was possessed. It was a demon. Probably a low-level one, but a demon all the same. At my lowest point after the suicide, it showed itself to me in person. I had just been kicked out and I was living in a total dump of a place. I really hated myself and I was getting drunk and throwing things and channeling a lot of anger. And I guess it was enough for it to manifest because I heard a deep rumbling, almost like a growl, and I could feel something coming from the other side. Then a shadow appeared, complete with horns, a tail, and glowing red eyes. I felt a powerful fear just by looking at it, as if it radiated fear and negativity. It didn't say anything, and I willed it to leave, and it did, or made itself, invisible again. I eventually started to realize that it was feeding on my negativity. It all started with the nightmares, that mindless fear in its smile. I was food for it, or it knew how to play me to make food. So I starved it. I aggressively changed my life. I was already in spirituality, but I devoted my life to it and uplifting myself and clearing my energy. I found God, made His presence the one at my shoulder, His voice the only one that I heard. I even started casting spells and cast a powerful banishing spell. I beat it with a passion. As the paper etched with all of its foul deeds burned away, I actually felt the oppression I had known all my life start to fade. I felt confident in the fact that it was gone, and confident that I could shape my life, just like I had shaped my dreams. I hadn't had any nightmares since then. No physical incursions. I still have some negative thoughts, because, who doesn't? But they aren't nearly as frequent or as loud as they used to be. But maybe it's still there. Maybe it's just silently biding its time, waiting for me to slip up so it can sink its teeth in one more time. Lost Kitty Cat Returns. Wholesome story. So back in October of 2022, by the end of the month, just before my cat's Vale's birthday of turning 7, I had to put her down, dying at age 6. The reason for this was that she was born with asthma and diabetes and suffered a lot throughout her life. But despite myself being poor, I would skip meals or even live in unhealthy ways just to pay thousands of dollars to make sure she would have a long, happy, healthy enough life. I paid for all of her inhalers every month and was about $8,000 in debt to vets, which I had to make promise payments for, which I was good at keeping. I saw Vale like she was a daughter of mine. I can't have kids, but I prefer cats anyway. She was my entire world to me, and I made sure that she knew how much I loved her every day. One day, however, she stopped eating, drinking, or playing, and only slept in my room in the box fort that I made for her. I took her to the vet one last time. They gave me sad expressions, told me that it was time to let her go, because by next morning I would have awoken to her dead regardless. It was the hardest decision of my life, and as much as I wanted to run away and not watch the life drain from her eyes, I stayed there in the vet room and pet her, singing her the Dango family song that she always loved. Once I got back home and stepped inside, my brother was supporting me. I blacked out, and my brother told me I fell to my knees and screamed and cried. I was a complete mess. Next thing I know, I'm awoken in my room crying out my eyes in my bed. End up crying myself to sleep too. That night I woke up at around midnight-ish. I think I looked around and saw some kind of, astral-like plane surrounding me. Blue gradients of colors and enchanting appearances of blue sparkling dust. It felt warm and cozy. I even forgot I had mental disabilities and didn't feel any pain at all. Next thing that happened was that I saw Vale jump up from the shadows of the blue dust and jump next to me in bed and sleep there like she usually did. She was curling up and cuddling close to my chest. I wrapped my arms around her and hugged her tight but gently. I told her I loved her so much. It felt like she was telling me the same. Like she was telling me how much she appreciates the sacrifices I did for her. After that, I fell back asleep. And when I woke up the next morning, most of my pain in my heart was gone. I felt more at ease, especially knowing that she no longer was suffering. Skip onward to November. I ended up finding a kitten who I named Maple. She was very friendly with me, and from the start, got used to living with me pretty quickly. As I left my room to get something from my brother's room, for a moment, I saw Vale sitting on the top of the couch. Only saw her for a moment as I blinked, and then she disappeared. At first, I thought I was just seeing things, so I shrugged it off. A week later, I was walking to the bathroom, and in the corner of my eye, I saw Vale quickly walk out of sight from behind the laundry hamper. I started getting suspicious, but still brushed it off. Both times Maple was in my room, so it wasn't her. One night I had awoken to the same warm and cozy feeling again. I opened my eyes and looked over at my computer chair, which I always kept next to my bed because both Vale and Maeve to sleep in it while being next to me. To see not only the astral-looking planes in my room again, but Vale and Maple facing each other as if talking. Obviously they weren't, but I felt like I could hear telepathically what they were saying. It was the most heartwarming thing I ever heard anybody say about me. I felt like I could hear Vale telling Maple, "Take good care of her. She's a very good person with a big heart, and she will love you unconditionally. Her heart's still a little bit broken, but if you keep her close, it will surely heal." I fell back to sleep shortly after, and when I had awoken, I was surprised to see Maple now lying next to me like Vale did every night. When she noticed I was awake, she flopped herself all over me in the cutest way possible, gave me a smile, and I pet her and kissed her, thanking her. A week ago, I saw another glimpse of Vale. It seemed like she was sitting on the stepping stool that I had near the pantry. I just tripped over the stool. Before disappearing again, I was certainly sure that it was hers this time, and not just because of what happened that one night, but because Maple was lying in front of the shoes ahead of me near the other wall. I'm certain Vale is watching over me, letting me know that she's still there for me. Makes me happy knowing she's here. It makes me happy knowing I gave her a life with lots of love. I'll do the same for Maple as well. The reason I quit my job at the airport. I started my new job at Will Rogers Airport. I say new job, but I was really just moved to a different airline and working in the same ramp agent position. Now I have to tell you that I have a crippling fear of heights. My least favorite part of being a ramp agent is when I have to go climb in the cargo bin in the rear loading plane because it's about 20 feet above the ground. This particular night was a strange mix of a few factors creating an uneasy feeling. The first, ambience. It was it was raining. Not just light raining, but pouring rain with a few scattered lightning flashes and random power surges. Every now and then we have dead bodies transported in the cargo bins. This was one of those occasions, and tonight was my lucky night apparently because my manager told me I was throwing this plane. Throwing meaning I was pulling the cargo out of the bin. It was the last plane for the night. It wasn't very much cargo beside the body. My coworker John pulled the ramp loader to the plane and raised it up so I can walk up the conveyor belt to enter the bin. About 4 other coworkers came over to a baggage tug for the cargo. I say to everybody in a louder than normal tone because the rain was loudly smacking the metal shell of the airplane, "Hope you're all ready. I'm not trying to be in there all night." John laughed and said, "Don't worry about it. Maybe you can just make a new friend in there," in reference to the dead body. I didn't think it was funny, but I chuckled and told him to shut up and let's get going. I climbed into the small and cramped space and sat in the bin as far from this human-sized white cardboard box as I could. Pulled my phone out of my pocket and selected a playlist to listen to while I throw the bin. I find a good one, start working. The conveyor belt moves at a snail's pace, and you have to wait until they scan each individual package so I can't throw them just as fast as I want to get out of there. About 10 minutes into it, I'm getting closer and closer to this box. My music stops playing. I've had earbuds that short out when they get too wet, so the front of my mind, I'm automatically assuming that rain somehow got on, and, well, I just needed to shake a little bit of water out of them. But they were bone dry. I checked Spotify to see if it was a glitch or a problem with the app, and, well, I see I have an unread text. Did I get a notification and forget in my midst of my rap-fueled baggage handling? The way my phone's set up when I get a message, it'll tell you who it is, but it won't display the message. You have to access them to read it. The message was from an unknown number, which was odd, because very few people have my number to begin with. I clicked the notification to read the message, and all it said was, "Hi." I sent a text back saying, hey, who's this?" My phone displayed that whoever sent the message saw mine immediately after I sent it. I waited and no response. I started my playlist back up and got back to my job. Shortly after, a crash of thunder that was so loud the plane shook made me jump at first, but I quickly rationalized it and returned to work. I noticed the conveyor belt was no longer moving. I yelled to John, "What the hell's going on out there? Why'd it stop?" John replied, "Damn thing ran out of gas. We're going to have to take this load of cargo and drop it off while we get another loader over here. Sit tight." I think to myself, where the fuck else am I going to go? About 1 minute later, it got cold, like I could see my breath cold. I wrote it off as just a cold front and reach over for some stranger's luggage to lean on while I wait. As I look over for a bag to grab, lighting just went across the sky. Or maybe they meant As I went over to grab a bag, lightning went across the sky, and I saw a quick flash of a little boy, 11, maybe 12 years old, sitting on a white box, staring at me with this eerily happy smile and his head turned slightly to the side. My heart sunk and I froze, never taking my eyes off that box for what felt like hours. I was startled by the replacement conveyor belt starting up right next to the plane. I darted to the moving conveyor, crawling as fast as I could, trying to keep my balance and panic at the same time. I hit the ground and looked at John and said, "Nope, I'm done. You're going to have to go in there." I didn't want to explain exactly what I saw, but John knew something scared me shitless. He asked me, "What's wrong? Who was it?" I stuttered and walked away before I could say anything. Then I got a new text message notification that I heard loud and clear this time. A response from an unknown sender saying, "It's your new friend." And from your old friend, see ya. Something was in my childhood home. As a kid, I always believed that my childhood house was haunted. My first experience happened when I was around 13 years old. My mom drove me home after school. I immediately went to the bathroom. As I sat there, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The doorknob moved slightly, and my heart skipped a beat. I peered under the crack of the door, but I saw no one there. As I continued to watch the door, I saw the knob begin to turn slowly, and I felt a wave of terror wash over me. The door creaked open, paused for a moment, and then slammed shut. I was frozen with fear, unable to move or comprehend what had just happened. Little did I know this was only the beginning of a series of chilling events that would haunt me for years to come. Couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, following me whenever I went in my home. One day, while taking a nap on my living room couch, I was startled awake by a tall, shadowy figure in the doorway. It was solid black and three-dimensional, with a skinny, emaciated appearance. After a second, it came at me as if it was in stop motion, think claymation, and then it was gone. The shadow figure began to make constant appearances in the house. I would see it from the corner of my eye or in the darkness around my home. When I was practicing the piano, deep in concentration, suddenly I felt like I was being watched. My heart started pounding in my chest as I turned to look toward the doorway, only to see a solid black head-shaped thing at the top of the doorway staring at me. I froze in terror, unable to move or look away. All I could see was the thing's head. This couldn't have been my parents. The doorways are around 7 to 8 feet tall. The thing's head then twists back into the hallway out of sight. It only lasted a moment, but it was horrifying. It felt like I was living in a scary movie, and I kept feeling things were going to get worse. I was trying to keep this to myself, and things got worse when my mom and dad left town, which they did often. My friend's dad dropped me off back home, looked toward the window confused. "Thought your dad wasn't home." He did a double check and explained that he saw a tall shadow figure. He described in detail exactly what I saw. It was scary and also validating to know I wasn't going crazy. The strange occurrence in my house had everyone on edge. My family started accusing me of inviting something sinister into our home, because they too had started seeing unexplained things. The person most affected by this was my mom. They heard the basement door slam shut while she was alone in the house. I did everything I could to get rid of whatever was haunting us, but nothing seemed to work for long. It got to the point that my mom had to jam the basement door with an object in the hinge so it wouldn't move, a heavy wooden door. When I turned 18, I had my first boyfriend. We would always sleep in the spare bedroom in the basement. Both my parents left town. That night, as usual, my boyfriend put on a podcast to help him sleep. But when I woke up in the middle of the night, I heard a strange voice speaking from across the room. I was terrified and immediately phone. His phone was off. My phone was off too. I could still hear the voice of a woman speaking. I woke up my boyfriend in a panic. He was half asleep and told me to turn off the podcast. But when I explained that the phones were already off, we both froze in fear and stared at the door, wondering what was happening. It was winter, 2 a.m., and no one was outside. The voice went away and we both decided that we had to investigate. We opened the door and saw nothing. We checked everywhere and there were no footprints in the snow outside. Didn't make sense. Luckily, I didn't have to stay in that house much longer. I went to college that summer and didn't have anything happen after I moved away. At least not happening to me. When I came back home for winter break, my sister put my niece down for a nap in the spare bedroom. My niece woke up screaming and was inconsolable. The next day, she told my mom about the scary, skinny shadow figure in the doorway. It's been over 6 years now with nothing new happening. I frankly don't miss anything about any of that whatsoever. Upon reflection, I wonder if there was something there as a result of all the fighting that was happening. My parents were on the brink of divorce, and I was dealing with school, drama, and then whatever this thing was. Haven't stayed in the house long enough after leaving to explore that possibility. A white sphere interrupted my shower in the basement bathroom. To set the scene, I was 16. It was summertime and I had just returned home from the park with my brothers and dad where we had played football with some of the neighborhood kids. Being that we were sweaty and stinky, we each began to take turns taking a shower. At the time, the shower drain on the first floor bathroom was clogged, so we were using the shower in the basement bathroom instead. I went last after my two brothers and dad had showered. I was all alone in the basement, which isn't a scary place. My parents had remodeled it years prior, made it nice and swanky. The bathroom itself had been redone with black and brown tiling. It was a nice little room. The shower itself had a glass door and a metal frame that closed magnetically. The kind of glass that's cloudy and opaque, so you can't really see through it except to make out a general blurry shape from the other side. The shower also had a recessed wall, so there was a perch where you could sit. So there I was, sitting on this perch, relaxing and letting the water rush over me, looking at nothing in particular in the direction of the door. That's when suddenly there appeared a white spherical object, about the size of a fist, and about 3 feet above the bottom of the door. It approached the door and knocked on it, causing it to rattle, and then retracted and disappeared. I remember at the time being completely confounded. Took a second or two for my brain to scramble and realize that it had just witnessed something completely inexplicable. I immediately opened the door, and as you can guess, there was no one or nothing there. Thought maybe I had seen the white towel hung on the towel hook next to the shower door. Maybe a draft in the bathroom that had caused the towel to sway toward the door. But two things debunked that explanation. A, had the towel swung toward the door, it would have hit it with such force that the door would have rattled as it did. And B, I would have seen the entirety of the towel creeping in from the other side of the door, not a single spherical object that seemed to manifest out of nothing. At this point, I was spooked. I quickly got out, got dressed, and left. I immediately asked everyone in the house, my two brothers and parents, if they'd been down in the basement. and everybody denied being down there. I remember thinking maybe one of my little brothers had played a prank on me, but we never really pranked each other as kids. Even if they had pranked me, how could they have pulled off something like that? I would have heard them walking to the bathroom at least, it being as cramped and small as it was. They also would have taken credit for the prank, laughed their butts off about it. But no, I was completely alone down there. I told my family about it, but they all just shrugged it off. With nothing more to be said or done about it, I moved on. Since then, I've showered, relieved myself, and even bathed my dog. He was adopted after this happened. Many times down there in that same bathroom, and never again have I witnessed anything strange or weird. I've even spent the entire hours by myself in the basement working or watching TV. Never been privy to another unexplained event. I find it weird that I never would have seen, heard, or even felt anything strange ever again. And I do consider myself a very rational person, and a bit of a skeptic. When I hear ghost stories, I'm always thinking about alternative rational explanations, and often find them. I can think of 3 other times when I witnessed spooky happenings, but in all 3 cases, I can admit that there were rational, albeit unlikely, explanations for what I experienced. I also studied engineering in college, so I'm well versed in physics, and I understand that whatever I saw, it either had to reflect or emit light, and it had to have mass and kinetic energy for it to knock on the door and cause it to rattle. But what does that? I can't think of any rational explanation, observable phenomena that does that. The only other explanation is that I hallucinated it. But I don't have a history of hallucinating. Unless it's possible for a person to experience a single one-off hallucination out of the blue. I'm a skeptic at heart, but the only reason I can't sign off on regarding ghosts and paranormal as fictional is because of this single experience. Has anyone else ever witnessed something similar? My Aunt House and the Strange Thing That Happened. My aunt lives in a 2-story Tudor-style house that used to be a restaurant. The upstairs was always a living quarters. It was built in the 80s, and it's in the Appalachian Mountains. Here is a chronicle of what's happened so far, in as best of an order that I can provide. When I was a kid, I used to see a witch sitting in a rocking chair that they have. She was a haggard old woman in black with a shawl covering her head. Think Baby Yoda, not Broomhilda. The attic accesses. You know the kind with the fold-down stairs? They started flying open and rattling after 10 years of being quiet and shut. Marbles from inside cabinets would appear and roll across the floor when only my aunt and uncle were home. Opaque black humanoid shadows would crawl across the floors and walls. When I was 13, I was piddling around waiting for the adults to be ready to go. I saw the broken clock on the wall that had been hanging in my aunt's home forever. Decided to mess with it and turn the time to noon. We all left the house, and the clock that had been broken for years returned to its original time. I was the last to leave the house and the first to return upstairs when we were done going out. I was laying upstairs in the living room when I heard somebody walking down to the doorway of the adjacent bedroom. I opened my eyes to see my cousin's mom peering out from around the doorframe at me, smile, then go back into the room. A few minutes later, I heard walking upstairs. They creak so loud it's impossible to avoid hearing somebody else use them. She walks into the living room to drink coffee. I didn't hear her walk downstairs or see her leave the bedroom. I was facing the hallway that she would need to use to exit, go down, get coffee, and come back up. I still don't know who or what was looking at me. I was sitting in an old restaurant on a computer around midnight when from a bottom shelf, 3 industrial-sized mixing bowls flew across the room at me. I watched closely to see who did it. No one ran by, but I heard the stairs creak as if something was going up. There's no way to get to the bowls to the stairs without being seen for a moment. Ran up to the top of the stairs to go into the apartment with the adults to find the door was dead-bolted shut and all the kids were locked downstairs. We were teenagers. The apartment has complete access to walk inside the outer walls via 2 to 4 foot doors. They were scattered about the rooms. We were playing hide and seek once and hid in the walls. My aunt jerked me out with my arm, yelling not to. After I apologized, I asked why she refused to say, which is unlike her. She never leaves a kid without an explanation. There's an abandoned service station across the street from the house. We went exploring because in all of our years of the property, we had never really seen anybody kind of tend to it when an old car comes flying down the mountain. We usually run and a man gets put wearing nothing but underwear. What does that mean? He waves at us unblinking and smiles creepily. Never saw him again. Other details about this area. All business for about a 2-mile stretch on this road was abandoned in the 80s or 90s. It was once a major highway entrance to the area, and it's not any less convenient than others, and it's rarely used. This includes about 6 businesses that you rarely, if ever, see anybody at or attending. It's built on a limestone mountain and has a small pond fed by an underground spring. It also feeds the rest of the ponds for a few farms in the area. From what we learned, both running water and limestone can attract hold onto activity. I once found an article about a hotel on the property. Had a few deaths. It's since impossible to find. There's a church behind the house on a trail, and it's an old Baptist congregation that still handles snakes, and you can hear them hollering every service. I apologize for my computer breaking and all of my stuff not working, so you're hearing a unedited audio. And I hope you guys holler back. See ya. Enigmatic dream with the dead. Weird sounds and synchronicities. So a few days ago I had a very particular dream that might just be a dream, but I believe it's worth telling it because of its symbolism and how it happened afterwards. My mom and grandma passed away 12 years ago with 3 months difference. And it's not rare for me to dream with them, just like every other person, although with repeating patterns. However, sometimes these dreams make me feel like I'm having some sort of contact with them. So many things that happened in this dream, like being in a church and seeing a priest teasing and being silly with a man that was supposed to be Jesus Christ. I had a Catholic upbringing, even though I don't consider myself Catholic anymore, which ended up in a golden cross hitting a candle and sort of burning a corner of the church, and them being reprimanded by the parishioners due to their childish behavior. I end up telling these people something like, if you expect so much from others, even if they look like God, you'll be disappointed. You should understand we're only humans. And leaving this place to come in this big bright room that looked like a restaurant. White tables, white walls, and many people. I mean, many people. In this place, I passed by my great aunt of mine who died in 2020 who's speaking to someone. Next to her, there's this famous folkloric singer who died in the 90s. I just brushed that nonsense off as just sort of being in a dream. Half lucid dreaming, I guess. I come out. Then the daughter of this great aunt of mine comes with my cousins and we hug and speak. These are all well and alive, by the way. I looked back at the entrance of that restaurant, which had a huge glass door and windows that kind of just stare at the people speaking to each other as if they're eating or having coffee, except for the fact that there was nothing on the tables. Suddenly I see my mom. She looked like when she was about 35 or 36. She smiles, waves at me, and sort of gestures to tell my aunt and great aunt's daughter. Make them to say hi. She looked detached from me, but in a good way, just doing her business and not worried about stuff. I say, "Hey, my mom's there," like normal, but somehow surprised. My aunt says, "What are you talking about, your mom? There's no one there." I then realize I can see the dead. So then there's people humming some sort of melody next to this place. We go there and there's this gathering, like an homage to the dead or something like that. Candles on the floor, whole shebang. Everyone seems to have a heavy mood, but I'm feeling uplifted and really moved after seeing all that bustle and my relatives looking gleeful and having a good time. But that melody felt sort of haunting, solemn in a sentimental way, like a passage or link to the spiritual realm. I felt like it kept me linked to the spirits. Can't explain it. Next, I wake up from the dream with that melody in my mind. It's not the first time I dream with a melody that later becomes a song. I'm a musician. And I wonder whether I should take the phone and sing it to the recorder so as not to forget it. But I look at the clock and it's 6:59. Too early, don't want to get fully awake yet. Plus, the melody I was recalling now didn't feel exactly as the one in my dream. Didn't feel that magical and moving. I turn in bed, close my eyes, thinking about this dream, about that illusory communication with the dead relatives, and try to drift into sleep while hearing the soft noise of my neighbors getting up. And then suddenly, I hear these two loud snapping sounds like coming from the hallway next to my bedroom. That distinctive noise power switches would make when power goes off. Those sounds definitely didn't come from the neighbors, as the latter tend to be soft and muffled. I look at my clock. It's AC powered, to check whether the lights have gone out, but nope. It's about 7:03 or 04. Realized that was almost the exact time my mom passed away. The time she used to wake up every day, too. I've had some weird things happening at home, too, and I've learned not to be scared. My house was my grandparents' one, on my mom's side, and since it was built in 1980, no one else had lived here but her family, so I know nothing evil can be cohabiting with me. Later when I got up, I checked around the house for something that could have fallen making a noise. Everything was untouched. I keep waking up at 3:33 a.m. I, a 21-year-old female, keep waking up at 3:33 a.m. I'm also seeing this time constantly when I look at the clock before I get off of work, 3:30 p.m. in this case, or even when I look at my phone when I'm on the phone, call with someone. This happened when I was telling my dad the story earlier this morning. I looked at my phone, and we had been on the phone for 33:33. I don't know if that's 33 hours and 33... Okay, it must be 33 minutes and 33 seconds. Sorry. Starting to get a bit freaked out. Now, back to what my title is about. 5 times within the last few months, I've woken up at 3:33 a.m., and it would be to the same noise in my house. Someone yelling. I'm always waking up mid-reply as if I'm trying to yell something back but can never remember what I'm saying in the moments following. For context, I live with 3 other people: my mom, sister, and stepdad. I am the first one to get up in the morning at 5 a.m., while they all get up around 6 or 7. So it would make no sense for it to be any of them. They're already all asleep. And like I said, this is my 5th occurrence in the last few months. I think this started in November. The first time I thought it was coincidence, but I'm starting to believe that it isn't anymore. As soon as I woke up this morning to this occurrence, my cat was on my chest within seconds and tried to nuzzle underneath my blanket, then laid completely still. I sensed I was being watched, and I think he did too. For more context on the house itself, my room is on the 2nd floor, in a corner. I'm next to the upstairs bathroom, which the door is normally open, allowing the mirror to create a portal or a vortex with the mirror in my mom's room, right across the hall. I'm aware of this, and I try to close the bathroom door when I can, especially at night. But when I wake up, it's always open. 1/19/2023. I talked to my grandpa last night via phone call, since he lives states away. The first thing he asked me was, "Are you wearing your crystal I gave you?" Which, to his surprise, my answer was no. Honestly, I was never a big believer in crystals to begin with, but my mind might be changing on that opinion slightly. He said that he would tune in and see what he could find and ask those he communicates with spiritually. He personally found nothing to be too concerned about. He is, though, in communication with my great-grandpa who passed away before I was born, and he said that he would check in on me last night. I was a little skeptical, I'm not gonna lie. That was until I was talking to my dad after the phone call. We were sitting in the living room, just him and I, while my sister and stepmom were in another room. This is my dad's house, not the house I'm currently living in. And from behind my dad, I swore I saw movement in the sunroom. My dad is also very in tune with things that happen around him, and he smiled and said, "Someone's in the sunroom, isn't there? You see them?" It wasn't so much see, more like feel. So my dad and I got up to go into the sunroom, and upon approaching the doorway, a cold chill blew past us. Both my dad's arm hair and mine stood straight up. Wish I was lying. I hated that feeling. My dad walked in and asked me to describe what I was feeling. I sensed a male that I had never met. He was tall enough to have possibly hit his head on the door to the sunroom. My dad laughed and said it was probably great-grandpa D. Just like my grandpa, he's, come to check on me. And he was 6'2". I didn't feel unwelcomed in the space, but I didn't step foot inside of it because whoever was in there was unfamiliar, yet warm in a way that I can't describe. I just turned my back to the room and walked away. I felt eyes on me, but I put on my shoes and said bye to my dad. This whole encounter had me very freaked out, and I feel like I've opened a part of my brain that I'm not quite sure I want opened, but I feel like it's too late. My childhood paranormal story. Neighbor's friend didn't want anyone near her. So this might be a bit of a long that happened to me. When I was 6 or 7, living in Massachusetts. Back then, my family and I lived in a basement under this family and their 2 kids. Like I said, I was around 6 or 7 at this time, and this family had a daughter that was probably 4 or 5 and another that was maybe 10. Now, the 5-year-old was a strange little girl from the very moment you first met her. Let's call her Amy. Amy was quiet and wide-eyed, would just kind of stare through you every time you talked to her. She would not like to have company from anyone, not even from her mother. One day my mom came to me asking to kind of play more with Amy. She was so alone and had no friends and all that. Since I didn't know anything at the time, I was just like whatever, went upstairs to play with her. Once I got there, I was just kind of hanging out with her in the living room watching cartoons while she just sat there. Her sister then comes into the room and asks me if I really came to play with Amy. I say that yes, I did, but she didn't really give me attention, so I was just going to watch TV. Her sister then turns to me and says something like, "Good, don't interact with her too much. She's not right." I didn't really think much of it at the time, and the day kind of ended with nothing more happening. A couple of days later, I go up to play with Amy again. My mom told me to. And after a few minutes there, Amy turns to me and says, "You need to leave. She doesn't like it when I play with you," while constantly shifting her eyes from me to the windows. I don't remember exactly what happened because it was years ago, but I remember feeling super queasy at the time and very uncomfortable. So I went back home and told my mom what happened. My mom was a very Christian woman, and so was Amy's mom. When I told her this, she immediately got very worried and told me not to go back there. Apparently, Amy's mom had already told my mom that Amy always mentioned a friend that would tell her to do things and what to say, like an imaginary friend. I didn't really have much more contact with Amy alone after this, but I did learn what comes next as an adult talking to my mom about it. After Amy said I couldn't play with her anymore, my mom and her mom went to talk to Amy to understand what was wrong and why she didn't want to play with me. That's when Amy first described her friend in detail. Apparently, she said her friend would yell at her, make her do bad things if she didn't obey her. She described her friend as a young girl just a bit older than her, with dirt on her face and under her nails, wearing a dirty old white dress. Her friend also had very bad teeth, according to Amy. She was telling this, my mom says. Amy started crying and screaming while staring at the window. "Get out of here, I'm not going to follow you. Mom, make her stop. She wants me to make her follow her out the window. Please get me out of here." Our mothers immediately took her out of the house. We all went to stay at the church. Amy said the girl would come crawling on the ceiling and up the walls at night to her room. Tell her to do so many bad things like swear at her sister, beat her parents, not brush her teeth. She didn't and had cavities all over her teeth. And even things like grab a knife or jump out the window. A few days later, they all went into Amy's room. My mom, her mom, Amy, and a pastor from our church to try, exercise whatever was there. My mom says at first Amy was crying while this happened and begging them to stop. Then she started laughing and laughing, saying they were weak and sinners and things like that. Eventually, Amy just kind of passed out sleeping. I'm not sure what happened next. We moved out of the house and I never saw Amy again. What I do now know is that my mom says the pastor went to her house several more times, and Amy also went to a psychologist and a psychiatrist. I didn't see most of this happening other than her telling me not to play with her and the super weird vibes from being near her. I remember very vividly that, whenever she got into the room, you could feel the mood change and get heavier, even to a 7-year-old. Anyways, that's my story. I have no pictures or anything like that, but I still get goosebumps just thinking about Amy. She was a very, very, very creepy little girl. Was I slipped into a parallel world, or was it just an insanely detailed dream? An incredibly weird thing just happened to me while I was sleeping. Basically, I just had a pretty boring dream where I was doing chores around my house. But then I saw my cat that had recently died. Alive. Just sitting there. I instantly thought this was a dream and tried to pet her before it's over, as all dreams tended to end right after I realized that they were in fact dreams. It didn't end. I looked closer at the cat to test if I'm in a dream, since when I focused on something in particular, in dreams they usually ended, and it didn't end. I slowly walked from bathroom to where the cat was sitting to the kitchen, feeling every step thinking if I'm in a dream, in a different world, or have gone insane. Asked my mother if the cat that we had is in good health right now, as not to draw much suspicion, just in case. She said that the cat has needed a lot of care and was saved from dying recently at the cost of not tending to carrots, but doing fine now, which is kind of a weird thing to say. I would agree. Carrots. Anyway. Then I walked to another room where a computer is located in both the reality and that dream. The room was cleaner and had some kind of brochure from a diamond processing facility for some reason. As I was about to search on the internet whether a recent major political event and such happened, at this point being about 90% convinced I'm in a parallel reality or something like that, I kind of heard a "found you" in a previously not heard by me, ever not very masculine, but definitely male voice, and immediately woke up. That was weird, so I went back to lying on my bed with my eyes closed, until I suddenly continued the dream, somehow completely remembering what happened in that dream and me thinking about it. Except I was on the outskirts of a town now. There was a weirdly small amount of cars and a weirdly high amount of people walking. I walked toward the town while looking around. All of my dreams, that was before, that had a town in them, were of places I've been to before. I've definitely never been in that place. Most buildings were 2 or 3 floors, but there were some high ones. Eventually, I stumbled upon a building with a very weird design. It had lots of metal-looking cubes of different sizes on its walls. Most likely decorative. Can't imagine what purpose they would serve. I decided to go inside. It looked half renovated with some walls and a mechanical door to another part of the building looking brand new, while floors were just wooden with a pattern that's quite common. I can easily find an image of it on the internet, and I can link it if needed. An announcement was being said every few seconds about some newly installed AI door and other stuff control system being tested. There was a room with computers that looked a bit old and a lot of wooden furniture to the left. It had no door. Closer to the left was a map I decided to look at. It was a map of this building. There was a huge vat of cesium, of weird shape, and a bunch of smaller vats with other chemicals with longer names which I didn't have time to memorize as the single person that was sitting in the room with computers rose up and I quickly exited. That facility's map gave me an idea to try checking the map of the city using my phone, which probably wouldn't have worked anyway. But as I reached for my phone, a voice similar to that of my mother said, "Where?" And as I thought maybe it was my mother, saw me disappear from the regular reality or something, and I suddenly woke up again. My mom was still sleeping. This is very weird for multiple reasons. How was I able to see text in my dreams, especially as long as what I saw? And why was I only able to wake up after some random people said, "Found you," and where? Everything was insanely detailed for a dream, and there wasn't anything so weird it would be impossible within laws of physics. Figured people on this subreddit might know how to tell apart a regular dream from something actually weird. My childhood ghost experiences. I've only ever told this experience with my family, but between the years 2012 and 2016, when I was with all this ghost activity, it was wildly active. When I was born miles away from where my parents originally lived. They had gone to an event in their family near LA. My mom was pregnant with me during that time. P.S. This was her first pregnancy. On her way home, her water broke. Mind you, she wasn't supposed to be in labor anytime soon. The closest hospital was a church that was then remodeled into a hospital. I was born in this random hospital surrounded by nuns since it was a church before. I don't really know much about the place, but my mom keeps on telling me how the nuns thought I was special, gave me a nickname all the time. I don't really know if this had anything to do with my experiences, but I just thought I should add it in for some background information. After a few days, they finally went back home. One day, my parents set baby me down on their bed. I started crying hysterically and really loud, according to my parents. My mom quickly grabbed me from the bed and told my dad to check if something was there, since they didn't believe in the paranormal realm. As soon as my dad laid down, he said he saw an ugly-looking creature that seemed like a demon on top of him. He tried so hard to get out of bed since the thing was pushing him down. Eventually, he got out and looked at the bed and nothing was there. Again, this story was shared with me by my parents. I have no clue if it's true, but I am choosing to believe it. The look on my dad's face was all the proof I needed. Fast forward 5 years. We moved into some apartments that were pretty big from the inside. A week into setting in, and I started seeing stuff. And not just stuff. I saw full-on visions of what it seemed to be like a past memory. Like if someone was tapping into my head. The first time I encountered something was when I was sitting down on a large chair facing the kitchen. That's then when I saw a tall, slim, pale lady with large dark blue silk dress with long black hair doing what it seemed to be like a cleaning motion on the kitchen table. I never really told my parents about this as a little kid, since I was mostly all of the time quiet and observant. Then my mom walks into the room. I turn to look at her and the woman is gone. The next encounter was in the same apartments. I entered my grandmother's bedroom since we lived with her too. And when I went down to sit on her bed, and as soon as I sat down, I noticed I left the door a bit opened enough to see that, well, what was in the hallway outside. I turned around to see the scenery outside the balcony of the room. As I turned around, I saw the woman from earlier, but this time she was holding a baby. The door then started to open slowly, and it revealed an entire family. The woman holding her baby was standing next to what it seemed like being her husband, which seemed faceless, and in front of him were 2 little boys. I don't remember all of what happened after, but I do remember my mom telling me that I used to scream and have nightmares a lot in those apartments. So they had to move out. When I was approximately 9 years old, my parents were giving us a lecture. And to not be, disobeying. Otherwise, the boogeyman will come and get you. Or like us Hispanics say, El Cucuy. Cucuy? E-L space C-U-C-U-Y. As my mom finished saying that sentence, I was looking at the living room window and felt such a terrible feeling in my chest. It was like disturbing, terrifying, and uncomfortable at the same time. Then I started freaking out and breaking down like any little kid would if they feel or see something different or unrecognizable. I'd like to believe that it was a presence saying that its last goodbye was there, since it was the last time I ever had a paranormal encounter. And I guess ever since I've had a digging for supernatural horror and stuff around that area. crazy experience has me on Reddit at 3 a.m. searching for answers. Background. I live in a newly built house. I'm a grown man, 6'2", 230 pounds. I have 3 dogs, an older Yorkie, a middle-aged Chihuahua, and a very territorial Maltipoo, all lapdogs, all small. My uncle passed away about 2 weeks ago from what we believe is a heart attack that triggered him to fall and smack his head. Anyway, my mom found him dead sprawled out on the living room floor. He wishes we were to be cremated. His wishes were to be cremated. So all of the family was called to say our goodbyes. When we found him, he was already dead for perhaps an entire day, cold and lifeless and bleeding from his nose. Prior to this, I didn't know a body could bleed. After the police cleared the scene, we all proceeded inside to cry, mourn, and say our goodbyes. Being inquisitive by nature, I took it upon myself to use my phone to shine a flashlight on his wound. When I did that for the briefest moment, I felt like I messed up spiritually, even though I was physically fine and continued to look. What's weird is that since then, I've had really crappy experiences. From having my vehicle hit 3 times in parking lots, to almost getting into a head-on collision, to nearly being electrocuted on a construction site, to nearly being crushed by a tree. Over and over for the last couple weeks, I feel like death had tried to get me. Tonight my mother brought me some personal effects of my uncle, and I accepted, despite telling her I wanted nothing from the estate. Tonight I also slept next to my fiancé, and as usual, had the bedroom door open for the dogs so they could come and go. Sure enough, 2:45 a.m. while I'm doing work on my laptop, TV off, no noise in the house with just the nightstand light on, I see a flash or a shadow out of the corner of my eye above my screen. My bed faces the door. My laptop was at eye level. The bedroom door moved ever so slightly, making a faint noise. Suddenly, all 3 of my dogs, Chihuahua in the towel closet in the top laundry room 10 feet from my door, Yorkie at the end of the hallway, and one in my bed. They go absolutely fucking nuts. My Maltipoo next to me, foaming at the mouth, growling and barking very angry sounds. And the other 2 dogs that I can't see, I imagine are doing the same. My first instinct was that somebody was inside of my house, and somehow the dogs let him make it all the way upstairs. Didn't alert me until they were at the bedroom door. This being my thought, I slammed my laptop down and grabbed my gun and rushed to the door. Past the threshold, tap off my safety and search. Nothing. Check my laundry room, bathroom, nothing. I go downstairs and turn the lights on. Immediately, I see my reflection in the sliding glass door in the dining room, and someone standing directly behind me. I turn ready to kill them dead, and there's nothing. Turn on all the lights in the main floor and keep ready, and there's no one in my house. With the adrenaline wearing off, I turn the lights off. I go back to the staircase. I look back at the sliding door and decide to check the deck. I'm a big guy that's armed. No one was outside. Tell me why, when I close the sliding glass door, I see someone run up the staircase in the reflection, and it numbs my entire body. Fear like I've never felt in a long time, with my entire body feeling cold, washed over me. The dogs that stopped barking begin again. Of course, I run up the staircase and there's no one there, and of course the dogs calm down immediately. All 3 dogs staring off into space, all expressing the same thing as myself. What the fuck? Now it's 4 a.m. The dogs are asleep, and everything is quiet. The only thing is different is that the door is now closed, and all the dogs are nearby. The Old Man in the Secret Garden. Background. I live in a small town, but in the popular fancy neighborhood that everybody made sure to hit up on Halloween night because of the full-sized candy bars. My family lives on a dead end, and in the deepest part of this small neighborhood which contains my aunt's house, my sister's, and mine. My house was the oldest house, as well as the first house to be built before the whole neighborhood. Before, it was all woods as far as I know. My aunt is very creative and artistic, so she turned this trail in her backyard into a secret garden. It was full of old angel statues, old bird fountain, and a bench, and just a lot of woods. Me and my cousins always played in these woods when we were kids, until we heard the old man. Note, by the garden there is a super old shed made of tin, and it was there before my house, I'm guessing. Also about 100 feet away of a slab of old busted concrete the size of another shed covered by a ton of leaves and dirt. Just thought I would add that. The beginning was around 8 or 9 years old, and after school I wanted to go play at my cousin's house like I usually did. So I walked up to the driveway. My older cousin, Em, nice, she was 12. She was playing with the basketball, stopped to ask me if I'd heard the old man. I was obviously confused. I asked what he was talking about. He then pointed at the secret garden and said, "Listen." So we went quiet, and in that instance, all you heard was moaning like somebody was in pain. After hearing it for over 5 minutes, I ran home as it never stopped. My cousin informed my aunt about the noises. We were hearing them. She just thought about it was maybe nothing and brushed it off, since we were young and always played pretend in the woods. But the noise never stopped. It would grow louder and be very quiet, but never stopped. The next day, my older cousin, I had a friend that lived the next yard over, had a unique name. He decided to cut through the woods as he usually did, get to my cousin's house, only to be stopped. He heard his name being called through the woods that went further back. He was there for a few minutes, guessing confused. My aunt noticed him. The kitchen window had a view of the garden. Immediately dropped everything, yelling and running to him, checking and making sure he was unharmed and okay, which freaked us out because she didn't believe us about the old man. The neighbor then said somebody was calling for him in the woods, groaning his name loudly. He ended up getting homeschooled even though his dad was a public school teacher. He sort of stopped coming over. At my house, our woods are connected, and in my backyard we have a huge shop. My dad and his friend worked out of it. My dad's friend was alone working in the shop with all the shop doors open and begins to hear this moaning noise even over the machine equipment. So we walked down the hill to check out the noise, and it stopped. We went back to work, heard the noise again, and this repeated several times before he just left. Soon after this, my aunt freaked out and called the police. The police heard the noise, and all I remember is them saying, "We didn't find a body," or anything else after the house is searching our woods. This wouldn't be the time the police were called either. At least the first time. At some point the groaning stopped, maybe a week or two. When it started back, my aunt had called the police again to come and double check. Again, they found nothing. My aunt was most likely terrified, tried not to show it. She went around the surrounded areas, nearby logging company and other houses a mile away from the woods to try to get answers if they had heard it or if they are making the noises themselves. Then my aunt started holding prayer groups with women from her church to come and pray over her home. This happened a few times. I remember seeing around 9 women in a circle praying and holding hands over the yard for minutes. The moaning stopped. We never played in the secret garden again. I'll never know the truth to what we had heard. Around 1980, I was 15 then. I room and boarded at a small ranch. The ranch had a 25-stall barn. It was like boarding with my arena. My friend's parents had bought the ranch a couple of years earlier and needed help, so I moved in. I cleaned stalls, fed horses, took care of a few cows and a goat. My friend was my age and he had 2 younger brothers. For some reason, a horse stall number 13, we always had problems putting horses in there. We would put one in and it was clean with food and water. They would enter normally. Only one horse in the stall, by the way. It wouldn't be until the middle of the night that we would be awakened by my friend's father to go down to the barn as the horses in stall 13. It would be going berserk. On our way down to the barn, you could hear the horse wailing, screeching, and kicking. Upon entering the barn and activating the lights, we could see the stall door being kicked and bulging outward with each kick. We would open the stall and the horse would run out straight to the arena with its eyes wide and bucking as it ran. Before opening the stall door, we set up a blocked path so the horse would run right to the arena. That way it wouldn't get out of the barn or hurt any of us. We looked in the stall, and in all 4 corners of the stall, the horse had dug all the way down to the cement base layer, and all 4 walls had holes kicked in them. This was not the only horse to do this. Any horse we put in there would have the same sort of repeat exactly at the same time at night. Any horse we put in there walked in normally to start, and was just fine when we would end the day with lights out and closing the barn doors. We couldn't figure why this was happening. We even tried putting in a couple of cows one time, and the exact same thing would happen to them. The barn also had some weird happenings while we were there as well. There were a couple of times in the summer as we worked inside of the barn that we would suddenly hear what we thought was a sudden downpouring of rain on the barn. Each of us came out wondering what was going on, as it had been sunny and 80+ outside as we went in. When we looked out the barn doors, it was sunny. We would run out, and as soon as we exited the barn into the sunlight, the sound of hard rain stopped. One of our chores at night when closing up the barn was for us to look down the sides of the stalls. We would be able to see if a stall door wasn't closed correctly. What would happen once in a while, by the way. And that's how we ended up our day. What started happening was as we looked and all the doors were flush-looking shut, suddenly a stall door would fly open like somebody opened it from the inside, and the door would slam against the stall. The several times when this happened, we ran to the stall. It was stall 13. After all the trouble we had with that stall, we just didn't put any horses in there or any livestock. It remained empty, and this is when this door started to open on its own. We ran to it because we thought we could catch one of my friend's brothers in there trying to scare us, but it was empty. My friend and I had mentioned to some neighbors about what we were experiencing, and one day we were told to talk to the next-door ranch owner, older man who had lived in the area for decades and knew the previous owners. We were shocked to find out that in the 1970s a family had lived there and had a teenage son who hung himself in that stall. We went back to that stall because we couldn't figure out how he could have hung himself, as each stalls had only a type of ceiling with a hole over it and a feed tray. We again were shocked when we looked and saw an old wooded beam straight across the stall just underneath the ceiling. We had not noticed this in all the times we had been in the stall, and the barn's other stalls didn't have this in them. We went and looked at all the other stalls again, and stall 13 was the only one that had that wood beam. My friend's dad converted that stall to a tack room after that. They never had any more issues there that I know about. I was there about 2 years working and boarding and had moved on to high school in the U.S. Army after. Old farmhouse. When I was about 7 or 8, my family moved into an old farmhouse in Virginia. I have a little brother. My brother is 3 years younger than me, so he was around 4 or 5 at that time. This house had an upstairs which had 2 rooms. My brother and I were very excited about this, since we had always had to share a room. He picked the room to the left of the stairs. It was nice, but in the corner of his room it had a tiny door that led to a small attic. Gave me that eerie feeling, so I couldn't understand why he would pick that room. But he was hell-bent on having this room. I took the room to the right, which had a little window that looked out over the farm. It was great. We set our rooms up and unpacked. Fast forward to a few weeks later, my mom decided it was time for us to take a nap. In my room, of course. For context, I had a little red rocking chair with Dalmatians with my name painted on it. It was the cutest. I had outgrown it, though, since it was made for me when I was a toddler. Well, when we went to lay down for our nap, everything was fine. Then, out of nowhere, my brother started freaking out and screaming, clinging to my mother for dear life. My mother tried to soothe him, but nothing was helping. She asked my brother what was wrong. My brother pointed to the rocking chair and said, "There's a little girl in Sissy's chair. She doesn't want us up here." He was so unconsolable that my mom had to bring us downstairs. This is the first time the entity made herself known. I never saw her, but I'd always feel her presence or have nightmares about her. The weird thing is that I'd only see her in my dreams if I was in my room sleeping. So that quickly turned into my brother and I sleeping in my mom's bed. Most of the time she would target my brother, so he never stayed in his room. One night my mom talks me and my brother into sleeping in my bed upstairs to have a break. We only agreed to do it if we could leave the room light on. She agreed. We fall fast asleep. I wake up, in quotes, in my room. I'm alone, everything is the same, but I'm alone. Something is telling me to get up and go to the window. I don't know why, but I do. As soon as I get to the window, I see the little girl run to the side of the house, start crawling up the side of my window. Remember, I'm on the 2nd floor. I'm startled awake before she can reach me, and I sit up in bed and realize I'm reliving my dream. I'm panicking, staring at the window, and again, something is telling me to go over to it. But instead, I dart down the stairs to my mom's room, find my brother laying on the floor near the end of my mom's bed. We didn't say much to each other besides agreeing that we felt safer near Mom. I learned years later that my brother had the same dream that night. Fast forward a couple of years later, we moved to a new home. We had to share rooms again, but we were fine with that. We were scared from all the years of dealing with this entity. We thought we would be finally having some peace, but we were wrong. Shortly after moving, the same stuff started happening again. This time I actually saw her. It was dark out. My mom needed something from her car. I tell her I'll get it. As soon as I retrieved what she needed from the car, I turned toward the house to go back in, but I look over into a field next to her house, and I see her appear and disappear. Every time she reappeared, she was closer. Never ran so fast in my life. I ran into the house hysterical. I told my mom and stepdad, and they were obviously concerned. Mom didn't believe she had followed us into a new house, but now she did. We made the conclusion that she attached herself to my rocking chair. So we moved again, and when we did, we left my rocking chair at that house. And since then, we haven't seen her. I haven't dreamed about her. Growing up after this, I always wondered if she was an evil entity or a demon in disguise. Stalked by a Yosemite nightcrawler. I was 18 years old, living in a remote village nestled at the base of a looming mountain. I hadn't even smoked a cigarette or had a drink back then. I was definitely ill-prepared for the darkness that lurked beyond the safety of our tight-knit community. Our village veiled in an air of mystique, with a secretive religion of its own called Druze. It seemed shielded from the outside world by the towering peaks that surrounded us, and protection rituals that the sages would do. Little did I know that the sense of isolation would soon become a breeding ground for the inexplicable horrors that awaited me. It was midnight. The silence of the night enveloped us as my friend drove his 2008 Mazda 3, a shitbox that you wouldn't want to be in when shit goes down. Amen. Navigating the winding roads that went through the fields of cherry and apple trees, everything was going well. Just another drive around the fields. We were in the middle of our usual chats. Suddenly, something shot across the road with alarming speed, a blur of movement that left both frozen in disbelief. Turned to my friend, seeking confirmation in his wide-eyed expression. Without a word, he nodded, his grip on the wheel tightening. As he focused on the road ahead, I dared to glance to our right, where the trees cast long, twisted shadows in the moonlight. That's when I saw it, a figure unlike anything I'd ever encountered, tall and lanky. It moved with an unnatural grace, wavering between the trees as though they were mere playthings. Its skin, a sickly shade of white, stretched out over skeletal limbs, and its face was a grotesque mask of emptiness, save for a twisted smirk that sent a shiver down my spine. In a haze of fear and disbelief, I found myself behind the wheel driving faster than I have ever thought possible, desperate to escape the nightmare unfolding before me. But even as we raced toward the safety of the village, the creature seemed to taunt us, darting effortlessly between the trees on our right, a chilling reminder that its unnatural speed could easily catch up to us, even though we were going 100 kilometers an hour, through twists and turns, too, and it somehow managed to keep up. The horrors of that night stay with me even now, etched into the very fabric of my being. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, but the memory of that encounter refused to fade. It haunted me, lurking in the shadows of my mind, waiting for the opportunity to strike again. And strike it did. One fateful evening, as I stood with my friends in what used to be a cherry field, now turned park, having a fun night out with the boys. As I finished eating, I asked where I could wash my hands. They pointed me toward a portable sink placed between rows of trees. I felt a bit of serenity as my friends' chatter faded and my mind calmed down. But as I glanced out into the darkness, my heart skipped a beat. There it was again, the white nightcrawler, its form barely discernible as it lurked behind a truck of a nearby trunk. I pretended not to see it all, played dumb and walked back to my friends as if nothing had happened. What else could I do? I felt that it's best to just let things settle down naturally, because confronting such a malevolent force seemed futile, and fleeing play into its hands. So I chose to carry on, to live each day with the knowledge that the darkness still lingered, waiting to strike once more. It sent shivers down my spine. I live now because that creature had mercy on me. Years passed, yet the memory of that encounter refused to fade. Found myself drawn to the whispers of the sages, their tales of otherworldly beings and ancient rituals offering a semblance of understanding in the face of the unknown. Has anyone ever encountered a nightcrawler here? Spirits, ghosts, poltergeist, apparitions, etc. Here is what I can tell you based on our perspective as Muslims. When we talk about the afterlife, we referred to people's spirits in their graves, can communicate with the living. But those certain ways, such as dreams. However, we do believe that deceased can't in no way or form cause harm or benefit to anyone, basically meaning that they have no power whatsoever to do anything. What you're talking about, however, demons, spirits, and whatnot, are what we call the jinn. What are the jinn? The jinn are living sentient beings who, like humans, have free will to do all sorts of things. They have communities, they get married, they procreate, you name it. However, there are certain things that they have and we don't, such as moving at incredible speed, possessions, shape-shifting to any living creature and imitating their voices or behaviors, so on and so forth, and the ability to not be seen by humanity, unless they want you to see them, either as shadow people, animals, humans, you name it. However, you might ask, how can sometimes they, the jinn, say things that you might know or no one else knows? Well, according to our scriptures, a qareen, Arabic for companion, that's where a jinn who follows you wherever you go, which also is the reason why some mediums and fortune tellers can tell you things about yourself since they communicate with that qareen. That qareen usually is a jinn who other junks. Can hazard a guess and say the qareen usually is a jinn who either just asks about you and gives them your information. The jinn vary from genuinely nice jinn who wish you no harm. They just want to go about their usual day. Others are pranksters that like scaring people, just for the fun of it. Others are downright evil, wish nothing but harm to you, whether by leading you astray or try to literally hurt you. And those are what we call devils, shaitan, and that includes Satan. In Islam, we believe that he's a jinn too, and not a fallen angel. Not to mention there are weak jinn. There are really powerful jinn. Usually the powerful variations of them are called ifrits. They have the power to move heavy things with little effort. So, we believe that jinn also have different beliefs. There are Muslim jinn and non-Muslim jinn and so on. And the word of the Quran can be effective too, especially when it comes to haunting and such. If they are Muslims, they can enjoy the Quran and can even read it with you. Usually when the name of Allah is invoked by reciting the Quran, the evil ones can get hurt by it and can be repelled by the words of the Quran. And an important factor that everybody needs to know, the jinn can try and scare you. However, once they know that no matter what they do, they can't scare you, they eventually give up and they stop scaring you because it's not fun. So they'll eventually stop. However, if the jinn is literally trying to hurt you, such as random scratches and things falling on you without any reasonable explanation, some kind of medical condition that medicine can't explain, and by that I mean they check on you and find that there's nothing wrong with you clinically, which are usually signs of possession, then the only way for that jinn to leave you is by having a Muslim imam or a cleric to read the Quran on you. Quiet night, 2005. Only time I've had an experience. My house is a long strip of living room to hallway, to the end where my bedroom lie. The way my bed's set when I lay on one side, I face a corner. But when I lay the other way, I can see my perfectly at my door. If the door is open though, I can see all the way through my house to other end of the living room with the fireplace. I'd say the distance from my bed to the fireplace was about 40 to 50 feet, and my bed to the end of the hallway was probably 20 feet. The only thing I could hear was a small grandfather clock tick on the shelf in the living room with a few chimes every 15 minutes. It was a very quiet night, the year 2005, when I experienced an odd occurrence that I still to this day have never seen anything like it again. I was sleeping with the door open, as I did because I was 5. I did not like to be cut off from the rest of the house for fear of being alone. My mom's bedroom door was to the left looking out my room and was perpendicular with my brother's being the same but on the right. I was woken up in the middle of the night, but for no particular reason, and was facing the corner of my room. I noticed I could not really fall back asleep, so I tried turning to my other side to see if that might be more comfortable to fall asleep. Once I do, I noticed something almost immediately. I saw a dark figure standing a few feet from the end of the hallway into the living room. The figure was very tall, being about 6 feet or more. It was hunched over very slightly to its right and was very still. No one in the house at the time was that tall, and so I was curious on who it could be. I wanted to be brave and wave to see if it was me seeing something, but with no movement or response. I slowly uncovered myself. I stood up and walked through my door. I took my time making my way down the hall, passing my mom and brother's room, and the bathroom door in the middle of the hallway. The figure never changed, still a dark figure at the same height and shape, until I finally got close enough to panic, as it still had not moved and was towering over me about 6 or 7 feet away from me. I knew there was a light switch just to the left of the end of the hall around the corner, which I scrambled to flip on. I got it, which turned on the dining room light just to the left, and the light poured through the wide doorway and illuminated part of the living room it was connected to. The figure was lit up. To my surprise, it was just a standing vacuum. Relieved, I looked around the vacuum and then shrug it off and turn the light off and go lay in bed. Once I start to lay down and turn over to face the hallway again, I can see the vacuum outlined perfectly, skinnier and shorter than the figure I thought I saw earlier, which has made me wonder ever since. How come a figure that was 6 feet tall and was perfectly made out to be a person suddenly become a vacuum at my height at 5 years old, and smaller to be the outline of a vacuum now? Being a person of deductive reasoning, I can only figure it could be my eyes possibly adjusting from dark to light to dark again. But even then, the figure never returned even later in the night. Now, something that might fuel this story is that my mom's boyfriend actually killed himself around the time of my 1st or 2nd birthday while no one was home. Brutal. I asked my mom later how tall he was. Turns out he was just a bit taller than 6 feet, as he was tall. Do I think it was a ghost? Not sure. But do I think it was a ghost? It was him? Yes. Something is in my house, but I think it's more than one. Okay, so little backstory. My house was built in the 60s or 70s by my great-grandparents. As far as I know, they never saw anything strange. It wouldn't really make sense for them to have, because it was a new house and I'm assuming the land was free of any sort of spooky things. Okay, so let's get started. Both of my great-grandparents died in the house. They weren't murdered or anything, they just didn't want to go to a nursing facility. They had hospital beds in the den, and that's where they died. The hot spots of my house are the den, the living room, the hall, the bathroom, and my room. My best friend was staying one night. We slept in the living room, which faces the hallway. And the next morning, told me about a man standing at the window with a cowboy hat on. He said he'd tried to wake me, but I didn't react. I'm assuming the man was my great-grandfather who didn't wear a cowboy hat as far as I know. But he was a state trooper and they wear hats resembling cowboys here. The second sighting comes from my mom, and she's a bit skeptical, so I believe her 100%. She was taking a bath and she looked up to see my great-grandmother sitting on a closed toilet smiling at her. I asked my mom if she was scared, but she said she was just calm and it was strange because she just faded away like she was never even there. So those are relatively harmless, just simple sightings, nothing of concern. Well, my girlfriend's seen something twice while in my house, and it's not a calm feeling for her. She saw a face and a reflection which could have just been a light, but nothing bad. But the last night she was here, I was off to go get food and she walked out of my room to take a shower. She saw something move quickly from the living room to the den. The absolute worst experience happened in my room. I used to be able to hear breathing in my room. It would match mine, but I started to catch it and get it out of rhythm. And I know it wasn't my parents because it was way too loud and not muffled. But I just blew it off and don't really hear it anymore. One of the worst experiences is a recurring one. A sense of pure dread where I think I can move, but I feel like I'm not supposed to. And I can't convince myself to move, and last night was awful. I was on the phone with my girlfriend, and this was the first time I've spoken while I was there. We were having a normal conversation, and I hear my poster on my door move. Then it was immediate dread. I told her I heard the poster move, and she asked if my fan was on. It was, but it was on low, and that never bothers the poster. Then it set in, the inability to move freely, and that sense of dread. My eyes uncontrollably started watering as a wave of emotions washed over me. I told her, it's in here. And how I've experienced with this before, but she told me to just look. But I told her that I don't think I'm supposed to. This went on for a while, and for the first time I was able to see it, but not really. I told her it's really scary. She asked if I could see it, but I told her I couldn't see it, but I know what it looks like. And it's like nothing I've seen before. I can hardly describe it. I felt as though it got closer and a huge wave of shivers crossed my body. I was hot and cold at the same time, and then it was gone. Some slight residual fear, but I was able to confidently move. I don't know what it could be. It could just be my brain playing tricks on me. But I really don't think it is. Paranormal experience in Venice. I got followed by a wailing entity/entities. I was in this Venice. It was this time this year. And I still can't get my head around how and why this happened. I was there for 3 nights. It was my first time in Venice and I loved it. I was there with friends, but due to our poor planning, all 4 of us stayed in different hotels. I chose one near the station, which was an intimate hotel ran by a religious family. It was a classic old Venetian villa facing a canal. The place had a chapel, a garden, and full of religious merchandise and decorations throughout. My room was on the 2nd floor. You had to climb 3 sets of stairs. And on the top you were met with a marble square lobby with a round table in the middle. There were few rooms around this lobby, and the rest of the rooms continued on 2 corridors that stretched on either side of the lobby. My room was one of the ones attached to this lobby. A single room that looked over the canal. It was a simple small room composed of a single bed with a cross above the head, a basin, and then a wardrobe. It was a cheap and cheerful hotel. I slept like a baby the first 2 nights. However, on my third and final night, I had trouble getting to sleep. There were loud neighbors. They were watching videos. Didn't help. I had to bang on their wall around 1 a.m. after they stopped. Then I fell asleep. But I remember feeling uneasy and agitated that night. I woke up sometime between 3:30 and 4:30, which I guess wasn't unusual for me as I don't sleep well normally. That's when I heard a group of loud wailing people in the building. It echoed into my room via the hall. At this point, I remember thinking that the source of this noise was either coming from the stairs or the bottom of it. I was initially annoyed, thinking that there were a bunch of drunkards who came in after a night out. Then it suddenly hit me that the hotel had a 12 a.m. curfew. It was unlikely a group of people suddenly came out of their rooms to cause a commotion. I came to my senses, which made me more aware that this mysterious wailing, it was loud almost in despair and crescendoed over and over, echoing into the lobby. I came to my senses and realized that this was, or they were definitely not human. It's hard to explain, but something in me knew this was not alive, in one form or another. Humans could not make this noise. I never, ever felt like this before. Then the wailing finally stopped. I was relieved, but what happened next is something I will never forget. The sound resumed from the foot of my bed, and this thing or these things wailing in my room at the front of my bed, very much present, closer and louder. I don't know what happened after that. I blacked out or passed out, and when I was conscious, it was around 7 a.m. To my surprise, I didn't feel as scared. Glad, though, until later on in the day where I tried to recap what on earth happened. To this day, I can't explain what this is. I wasn't a paranormal enthusiast or a believer. Believed I would stay like this until proven wrong. I'm actually easily spooked, and always thought I'd end up crying or screaming if I encountered a ghost. My theory is that my body just went into extreme fear after that thing came into my room, simply shut down, hence the passing out feeling. I think about this pretty often and got the chills whilst writing this. I'd love to hear what everybody else thinks about it, though. Thoughts, theories, etc. My old house was definitely haunted. Story number 1. I remember sitting on my bed, either watching Netflix or playing something on my PS4. Can't remember exactly. But I heard outside my window was cow noises. Well, I can actually relate to that. Like really close to my window. I was getting freaked out and I texted my cousin about it. She asked if there was a cow near my home. I told her, yeah, but not that close where I can hear them. She just told me that maybe one of them got out. But it also didn't really sound like a cow, if that makes any sense. It sounded like a woman in stress as well, mixed in with a cow. I don't know, it just kind of freaked me out, and my room is a whole story itself. My 3 ex-uncle literally died in my room, and the bed frame he died on was given to me for a while, but I kind of ended up giving it to my sister. And speaking of my room, it was the hottest room in the whole house. On certain days, you could open windows and still somewhat be hot. I don't know if that accounts to anything paranormal. I know something being cold does, I think. Just thought I should mention it. Speaking of my sister, here's story number 2. I remember being in my sister's room, scrolling through Musically. When suddenly in the corner of my eye, I see something in the doorway. It wasn't just standing there, it was crawling on the floor. It looked like a woman. She had grayish skin, long black hair, and she was bent over like spider style, if that makes any sense. She was wearing a long white dress. As soon as I seen that, I literally started crying. I jumped up out of the bed and slammed the door shut. I jumped back on the bed and hid underneath the covers. Story number 3. I remember being in the kitchen with my sister. We were jumping around, acting like idiots, when suddenly we both heard something outside the window. It sounded like a chainsaw going off. I peeked out. Nobody was there. But it was close to the window, like really close. Me and my sister just ran toward my room and locked the door. Story number 4. I was in my room, sitting down on my bed, about to go to sleep. I opened my eyes a little bit and seen something in the corner of my room. It was a man in a hat. I immediately turned on my little lamp beside my bed. When I turned on that light, it wasn't there anymore. I was so freaked out I didn't go to sleep, though. I just recently looked up Man in a Hat, Paranormal. Turns out it has something related to childhood trauma. Explains a lot. Story number 5. Every single time I'd go into my kitchen and get something from the fridge, I would feel like I'm being watched. I always felt that in my house, but whenever I get something to eat or drink, it would feel stronger. I don't know how to explain it, but it just felt off. Speaking of that, I remember getting something to drink and it was on the top shelf, and the way that my fridge was made, I could kind of climb up to it. There was a little room to kind of put my feet on, and as soon as I was about to get it, I felt something touch my shoulder and thought it was my dad or mom, but whenever I looked, nobody would be there. I just climbed down and ran to the living room. Step into the shadows with Paranormal M, your gateway to the otherworldly. Subscribe now and enable notifications. Drop a comment down there. And get ready to dive deep into the unknown with our latest spine-chilling narratives. True story of my encounter with an unknown figure. My name is Bahman. I'm 20 years old and male. I'm from a small village in the north of Iran, up in a mountain area surrounded by a large forest. The story is for 2 years ago when I was 18, 2021. It was partly cloudy. I was going to go for a walk in the forest like every day. The main path of the forest crosses from behind of our house. So it wasn't like a long walk, but it was just deep in the forest. A dirt road with trees around you as far as the eye can see. It was kind of late compared to usual. It was like 5:30, 6 o'clock. It was getting dark, but because I was familiar with the path, I wasn't worried. I was thinking I'll be back soon. Just kind of made me go for it. I was about 20 minutes into the walk. It was just kind of keep getting darker every minute. Get to the part of the path, that straight road for like 1,000 feet, and you can somewhat see the end of it. And as I was slowly walking in that road, I see a dark figure at the end of the road. Just a black thing standing in the middle of the road. It was like a dusk kind of time, so I wasn't sure what I was looking at specifically in the distance. My first thought was that it was probably a cow. It's a village, so many people have farms around here. Sometimes they let their cows in the woods for days, but in kind of a large group. But I thought, then why is this one alone? Most importantly, why is it not moving? Believe it or not, I don't know why, but I didn't stop. It was the curiosity maybe, or just didn't want to be a pussy if it's a prank or some guy from the village. I don't really know what I was thinking in that moment. I just remember just looking at the thing without a blink as I was walking toward it. The thing that creeped me out the most was why the hell this thing didn't move an inch. I was just getting more and more scared as I was getting closer to it. I started to see a shape. It was like a tall figure, long and skinny legs. At one point, I think I saw a third leg or maybe a stick in his hands. I don't know exactly, it was so blurry. I kept walking and still not knowing what I'm looking at. My heart, it was just coming out of my mouth. Stopped at maybe 60 feet of the figure, just looking at it, standing still without a single move or anything. I didn't have the courage to say anything. I remember just thinking, fuck it. Turned around, walked away. As I was walking back, I constantly looked back at my shoulder, paranoid of seeing that thing move. But every time it was just standing there and kept getting more further away and finally out of sight. It was almost completely dark at this point. After a few turns, I kind of calmed down a little bit. I didn't get that worried. Didn't run home like crazy, and I kept walking normal, and I tried not to think about what just happened. I just started working with my phone to maybe call a friend to just talk with them till I get home. And just before that, for the last time, I looked back. Something I wish I never did. I saw something that traumatized me for life. Still makes my hand shake from fear to this day. I saw the same blur black figure standing still in the middle of the road looking at me like 50 feet. I didn't stand there to see it move. Or not this time. I just run for my life. I run like if I stopped I would die. I didn't look back once. I just run home. When I get home, my hands and feet were shaking. Something that I've never experienced, and I hope I never do again. My family was worried too, after I told them what just happened. They told me I was hallucinating, but I could tell from their eyes that they're shocked and scared as I am. I never experienced such a thing again. Never mention it with anyone until today. But this experience will forever be in my mind, and it'll haunt me forever. See ya. The Haunted Toys R Us. So I grew up in Sunnyvale, California in the early 2000s. I loved going to our city's Toys R Us as a kid. However, there were always rumors about it being haunted. I remember some kids at my elementary school telling stories about how boxes would inexplicably be pushed off shelves by a ghost in the store. I always thought it was just kids telling stories to try to scare each other, and I never really thought much of it. Just considered it as an urban legend since nothing paranormal had ever happened to me in that store. But when I was about 13 years old, I had a strange experience in that Toys R Us that made me change my mind about the whole legend behind a hoax. On the day in question, my family was going to Toys R Us because my little brother wanted to buy something. My best friend and I decided to go too because we'd been to that store in years, really. While we were waiting for my little brother to find the toy he wanted, my friend and I were exploring through all the aisles in the store, messing around and having fun with toys. Finally, we reached the back of the store, and by this time we were bored and looking at toys, so we just stood in an aisle and talked. Eventually, the topic of the store being haunted was brought up, and while we were talking about it, a box suddenly flew off the shelf behind my friend, almost hitting her on the back of the head. This was pretty freaky, especially since we had just been talking about the supposed Toys R Us haunting. We weren't too scared at this point, though, since this could easily be explained by the box not being placed on the shelf very well and falling off due to gravity. Although, I did remember seeing the box before it fell off the shelf, and I remembered it looking like it was pretty stable. But we just brushed this off and continued talking. However, a few moments later, the lights that were hanging from the ceiling above us began violently shaking back and forth. My friend and I stared at the ceiling, frozen in shock. After a few seconds, the light stopped shaking and we both stared at each other like, what just happened? Started to feel more uneasy, but the incident with the lights could also be explained by something normal. The area where we were had a second floor above it, which I think was the staff area. So I tried to tell myself that someone must have been doing something on the floor above us that caused the lights to shake by accident. In any case, my friend and I moved to the next aisle over just in case the lights might fall on us. The aisle we were in now had a lot of stuffed animal toys in it. Both of us were just standing there talking about things that had just happened to us when a toy monkey on a shelf next to us began moving all on its own and making a creepy laughing sound. We both stared at it in disbelief. Then we stared at each other and started screaming. We sprinted out of the store as fast as we could. Once we got outside, we couldn't just leave because we had to wait for my brother to finish buying his toy. We waited in the parking lot, tried to rationalize what had just happened. We talked about it and decided that the monkey toy could have been one of those motion-activated toys. So we must have set the toy's motion sensor off somehow, but we didn't know this for sure. So my friend and I somehow worked up the courage to go back into the store and inspect the monkey toy to see if it was really motion-activated. We carefully studied the toy and read its package, but there was nothing that mentioned it was motion-activated. The only way you could make the monkey move and talk was if you pressed a button on its body. There was no way we could have pressed the button by accident. And when we realized it truly went off all by itself, we started screaming all over again and ran out of the store for the last time. The Bella View Hauntings. I was born and grew up in a town called Shrewsbury. That's in Shropshire, England. Don't know if I said that right. The town has a reputation of being one of the most haunted places in the world. The town is well over 1,000 years old, and a lot of the ruins of old buildings remain, even in the town's center. Everyone I know growing up had some sort of experience with hauntings or otherwise at some point in their lives. So, getting to my most haunted experience that spans a number of years. These aren't my only experiences, but this is the one that's affected me the most. My grandparents have a house in Bellevue area of town, and that's pretty much of all the family. My mother and her siblings grew up in there. This house has a back bedroom that gives off a vibe that you just don't want to fuck with. It's the only room in the house that has the door always closed, and it's now used as a storeroom, and my nan refuses to enter alone. It was used when I was a kid as a spare bedroom for when me and my brother would stay over, but we hated being in that room. One night, me and my brother were asleep in there. I woke up just in time to look over and see the lighting fixture on the ceiling next to my head. I can even remember the feeling of the cold plaster touching my cheek right before whatever the fuck was lifting me let go. I hit the mattress, immediately started screaming, obviously, and my dad burst into the room to find out what happened. I told him everything, but he was obviously skeptical, but I even remember him saying that the room was very cold, even though the heating was on and there was this odd feeling that he couldn't explain. My brother, who was asleep during my incident, said that he had a dream that night of an old man standing over him shouting for him to get out. And to this day, he's reluctant to talk about it because of how real it sort of felt. Now this is where it gets worse. I was told this over a month after the first incident, but I was at home in my house, the other side of the town, and it happened again. Me and my brother at this time used bunk beds, and I slept on the top. My dad was downstairs watching TV, and all of a sudden he got a feeling that something was wrong. Then realized the feeling he felt was the same as it was when I had the incident at my nan's. He ran upstairs, burst into the room just in time to catch me falling from the ceiling. I had been picked up, lifted over the bed's safety rail, and was hanging with my head tilted toward the ground, and my dad burst in to see me hanging there in midair for a split second. That was before dropping, and he caught me. He was terrified and could never explain what happened. Nothing ever happened again, until I was in my mid-20s. My nan was heading out somewhere for an overnight stay, so I said I would stay the night, feed the dogs, and sleep on the sofa. I did everything stated. Went to sleep on the sofa, but woke up in the morning in the spare room, at the back of the room behind a load of storage boxes. It took me 5 minutes of moving the boxes out of my way to reach the door to get out. And to this day, now 14 years later, I have no idea how the hell I got into that room, over those boxes into the back section of the room without damaging anything. I've never been more frightened after waking up in all my life, and I've never stayed another night in that house since. My nan refuses to talk about that room. My granddad was the same prior to his death. I have no idea what happened in that house, what spirit or worse is living in that back room, but I'll never go back to that room for as long as I live. Bin bag entity falls from tree, nearly crushes chav. This didn't happen to me, but to a friend of mine who witnessed a bizarre moment with his friends in the woods. This would have taken place around 2006 in Cornwall of the UK. I was part of the alternative crowd, but had a few townie/chav friends as well, one of which was a guy called Richard. For those that don't know what the townie/chav folk tend to be, it's like run-of-the-mill anyway. They're working types who are a bit rough around the edges, but as a rule very down-to-earth. Zero interest in the paranormal unless they can snort it or steal it. So Richard's at a party in a place called Baldhu Woods one night. Side note, Baldhu Woods is infamous for being associated with all manner of occult practice, from witches and warlocks to devil worshippers. This was due in part to there being a south-facing church in the woods. Allegedly, all sorts of nefarious activity occurred in and around Baldhu a long time ago, but not within the last 20 years or so. Not that any chav would be interested to even be bothered by these anecdotes. Two completely different worlds. So back to the story. Richard and a group of 15 to 20 people were partying in the woods. There was some alcohol and drugs involved, but not for Richard and a couple other people who were driving that night. They made a bonfire, drink and drugs were no doubt flowing, and they partied until around 1 a.m. That's when they decided to move on to a house party in nearby Truro. They put out the fire and then started to make their way out of the woods. Now there's lots of trails through Baldhu. It's a popular woods during the daytime. But Richard left the path to go and piss against a tree. He didn't venture far, literally just a few meters off the path behind some bushes, up to this huge tree. He started pissing and then heard the creaking of branches above him. He stepped back and looked up to see a huge black mass falling down towards him. He jumped back and screamed, causing the group to come storming through the bushes. They all witnessed what had fallen some 40-50 feet from the tree. It was a huge black object, moving and twisting on the floor. It was smooth, shiny, and resembled a beanbag. They didn't say it was a bin bag. That's just the closest thing that they could compare it to. It writhed back and forth, seemingly not interested or aware of the group. Regardless, they didn't stick around. They stared in fear and disbelief for a few moments and then ran back to the path in their cars. Richard isn't prone to flights of fancy. He had no interest in anything otherworldly or paranormal. When he told me this story, he was deadly serious and had a fearful, confused demeanor about him, which was very out of character. Also, at least 15 other people witnessed it. I have no reason to disbelieve this account. Two things he noted really stuck with me. One was the size of this thing. He compared it to my brother. My brother's 6'4" and was around 120 kilograms back then. Hefty fucking lad. But it didn't really have the shape of a person, just a big mass, like if a very large person was put into a huge bin bag. The second was the lack of noise it made. It had fallen from a height of almost 50 feet, landed on a hard woodland floor. There was no heavy breathing and no grunting or growling or yelping. No moan or cry for help. No sound apart from the noise it made from writhing around on the forest floor. Possible ghost or clown sighting. That's a new one. Get ready for clowns. So a couple of years ago, I lived in another city. In this particular period, I was actually staying at a friend's dorm room. My friend's girlfriend had a dog, and one night she asked me if I could walk it. So I did. It was the perfect possibility for me, considering I had pre-rolled and, well, really wanted to smoke, but I didn't want to upset the dorm neighbors. This dorm is located near a lot of factories and a few houses. It's basically surrounded by big fenced factory and industrial buildings. So I was walking and smoking. I went down this side road not too far away from the dorm, but then I went back to the main road given the whole vibe was just creepy. There really wasn't anybody around, but I was a little paranoid maybe. When I came back to the main road, suddenly I feel like somebody's behind me, but not right behind me. However, I did feel a presence, so I turned around to look. Upon looking right away, I see somebody at the corner I just passed when coming back down the main road. Look away again because I don't want to be rude and stare. However, this is also when I think about what I saw. Something was just off. I could only see the silhouette of a person, given that it was dark and it was right underneath a big road light. When I reviewed inside my head about what I just saw, it appeared this person was hovering with their arms slanted. And the silhouette of their hair looked like an afro. It was giant. So I look back. This is maybe 5 seconds since I turned around and the person is gone. So I almost shit myself, given that I was high. I called my friends and told them that I saw a ghost. They didn't really believe me and told me that maybe somebody was trying to freak me out. The thing is, I used to go to rehab and I met a lot of great but troubled people at that rehab. I once met a guy who was only there for a few weeks, but I was connected with him so much. He was a very passionate dude with a lot of love for life and spirituality. But he was a shattered person, and sadly, he hung himself. He hung himself at his home. This would be about 100 meters from where I saw this person, but my friend never had an afro. So I really thought about that. Maybe his head was just disfigured. I obviously started Googling all sorts of stuff about this particular area. Then I found another scary thing. There had been only 2 clown sightings ever in the city I live in. And one was a couple of years ago in a parking lot, maybe 1 kilometer from where I saw this person. So yeah, either way, ghost or clown, I'll never forget that day. I personally have shifted in believing that it was somebody pretending to be a clown and scaring me. This is just really scary to me, given that I was all alone where I was at, and, well, the way they were standing really did look like they were floating. I don't know, you guys, I just really wanted to share this because it's a little creepy, and my actual question to y'all regarding this story is whether or not y'all think it's just a clown, or maybe it's actually my friend. Could there be another explanation for the afro? Could it maybe be a disfigured head? I'm not an expert and all, but I'm going to try to rule out the fact that my friend showed himself to me. I'm wondering what clowns have to do with the paranormal. If anybody listening right now has any additional connection between clowns and the paranormal, please enlighten me, because that's a first. The hallucinations are driving me crazy. Some insight first. I've had sleeping issues ever since I was a middle schooler, and sleep paralysis ever since high school. I'm 19 now. The paralysis has always been scary, horrifying, and terrifying enough that I wouldn't want my worst enemy to experience it. I've always pushed through it all myself since my family couldn't be bothered by it. They think it's nothing to worry about. Mind you, I usually sleep at appropriate times as well. So them being very scary didn't affect me a lot, but recently, the paralysis has become downright creepy. It's like something is trying to lure me. Whatever it is has been intimidating my family or friends in the hallucinations I experience. It's trying to do something to me that I don't know. Let me tell you about the recent sleep paralysis experiences. The first one goes like this. I'm laying on my bed sleeping. I see my mom approaching my door and looking through a small crack. I thought maybe she just was checking on me, which is very normal. But then I experience a certain feeling of dread. Chills throughout my body. That's when I realized that it wasn't my mother. It was just darkness looking through the creek. That's when I managed to break through the paralysis. It left me numb for a bit. And now the latest one. As usual, I'm hallucinating while having sleep paralysis. I'm at this alleyway which is very long and dark that's right in front of my home. There's a door there. A very close friend of mine is standing next to it, asks me to pass through the door. I felt as if I was sure, why not? Went through the long alleyway. But right when I was about to pass through the door, the feeling of dread hit me again. Same goosebumps rose throughout my body. The person standing there wasn't my friend. It was the same thing from the previous experience. Glad I didn't get to see whatever was up close this time. I broke through the paralysis right at that moment. Also, a few days ago, I woke up at around 2, sleeping next to my mother because of bad health. That's when I heard a specific noise made by her ankle bracelet throughout the house. It was everywhere. My mom is a light sleeper. Kind of wakes up easily. I tried to wake her up a lot, but she didn't wake me up. I don't know why. Now, today, I realized something else too. I hallucinate a lot whenever I'm trying to sleep. It's not the sleep paralysis type of a hallucination. It's just hallucinations I see when my eyes are closed. And these always revolve around family members of mine being overly aggressive and creepy around me. I don't know how I didn't notice this before, but now that I do, I'm even more scared. This one time I actually felt someone pinch me at my knees that I was hallucinating something creepy. When I was out of the hallucination, I actually felt physical pain at that very spot. I've seen out of the world bizarre stuff in my sleep paralysis stuff. I want to mention them all, but it's just too much. This one time I was bombarded by horrifying images, one after another at a haphazard speed, which was done by a doll that laughed while I was scared for my life. This one was probably the scariest one I've ever seen. It's hard to describe it in words. Another time I experienced the same hallucination twice on adjacent days. That's where I had this weird external old white hair sort of stuck to my head that just disappeared when I pulled it out and threw it. I'm very, very terrified again. All these feel paranormal. My friends who have relations to these kind of family backgrounds told me that it might be something that I should see someone or do something about. What do you guys think? Am I just paranoid, or is it something to be scared about? I think there's something strange about my house. So I lived in the same house my entire life. And I've had very few strange experiences that I can't explain. I'm usually not one to jump to conclusions, but after thinking for a while, I'm starting to suspect something. My first real experience was a few years ago. Might have been 12 or 13. It was a usual Saturday playing games with my friends over Xbox when I heard screaming coming from my neighbor's house. It sounded like a girl the same age as me and a younger boy, maybe about 9. This wasn't play screaming. This horrid screaming. To give some detail on how easy it was to hear this, me and my neighbor's house is connected, so it was easy to hear it. I told my friends to pause their game and listen to my mic. They all did. So we sat there and listened to the screaming. I asked them if they could hear it, and they confirmed it. I told them that I would be right back before muting and defining my headset. I went downstairs and told my dad about the screaming. I noticed I couldn't hear it at all from our living room where my dad was. He questioned me and I told him to come and listen, so he did. When we got to my room, it was silent, no screaming. He looked at me as if I was crazy. I told him off and went back to the living room. After that, I sat back down and started playing with my friends again. Not even 2 minutes later, the screaming starts again, but this time I could make out some words the girl was saying. She was screaming about leaving her alone and not to hurt someone. I simply sat there and tried to tune out the noise. After about an hour of screaming, it just stopped. No other sounds, just silence. That entire experience scares the hell out of me. As the years went off, I started to feel as if there was something wrong with my house. Just everywhere I went in, felt off. Particularly the cupboard underneath my stairs. I'd sometimes pass it in the middle of the night and see that it's open, and I just stand there and stare into it. It always feels like there's a presence down there, and that it's looking right back at me. It's a hard feeling to explain. It's almost like something is mocking me. I have 2 other experiences that have scared the hell out of me as well. One of these times I had a close friend around and my parents had gone out. We were in the kitchen grabbing some snacks and we heard this extremely recognizable sound of my front door opening and then closing. There's no way anybody could tell me it was anything else. I know the sound all too well. We ran to the hall to check it out, but nothing was out of place. There was no one else in the house except us. My final story happened last year. Probably the worst experience of my life. It was late at night. I had gone to the kitchen to get a drink. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw this small, pale figure lean around the corner of the doorframe and look at me. It had no facial features, just a blank white face. As soon as I turned my head to look at it, it darted out of the doorframe and into my living room. I ran after and actively looked around for whatever it was. That very moment, scared the ever-loving shit out of me. I was so convinced at what I saw, I chased after it. I have never in my life done that. I don't wish to experience seeing that thing again. crazy night alone on the beach in Maine, Sandy Point. So here's what happened to me while in college. This was 1991. Was in college at University of Maine for sports medicine. Well, I lived a solid hour from the college in a small, creepy town named Sandy Point, which is just on the other side of Bucksport, Maine. When I say creepy, I mean creepy. First of all, the house I lived in was crazy haunted, but that's a tale for another time. Because of my busy schedule, I used to get home really late, and to relax, I would walk down to the waterfront to enjoy the quiet. One night I'd gotten home at 11 p.m. The moon was full, so I took the short walk down to the little beach. So I got down to the beach and took a seat on a piece of driftwood. I was listening to the waves wash up. That's when I noticed what sounded like somebody walking towards me. Needless to say, my senses immediately went on high alert. I'm thinking, who in the hell would be down here at this hour? With the moon kind of being totally full, the beach was basically lit up, and I could see in both directions completely. As I was looking, the steps continued toward me. The beach was a mixture of sand and gravel, so the sounds were loud. By this time, I was on my feet looking for anyone. Saw nothing. Thought maybe I was overtired and went home, but was still just wondering about what it was that made me go back the next night. It was around midnight. The moon was bright, and I could see the beach perfectly yet again. I sit down on the driftwood. Just sit there listening. Then I heard it. Sounded like somebody walking out on the water onto the beach. It was to my left, so I was looking in that direction. Steps came toward me at the regular pace. I called out hello, started walking in its direction. Kept hearing the walking, so I kept going in that direction and not seeing anyone. The moonlight was making the beach easy to see. I stopped, and then the steps stopped, and all I could hear was the waves. This went on basically every night for a week. It was really frustrating me, wondering what was going on. So, I finally got down to doing research on Sandy Point. After a bit of time, I hit pay dirt. Come to find out that in the 1940s, a gypsy woman had been murdered on the beach after being taken there by a man during the Bangor State Fair. He raped and killed her on the beach there. The police found her in the water. After finding all this out, I had to pay my respects the best way I could. The next full moon night, I had went back down to the beach and sat down and said out loud, "I know what happened to you, and it was terrible, and should have never happened. I hope you find peace." After saying this, I heard the footsteps literally coming out of the water. Without a doubt, footsteps coming toward me. I just stayed seated, heard the steps come right up next to me. Didn't look to my left, just kept looking forward. Said, "I'm sorry for what happened to you." Then stood up and looked. Was no one there, and no steps walking away, just felt like somebody was there. I said good night, and I went home. It was a bit before I went back. And before I moved to Bangor to be closer to school, I paid one more visit to the beach. It was really, really late at night. I said out loud, "May you be at peace." I left her some roses. She didn't deserve that, and died way too young. I never went back. I hope she's finally able to rest. My personal encounter dump. 1. I was around 6 or 7 when this first happened. I was sleeping in my room upstairs when I suddenly wake up at night and I hear something walking slowly up the stairs. I check if I'm dreaming. I wasn't. I sit there, too terrified to move or speak. The noise doesn't go away. Awake for maybe a half hour, and somehow whatever was making the noise is still climbing the stairs. Felt like the sound was progressively making its way up the stairs, but at the same time wasn't moving. It's impossible to explain, and I don't remember what happened after. 2. This was also around the same time as the last one. It was nighttime and the family came back home after a drive to some place when I look out the window and I see a clothed humanoid figure walking down the sidewalk. Its upper half was inhumanly just leaned all the way back and its head was almost touching the ground as it walked. Its torso and arms were limply flailing like its top half was paralyzed, being carried by its legs. I told my parents, and being how young I was, wrote it off as a drunk person. 3. This happened when I was 10 or 12. I'm yet again sleeping in my room when I wake up and see something down the hallway. I sit up in my bed with the most powerful fear I've ever felt in my life. And as I stare at it, and it walks to my room. It was dark, but a nightlight shone its silhouette. Its upper half was humanoid, although it was missing a head. But its under half were horse or maybe spider-like. I don't entirely remember, but it stood over me as I was frozen in fear, and like the other story, I don't remember anything of what happened after. It was really strange. It's like I have a blank in my memory, and like I should be able to remember, but it's just not there. I'm almost certain I wasn't dreaming in this one. 4. This is more of a UFO encounter, but I thought I might as well put it here. This happened when I was 15. I was taking my dog out. It was nighttime again, and I noticed something moving in the sky. I look up and see massive colored circles moving inhumanly fast across the clouds. They were either behind the clouds or just translucent. Some of them disappeared and some reappeared and moved in circles or lines with mechanical movement. Went on for 3 or so minutes until they ceased. 5. This isn't from me, but a story my brother shared. He worked at a high school as a custodian during the night, yet again. I don't know the specifics, but according to what I remember, he told me he saw a shadow from inside a classroom walk past a large window. He went into the classroom and felt something walk past him as he did. While I'm at this note, I might as well also mention how he once refused to sleep in his room and he claimed that he's felt something touch him as he slept. This wasn't just a week-long event, though he didn't sleep in his room for years until finally we swapped rooms and I was now sleeping in his room. My brother is not somebody to make up things like this, especially to tell them to my parents. 6. Kind of coming off of the last story, after sleeping multiple nights, me in his room, I've had several times where I've woken up to sort of a presence looming over me, having a spike of adrenaline. Can kind of even make out a face when it happens. It almost looks like some sort of ancient statue. Not that I'm using it as a connection, but just that I have no real other way to describe it. It's made going to sleep really difficult for me. Possible alien encounter. So, my mom, 2 brothers, sister, and I decided to drive to the Grand Canyon. It was beautiful, but quite terrifying. Anyways, my mom then suggested that we go to Page, Arizona to see Horseshoe Bend. She had went months prior. She wanted us to see it. So we arrive, it's cool, whatever. So that night after we see everything, my mom suggests we go look at the stars. Page is tiny. It's the middle of nowhere. Just desert and mountains for hundreds of miles. We drive to a secluded area where there's almost no light except for the hues, I guess, of the streetlights of a bridge that wasn't too far away. And oh my God, it was astonishing. Never seen anything like it. About 20 minutes of messing around, my mom suggests that we drive to Horseshoe Bend. There's no light there other than the sign. It kind of shines up from the bottom so you can see it, you know? So anyways, we get out, and and are just standing near the car chatting. Whatever. At this point, we were probably there like 40 minutes, and when we first got there, we had heard a cricket, and since it was so silent other than us, we were trying to find it because it sounded close. Anyways, here's where it gets weird. My brother is sitting about 15 feet behind us on the sign. He climbed on top of it. And the other 4 of us are by my mom's car. My brother sees a shout like a shooting. Yells out. Oh, a shooting star, I believe they think. About 15 seconds later, me and my mom see another shooting star at the same time. She then says something along the lines of, "I bet people see all sorts of crazy weird stuff out here." And as soon as she says this, the cricket stops making that noise. It's dead silent. We're all staring into the distance. There's a white light level to us, like somebody holding a phone flashlight, and it would turn off and then back on a few feet away. It was moving around in circles slowly. We were literally all hyper-focused on this thing. None of us even said anything. I think we were all thinking, what in the actual? I want to say we were staring for 20 seconds when we hear the car door open and slam shut. We all looked at each other and my brother said, "What the fuck? Did that door slam shut?" We're all baffled. I don't think any of us said anything. My mom walks up to the car and she's bending down looking into the car, and my brother comes up behind her and shines his flashlight since he couldn't really see inside. And as soon as he did that, my mom screamed at the top of her lungs and took off running. "He's in there. There's someone." Naturally, we all scream and we're like, "What the fuck? Where are we running to?" My eldest brother looked again and there was nothing. We got in and took the fuck off. We had chills and couldn't believe it. My mom was spooked as fuck and described it as a pale dude in her driver's seat, hands on the wheel. She couldn't make out any facial features really, but to be fair, she was only peering in that window for about 2 seconds tops. We didn't stop talking about it all night. About an hour later, my mom, sister, and I were feeling bad and wanted to go back. Bros kind of said no, but finally said fine, but we're not getting out. We left the hotel, got to the car to go back, and as soon as my hand touched that car, I was overcome with a nasty feeling. Came out of nowhere, and I immediately started having a panic attack. Hadn't had one in years. My family was comforting me, and it weirded them out for show. We didn't end up going back. House in Lebanon, New Hampshire. Helen. In 1999, my first wife had taken a job in Lebanon. It was as the DJ for a county music station. Country. So we moved from Maine to New Hampshire. We rented an apartment in a house out in the country. The house itself was built in 1826. It was an old 2-story home. Gecko. We originally had rented the small 1-bedroom on the side of the house. But when the big apartment came open in 2005, we took it. It was a huge apartment. People who had lived there before us had told us the place was haunted. I was excited about this. I'd seen people literally come running out of the house scared. The ghost who we believed to be named Helen was the original owner. Her and her brother had lived there, and they are buried just up the road in a small cemetery. I'd asked them what had happened, and they said the TV in the stereo had turned on by itself. Then the volume on the stereo had been turned all the way up. It was this time when we found out that Polly, my wife, had stage 4 breast cancer. We had a lot of doctor's appointments. It was an early morning day of appointments, and I had my first of many run-ins with Helen. Polly liked all the doors closed for some reason, so I was going around shutting all the doors while she waited for me in the truck. The doors in the apartment had the really old latches where you had to press down on the handle to unlatch the door to open it. It closed the doors to the bedroom and then went and closed the doors to the restroom, So on and so forth. As I was doing this, I heard the latch to the bedroom and I heard the door open. At this point, all the hair on my body stood up. Then I heard the latch on the bathroom and the door opened. At this point, I was standing in the kitchen where I had just heard the door closing to the dining room. This door was warped, so to close it you had to lift the latch and give it a good kick to close it. So I'm standing there, I physically see the latch jiggling, so I say out loud, "Come on, let's see you try to open this door," knowing that it had to be kicked pretty hard. The handle jiggled some more. Then the door flew open and hit the wall hard. I was like, holy shit, do that again, that was so cool. Thinking I might have shocked Helen. She was probably trying to scare us out, but I found it to be so cool. As time went on, footsteps were heard. She would whisper my name right next to me. The bed would sort of shake as I was trying to sleep. It was like somebody walking up to your bed and then shoving it really hard 2 or 3 times. The basement was so creepy too. I never went down there. Polly passed in January of 2008. So I was in the apartment alone now. People would stay with me from time to time to make sure I'd be okay. One of my friends named Marla was staying there. She was a smoker. I had gone to bed at this point, and when I woke up, she was nowhere to be found. She had left me a note on the kitchen table which read, "I went outside at 2 a.m. and was sitting up on the steps when a woman in a nightgown came up the driveway and then turned and came up the stairs and passed me before going into your apartment." Helen had freaked her out. Helen liked to mess with people just to let them know that she was around. Helen was very active, but I didn't mind. When I finally moved out because the place had too many memories of Polly, I said goodbye to Helen, thanked her for watching over me. I also placed a rose on her grave. What was it? A watcher? A portal being? No idea where to go. Not going to do a lengthy backstory, except that I was raised outdoors. Hiking, saltwater fly fishing, hunting, and I'm an Eagle Scout. This happened 20 years ago in the panhandle of Florida. I had been working 12-hour night shifts for almost a year. Wasn't drunk or on anything else. I took my 67 Firebird convertible to an old car wash around 1:30 a.m. No other cars were there, and it was located on a main road, but being a medium-sized city, there wasn't much traffic at the time. I pulled the car into the vacuum machine with the front facing the road and the rear toward the open-ended car washing bays. Took out the floor mats, started the loud machine, started cleaning. Almost 3/4 of the way through it, I was bent over half in, half out of the car. Got the overwhelming feeling I was being watched. Leaned out of the car and stood up. I was not expecting what I saw. It's hard to describe, but I'll do my best. Behind me was one of the car wash bays. 3 of them connected together with cinder block walls between them. Typical style setup. Hose on the side, no front or rear so you can drive through it. Around 20-foot ceilings. Top of the ceiling had a large light that illuminates the stalls and projects about 10 feet on either side of the stalls. It had been using this as sort of a car wash my whole life until I moved from the area. There was something there, not standing, just there. I wouldn't describe it as floating, but it wasn't touching the ground. Seemed the shape was about 7 feet tall and the bottom was 2 feet off the ground. This will sound insane, but here it goes. It was like looking at someone's shadow. You could make out a head area, shoulders where the arms would be, and leg area, proportioned like a tall human would be. But it was all a shadow. No gaps for the armpits or center lines for legs. A standing shadow, I guess I would call it. The main body shape was black with a little TV-like fuzz effect through it, on older TVs. Around its full outline I can only describe as static electricity. Nothing shooting out everywhere away from it, but arching around it. Didn't believe it for a second. I noticed that everything else looked normal, so I wasn't having a heart attack or a seizure. I could see the fencing dumpsters back behind it. It was literally almost in the middle of the washing stall, but more to the front. I was around 20 yards away from me. Got no bad feelings from it, didn't feel sick, just like it was observing me. The loud vacuum was still running. I couldn't hear anything coming from it, so I don't know if it made any noise. I acknowledged it in my mind. I thought, okay, I see you. I'll get my things and leave. Never approached or moved, it was just there. Went around the car and grabbed my floor mat on the passenger side, no clue why. Should have just left. Rounded the front of my car with it still just there. Sat down, started the car, looked back, and it was gone. Drove off immediately. Don't expect anybody to understand, just knew if it wasn't, well, I knew that it wasn't there to harm me. I've had a few other weird happenings in the woods, but nothing crazy. I really just felt like it was a watcher. I was there just to observe. I've searched for other encounters with descriptions like this, but I found none. Sorry if my voice is hard to hear today. Singing all day and my voice is kind of destroyed. But we press forward anyway. On to the next story. Ask Reddit. My family and I have had many experiences that seemed very paranormal. Guests that stayed over experienced some of it as well. When I was in 5th grade, my family moved to a military base in Germany. We moved into a house that seemed pretty normal, but not long after we moved in, there were many strange things that would happen to make us all believe that the paranormal is a real thing. One instance was one day after school I walked home. I was alone, like any other stay. As I got to the front door and opened it, all the doors that were visible from the front door, which were 4, were slamming open and closed repeatedly. Stood there for about 5 seconds scared shitless before I noped the hell out of there and went outside for my brother to come home. Just to get a better visual, once you open the front door, there's a hallway, and you can see the doors of the bathroom, a bedroom in the basement, and a closet. I waited outside for about 30 minutes. My brother finally got home and was with his friend. He asked me why I was waiting outside. I told him what I just saw. His friend and him didn't believe me. They went up to the house while I waited outside. Not a minute later, my brother and his friend come running back outside to me and told me what they saw. They said they saw the same thing with the doors and also heard yelling coming from the basement. My brother and his friend proceeded to leave me alone outside while they went to a rec center for teenagers. I wasn't old enough, so I just waited for my dad to get home from work. Eventually, while waiting for my dad, it was about an hour. I thought he was taking too long and decided to just run in the house and into the living room and hope I didn't get killed. I did just that, and all of the paranormal activity stopped before I even got back into the house. I think if it was still happening, I would have just continued to wait outside. My brother and I told my dad what happened, but I don't think he believed us or came up with some random explanation. I don't really remember how exactly he reacted to that. One other thing my dad experienced was a dark figure of a man that would walk down the hallway and walk around downstairs in the basement. My dad told us that, well, when we were away in the US for the summer and he was home alone, he would see a dark figure open doors and go into rooms. I remember one story he said was when he was downstairs in the basement. The basement included another hallway, 2 bedrooms for my brother and me, and a bathroom with a laundry machine and a dryer. While in the basement he was doing laundry, kept our bedroom doors closed since we weren't there. But suddenly he heard a door open and went to look down the hallway. Said he saw someone walk into my bedroom. He checked, but didn't see anyone, but told us that it was really creepy and became a believer after a few instances of similar paranormal experiences in the house. My friends that have stayed over have seen this black figure of a man walking around, even seen doors randomly opening or closing. I eventually even had to move to a bedroom upstairs since the stuff downstairs that I saw kept me from wanting to sleep in my own bedroom. I have so many stories of things that have happened in that house, but don't want to overload everyone with stories. I lived in that house for 5 years and enjoyed most of my time there, except for the occasional ghost shit that happened. Remembering the ghost my roommates and I lived with years ago. After my freshman year of college, my randomly assigned roommate turned best friend and another girl on our floor who we became very close with in the dorms all decided to rent a house together the following year. The other girl, her stepdad, flipped houses and had recently renovated this place that was 2 blocks from campus. A 3-bed that cost us $300 to $400 a month each. Really affordable for a bunch of 19-year-olds. The house itself was gorgeous, with a sunroom, a basement with a washer and a dryer, 2 beds on the main floor with a bathroom, and basically an upstairs suite with a huge master and walk-in closet and private bath. The other girl took that whole floor to herself since it was her dad's place. Didn't pay rent because her family thought she was too busy with cheerleading and her sorority. That's a whole separate conversation leading up to why my best friend and I moved out. The important thing is, my friend and I had the 2 main levels of the 2 main level rooms, just off the living room with the bathroom between us. Don't even remember when the paranormal experiences started. I remember by October, and we moved in August. It was enough that her dumbasses did a seance and had already named our ghost Claire. With all the windows closed, we asked her a bunch of questions, and she moved the candle different directions for yes and no. Things were really bad for my friend, and mildly annoying for me. This all happened on the main level, and the third girl never experienced anything. My friend would experience sleep paralysis frequently, wake up to a woman sitting on top of her, or see her standing in the corner near a closet. The sink in the bathroom between our rooms would turn on and off all night. For me, she would open my door and get into bed with me. Funny thing is, at first I didn't even realize it was the ghost doing that. The third roommate had a cat, and I assumed the cat was in bed pretty often. After a while, when I would feel the weight pushing down on the bed, I would keep turning around and nothing and no one was there. Turn my back, and a second later the weight would get closer to me. Turn around and nothing. I worked 12-hour shifts on Saturdays, and I would be so exhausted I just started to let it happen. So frequent that it wouldn't even be worth the fight to get up and close my door or roll over to check the bed. I only saw her once. I was home alone and deep cleaning my room. The light was on in the living room, and my room created a sort of triangle of darkness in that short hallway. I was pulling the vacuum out of my room when out of the corner of my eye a woman with dark hair was standing behind me. She was so real. Both my roommates had dark hair. I jumped and said, "Oh my God, you scared me." As I was turning around, and when I finished turning, no one was there. That was the first time Claire actually spooked me. My friend and I moved out a few months later due to a lot of issues with the third roommate. In the years following, whenever the experience gets brought up with my friend, they're near tears talking about the terror that Claire put her through at night, whereas I often joke about how I had a ghost girlfriend cuddling with me at night. I don't know why she was nice to me. In some ways, I feel bad that she revealed herself to me and I was scared of her. She seemed harmless, just kind of active. Then again, she was so awful to my friend, and that's also unexplainable. I think the funniest part of this story, though, is when constantly living with an active entity. You do eventually get used to whatever they're doing. Between nursing school for my friend and classes plus 30 hours a week of work at a standing job, at some point I need sleep no matter who's in bed. I got shot by an arrow in my dream, and soon after I got diagnosed with a heart deficiency. I, a 39-year-old female, was 22 years old when it happened. I can still remember the dream vividly. I was on a battlefield with a sword in one hand and holding a shield with my left hand. I was part of some army surrounded by soldiers like me. We all started charging forward when we heard the buzzing of a horn of some sort. After taking a few steps, I look up and see a rain of arrows falling down on us. I raised my shield, and it was too late. I felt a horrible sting on my chest. I fell down on my back. Everything started going dim. I could still feel the arrow piercing me more as it swung back and forth, so I hold the arrow stick and I broke it. The piercing stopped, but I felt my mouth getting filled with blood. I saw a vision of my mom come and hold my hand. She was crying. Then I felt all life just fading in my body, and my eyes closed and everything went dark and silent. I woke up soaked. I didn't have any chest pain or any scars, bruises of any sort on my chest. All day I was agonized by the experience, but the effect of the dream eventually faded out. It was a few months after I had that dream I had a bowel infection and was hospitalized due to severe fever and dehydration. There in the emergency room, as an intern was listening to my chest with a stethoscope, they paused and asked me, "Do you have a coroner disease?" I think they meant coronary. I said no. He said he heard a strange murmur and asked for further examination. They found out that there was a tear or a hole in my heart septum 3.5 centimeters in radius. They got me an open heart surgery as soon as my bowel infection was healed. During my stay in the hospital, a lot of doctors and interns came to visit me. They asked me weird questions like if I had ever been to a doctor's office or a hospital/clinic before. On the contrary, all my childhood I was struggling with fever that almost came 2 months at a time. I was an addict in my teenage years, and I overdosed twice, one of which required strict heart monitoring as I had overdosed on stimulants. I was informed that almost all babies are born with that defect, but in most cases, body reconstructs in the defect part of the septum by itself. But even if it doesn't, the radius of the defect doesn't exceed a few millimeters. They were so surprised how all those doctors that had examined me so far could have missed such a huge defect in the heart. They told me that because that hole in the septum, all the clean blood was going back to my lungs. They told me I should have experienced growth and physical activity issues like not being able to run. That I should have been no taller than 150 centimeters, weighing less than 40 kilograms and probably must have been dead or bound to bed by now. But there I was, 176 centimeters, 55 kilograms. I was in the school swimming and basketball team until my addiction started taking over and control. I was constantly going into checkups before tournaments, and all that drinking, smoking, and substance abuse should have also had the worst effect on me. But there I was, hospitalized just because of eating a fruit that wasn't washed properly. That end part is scary. Old nursing home ghost story in Northeast. I worked at an assisted living facility that was in the Northeast. 2 buildings were extremely old on the property. They dated back to 1747. One was a stone house with a barn, and the other was a hospital/nursing home. My actual facility wasn't built until 1890. It was a hotel at first, but converted to a nursing home in the 1990s. You can just feel the history of being on the land. Most disturbances happen in older hospital nursing homes. We used it for storage while we were updating to a newer facility, My first boss made the mistake of going into it by himself at night. There was no power to that building, and he ended up getting locked in there in the pitch black. He called me up, begged me to come open the door. The call was garbled and not clear, lots of static, and almost as if I was getting another connection to another call. When I got there, I couldn't budge the door. He was on the other side pulling. Finally got out, and you could tell he was spooked. He told me he put something to keep the door propped open, but it was moved about 5 feet from the door, as if somebody moved it, and the presence was holding the door shut. My boss told me that he heard sounds upstairs, like footsteps and running up the stairs, and things moving around in the basement too. After that day, we made a rule. No one goes in there alone. It was just one of those places where the hairs on your neck stood up and you always felt a chill. I heard the sounds a few times. So we got creative. I told him if this place is haunted, I want to try to capture the ghosts either on my phone or on a recording. Well, the next day we had to get some lumber. It was stored in there. You guessed it. We heard running upstairs again. We got to the staircase and a mist started to come down the staircase. It was only about knee-high, but when it got to the last 10 steps, a shape started to emerge. Took a few steps down and then the mist dissipated and disappeared. We felt such a chill, yet it was summer. We were both in shock, but at the same time pretty excited to see something like that. But we ran as fast as we could out of there. When we got back to our facility, we were talking with some of the staff about what we saw. It was amazing how others who went into that building had similar experiences. We also were told about some hauntings in the actual nursing home. At night was the worst being there. Your mind would play tricks on you. Always felt like someone or something was staring at you. And the sounds as if the spirits of those who died there were trying to contact you. There was one wing of the nursing home that seemed to be where other hauntings took place. People always would hear doors slam. Sometimes we'd hear that from far away. You'd see a faint image of a person crossing the hallway. We even had one contractor walk off a job because he saw something. I definitely think the place was a magnet to ghosts and spirits, especially since so many people had died in that area. I also believe some people are more intuitive in seeing and feeling presences. Others just go by not knowing or caring. Some sort of presence I had years ago. It happened 6 years ago, and I still think about it to this day that something was bothering me at this house. The story was that I'd sometimes sleep over at my wife's house, who was my girlfriend at the time. She was with her family, and they had recently moved in, like 1 or 2 years. The first occurrence was when I was sleeping in the living room. They were just done watching movies. She would go sleep upstairs in her room, and I would be sleeping in the living room. It was probably late around midnight, and as I was laying down with my eyes closed, I felt some sort of presence at a distance behind me. It felt like somebody was there walking around, and I thought, oh, it's probably her. And shortly after, she, in quotes, called out my name. I began to turn around and about to answer her call out, and to my surprise, there was absolutely nobody. It gave me quite the goosebump that I immediately texted her about it. And so she told me her little brother, to accompany her downstairs and sleep on the other sofa. We did talk about whether the rest of her family felt some sort of presence, and at the time, nothing happened, so far so good. It was just me. The second time around, when I slept over, her parents were on a business trip. I got to sleep in her room. We were cuddling to sleep, and she was fast asleep, basically. I was still trying to, as I kind of have a hard time sleeping. I think I'm sensitive and sensing what's about to happen, if you know what I mean. Not sure if that's a thing, but anyway. That night I felt some presence again in the room. Presence. Kinda similar at a living room, but a bit more intense. This time my heart was pounding and I began to feel 2 sets of hands at the bottom of the blanket. Slowly climbing up on its way to me. The feeling truly intensified. I feel some sort of face, or rather the head of this thing against me. This presence was so close, then it did something. It was probably trying to shout or something, and I don't know, but it felt like it opened its mouth to suck the life out of me or my energy. I wasn't sure, but when it did that, my body went paralyzed. I guess you can say it's the night terror, and I can't speak, but the only thing I could do was to breathe as fast and loud as I can to wake my girlfriend up so that way she could move or nudge my body in order for me to regain back control. I was wondering till now, what exactly were I dealing with? I felt like this thing targets only just me. Just a bit of a backstory with the paranormal experiences, or God knows what. This sort of sensing, in quotes, what's about to happen, kind of started when I was a kid. Sleeping in my parents' bedroom and the same thing at night. Not exactly the same thing that happened, but everybody was sleeping at the time. I swear I heard the door opened, and something went in. From what I remembered, it was probably roaming inside the room, so as curious as a kid would get, I decided to turn around and open my eyes and check it out. I saw a shadowy figure. It was dark, so I couldn't make out the shape of it, but when it noticed that I saw its presence, this thing waved or did something to me. Immediately I was paralyzed. Wasn't even asleep, and since then I started to experience frequent sleep paralysis. Even if I just close my eyes for just a little while. The Pumper. I'm 17 years old, a football and basketball star. Pretty much the coolest guy on this planet. Never smoked a cigarette, never had a sip of alcohol so far. My parents praised me over my younger brother, who's tormented my shadow of greatness, which I so often spout about on my Instagram page. He's into drugs. Tonight I'm texting this super sexy chick from an online site I'm trying out, being 17 and all. I type to her, "What's going on, Boobtron?" A typing bubble appears. "Nothing much, babe. Where do you live?" I'm both alarmed and severely turned on, so I type in my address. I look over my shoulder on my bed to listen for anybody still awake in my house. "I'll see you soon," smiley face, she wrote back. I walk across the hall from my room and open my younger brother's door. I see he's asleep, and instead of telling him, I close his door and turn on a fan in the hall so he doesn't hear me. A knock on the door. I panic that my parents might hear the knock as I run downstairs and open the door. A 6'7" man with a bag over his head grabs me off my feet, closes the door behind me, carrying me in his arm to the black van that he parked in front of the house. I screamed as he opened the trunk and threw me in before padlocking it and running into his driver's seat. I hear the engine roar as I'm thrown against the back door of the van, landing on my now broken in half arm. I'm sensing this is the same writer. The guy's got 9 lives. I scream in agony as I look ahead through the police wire between the front seat and the trunk. The man eventually stopped the vehicle deep in the forest, pulling out a gun before opening the trunk. He grabs my broken arm and forces it behind my back, and he handcuffs me. I begin to panic and kick my legs. He smashes his gun on my head, and I let out a scream of pain. I lay still as he duct tapes my legs together at the ankle. He tapes my mouth over last and leans me against the side of the trunk. He pulls out this generator-looking contraption from his passenger seat with a vacuum tube hosing into his hand where a massive needle on an inch wide is in his hand. "You never drank before, right?" he asked me. He must have seen my Instagram. "No, sir, never," I pleaded through the tape. I shake my head. "Good. You're the perfect breed and age I need." He stabs me in the stomach and starts the machine. I see immediately my blood filling the tub and driving into the machine. I feel as my organs are pulled through the tight tube. I scream in horrible pain as I'm hollowed out. Ew. The machine gets stuck on what feels like one of my kidneys. He snips the vein holding it to my body as the machine continues sucking the life out of me. I stop crying as he turns off the machine and drags me out of the van. I'm empty. So little blood left. I somewhat feel my head being dragged across the dirt road as he lifts up my light-skinned body up onto a metal railing. I hear water washing below me. I can barely hear my heart beat or feel anything. He pushes me off the railing, and a few seconds later, I crash into the river below where I sink to the peaceful floor. And then sign onto the computer and write this story. Something wanted me to go downstairs. So I used to live in this house from when I was in a pre-K. Up until 3rd grade. I used to have weird, scary dreams and would see dark figures in the night as I lay awake, trying to sleep. I chalked it up to just reading Goosebumps and my imagination running wild from those stories. One night, though, it kind of took a turn that still gives me chills to this day. And I've never told anyone beside my mom either. I was laying down, and I remember it was the weekend because my sisters stayed over at my cousin's house for a sleepover. No one else was in the house beside me and my mom. I was up watching TV because I couldn't sleep. My mom was passed out in her room. She was tired from working 2 jobs. It got a little late, and I was getting tired. I went to go lay down, and I was just lying there. The one bathroom that we had was connected between my mom and me and my sister's room. As I lay there, not being able to sleep, the door of the bathroom opened up from our side and a voice speaks out to me and says, "Hey, can you do me a favor and go downstairs to the basement and get me some toilet paper?" I was scared of the basement. Old house, dark, cold, nothing down there. Thinking it might have been my mom, I say, "There's toilet paper in there." I remembered because my mom, before she went to sleep, she made me put another one on the roll before she lied down. I get up as the light is off in my room, and in the bathroom I see a dark figure on the toilet. I quickly turn on the light, wondering what my mom's doing, just sitting in the dark. Wouldn't you know, nothing was there. I'm like, what the fuck? Maybe I'm just tired. Then I hear something coming from the basement. I go to the door and I'm standing on the top of the stairs, and I see what looks like a kid playing down in the dark. The light to downstairs is at the end of the stairs down there. I don't think to even try to turn the lights on, thinking my sisters might have came back and me not realize it. I yell out, "What are you guys doing down there?" A voice that sounded like my sister says, "We're playing hide and seek. Come on down if you want to play." I reply and say, "Well, turn on the light. I can't see the stairs." No reply came back. I stand there and I see this black shadow just stand at the bottom of the steps. I stayed there for a couple of seconds. I quickly closed the door after it didn't move or say anything back. I ran to my mom's room and explained what happened. She believed me and never made it seem like I was making any of it up. I also told her I used to have really bad dreams and see shadows flying and running around in my room also. My mom had me sit in the dark and pray over me. I rebuked everything I could think of that night, and since that day I've never seen something or heard something even close to that in my life. I'm 30 now. And that's the end of tonight's stories. Hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for listening. Appreciate you. Sweet dreams. Who sang to me? Let me start this off by saying I was not on drugs. I was not drinking. I wasn't half asleep. I was wide awake walking to school. I'm not sure if this is a spirit or just a boy that liked me, but was super duper fast. But this story is 100% true and strange. This happened almost 12 years ago. I lived with my Nana. My Nana was a security guard and her shift started at 5 a.m. I would wake up super early, get dressed, grab my things for school, and she would take me to my father's house on her way to work. My father struggled, so the only thing he could afford to do for me was to give me bus fare so I could catch the bus to school. I didn't mind it though, since my godsister lived upstairs and we went to the same school. We caught the bus together every morning. One week my Nana was off work, so she told me the night before that she wasn't taking me to my dad's. I'd have to walk to school. It wasn't really a long walk, so I was cool with it. Woke up feeling well rested. There was a slight fog outside and the birds were chirping. It was super quiet, but I could tell the day was going to be a nice day. It was mid-spring. I ate a light breakfast, grabbed my things, and headed out the door. Now, usually I wouldn't be caught dead without my headphones in my ears, but for some reason I didn't have them in this morning. I got halfway up my street when I heard this loud voice behind me. It was a male's voice singing, "Come and talk to me," by, Jodeci, Jodeci. And then there's the lyrics that the narrator's not going to try to sing because he doesn't know who this person is. My apologies. I looked over my shoulder startled and I saw him. I could tell he was brown-skinned, about 6 feet tall, hair cut. He was wearing a dark jacket and dark pants, but I couldn't make out his facial features. He was about 5 houses away from me, but I couldn't believe how loud and beautiful his voice was. It sounded as if he were almost right behind me. My heart began to race and I continued walking. I was just figuring he was just a boy that went to my school. He kept singing, getting louder and louder. I was so impressed and confused that I had to look back one more time. He was about 3 houses away from me now, and I could make out his eyes. He was looking straight at me and this boy was singing to me. I kept walking thinking to myself, whenever we get to this corner, he's going to catch up to me and I'm definitely going to give him my number. Because this is kind of low-key romantic, and I love old-school R&B. I get to the corner and it sounds like he's finally caught up. Turn around and the singing stops and he's gone. I couldn't believe it. There was no way he could have just disappeared. He was in the middle of singing as I turned around. Finished walking to school, told my sister and my friends that they couldn't explain it either. I knew I had to walk to school the next day, so I figured I'd find out who he was then. Woke up at the same time, got dressed, began my walk, anticipating that beautiful voice. But instead I got nothing. He wasn't there and I never heard that voice again. I don't know who or what that was, but I will remember that for the rest of my life. first post, The Peeker. Well, this evening, I had experience with an entity that's followed my wife and I through several moves, and we've come to terms with knowing it's attached to either of us or something we own. It's going to keep following us unless we do something to get rid of it. We simply call it the Peeker. The Peeker is of unknown origin, but for as long as my wife and I have been living together, since 2012, we've had experiences with it. Starting off while we were just dating, neither of us told the other that we saw it. You know, not wanting to sound too crazy to the other. We both have had paranormal experiences separately before we got together, and had had a few conversations about ghosts, etc. But it wasn't until we moved in together that things escalated a bit. We realized that the house we were living in was haunted. Perhaps it was being haunted by more than one thing. And slowly we talked more and more about those things. We were having matching experiences. It was great to feel validated that somebody else saw and felt and experienced the same crazy moments. But also mildly frightening because, ghosts. Well, the Peeker got its name from what it does. For the most part, it's a shadowy silhouette of a person that we would catch peeking around corners. Sometimes behind furniture, through windows and doorways. That would be before they would duck out of view just as you turn to look at it. It doesn't always duck out of view fast enough, though, and we see glimpses of it. One of its best tricks is when it peeks out from a mirror, like the mirror is really just another window or something. That always gives me a good scare. What's also been validating is that her dog has seen and reacted to it on several occasions, as well as the pets of some of our roommates that we've had over the years. Through several years of different apartments and different rented homes, it's come along with us, to all of them. And because it just gives us a bit of a jump scare and hasn't tried to harm us in any way, we've just cohabited with it. Well, tonight is the first time that it severely shocked and scared me. I'm watching a show on Netflix called The Midnight Club. Pretty decent series, and I've got the lights low in the room to add to the fright factor. My wife's watching something else in the other room, so it's just me, my snacks, and my comfy recliner while I'm watching. Things are getting a little intense, and I'm subconsciously rocking my chair ever so slightly. The episode's gotten to a pretty visually dark scene, so I can faintly see myself in the chair I'm in reflected in the low light off the screen. I see a silhouette moving, rising from behind to the right of me. As soon as I start to look, I see two large, very not shadow, white hands grab the side of my seat, forcibly stopping my rocking, pulling the chair back and thrust its face around the back of the chair to just inches from mine. That's just before disappearing into nothingness. That was the most physical experience I've had with the Peeker, and probably any other paranormal entity that's come in contact with me. Not only was it very up close and personal with me, but it grabbed my seat, stopped my rocking, and jerked the seat back. Something followed me from the gate to the farm. I grew up on a farm in Max Creek, Missouri. It was literally in the middle of nowhere. My mom and dad always told me about this little old farm called the Arnholtz Farm. It supposedly was haunted. My mom used to be friends with a lady who lived there in high school, and when visiting once, she saw a man standing at the top of the stairs. So they called the police. Come to find out, it was the man who shot himself in the house. A quick backstory. One man shot himself in the house and another hung himself in the barn. Has a really cool family cemetery just down the hill. That's how it was back in these days. So back on track. My dad told me his younger brother David had taken a date for a drive and saw what looked like candlelight in the windows. There had not been anyone living on the farm for years, so one day I decided to go check it out. My grandfather owned the land, so I wouldn't get in trouble. It was in late August. It was a good walk up a dirt road in the middle of nowhere, maybe 30 minutes. Got to the metal gate and climbed over. This is where things got interesting. As soon as I got over the fence, I felt like something was watching me. Shrugged it off and started down the small path, which was just big enough for a pickup to drive down. As I started to walk, I noticed something was walking in the woods on my right, keeping stride with me, step for step. Figured maybe a deer, maybe wild turkeys. So I kept down the path. But the steps kept the same pace as me and was literally parallel to me in the woods. Started to get creeped out, so I did a test to see what would happen. I would change the pace of my walk from fast to slow, and whatever it would do the same. So to really test it, I took off at a dead sprint, and so did it, and then it stopped and so did it. So I challenged whatever it was to stop messing around and come out and face me. Nothing. By this time I'd gotten to the clearing where the house was along with the barn. The path had a mild turn to the right into a clearing with the house on the right and the barn to the left. Once I made the clearing, whatever it was that following me, it didn't follow me out of the woods. The house was really starting to fall apart too. Whoever lived there had a thing for roosters because there were paper clippings all over the wall. Couldn't go upstairs because the floors were sagging. Went and checked out the barn. The rope the man had hung himself with was still there, and you could see it was frayed from where he had cut him down. Went just down the hill to the left of the barn and paid my respects to the family buried in a small cemetery plot. Spent maybe 2 hours checking the place out. Starting to get late, so I figured I'd better get headed home. Just as soon as I got around the bend into the woods, whatever was in there started up with walking stride for me, but on the opposite end of the trail. This went on all the way to the gate. Literally followed me to the gate. Climbed over the gate as I was walking away. I heard it walk up to the gate and stop. I turned around and nothing. I was only 4 or 5 steps away, so I would have seen something. I said have a good day to whatever it was and left. Never went back, but would like to now just see it. The Black Orb Attack. So we had just turned off the lights and had just settled into bed. That's when this happened. Seriously, I literally was just thinking, thank goodness we're finally in bed at a decent hour and I can relax. That's when it happened. I noticed that my husband was kind of stirring around a little, but then all of a sudden he rolled over towards me hella fast like. He grabbed my arm and was just sitting bolt upright and said, holy shit, there's a bad spirit in here or something. Now you've got to know that I just was all like, what? Jumping out of bed while still clinging hard to my arm. He flipped on the light. Then his eyes got huge and his mouth dropped agape as his face absolutely turned pale. He was staring behind me, so I turned to look and didn't see anything. The dogs were up now and looking around, utterly sleepy-eyed and confused. But they didn't seem to be reacting to anything. What? I demanded. I was ripping my arm free and shaking his shoulders. He pointed over my shoulder, and with red, teary eyes and a shaky voice, he stammered, "There's a black orb thing and it's coming toward me." Not sure what the fucking actual fuck to even think, I said like, "I don't see shit, there's nothing there." "Yeah, there's a he yelled as he actually fucking threw one of his arms up in a defensive gesture. I honestly wondered for a moment if he was seriously losing his shit or something. But then I remembered that in his parents' old house they just recently sold, he sensed a ghost and saw an orb. As did I see an orb in that house as well. Since we've been together, there's been a few instances of him seeing or noticing things like that. I, on the other hand, not so much. So in that moment, as I watched his arm go up like someone was throwing a punch at him, I glimpsed the look of pure and total fear in his eyes. I knew he wasn't losing it or fucking around, right then and there. He started begging me to help, but I didn't know what the fuck to do. He asked for a Bible or something, but I informed him that they were all in storage. Then he jumped back, bumped into the wall, and threw open the front door, backing out. It's like it's trying to hit me in the head or something, he yelled, throwing up both arms in defense. It's coming at me, please help me, he yelled as he gripped onto both of my arms that time. He just started holding his head and then repeating, stop, I swear I'll stop, so on and so forth. I totally froze. I tried praying, but I just kept telling him I didn't know what to do, and not to acknowledge it or fear it, as I heard that they fed on that kind of stuff. That went on for over an hour. I eventually burned some sage and tried saying a few words. People use the frickin' shell or something under the sage like in the movies, but that shit falls everywhere and burns holes and shit. Anyways, after about an hour and a half, I turned off the light and we clung to each other in bed until he stopped shaking and eventually fell asleep. You've got a bit of a potty mouth, which is fine. Ask Reddit. I was using a Ouija board with some friends the summer after I graduated high school. It was me, I'm a male, one of my good guy friends, and two girls we thought were cute, but that barely knew us and we barely knew them. Now let me give you some background. After about 3 months before this happened, my grandfather died. I was not close to my grandfather because my father despised the man and made a point of keeping my brother and I away from him. But I had met my grandfather 2 times, as a very small child and then again on his deathbed when I was 18 or 19. The only reason my dad took us to meet him when he was in the hospice was to rub it in his face. It was my dad's way of saying, look what I did that you couldn't do. I didn't realize that was the reason until much later, and I felt bad about it then. But I don't think my grandfather even cared that that was the reason behind the visit. He was just so happy to see us before he died that the emotions poured out of him. He passed of lymphoma and complications of being a lifelong cigarette smoker. After he died, I really wasn't that sad. Didn't think about it that much since I barely knew the man. Back to the Ouija board. These 2 girls knew nothing about me or my relatives or life, and my good friend that was with me knew I had a grandfather that died, but didn't know any of the details about his life or even his name. We were playing around with the Ouija board for about 10 minutes, and we were about to call it quits and say that they don't work, and that's when it started moving. We only got 5 words to appear on the board, but they absolutely shocked me. The words were, Melvin, Bob, Gamble, so sorry. Now I'll explain the relevance. My grandfather's real name was Melvin, but he went by Bob all the time. Only his family knew his real name unless he would have to give out his legal name. For instance, when he was in hospice, they called him Melvin because he had his legal name on the system. The reason my dad despised his father, my grandfather, was because my grandfather was a gambling addict who had taken all of the family's money, dipped to go lead a life of drinking and gambling not once but twice. My dad used to tell me stories of my grandma crying at night trying to figure out how he would get enough money to pay bills and feed my dad and my two aunts. No one with me knew any of this information, so I knew no one was moving the Ouija board on their own. As it hit me that what I was reading came from the board, I was shocked. After thinking about it and reflecting on it for quite some time after the event happened, I became very happy that it happened. It made me forgive him. Thought about how difficult his year in hospice must have been, laying in a bed fighting for every last breath you can take, all while thinking about how your own family and your old children despise you enough to not even let you see your grandkids. I wish I could see him alive one more time so I could tell him that I forgave him. I always considered myself a skeptic of the paranormal, but I just don't know any other way around. This little board could have been giving me these kinds of intelligent responses. That's one of the more compelling Ouija board stories I've read or heard about, and also kind of beautiful. Caught in a dark trance. We live in an apartment complex with about 4,500 houses. Oh, excuse me, 4 to 5. Whoa, still 100 houses. I'm going to try it again. We live in an apartment complex with about 4-500 houses. Our house is near the school I used to go to. The girl that topped the school last year in academics lives in our apartment. Coincidentally, on a floor right above mine. My mom used to work at the school too. Was a teacher at one point. So whenever we meet in the apartment, outside of our house, we say hi or exchange a few words here and there. I usually go down to walk almost every day because I don't leave the house at all otherwise. And it's a way for me to take a nature break for a whole day of studying. I usually go around 5 to 6 p.m. as it's not too dark and the weather's good. Every day I see the girl recycling or maybe walking and listening to music. For the last few days I've been kind of working with meetings here and there, so I keep switching up the time I go to walk by. Sometimes just minutes and sometimes whole hours. Basically, I'd go down any time between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m. And the weird part is every time I'd see her there too. This isn't the weirdest part, as I thought of it as sort of a coincidence. Today I had to take a longer walk to run some errands in the apartment. It was on the... Excuse me. I'm screwing up all over the place on this one. Sorry, guys. Today I had to take a longer walk to run some errands in the apartment store completely on the other side of the complex. And I saw her there too. She was stood staring at a wall blankly. I don't know exactly how to describe it, but she had her back toward the road, standing on the sidewalk and staring at a 4-foot-tall wall. I walked over to her and see what she was looking at. There was a smaller apartment complex on the other side of the wall, but most houses there have been empty for years, and the ones that people do live in use it as a sort of holiday home. So I didn't assume that she was looking in the house because why would she? There was nothing to look at. I stood behind her before saying anything, trying to look at what she was staring at, but I didn't see anything. Just a translucent window curtain covering an old window in an old empty house. I said to her, "What's up?" in hopes that she'll tell me what she saw. Yet, she didn't reply. She didn't even turn around to face me. I thought she probably didn't hear me, although there was no reason she wouldn't. Was dead silent at 8 p.m. I gently tapped her shoulder. She still didn't look at me or even move for that matter. At this point, other walkers by were just staring at the both of us, frustrated. I walked in front of her and stood directly in her view when she broke contact with the odd house and grabbed her head, seemingly in pain. So I asked her what happened. She told me that she thought she saw someone walk by in the house and thinking nobody lived there came to look. I told her I called at her twice, but she said she didn't remember anything. I don't know what happened. But on her way back, she also told me that she got a severe headache. Classical music in basically empty bunker. So I work in a large bunker complex from World War II. I stayed for the night shift the other day. I'm an editor, so I had headphones on most of the time. Every now and then, though, I thought I heard some music from somewhere, but I brushed it off as me just being tired. At around 1 a.m., I went for a smoke in the area that basically only me and my bosses can access. It's an old stairwell used to transport heavy cargo that doesn't fit in any elevator. As I approached the door, I once again heard music, but this time clear as day. As I opened the door, it got really, really loud, like as if somebody was sitting with a violin at the bottom of a stairwell. I work on the 4th floor. No other floor has direct access to the stairwell except the very bottom. Needless to say, I was weirded out, but thought, maybe some composer uses their free time and practices here. Yeah, I know that kind of is a stupid assumption, but the only explanation I had in the moment. The semi-social person I am, I went down to see who was playing and say hello, since the music was actually kind of beautiful. It reminded me a bit of the classical BioShock music and was, as far as I can tell, played by one single person on one violin. However, after I stepped down like 4 or 5 steps, the music abruptly stopped. Not in the way that you stop a recording, like I could actually hear clattering and kind of sounds from handling a stringed instrument. I went down all the way and looked for any open doors or some way for this person to have gotten in here. However, there was nothing, no one in sight that would suggest someone just played music there. So, kind of disappointed, I just went all the way back up. Bunker's floors are about double a normal height, so I had to walk up around 6 floors, but just as I stepped back into our hallway, the music started again. So I went back down again. Surely enough, there was no one there. At that point, my confusion turned into being kind of creeped out. I double-checked if every door was locked, which they were, and if the elevator, which had been out of service for a while, worked again, but maybe that's how they got there, but no, it was still stuck below ground floor as it had for almost a year. So I thought, okay, every door's locked, and the only way in here is to have a key through one of the doors on each floor. 5 floors total. So I went back up and waited, since I was sure to hear somebody unlock a door and step into the stairwell. Nope. I reached the top, and at eerily that precise moment I heard weird violin sounds first, like someone mildly plucking the strings. Then the music set in again, and it was loud, like really loud. So I went down again, only to find nothing again, and at that point I was actually wondering if I was just too exhausted and starting to hallucinate or something. That's how I explained the music to me for the rest of the night. It was only the next morning that my stupid brain realized that, I recorded the music the first time I heard it loudly. So there's no chance of this just being in my head. Paranormal experiences working at a funeral home and cemetery. Combo location. I'll start off with the typical light stuff. One of my coworkers tends to come in very early every morning to start at work. I like to kind of stay late, and we both spend a good amount of time alone in the funeral home. We both have had experiences of hearing footsteps down the halls, wood floors and long hallways that echo, seeing things out of the corner of our eye, hearing faint voices. Nothing too surprising considering there's like an abundance of loved ones in our, care at every given time. Some having more traumatic passings than others. I will admit, though, that the funeral home itself is pretty tame. There have been many strange occurrences in the cemetery experienced by the grounds crew, cemetery staff, and funeral home staff. One day I was standing at a service. It was early morning. I turned and saw a man under a tree not too far away from me. He looked at a place, and I saw no cars around beside the few the family drove. I turned to look at him once more, and then for a third time a minute or so later, and he had vanished. This has happened to multiple people too, mind you, and we have 17 gardens. I would have seen him walking away or would have seen the car he was in. A coworker of mine on the cemetery side worked with the man for a while after his wife passed. He wanted a granite pedestal, a stand that holds an urn with a sort of customizable topper. He wanted it with a bird bath on top. For about a year, he would hound my coworker wanting to know when it would arrive. That's when, unfortunately, the expected waiting period for custom granite memorials was pretty long. When it finally arrived, we placed his wife inside and had a service. A few months after, my coworker who worked with him woke up from her sleep because she kept hearing bird bath, bird bath, bird bath being yelled in her ear. She actually came in the next morning and said he died before he had even received the first call, notification of a death. Lastly, to avoid this being too long, is 2 stories about our chapel mausoleum. It is the only mausoleum on site with an interior and has large stained glass windows and rows of chairs to sit and visit loved ones, or for when services are held inside. This mausoleum is locked every day at 4 when the grounds team leaves. It's unlocked at around 6 or 7 a.m. One morning, one of the guys walked into the mausoleum after unlocking it to turn on the lights. Saw a woman sitting in one of the chairs by the windows facing away from him. He freaked out and walked out to call the superintendent. When he walked back inside, the lady was gone. There is only one entrance to that mausoleum. He was standing right in front of it. We heard knocks and shifting noises all the time in that mausoleum. It's so prevalent, I actually address everyone in there when I enter and exit to avoid any bad juju. We had a maintenance crew working on the mausoleum for a while that would come in every morning to find their tools moved all around the room. They would set them on one side of the chapel and come back to them on the other side of the room. One of the workers said he would never, ever come back. I stood face to face with a Wendigo when I was 7. This happened when I was 7 years old. I'm sharing because my older brother reminded me of it. Now I'm 24, and now I can't get it out of my head. This was very traumatic for me because after this event, a bunch of other things started to happen. This is how it started. Growing up, and now I live in a haunted state. Lived 5 miles away from the most victorious haunted forest. Victorious. My mom used to tell my brothers and I about what she would hear walking by the forest, the murders that happen, and about how she used to see Pookwudgies. Bueller. My older brother, 11 at the time, let's call him David, and I, 7-year-old female, were watching TV in the living room. It was dark outside, must have been a new moon. If you were sitting on the couch and looked to your right, you would see the glass sliding door, which viewed the backyard. Mind you, it was an acre lawn, and tall trees lined the perimeter. I was tired and decided to get my ritual glass of milk before bed. That's when I stood up and saw what was glaring at me through the glass door. It was tall, taller than the fucking door. It was skinny in the torso, but its chest was broad. It was white with tall ears. I want to say it looked like the white version of Donnie Darko. I believe you mean the rabbit from Donnie Darko? I was about 15 feet from the glass door. I froze and it didn't move. It just kept looking at me. It couldn't have been anyone else because we lived in the middle of the woods, Started calling for my brother's name, but David wasn't answering me. Started to get louder, now calling for my mom too. Her room was on the other side of the couch, so she was in there in a heartbeat. She looked at the back door, looked at David, then told me to just sit back down. Couldn't understand why I was the only one freaking the fuck out. Laid on the couch facing away from the glass door, David puts a blanket on me and we both fell asleep on the couch. Well, 2021 David calls me from jail. He's been in and out since he was 13. Or since I was 13. This is how the conversation went. David: "Hey, can I ask you something?" Me: "What's up?" David: "Do you remember that night?" Me: "What night?" David: "That night where you were freaking out, we were young. Remember that tall, scary-looking shit that was in the back door?" Me: "I had a flashback of that night." David: "Look, I had a dream about it last night. I wanted to tell you that I saw it too. I was too scared to do anything, and Mom saw it also." The conversation ended because he'd only had so much time on the phone. I felt relief that I knew I wasn't just having a schizophrenic hallucination episode, but my body went numb from the memory of being so scared. I told my significant other about it. He's my best friend. They told me that I came face to face with a Wendigo, and how he wasn't surprised because of the small country town I lived in. When I looked up what a Wendigo was, my heart sank. That's what I saw. Now I think about it every day. It's been a year since I was reminded of it. I believe it still follows me. Ghost at Gettysburg Battlefield, Little Round Top. Years ago, I used to do Civil War reenacting. I fought at all the major battlefields. There were times when we were marching into battle that we would see someone go running by and then disappear. This was the 135 Gettysburg reenactment in the mid-1990s. It was on the second day of the reenactment, just after fighting the Battle of Little Round Top, my wife who had tragically passed in 2008 to breast cancer. We decided to go to the actual battlefield. Seeing that I'm really into the paranormal, we both went still dressed in period clothing. I had both uniforms, North and South, and was a proud member of the 20th Maine Company B and the 4th Texas. I was in my Confederate gray uniform. She was in full hoop skirt and with the dress and gloves. Battlefield itself is sacred ground. We visit all the places on the field: Devil's Den, the Triangle Field Pickett's Charge, and of course, Little Round Top. It was at Little Round Top that I decided to see if I could get any kind of paranormal reaction. In full Confederate uniforms, I walked straight into where the 20th Maine was placed during the battle, which was at the very end of the Union line. Said the South should have won, then started singing Dixie. Started to hear what sounded like steps coming towards me. It smelled like a very distinct smell of sulfur, which smelled like rotten eggs. That is the smell from gunpowder used during the battles. Kept up what I was doing, and the smell got really bad, and the feel of the area seemed to get hostile. Kept going with what I was doing. My wife was like, "I think we need to leave." It was at this time that I physically felt somebody come right up to me from the back. It was the feeling of someone very pissed off. I turned around to face whoever it was, and I knew it would be a spirit of a soldier. It was right up in my face, and I was cold from being near it. I was freezing, and this was in Pennsylvania in August, and I was in full wool uniform. It was at this point I got shoved hard. I've always been strong and I powerlift for a sport, so it takes a lot to move me. But this sent me backwards a few steps. I got up and stepped back toward it, not knowing if it was really still there. Said I was sorry for what I did and that I was only trying to see if, you could make an appearance. Stepped forward a couple of more steps, and nothing. Still felt like we were being watched by a lot of eyes. Said out loud, "Sorry, I meant no disrespect." And I said I'm sorry for how they died and thanked them for their sacrifice and how they saved the Union because of their actions. Both Polly and myself walked back down the hill to our truck and got in. Felt like we were getting followed all the way down the hill. We then left the battlefield, went back to the reenactment camp and settled in. The next day, during the 3rd days of the Battle of Pickett's Charge, and after the amazing cannon battle, I went over the wall behind Armstead, got shot fighting over the cannons. After I fell, I got some really good battle pics. I would highly recommend visiting Gettysburg. Seeing and feeling spirits. First off, I'm a bit relieved to see that there are others out there with similar encounters. I guess I'll start off about 2 years ago when I had my first encounter. It's hard to explain, but I was sitting in my room with my buddy, and all of a sudden I started seeing outlines of human figures that kind of looked like gasoline vapors. They were standing right in front of me. For whatever reason, I wasn't freaked out or anything, but was rather calm and had a sense of peacefulness in a way. When I asked my friend if he could see them, he thought I was losing my mind and that I'd gone crazy. I felt that these figures was like seeing something that wasn't really trying to harm me. Reached my hand out to one, and as I was going to high-five it, it did it back to me. I remember seeing what looked to be strings coming off of the figure and ran my hand through them. I could physically feel them. The best way to describe it is almost like you're running your hand through very thin and long, soft hair. That was like I said about 2 years ago, right after I had just turned 20. Since then, I haven't had an encounter like it at all. Until tonight, about an hour ago. I came upstairs to get ready to sleep, brushed my teeth and blah, blah, blah. Crawled into bed and there's still sunlight outside, so my room is lit up even without the lights on. As I'm lying here, I start to see those same figures that I'd seen 2 years ago. But this time they were different. This time I didn't feel that calmness and peacefulness. I stuck both my hands out, and 2 of them held one of my hands each. Then I started feeling a pressure and an almost burning-like sensation. At this point, I'm like, what the actual fuck? Thought I was losing my mind, so I said, Papa. My papa committed suicide a few days after Christmas 2 years ago, right before he seen these figures the first time, by the way. Once I said that they were all gone in an instant. The burning feeling in my hand turned numb for a couple of minutes after they vanished. Now I'm sitting here thinking I'm schizophrenic or something when all of a sudden I see up on my dresser a figure of a cat. A goddamn cat ghost. I said to myself, dude, this is not happening right now. So I started doing the pss, 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 pss you do to all cats, but it didn't move. I stuck my hand out and hopped down onto my bed and laid next to me. The outline was so faint that for a few minutes it laid beside me. I didn't know which way its head was or which way its ass was. But when I could see, it scratched it even though it couldn't feel it. This is the part that's trippy. Hopped back onto my dresser and the book that I have up there, and I swear this on my mother's life. I watched the cat push the book to where the corner of it was hanging off my dresser by about an inch. I stood up off the bed and instantly FaceTimed my cousin to show him and tell him I was still in shock. I don't know if I'm going crazy or what. Goddamn ghost cat. See ya. More craziness in Stockton Springs, Maine. This happened while living there. As you already know, I liked walking around the area at night after getting home from college. This happened on the road to the Hershey house. Hershey house. Forgive me. So let me give you the lay of the land. So from the main road, you turn right to the street I lived on, then immediately right into the driveway of where I lived. Go down the hill over the railroad tracks, and if you go straight, you end up on the beach. This is the beach I talked about before. But if you turn right, you are in the road to the Hershey house. The road to the house was unusually long, with woods right on the road, and then after a good walk, you come into a clearing with the house setting out over a ledge looking out over the bay. So one night when I got home super late and had finished what homework I had to do, I decided to go for a walk. It was around 2:30 a.m. I usually don't bring anything with me, but a gut feeling told me I should. So I grabbed a cane my dad had. It was very solid wood. Went out the front door down the hill, took the right turn onto the road to the Hershey house. I don't know if it's Hershey or Hersey. They're writing it both ways all over the place. It was an amazing moonlight night, and the moon was lighting up the road nicely. Was enjoying the sounds of the night crickets and other sounds. Got into the super dark part of the road, and that's when the sounds stopped. Thinking at this time something's not right. I just kept walking. By this time, my eyes had adjusted to the extreme dark on the road. Right in front of me was a very large dark shape, and it was definitely looking at me. I could feel its eyes on me. It let out this enormous scream which, let's be honest, scared the crap out of me. Being scared, I let out a very loud scream back, raised the cane over my head like a sword. Must have surprised it. We then just stood there looking at each other. Then it stood up and took a couple of steps toward me. I yelled as loud as I could again. I've never seen something move away as fast as it did. It was there, then it wasn't. Didn't hear any kind of steps on the ground. For something that big to make no sound moving as fast as it did made no sense. I should have heard something. Needless to say, I took off fast in the other direction. Got home and I was thinking, what the fuck was that? Went down the next morning and looked around for anything. No tree branches broken. No footprints in the mud on the side of the road. There was absolutely nothing there. It was absolutely massive. I'm not sure what to think, even to this day, paranormal or not. If it was a bear or a moose, I would have heard it take off either up the road or through the woods, which would have been loud. Walked the road many times again at night trying to see if it would happen. Yes, Gecko, I agree, it was funny. Nothing really ever happened again. Moved back to Bangor and never got to find out. What do you all think it might have been? I think my room used to be haunted. Hello, everyone. Word of introduction first. My name is Mark. I'm in my early 20s and I've always been fascinated by paranormal stuff. But I'd never been a believer. It was like atheists studying Bible type of a situation. But I actually happened to personally experience some weird stuff, and my room was haunted on 2 occasions. First time was when I was 11. My sister was 9. So when my family was slowly moving into a new house and renovating it, set of white walls, no furniture, me and my sister on many occasions followed to explore our new neighborhood. Once, when we got back from our exploring trips, we just sat in our empty room and threw a ball to each other, singing some random nursery rhymes. We were going at it for something over half an hour when suddenly the ball stopped midway to my sister and got back to my hand. I was freaking. She was. And we refused to visit for a while. And a small clarification. It was this, like, heavier dog chewing ball. And all windows were closed. So no wind, and since room was empty, No bouncing from something. As adult, I actually spoke about it to my mom, suspecting it may have been a false memory or something. But she actually confirmed me and my sister once really lost our nuts over something like that, and even refused to sleep in our rooms for over a week, and it made her so tired. Next haunting, if you can call it that, happened 4 years later. This time I was not present, but it happened in the same room, and I need to explain a bit of our room situation. I shared my room with my younger brother, 10 years old at the time, the haunting. My sister had her room next door. So me and my brother went to my cousin's place to have a sleepover. Since our room was bigger and we had a bigger TV and a DVD player, my sister decided that she wants to sleep in there. She goes there, watches a few movies, goes to sleep. In the middle of the night, my fitness/stationary bike starts running, literally like someone was just using it. It was electric, but all electric was long overcooked and damaged. Besides, those were trackers and were incapable of moving the bike. So my sister started screaming and she went to our parents' room. When we got back, she was scared shitless, and I actually needed to move her room for a while since she refused to sleep alone at all. This story was also confirmed by her mother. Also, I remember sleeping in a room on my noble exile. Noble exile? Somebody fill me in on what a noble exile is. No pets at the time in the house. I saw something in my bedroom when I was a kid. It was in a vacation house my parents built, and I was very little. It was next to the beach. They did a very smart thing on the roof. It was a direct tile roof, and each room, one of the tiles, was glass made, so we had natural sunlight during the day and little moonlight during the night. That said, let's go on. I slept there for some years. The family used to go there for most of the holidays. The room at night was very pleasant to sleep. The little light coming from the glass tile was very nice. Moonlight. I was sleeping in the same room with my sister and my aunt. 2 beds and a mattress on the ground, which my sister slept there. Door closed, window closed. Only light is coming from that glass tile. I don't remember how it started, but in the same moment I looked to the door and saw something standing by the mattress. Some shadow with a little weird, weak glow. Watched it get down, like crouch very slow for like 5 seconds. Then quickly pulled my blanket up over me and I stood there quiet, awake, eyes open, under the blanket. After a few minutes I heard a breath very near to my face. Only the blanket separating. Then I heard a very long and strong breath, like when you drink something very, very cold and you kind of do like a ah. After that, all went silent. Could not sleep for a while. I pulled my blanket down to see the room, and it was pitch black, no light from the glass tile. It was very, very dark, and I remember only to look to the wall and to see something spinning in the wall. It was very dark, but I could see something spinning. I pulled my blanket up again and only remember waking up in the morning and telling what happened to my sister. My aunt made fun about me, joking, and I just never spoke about this again. The spinning thing, I don't know what the hell it was. I mean, it was in the wall like a little moldier, but spinning. 2 other incidents with other people in the same place. 1. A friend of mine. We were teenagers at the time. We was laying down in the front of the house on the bench. and out of nowhere stood up and looked behind like searching for someone. He was very scared, saying somebody just whispered in his ear something like, "Leave here." 2. This time I was in my 20s. A cousin was taking a shower in the bathroom and the rest of the family was in the main room eating and watching TV. It was evening. Then the boy just opened the door and ran only in towels and all with soap and shampoo on the hair, saying he heard something out of the bathroom. Little window leading to the back of the house, and the tipper window closed on itself. That's it. The house itself doesn't have bad energy or something like that. We all love to go there and spend holidays, but this happened. What is a tipper window? Cheers. Two events I could not explain. I'm a believer in the paranormal, but at the same time I find very few things to be actually legit. Women in my family were always somewhat more sensitive to this stuff, so yeah. Growing up, I would always expect to see stuff. Even now, I chalk up most of it to my brain playing tricks. But these 2 times I have no actual explanation for. The lesser one was when I was laying in bed in the afternoon. My flatmate's in the living room. I was just staring at the ceiling as your average depressed gal, till I felt something come up into my bed on my left. Kinda like if a cat jumped beside you. Then it started walking around me. I could literally feel the weight of it going by my head and toward my right. And then thump. Like if a cat had laid on my side. Literally felt like a cat laying on me. I freaked because I was very much awake, and I did not have a cat. Never had. I could move, but I didn't want to. So I called out to my flatmate, and the moment he arrived, it was gone. I could even make out the flattened spot that it was laying in. The major one scared the absolute shit out of me. Same apartment, earlier same week. It was around 2 a.m. and I was having insomnia as usual. I was laying on my side, scrolling through the phone. I was alone that night. My mates were over at their parents'. Suddenly I hear a whistle like a 2-note come here whistle, clear as day. It was coming from the end of the hallway. It was a really long hallway, like a good 5 meters. It was a 4-bedroom apartment, so it was huge. Put my phone aside. I'm now in the darkness with a good amount of moonlight coming through, mind you. But when I hear it again, same place, same tone, and not a second later I heard a loud and clear set of footsteps bolting from all the way down the hallway. It was going toward my door, and as I sat up in bed, a completely dark person the size of a 14-year-old came through the door, turned, ran straight at me. I shit you not, it was bright enough from the light coming from the window in front of me that I could even make out where its ears were. It looked just like a person, but pitch black. I only had time to cover my eyes, and I did so with such force I bruised myself. It took me a minute to reach for the bedside lamp, still covering my eyes. I cannot express how intense it was. First the whistle, then I clearly heard it running toward me, and then it just went straight at me. I have no idea how I could even dream something like that up. I wasn't sleeping, it wasn't a dream, my phone was even in the same Twitter post I was looking at before, and it surely wasn't sleep paralysis, since I'd never had it, and could obviously move. You often hear about shadow figures standing around in the dark, but this one literally lunged at me. Has anyone else ever experienced something like that? I've since moved out, and even then, nothing else of note had happened, but those 2 events in such a short period did leave me wondering. I think there's a ghost stealing my stuff. So some months ago I was looking for a watch that my grandmother had gifted me. I remember putting it in my jewelry box. A couple of days later I couldn't find it. Thought maybe I had put it somewhere else, but that wasn't the case. I looked in the whole room but couldn't find it. Like 2 months had passed and my grandma had asked me about the watch. I told her that I needed to have it adjusted because it didn't fit me. She told me she could fix it for me, told me to go look for it, but I didn't even know where it was, and I asked her if by any chance she could have it. She told me no. After that, I cleaned my room. I clean my room and closet every Sunday, again hoping to find it. I asked my partner for help, and we looked absolutely everywhere, especially the closet, because that's where I always put stuff and forget about it later. But we didn't find absolutely anything. Thought to myself that I was going to never find that watch and forgot about it. A month passed. Random day, I opened the closet to look for a charger, and there it was, the watch literally right in front of my eyes. I quickly called my partner and showed her. She asked me where it was, and I explained to her. I asked her if she had anything to do with it, like maybe she was playing a prank on me, but she told me no. After that, I honestly didn't give it much thought, and thought I was crazy. Some days ago, I think it was Saturday, my partner's AirPods went missing. We looked on the bed, under the pillows, blankets, on the drawers, the vanity, all of my full and empty purses. We also looked at her purse, and they were nowhere to be found. My girlfriend remembered she could find them with "find my" in parentheses, and it said that she had left them at work. Later, she was looking for something else in her purse. I was on my phone. That's when we both looked up, and the headphones were right there in the middle of the bed. I asked her if she had found them, and she swore she hadn't and asked me if I put them there. This time, she thought I was playing a prank on her, but I wasn't. She told me, "What if there's a ghost?" Which for some reason made me think of some edibles that went missing some months ago. They were in my closet. No, my girlfriend didn't eat them. She gets sick from them. I also had some jewelry or miscellaneous stuff missing, but I didn't think of it until now. Me and my girlfriend believe heavily on ghosts, especially since I've had a lot of paranormal experiences ever since I was little, but nobody ever believed me. For example, some nights when I close my eyes, I can feel something above me, but it's taking pictures of me and I can see the flash, but when I wake up there's nothing there. This also happens to my girlfriend. When I go to sleep, I can feel something sit by my feet and just stare at me. There was a night where something was choking me. And also, I've always had a presence around me ever since I was little, but I've never felt anything malignant about this one. So, is there a ghost, or are we just crazy? 4060. I've been followed by a mimic ghost for 4 years. I'm a 20-year-old female who had seen a lot of paranormal stuff throughout my life, but I currently have one spirit that follows me. I really don't know how to start this off, but I'll start with where I think the spirit has followed me from. I live in Australia, and there are a lot of areas that I've been to that have way too much spiritual energy, or even curses. But this one place I lived for a while on the other side of Melbourne didn't seem to have much spiritual energy. Me and my stepsister at the time were out walking. Everything just kind of got heavy and tense, which made us start walking faster before running into the gate of our home at the time. I'd learned this thing where if you tell a spirit you don't give them permission to enter an area, it'll keep them away, so I did that. I could always feel it standing at the gate, watching the house at night. About a year had passed at that point, and I had moved in with my grandparents to do a course, but would visit my mom, at least when I had the chance. She'd moved to a new house a few doors down from the old one, There was one night I stayed over for a family thing, or maybe my birthday. I don't really remember. But I decided to go to bed to watch some videos. Since the house was newly bought, there wasn't any curtains, so my room faced directly into the front of the property. I started hearing my stepsister yelling my name from the front of the property for some reason, even though they were all near the pool in the backyard. I ignored it for a while, but after the fourth time of hearing her shout my name, I went to the back where they all were, asked if anybody was calling my name. My stepsister was sitting with them all, and nobody had called me. It had been a year or so since that had happened before having anything else happen again. I used to work at a very haunted pub, so I'd seen a lot of weird stuff. But one night when I was walking out to take the trash to the bins, I started hearing my friend. This is a friend that I worked with. They shouted my name again. It's pretty dark aside from the lights of the pub windows, and I look around for her. I could hear her singing at the same time of her shouting my name. Everything felt really tense again, so I ran back inside and asked where my friend was. She'd been in the cool room the whole time, so I asked her if she was shouting my name. She said no, but she was singing, which completely spooked me. The most recent thing was a few days ago when I heard my stepmom talking to the door. I thought she'd come home after a biker thing she went to, so I went to the door and no one was there. This thing has been following me, and despite only doing this every year to a few months, I'm getting concerned. I know this thing isn't friendly. As I'm writing this, I'm hearing something dragging outside my window and tapping against the wall outside. I've moved about 4 times, on opposite ends of my state too, and it has continued to follow me. I don't know if this is a stupid thing to ask, but I'd really love help in any way to try to get rid of it. Sage doesn't do anything, and telling it to leave me alone doesn't help either. I have my protection hanging above my bed, but I'm honestly scared. Voices in the baseball field. In early September 2022, a close friend of mine named Des, she/her, we were hanging out. We decided to go sit down in a baseball field near our homes. We were there to soak up the last of the summer sun and chit-chat, take photos together. We laid down on a blanket and sat across from one another. Behind her is a small skate park, and behind me is the rest of the field, and then the road. To our left side, it's a small, slightly woodsy hill connected to a playground, and to our right is just the field. We're sitting on the far end close to the hill. We are alone in the field. The skate park is empty, and so is the playground. It's around 5 p.m. Our area other than us is just silent, other than the slight breeze and the birds. Des and I are talking about the beginning of her other senior year, and all of a sudden as she's speaking, my hearing goes silent. The best way I can describe this is in a movie or a TV show, where the character's hearing a voice in their head or saying something to themselves, and the noise and background all around them goes away. All you can hear is that voice or thought. As this is happening, I hear a woman's voice as it was directly whispering in my ear. It says, "I run." Clear as day, it was just directly in my ear. Then as quickly as it happened, the background comes back and I hear nothing but the breeze and the birds. It felt like time slowed down. There was nothing but me in this voice. While the words were said quickly, it literally felt like my entire world just paused. My eyes went incredibly wide and I dropped my jaw slightly. While I'm processing, I look at Des and I notice that she has the exact same facial expression that I do. I ask her if she heard anything. She asks me if I heard anything. It turns out, at the same time the woman's voice spoke to me, a man's voice spoke to her. said the exact same thing in the exact same way, with the exact same world-pausing feeling. We were so incredibly shaken up. It felt like we had just time-jumped and we were in a new reality of some sort. We packed up our things and left within 5 minutes. We talked for hours about what it could possibly be, looked up things and everything. We couldn't figure out what the hell it could possibly be. Not a soul was around us, and to this day we still have no idea and collectively agree it was the weirdest thing to happen to us. We've experienced a lot of paranormal and spiritual things together, and I know that energy can link to people who experience things together. No clue if that has anything to do with it, though. So I guess that's why I'm here, to see if anybody has had a similar thing happen to them, or knows anything about this kind of situation. I'll take whatever I can get or know. My childhood home. My siblings and I grew up in a house built around 1900. The house has undergone quite a bit of renovation, was moved from one location to its current about 1/8 mile away. I had some additions built on, but when I was a kid, my mom and siblings always talked about seeing ghosts, mostly joking about it in a light-hearted way since we weren't in danger. There were 10 to 15 experiences that would have been brought up every time. At least every time somebody was asking about the house being haunted or the house's age. Mostly little things that could have non-paranormal sources, but a few experiences that stood out at the time and still stand out today. To list out some of the experiences I've heard of as a kid before and even experienced anything myself. 1. Cabinets all opening by themselves in the kitchen. 2. Tapping sounds in the house that, when followed, lead to a small fire seconds away from spreading. Bah. Brother and sister unknowingly playing hide and seek with chased 2 other kids to the corner of the yard, only to find that their actual opponents were hiding the whole time and the kids they chased weren't actually there. 4. Mom saw the same 2 kids running down the hallway late at night. 5. Sister and Mom both saw a rocking chair rock by itself, then stop, leaned all the way back once my mom noticed it. 6. Sister had the same nightmare for a month that stopped the night my dad put a crucifix in her room without telling her. 7. Light aura-like figures passing through doorways. 8. Neighbors seeing an old woman standing looking out the front door when nobody's home. Brother seeing a little boy standing in the front window when nobody was home. Deja vu. Muy. Loud single bangs coming from a corner in the living room, followed by her normally quiet and peaceful dog snarling and barking loudly at the corner. 2 occasions of this. 11. Brother hearing small knocks and scratching at the walls of his bedroom consistently. When I was a teenager, I started seeing figures moving occasionally, but by then nobody else in my family was really experiencing anything anymore. And besides my mom seeing a couple of weird things over the years, it seems everything has calmed down there in the past 10 years or so. I've told friends about the house and what it was like growing up there. I get a lot of mixed responses, with some super excited to hear the stories, some terrified at the prospect of experiencing so many things without any reasonable explanation, and a good number thinking I'm crazy or that I'm making it all up. I know what we all experienced, and I've never stretched the truth on any of it, partly because I've gone through a lot of denial and skepticism around it myself. I prefer to retain as many factual observations around these experiences as possible. Man in a suit carrying chains. My brother lived in one of my grandmother's abandoned houses when he was only 16. He liked the sense of independent living. Many strange things occurred in the house before, but on one particular night, it got insane. My brother explained he was sitting on his bed relaxing, playing his game when his dog started growling and foaming out the mouth. That was while he looked at the screen door to the backyard. He then tried to calm him, but nothing was working. He got a feeling something wasn't right, decided to check it out for himself. He went into the backyard and seen what he described as a tall man in a suit standing in the beat-up shed across the yard. He heard chains rattling. He had no chains in that yard. He immediately ran back into the house and locked the door. His dog calmed down a bit. An hour later, his TV shut off randomly, so he got up to turn it back on, only for it to shut off again. His dog started growling once more. He then heard my grandmother call his name from the living room. But the problem is, my grandmother wasn't there. He left his room to check the back window once more. And when he did, the man was standing right in front of him. He then left the house, started walking toward the back of the road, which is a woodsy area. He said he heard a voice say, "Yeah, go that way." So he turned around to go the opposite way. As he was walking toward the street, he heard the voice again. "Yeah, go that way." And he stopped in his tracks to call my mother to come over and pick him up. He stood under a neighbor's magnolia tree, said that's the only place he felt peace from the eeriness. My mother arrived, and she didn't believe him. He brought over laundry to dry because our dryer had broke during this time. My brother refused to go back inside the house, stayed in her car. He told me next thing you know, she was running back to the car. When he asked what was wrong, she told him she heard chains coming from the attic. She didn't think anything of it at first until she heard my grandmother call her name from the living room. And when she walked into the living room, she heard a little girl say, "Help me." And then she said, "Him." As they were riding back to my mother's house, they both felt uneasy. My mom said she was constantly watching the back seat, felt as if something was following them home. Later that night, I also witnessed this too. There was a slender, dark-like figure resembling a female squatting on top of our fridge. We all left, ran back to our rooms. My brother slept in my brother's room with him. Oh, my other brother's room with him. And my other brother woke up to seeing someone scratching on the corner of his room. When he got up to turn on the lights, no one was there, but the scratch marks remained. Whatever it was that followed them home, we'd never seen or encountered this since that night. I have never felt so unsafe and scared in my own home. I've never really experienced anything paranormal in my life, until recently. To be honest, I wasn't fully sure that I believed in ghosts, but I liked the stories. Nice. The other night, me and my best friend were having a sleepover at my house. It was 1:30 a.m. We decided to go into my kitchen and get something to drink. I have a bathroom off to my kitchen, so I decided to use it first thing. Walked in, closed the door behind me, and locked it. I live in kind of an older house, with not many renovations. So the lock in this door is one of those stupid ones that you have to push it in until it clicks. I am 100% sure that I closed this door. Halfway through my piss, the door flung open and the lock popped to be unlocked. I immediately tried to close it again because, well, and when I tried to, felt like somebody was pushing on the door to open it. I opened it a little to see if it was my best friend, but no one was standing there. I just closed it and continued on, but quickening my pace to see what my best friend wanted, still telling myself that it was just him. When I walked out, he was halfway across the kitchen, I asked him if he opened the door on me, even though there wasn't a single chance that he did. He obviously denied it. I shrugged it off and started pouring myself a drink. I then heard light footsteps approaching me from behind. I assumed that it was my cat, but nothing was there when I turned around. At this point, I'm not scared, but just confused. Me and my best friend wrapped up what we were doing and started heading up the stairs. From the top of the stairs, you can see into the entry of the kitchen, and I saw feet and legs standing there. Stared at it for a few seconds to make sure I wasn't just psyching myself out. Maybe it just wasn't a shadow, but I know what it was. I quickly ran into my room and stayed up for a bit before we got my confidence to go to bed. That night I had a terrible dream about the spirit in my kitchen, and it was extremely aggressive toward me. I woke up in a cold sweat and couldn't sleep again. Around 2 p.m. the next day, my friend had left. My parents were at work, so I was alone. I was in the kitchen boiling some water on the stove when my electric kettle randomly turned on behind me. I mean full speed boiling, as if it had been boiling for minutes. Quickly turned around and looked at it until I realized it was not plugged in. There was no way this kettle would work without being plugged in. Turned it off and then plugged it in to see what was going on, and now it won't even work. I quickly went to my room and remained there until my parents got home. Later that night, I was in my room and my TV turned on, and out of nowhere, I didn't sit on my remote or anything, and it was across the room. Now it's 2 a.m., and an hour ago someone started aggressively banging on my bedroom door. My parents are asleep and snoring, and the cat is in my bed. No one else here. So, what do I do about this? Treading lightly in Amber Lake. This week, my parents decided to up and leave. Going to visit my mother's parents up in Canada, leaving me with my Uncle Tony. Tony wanted to bring me out to his cabin, show me what it's like to quote-unquote get out of the house. While this was not my ideal plan for the week, which was getting drunk all week in my parents' empty house, I still thought maybe it could be cool to see nature. I walked to his truck, jumped right in. We shared a few words, began to catch up on school and life, and set our way to his cabin at Amber Lake. The seashells beneath our truck tires crackled as we pulled into the cabin area. The sun blasted a painting of purple, blue, and orange onto the looking clouds above. It had taken us almost 4 hours to make it here. We entered the cabin. He showed me around the small space. I would sleep on the floor beside my uncle's bed, being the only room besides the kitchen and living space in the whole house. We sat outside and set a fire, drinking beer to my delight, and listened to the shimmering lake splash onto the small shore, crickets buzzing. Eventually, my uncle went into bed, and I cracked another beer. Just as I did, I heard another can crack, seemingly coming from the woods. "Hello?" I said, sitting up in my chair. I knew it wasn't an echo, but decided it would be better not to investigate and stay by the fire where I could see my surroundings. I saw a light come on in the little window of the cabin. Maybe I should go get Tony. He told me nobody else was living up here. I began throwing pebbles into the woods to ease my mind. I guess. But to be honest, it didn't do much to help. I heard a door open and immediately spun around and rose to my feet. "Tony! Tony!" I panicked and ran to the house, standing before the open front door. I walk into the lit cabin as I see every single drawer and closet and cabinet is left gaping and empty. I run to the bedroom and see Tony hanging from his arms, leg, and penis from the ceiling fan, spinning as his open intestines swing around dangling from his open chest cavity. I walked up to him and looked through the window, seeing there were 4 people standing around the fire. They turned and stared at me, wielding swords and pistols. They run toward the cabin and I closed the bedroom door and left the flopping, bleeding corpse of Tony as he swings from the ceiling fan, which rattles with his weight. Okay, that was not a true story. Moving on. My cousin's ghost would visit me as a child. Well, technically, she was my mom's cousin, but I don't know the term for that, so I'm just gonna go with cousin. My cousin Molly Bish went missing in 2000, a few months before I was born. They found her body 3 years later. Obviously, it took a big toll on my family. My mom was a teenager who'd just given birth, and her anxiety basically tripled. When I was a kid, me and my mom lived with my grandmother and aunts, and all of them tell stories about how when I was a little toddler, I would sit in front of open closets and talk to someone that wasn't there. This apparently happened like every day. Obviously, there was nobody actually in the closet, and it gave my family the creeps. Imagine a little kid looking into a dark closet in the middle of the night just laughing and babbling, reaching towards the darkness. My grandma was buds with a medium at the time, and they told her that Molly's spirit was coming to visit me. Of course, this all happened when I was a little kid, so I don't remember much of it, but I do remember one encounter that I did have. It also happened to be the last encounter. I was around 6 or 7 laying in bed sleeping when I felt something wake me up. It wasn't a noise or a touch or anything like that, more of an overwhelming wave of fear and a feeling of, you need to wake up now. I woke up, looked into my open closet, which was right next to the bed, and I saw a person standing there. I don't remember exactly what they looked like, just that they were very, very pale. But what I do remember was that they looked furious, and I was terrified. I started screaming bloody murder, and my family all came running in to check on me because they thought somebody was attacking me. I was screaming and crying so hard that I was turning purple. My mom was worried I'd suffocate myself. They brought me into the living room, and once they finally calmed me down enough to talk, I told them I saw somebody standing in my closet. My grandma went back to my room to go check. Didn't find anybody, but they all believed that I had seen something, mostly because my reaction was so strong. My grandma ended up calling the cops to check out the house and make sure there wasn't an intruder. We had had some invasions before. The cops didn't find anything and just checked it up to me, or rather chalked. Maybe I was mistaking clothes in the dark for a person. And hell, maybe that's what it was. I'm 21 now and I don't think I believe in ghosts, but that doesn't change the fact that this experience messed me up so bad that I slept with the lights on until I was 13 and still, to this day, 100% refuse to sleep with the closet door open. I might live in an actual haunted house. This happened in 2021. My family and I were living in a pretty old house at the time, like really old. There was mold, wood creaking in the middle of the night. And when wind would blow, it sounded like a window was going to shatter. My point is, it's an old house. I have 3 different things that have happened in this house. Me and my dad were driving back from Spirit Halloween store from, Halloween decor. Because it was around that time, you could say. We were all walking up to our door and we heard a loud bang on the window. It was near the bottom right corner. We had cats at the time, but they didn't jump at windows. We checked. 2 of them were asleep upstairs. The other was outside. My thought was maybe something fell and hit the window. But nothing was laying next to it. If you get the chance, take the palm of your hand and slap it on your window. Sounds exactly like what we heard. The second thing that happened to me was a little creepier. There were wooden floorboards that lead from my kitchen to my living room. The kitchen had a tiled floor and the living room had a carpet. Whenever you would walk through these wooden boards, they would make a mind-numbing creaking noise. Now, I've had my cats walk over these boards, and they won't make a sound. My cats are decently large and heavy. I was home alone and sitting on my couch. I heard the floorboards make a noise. I've heard them make noises before, but this one sounded directional. I was obviously hesitant to go check, but eventually I did, and of course there was nothing there. The third thing that happened is almost impossible for me to explain. I did not see this one, but my dad did. I didn't know this up until today. Walked into the kitchen past the countertop. As he walked in, a small glass moved about 4 feet across the countertop, almost as if somebody had slid it. We had no one was in the house. At least, except for me and my mom and dad. The windows may have been open, but even if they were, wouldn't have been enough to slide glass across a table. This one's kind of a bonus, but not really that creepy. I have a very big habit of speaking in my sleep. I've said weird things before, like, "Get the shovel," or "Run." But my parents said that they heard me scratching my wall in the middle of the night. My bed was pushed up against a wall, and apparently my hand was in the air clawing at the wall. Another creepy thing did happen, by the way. My room is the hallway adjacent to my parents'. Apparently, in the middle of the night, I sat up, blankly stared into their room. My dad looked over and asked me if I was all right. I didn't respond, but I put my hand up and waved like Forrest Gump. Very nice. Dispelling negative energy. I think about this night a lot. I've experienced some pretty weird paranormal things over the course of my life so far. But this one night in particular will always be what made me 100% a believer, if I wasn't already. It was about 2 years ago when me and my husband had a roommate living with us. We've all been on the spiritual journey, of the magical side of things. But the roommate was a little more in-depth than ever we were at the time. A little more in-depth than even we were at the time. Well, long story short, he wanted to do a ritual to get rid of some of the negative energy in his life. We, of course, were with him to lend some of our own energy and get rid of some of our own negative energies. Once we were done, mind you, this is at night. It's dark outside. It's beside the bonfire. Back porch lights on, and our roommate started tracking and following something on the edge of our wood lines. We do live in Tennessee, all up in the Appalachian, and where we live has a lot of bent-over trees that didn't just happen naturally. If any of y'all know anything about Native American culture, then you know about bent trees. So, we believe our property sits right in the middle of a spiritual pathway. Things are always crossing through our property. Nothing bad usually, just curious. But anyways, while our roommate is following this entity along the tree line, me and my husband are trying to see what he's seeing, but walking slowly behind him. the roommate finally gets up to the back porch and our property starts going uphill behind the house. So we've got a retaining wall that's a good 4-foot difference from the main ground and just keeps going up. I'm right behind my roommate at this point. He's pointing at this thing, saying it's right there. Come here where I'm standing. And as I do, and when I tell you when my human eyes finally laid on this tall, faceless, very dark gray matter humanoid-looking being, yeah, I fucking believed every bit of the afterlife, alien life, folklore shit I've ever heard. I watched this being literally turn left and keep walking down our tree line. We followed and kept our eyes on it the whole time. There was a moment when all three of us were facing it again, and I had a moment of fear. The thing actually began to walk towards us, and at that moment our roommate yelled at it to leave, and that it's not welcome to be with us anymore. We turned around and quickly went inside. I truly believe it was our negative energies that we had dispelled that manifested into a being of its own. It never felt harmful, but sad and lonely. I'll never forget that experience, honestly. I have plenty of other experience with said roommate. I truly believe that he has something attached to him. But that's the one that will forever stick with me. I'll never forget locking eyes with the thing, even though it didn't really have eyes, just a gray face. Min Min Lights, Australia. Just wanted to throw this in here to see if anybody else had seen anything like this in Central West in New South Wales. About 19 years ago near my hometown, I used to get driven to catch a bus from a town called Parks about 1.5 hours from my hometown to go visit my then boyfriend in another town several hours away. The bus I had to travel to get to left from Parks. Nope, this is me being stupid this time. The bus I had to travel to get from left to Parks at around 2 a.m. And it arrived back at night, and my dad would pick me up. On 2 separate occasions, we saw something strange. On the first occasion, we were driving alone in the country road in between 2 towns. The road running in between farms and fenced off from the road. There was hills behind these farms that were silhouetted against the often bright night sky. We saw a big ball of light traveling down the hill. It was parallel to our car, probably a couple of kilometers away. Thought it was just a truck possibly driving along there, until we realized there wasn't a road there, and it was 1 light, not 2, like car headlights. And it wasn't a motorcycle. Just because there wasn't a road there didn't mean it wasn't a vehicle, though. But it moved so smoothly and quickly. We both just thought it was odd. We didn't really think much about it until a few weeks later we were doing the same drive late at night, possibly a bit after midnight, and we saw the same light in the same area moving quickly and smoothly again. This time, Dad decided to stop the car, turn off the engine. When he did that, the light came down the hill and hurtling toward us across the farm fields and over the fence that divided the farms from the road, and it was fast. The ball of light was probably about 2 meters off the ground and had a diameter of around 1.5 meters. It was gigantic, silent, and it was a ball of light that kind of fluctuated and rotated as it moved. It slowed, hovered in the middle of the road behind our car, probably about 50 meters behind us. I got so scared, but Dad was fascinated, watching it inquisitively. I was panicking and yelling to start the car and drive. Not sure what happened after that. Dad turned the engine on and we started driving. We never saw that light again, but that was the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. And every now and again, I mention it to my dad just to know that I'm not going crazy. But Dad always confirms every detail of it with me. I'm glad we were both there. Otherwise, I'd think I was going mad. I hadn't heard of Min Min lights until years later. The things that people have described as Min Min lights match exactly what we saw. I'll never forget it. Weird experience with my fiancé. The situation I'm describing occurs only rarely, like every 2 to 3 months. It always happens in the morning between 6 and 7 a.m. Every 2 weeks, my fiancé just has to get up at 5 a.m. for work. She leaves at 5:30, so that way I can get to work at like 6. These weeks, I start work at 8:30 and I get up around 7:15. The thing that sometimes happens is that I hear him coming up the stairs with keys jingling in his hand, ready to open the apartment door, which is right next to our bedroom door, hence why I can hear it. Also, I have very good hearing. There isn't any background noise. I usually think that he must have left something important at home and that's why he came back. But as soon as the doors open, I get a very bad feeling. He does his usual things like taking off his shoes, putting his bag in the living room, doing these things as quiet as possible as to not wake me up. I always feel a weird tingling on my back when he enters the bedroom. I sleep with my back turned to the door. He carefully gets into bed after taking off his clothes and gets under the blanket. At this point, I'm usually just horrified as he gently puts his arm around me and hugs me not too tightly. I always act as if I wasn't awake and don't even dare to move. I love when somebody strokes me, mostly on my back. I usually can't even fall asleep without it, and he knows exactly just how much I love it and starts doing just that. He starts stroking my back. At this point, I gather my confidence to check the time on my phone, which is always next to me on the bed. As stated above, it's always between 6 and 7 a.m. I put down my phone and I lay there for a few more minutes. I'm terrified because I know that I'm not asleep, but I am also sure that anything that's behind me isn't my fiancé. After those few minutes, I just can't wait any longer and either turn around or move my hand in a way that I would surely hit him without turning to look at him. As soon as I do, the mattress on his side gets higher, as if he had just lifted up his weight. There's just air. Nobody's lying there next to me. I am alone. I check my phone, and sure as anything, only a few minutes have gone by. I don't know what it is, but it creeps me out. I'm sure that I'm not asleep, and that I'm not just dreaming the whole thing. But I have no idea what this could be. I don't feel like it wants to hurt me. As I said, it just lays there, hugs me, and then gets a bit back so I can stroke. Sometimes I get a kiss on my neck, but not always. All of these things, well, that I frankly like, and I should just enjoy it, but it still creeps me out. Premonition before my mother passed. My mother was very sick for several years before she passed. She contracted mononucleosis at 50. And when this is contracted as an adult, it can cause a complication of organ failure. She needed a liver transplant and was also having issues with low kidney function due to the illness. She had been in the hospital the entire month before she passed. She seemed like she was getting better, well, enough to survive a transplant. She was transferred to the hospital to get her ready for the transplant, but contracted COVID and took a turn for the worst. Now for the premonition part. She had been transferred to a hospital that was like a 2.5-hour drive, so I could no longer visit her every day like I had been. I was planning on visiting her the following Saturday, but on a Wednesday before, I just had a feeling that I had to take the next day off to go see her because, well, she might not make it until Saturday. I sent a message to my boss and put in a request for the next day. Thursday. I requested it off. That same night around midnight, I got a call from my stepdad. He spoke with the hospital and, didn't think that she would make it. Her lungs were failing. They had to put her on a ventilator. There was also a blood clot that cut off the blood to her colon and intestines. We had to get there. I called my brother and we drove there, got there around 2 or 3 a.m. She couldn't open her eyes or speak, but could nod her head yes and no. She could still hear us, and we got to say goodbye and how much we loved her before she lost consciousness. She passed that Friday afternoon, and she didn't make it to Saturday. The second part is more like what I would consider to be a real premonition, not just a bad feeling. This is from my brother. He said I could share it. He had a dream where we were at our grandma's house. There was a bunch of brush at the end of the driveway, which is not in real life, but there was a deer out there. My grandpa, who just passed a little over a year prior, gave my brother a chainsaw to clear the brush and told him to take care of the deer. We all had to agree at the hospital to have them turn the machines off. Her intestines were deteriorating and she needed surgery, but she would never survive. She couldn't get to the surgery and she couldn't live if she didn't get the surgery. We were able to ask my mother multiple times beforehand if she wanted everything off, and she vehemently nodded her head yes. It was in her living will that she didn't want a ventilator. Right after the funeral, we went to my grandma's house. At the end of the driveway was a doe. I walked out, got just 10 feet from it, and got a few pictures. Wasn't afraid of me, and when I looked at it, it felt like it was my mom checking in on us. Ask Reddit. If it is possible, then our brains sure suck at it. If deja vu really is seeing the future, why is it always about mundane things? If we were real neurological power, why don't we see the future about things that would actually be helpful? Most people's deja vu stories are about mundane crap. Or me reading the same story twice. Mundane crap like, I dreamed I was doing a cannonball into a pool and ended up going to the pool at the last minute the next day and I did a cannonball. Or something like, I dreamed a girl in my class changed her hairstyle the next day when I saw her, it had changed. It always is such mundane, pointless crap. If we can see the future, why aren't there more, I dreamed I got hit by a red car and the next day I recognized the road from the dream and stopped and the red car came flying out of nowhere? Or perhaps something like, I dreamed I got mugged on my way to my car and at the end of the day I got a group of coworkers to leave together and I saw the mugger watching us as I got in my car. If our brains are evolving precognition, we must have a long path of evolution ahead of us before we get to seeing actual useful information. If you take the spiritual side and believe God is sending you information, great. But again, why would God not send useful information? Even when it's useful information, proving you received that information in advance is really difficult. How do you know your brain isn't just really good at crunching information you're not even consciously aware of? Maybe you actually saw the red car the day before, and only your subconscious picked up on it, and perhaps warned you about it. Maybe you consciously didn't see the mugger stalking you yesterday, but your subconscious did, and got the message through. Our brains are amazing, biological pattern-finding machines that are hell-bent on self-preservation and do it without us even knowing it's happening. The only compelling precognition stories I've read deal with people who have a precognitive experience and actually tell someone else about it before it actually happens. All the stories about having a dream about something and then remembering the dream as the event is happening, or stories where people realize they remember an event as they're experiencing it, are not compelling. In these situations, your brain is misfiring. It's taking all the information you're expecting and putting it into things that have happened before file instead of the things happening now file. So you're experiencing the present as if it were a memory. You're experiencing a false memory, and that's why it feels so weird. You consciously are trying to reconcile the idea that this is something that's happened before. One of the ways you reconcile it is by falsely determining that you remember having a dream about it, or that you're somehow repeating the event again. It's mostly just all in our heads. Ask Reddit. About a year ago, my girlfriend and I moved into a place with a few friends. Prior to moving in, I had been over a lot. It's above a music venue which one of my roommates manages. There's always people in and out. A large majority of those who have lived with her stayed over for quite a long period of time. They say that this place is haunted. I had my doubts since I don't really believe in anything paranormal. It's an old building and pretty much everything people say or hear or see can be explained away. Once I moved in for the first few months, it was a lot of me doing that to erase the minds of those staying over who had heard about our haunted house. Well, one of my roommates, who no longer lives with us, found an old painting sitting beside a dumpster on our way home from work one night. This painting is really weird. It's of a face with a bunch of red lines painted all over it. It's definitely hand-painted and hand-sketched canvas. Stretched. My mother's an artist, so there's little things you can look at, kind of to tell these things. Something about this painting really made me and the rest of my roommates uncomfortable. But none of us are believers, so we didn't make a fuss about it. The weird stuff started to happen almost immediately. 2 nights after she hung it up in the living room, we were all sitting around the couch, hanging out and playing a board game, listening to music. The music suddenly stopped, and most of the lights dimmed. Since we have really bad electrical surges, no one thought too much of this. Then all of us heard what sounded like footsteps running across our roof. We had raccoons that live in the attic, and we're well aware of what they sound like. This was not them. The footsteps started at the back of the house and ran all the way to where right above we were. The living room is in the front part of the house, facing the main road. Once the footsteps stopped, the painting fell from its place on the wall. My roommate, for whatever reason, didn't want to throw it out right then and there, despite all of us being very uncomfortable. She did, however, move it into her room. The weirdness didn't stop there. I would occasionally hear a faint male voice coming from her room when no one was there. I'd see a shadowy figure standing in her doorway, and watch as her door would open and close itself occasionally. The last really weird thing that happened before she moved out was one night my girlfriend and I were both woke up at the exact same time. I got up to get us water, and as I opened my door, my other 3 roommates all exited their rooms to also get water. Every single one of us were woken up from a dead sleep at the exact same time. No loud noises, no explanations. She moved out and took her painting with her. Since then, there have been a few more weird paranormal experiences I've had at that place, including a very strange one concerning a traveler I met in a dream. But that one was probably the most frightening. Sweet dreams. See ya. There's some kind of entity that inhabits my family home. So there's something, I think a spirit, that's interacted with me for years in the house where I grew up. I've also seen it once, so I'll recount that first. When I was 12 or 13, I got up early on a weekend and I was doing chores. I had neglected to do it the evening before, and at one point, I turned around and there was a woman standing there in front of me, looking at me, clearly and distinctly. I was startled and just gasped, but she disappeared after a quarter second. She was about my height at the time, maybe a little taller, so around 5'3" maybe. Brown hair, brown-green eyes. She was nude, but had a white towel wrapped around her like she had just stepped out of the shower. Her hair was also wet. I do want to mention that there was plenty of light in the room and that there was no shadows for my mind to turn into a person. Like I said, I was startled, but not freaked out. After a few minutes, I went back to my chores, and not long after, my mom got out of bed and I told her about what I saw. She laughed at first, but got a shocked look on her face when I described the woman. She said that she'd seen this person in a dream just before waking up. We were both weirded out, but nothing really came of it. Later I connected with this previous incident, like hearing strange sounds in the bathroom at night and feeling a presence in my room. For the sounds in the bathroom, my bedroom is immediately adjacent to it. You can't really enter it without me hearing you walk in. I knew it wasn't a family member and we didn't have pets in the house. I'd hear water running, cabinets and closet doors open and close, shower curtains shifting, that kind of thing. This went on for years, from when we moved in to when I was like 7, so till I was maybe 14 or so. As for the presence in my room, it was something I'd sometimes feel when I was younger, like 9 or 10. I'd feel like something was standing a couple of feet from my bedside. There's nothing to see, of course, and I slept with a lamp on, but I still felt that I knew exactly where it was. I used to think it was an angel since I felt no fear or bad intentions from it, only calm and gentle vibes. That is actually true of all of this. Never felt any malevolence from anything inside the house. All of this stopped by the time I was 14. Not long after, like a couple of years after I saw her. Anyway, I'm not sure what I'm looking for by posting this, just wanted to share. I'd like to talk about it with some people, though, and I'd like to hear any speculation about, well, anything that anybody has for her as well. Husband and I heard a man's voice in our home last night. So my husband and I were watching a scary movie. We don't usually watch scary movies, but we thought it would be fun since our kid was staying with his grandparents for the night. About halfway through the movie, we got bored of it, decided to call it a night. It was around 11:30 p.m. We were watching it in our bed, so we just turned off the TV and lights and laid down. Within maybe 30 seconds of turning off the movie, I hear a man talking. It sounded like it was coming from our basement. We live in a log home and we sleep in the loft, which is open to the rest of the house. The stairs leading up to our room are made of half logs, so you can peer through them and see down the stairs, and that leads directly below into the basement. By the way, the basement also has no door. At first, I thought maybe I was imagining it. I do have auditory hallucinations before I fall asleep all the time, so I thought that's what it was. We have a German Shepherd who sleeps at the top of the stairs in the loft with us. She hadn't seemed to notice anything. About 10 seconds after hearing the voice, I hear several other sounds. Sounds of something moving in the basement. Jostling and gentle thuds. At this point, my husband whispers, "Did you hear that?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he says, "It sounded like a man talking." And I'm like, "Oh my God, yeah." So he jumps out of bed, puts on his robe, gets the gun, and starts checking around the house. I have my phone up ready to dial 911 if the windows are closed and locked, and the alarms on them are undisturbed. Same with the sliding door. We checked the rest of the house and still nothing. Super freaked out at this point, and he has to get up early for work, so go back upstairs to our bed. He goes to sleep, but I'm too freaked out, and I stay up with a lamp on, ready to attack the sneaky intruder, till about 2 a.m. when I was too tired to stay up any longer. I heard a couple more strange noises up until I fell asleep. Most of them I attributed to the house shifting. My box fan made a high-pitched squealing noise a few times, which I've never noticed before. Almost sounded like bats squeaking. I just cannot relax about the situation, because I can't come up with a solution as to why this happened. The house was secured. There's no way anybody could be inside. We live in a rural area and know our neighbors. They don't wander around our property, and it just doesn't make sense. The voice didn't sound particularly threatening. It sounded like a country boy talking to his buddy. Not super loud, not quiet, just a casual interaction. Jeez. Sleep paralysis, shadow figure, and astral travel. It was a typical spring afternoon about 5 years ago. Laying on my couch in my room, the room was a master, so it was very spacious. I was very relaxed and comfortable, and I closed my eyes for a moment. Then I opened them, and I felt paralyzed. I could only move my eyes. My TV, bed, curtains, laundry, everything was exactly where it usually was. Nothing out of place or unusual, except I could not move, and my vision was black and gray as if I was colorblind. Thought there was no way that this was a dream. Is this what you call astral traveling? Did I do it? Is this what you call vivid dreaming? What's going on? As I asked myself these questions, my bathroom door next to me began to creak open. It was pitch black inside, and out of it came a jagged shadow figure that moved in a quick and bizarre way. The shadow figure moved closer and closer to me as I lay there helpless. I thought there was no way I would let this thing hurt me. Then I felt a strong urge to sit up, so I fought the paralysis with determination to sit up. I began sitting up, but something wasn't right. I looked to my arms and torso, and to my surprise, my body was still lying on the couch. I had an out-of-body experience. The out-of-body experience was so weird and authentic. My spirit self looked like a NASA picture of space dust. It was kind of a gold color. I felt like pure energy. I looked at the shadow figure, and I said the first thing that came to my mind: "Fuck you." After I said this out loud, the shadow figure went in reverse back to the dark, and I became sucked back into my body, instantly waking up. I quickly looked around, and everything was as it was in my dream. The experience is an accurate recollection. The story is true. I've never told anybody except a handful of people. I remember it to this day in detail, and honestly, I think it was not a dream. It was a typical day, and I was lying on my couch with nothing specific in mind. Next thing I know, I wake up in a dream. Before this happened about a week ago, I was on a supernatural kick with my cousin. We were both very intrigued by the unknown, wanted to learn more about astral travel. I've always had cases of sleep paralysis ever since I was a child. I read an article saying it might be the beginning of astral traveling or something. After this experience in my room, I've never had sleep paralysis again, and I've never really tried to astral travel. Did I break through that reality and afterlife barrier? Was I in a realm to be explored? House is haunted, or I'm going insane. This started about a week ago. For some background, I live in a 1920s home. I live with two other people who are currently out of town, and if it's relevant, the house flooded a couple of weeks ago. There's black mold, but very sparse. Also, the back door doesn't lock, so it could be someone coming in also. There's a kind of an attic which I don't have access to, which is also supposedly flooded after the maintenance man came to have a look after the flooding of the house. A few weird things have been happening. For example, today I wake up in the morning to go to the bathroom, and keep in mind, again, my roommates are out of town. I find a pot plant on the top shelf that's been knocked over. Keep in mind that I do own a kitten, but she can't even push down a 250-gram container. She's only 5 weeks old and can't jump on the bed without help. The toilet seat is also up, which as a female, I would never ever do that. I work from home most days. Go into the kitchen for a drink and the microwave door is wide open and not closed. I don't use the microwave at all. A few other things that have been happening as well. I'm quite particular about how I position my soaps in the shower. I've been noticing for the past week, but they haven't been in the spot I left them in. Thought I was going insane, so I started taking photos before and after my shower to confirm where I've left them. They're definitely moving. Not to mention that there's a brown boot mark on the whole tile when, again, I don't leave the house nor am I that size shoe. I've checked with all my shoes, none of them match. I like to order Subway, bit of a Subway fiend. I order a foot long, but kind of half it to eat later. Popped that in the fridge, never got around to eating it, and as I had kind of had a few work events that I had to attend in person, which is very rare, the Subway I noticed is also gone today. No one's been home, so I'm confused who ate it. Also, to even make me sound even crazier, ran out of makeup remover, and the other day I go to reach for a cleanser. I don't really like it, so I got it kind of as a free gift from a pharmacy, and I noticed that it's literally been duplicated. I now own 2 of these very specific cleansers that looked exactly the same. I never went out of my way to purchase this product, considering that I don't even like it. Why would I buy it again? I don't even use cleanser on a regular, but usually just... Oh no, I don't know what this word means. Micellar water? Micellar water? Micellar water. One of those. Help. Last week I had a strange experience with a friend. I'm still unsure how I feel about it. To preface this, my friend's dad passed away when she was a teenager. She very much believes in spirits. Before he passed away, her dad made a mirror, which until recently, my friend's aunt had had. My friend and her aunt don't get along, and out of the blue, the aunt offers her the mirror. My friend accepted, but ever since, strange things were happening in her home. Her aunt claims to be a witch, and my friends think that she had done something to the mirror before giving it to her. So last weekend, whilst I was at my friend's house, she asked me if she would mind if she did a cleansing of the mirror with me there. My friend used a smudge stick and did a cleansing, and afterwards asked if I would do a spirituality test with her. She handed me a piece of paper and a pen, asked me to write the first thing that came to my head when she asked questions. She also had a piece of paper and a pen and was doing the same. She spoke out loud and asked her dad about things like, tell us a number between 1 and 10, or like, tell us a month. Now, I'm neither a believer or a non-believer, but in my head all I could think at this point is statistically we have around a 1 in 10 chance of saying the same number. I really, really wanted my friend to feel good about what we were doing, but I really doubted the legitimacy of it. My friend told me to ask a question, and for a second I hesitated. I was unsure if she meant for me to ask her dad a question or to ask somebody I knew. The following thoughts went through my head. If I had to ask somebody, who would I ask, and what would I ask? In my head, I thought I'd ask my grandmother and that I'd ask her to name a flower. I asked my friend who I should ask, and she said, anybody. I decided that was going to be me trying to contact her dad. So I asked her dad to tell us a day of the week. As I was saying this, my friend said to me a random word that had popped into her head. It wasn't a day of the week, but she felt that she needed to write it down. At the end of the question, she gave me a piece of paper. Written on it instead of day of the week was the word flower. I had not said anything out loud about who or what I would have asked. There was no possible way my friend would have known, that I thought that. I instantly got goosebumps, and this keeps playing in my mind over a week later. I've always been a very logic-based person, and I can't explain what happened. Two encounters, one ghost. Asterisk, wink, asterisk. In the early 90s, every Wednesday we would take my grandma out to eat. She had two favorite places, Hometown Buffet and this Chinese restaurant that was attached to a Sam's Club type of a superstore, forget the name. The Chinese spot was attached to the front of the store and overlooked the entire parking lot. One Wednesday night we were at the Chinese restaurant. We were sitting in a booth by the window. I was sitting closest to the window across from my dad. My parents were talking to my grandma about who knows what. I was picking at my food, staring at the nearly empty parking lot. That is when I noticed a man walking up the front sidewalk of the restaurant. He was wearing what seemed to be a light blue business suit, a fedora, and was holding a briefcase. I was staring at him, but not intently, as I was thinking about something else. It wasn't until he was about 20 feet from us that I noticed something odd. He had stopped to look at his wristwatch, and I realized that I could see the cars in the parking lot through his body. My first instinct at 10 years old was to find a logical explanation. He must be inside the restaurant, and I'm seeing his reflection, thus allowing me to see the cars through his body. So I looked to my left. He's not there. I looked to my right. There he is. That is when I realized I was possibly looking at an apparition. I was so excited that I was trying to get my dad's attention to point it out. But I wasn't yelling, I was just barely eking out the word dad. Hadn't even realized it. As this is happening, I point at the apparition. He looks up at me, begins to continue walking towards, but past us, and eventually fades into nothing. I was so stunned and excited I pinched myself because I thought I was dreaming. Fast forward to 2002. I'm 21 years old, hanging out with my cousins and some friends. I don't remember even how we got on the subject of ghosts, but I tell this story. One of my friends, James, turns ghost white, pun intended, wide-eyed, and he says to me, "Tell me you're just fucking with me." Confused, I say, "What do you mean?" He then tells me that when he was a kid, his parents were leaving the same parking lot one night. He was sitting in the back of the car. His dad was reversing out of a parking spot. Just then, his mom from the passenger seat begins to freak out. She's yelling at his dad to slam on the brakes because there's a man walking behind the car. His dad looks at her like she's crazy and says, "I was looking behind my shoulder the whole time. There's nobody over there." And I would have felt it if we hit someone. His mom described the man as wearing a three-piece suit, a fedora, and was holding a briefcase. My own experience. Too often I see things that can easily be debunked. But they do not try to debunk it, or it can't be debunked due to somebody capable of causing it to happen off screen. These people constantly just don't have cameras pointed at the thing. Have you noticed that? Like I'm told the clock shouldn't be working, but it is. Well, then show me the gears and the wind-up part in the battery area while it's playing. With that being said, here's my story. I was staying at a 2-floor house and lived on the first floor. The entrance is actually the second floor, then you go downstairs for the bedrooms. My mom was staying in one end of the house, and I the other. I remember her texting me to come over, and as she's hearing what she interprets as scratching in the wall, we both are thinking maybe rats. She just wanted me to confirm. But as I laid there, I heard the scratches, but more and more. Her bedroom is more or less directly under what we call the office room, and it sounded like somebody was in there. Not rummaging, but like it was sitting in the couch, repositioning their legs and a couple subtle feet hitting the floor. I laid there a bit longer, then heard it get up. My father, not dead, just divorced. Just left us prior to this. Would always stay up there late and often sleep up there. I became used to him making these noises upstairs. Walked to the kitchen and then back or downstairs. Makes me wonder if something attached to him. When he lived there, because we would keep hearing these motions upstairs after he left. So as I was just lying there with my mom hearing these steps, I believe someone was in the house. These were not light footsteps. These were loud. Clear as day, too. I slowly exit a room to confront what I think is someone breaking into our house, and as I stand at the foot of the stairs. These stairs go up a little bit to a flat area, then turn back to go up to the second floor. At the middle of the stairs, there are 2 very large windows stacked on top of each other. As I'm standing at the bottom, you can look at the 2 giant windows and see out into the backyard. You can also slightly see a reflection of the upstairs as there's a hanging light, and it's noticeable. I see no one there, but chalk it up to a bad glare. I still hear somebody standing at the top and quickly run up to see nothing. Standing at the mid-level, looking back at the top of the stairs, and there's absolutely nothing. I reach the second floor, then start to check all of the office room. My experience as a residential mover. I own and operate a movers company. On many occasions, we're sent to homes where the owners have passed away. The homes are older than 100 years of furniture have been passed down many generations. On one move from Texas to a 250-year-old home in Virginia, the house was renovated to look like it did when it was built. Small ceilings, visible beams, and the hardwood floor was original. The new owner even showed us bullet holes on the outside of the house dating way back. We arrived around 4 p.m., and the older told us where we wanted all the furniture. Then he left and we got to work unloading. Right off the bat, we felt very uneasy in this home. It was surrounded by mountains and trees. The nearest neighbors are about a mile away. There were 3 of us. I was inside laying rugs before the other 2 brought in furniture. It got dark quick as the sun went behind the mountains. I heard footsteps on the second floor and figured it was one of the guys going to, working on the bathroom. When I walked outside, the 2 guys were coming in with the headboard for a bed. I asked if they were upstairs, and they both said that they were taking a smoke break while I lay rugs. They shrugged it off as just the house being old. It is now pitch black outside, and the house is a historic monument to the city, meaning you can put so and type the doors and locks and knobs. We were basically working with flashlights and candles with how low luminance the house lights gave. They wrote lemon scents. We all assembled in the living room area when we all hear a door slam at the back of the house. We figured it was a draft, but went to check it out anyways. These doors are original and easily weigh 80 to 100 pounds each. We all start to feel unsettled as I told them about the footsteps earlier. We start to unload the truck and assemble to place all the furniture as fast as we can. Once we got upstairs, the mood changed drastically. We all felt very nervous, as if we were all being watched. While assembling a bed frame from the corner of my eye, I would see shadows going back and forth. All of a sudden, I hear a loud bang downstairs. Went to look, and it was my drill I had left on its side on a table that fell to the floor. We all rush outside for a cigarette, see what needs to be finished to leave quickly. All that's left is the footboard of the bed I was assembling, and to take an armoire to the second floor. We planned accordingly and were in and out within 20 minutes. There was no way somebody could have come into the property because the owner had motion lights placed on the trees all around. And they only came on when we were outside, and the homeowner was in a hostel, or a hotel, 45 minutes away where I left him his keys. It's been about 3 years since that job, and we still talk about it to this day. Real supernatural incident that I experienced when I was 10 years old. I'm from Asia. I have a deep fascination for the supernatural. I've been reading ghost stories posted in this community for quite some time now and have enjoyed a lot of them. However, today I would like to share an incident that happened with me when I was 10 years old. English isn't my first language, so I apologize for any grammatical error in advance. So here's what happened. This incident took place when I was 10. The year was 2001. I was living with my maternal uncle and his wife as my school at the time was about 5 minutes away from their home. My uncle's wife had given birth to their second child, and another one of my aunts had decided to stay with us to help my uncle and his aunt manage things. We used to sleep in the same room as there were 3 beds in the room arranged in a U-shape. My aunt and her newborn child used to sleep in one bed, my other aunt and the first child used to sleep on the second bed, and I and my uncle used to sleep on the third one. One night my uncle woke me up and he looked pretty excited. I was still half asleep and didn't understand what was happening. He said I need to get up quickly as somebody was here to meet me. Thought it was already morning and my parents had come to see me, and I got excited and sat up pretty quickly, and what I saw completely puzzled me. Both my aunts were sitting together on the bed opposite to mine. My uncle also went there and sat beside my aunts as soon as I got up. There's a girl standing in front of them. She looked like she was 16 or 17 years old, and she was smiling at me. She started walking towards me. This scared me, and I jumped and stood over my bed. She tried to climb over the bed, but I pushed her and she fell down. She got up, looked at me, and started trying to get on the bed. Again, I pushed her back again. This happened a third time too, and I got really scared. The fact that my uncle and aunts were all watching all this quietly freaked me out. When she got up the fourth time, I closed my eyes, joined my hands in prayer, and started praying out loudly. After a few moments of praying, I felt someone's hand on my shoulder, and for a moment I thought that girl caught me. But when I opened my eyes, it was my uncle. He asked me why I was standing on my bed and praying out loudly in the middle of the night. They assumed that I was sleep-talking, but I explained them that I wasn't, told them about the whole incident, comforted me and tried to make me go back to sleep, but the fear of what has just happened prevented me to go to sleep again that night. At that time, they convinced me that it was just a bad dream, but when we talked about the incident now, they admit that they all believe in the supernatural, and what I saw that night could be 100% real. I know there's a little scientific proof that spirits exist, but I truly believe that I was not dreaming that day, and whatever I saw was real. I watched the sky burn. As a preface for this story, I was roughly 17 years old and I hadn't had any drugs or alcohol that day. I believe there's no human technology that'd be capable of this, but I'm also not sure what happened. This was also prior to 2007, so I wouldn't have been able to record it anyway. Honestly, if I could have been able to record it, then I wouldn't even bring it up because I just have to ignore it happened to be because what the fuck else am I gonna do? It was 8 or 9 at night. That's when I was driving to a local subway. I was only 2 or 3 blocks away from my house in a suburban neighborhood in northern Alabama, specifically around the Redstone Arsenal area. The sky was clear, stars shining, moon out. That's when I stopped at a 4-way intersection stop sign. I was looking at the sky, in the distance above my old school, when the night began to burn like an old film reel that caught fire. It started as a little cigarette burn on the slide, then began to spread outward until everything was engulfed in daylight. This was not a beam of light, a flare, or any other random military thing. It was as if somebody turned on the sun, but the sun wasn't there. I freaked the fuck out, but in a weird way I was super analytical about it. Parked my car in the middle of the road and got out. I looked at all the houses, all the trees. I felt something off, even more than just having the night burn to day. That's when I looked at the ground and realized there's no shadows. Under my feet, under my car, behind anything. It was all missing a shadow. This just freaked me out even more. When it comes to paranormal or supernatural experiences, I believe it's always better to have somebody with you so you can turn to them and say, "You saw that too, right? Like I'm not crazy, right?" That's the first thing I went for. Went to the nearest house with the car in the driveway, banging on the door and ringing the doorbell. They didn't answer fast enough, so I'd run to the next house, then the next, then the next, until I was left standing in the street. I was completely at a loss for proving my reality was real or insanity. Then it just faded away, like somebody lowering the dimmer on a light switch till it was back to quote-unquote normal nighttime. I was still standing in the street staring at the sky. That's when another car rolled up to the intersection. Stupidly, I ran over to the car, waving my arms, and started knocking on their window. It was an elderly couple, clearly confused. So they only cracked their window to speak to me. I dumped everything on them, asked if they had seen anything since they were driving toward my location. Ask Reddit. First one. One Halloween night, I was driving home from a gig in a sparsely populated area. Not the woods, but pretty close. I come around a corner and a woman in a sexy nurse costume comes out of nowhere. Literally seemed to burst from a bunch of bushes on the side of the road. I hit the brakes. She does that disjointed kind of walk akin to Silent Hill nurses across the street. I never saw her face. Her hair was all crazy and covered. Also, her clothes seemed, I guess, askew would be the most appropriate description. This lasted maybe 10 seconds. I thought she would let me in on the gag when she reached the other side of the road. Nope. She just jolted her way into a wooded area. I was freaked out and thought about driving away, but something gave me pause beside the obvious. There was just something not quite right. So I pulled over and yelled out if she needed help. No response. I called for another couple minutes and kind of walked the area where she went. No trace, so I drove off. No other houses looked like they had lights on. Everything looked shut down. I was shook. 2 days later, I read an article in the paper. It described how they found a woman's body matching the description of what I saw dead under a tree in the woods. I even called the police department and filed a report as being the last person to see her alive. Alive in quotes. There were some sketchy details with the domestic partner, but no one really knows what happened to her. Second, like I said before, I toured all over the country for music. Me and my wife played a gig in Lafayette, but we had to drive back to North LA after, in the middle of the night for business-related reasons. We hit the road after midnight, but before 1 a.m. No one out on the roads. Super dark out. We took 10 back to North LA. If you've ever been on this road, you know that a good portion of it is like a giant bridge over swampy, weird lakes, 20 to 30 feet off the water. So a couple of hours after leaving, we were driving and chatting about stuff, talking about the gig, about the next day's events, etc. I casually flicked the high beams on and we both went silent. Me. Did you see that? Wife. Yeah. Me. What do we do? Wife. Keep driving. Faster. When I flicked the high beams, we both saw a person climbing over the edge of the barrier on the side of the road. What did I see? In the summer of 2016, I attended a graduation party in my hometown. At around 10 p.m., I decided to say my goodbyes and head down the mountain by myself. As I reached the summit of the mountain, my headlights illuminate a horrific scene to my right. A wrecked red sedan with the front window shattered and a man laying in front of the car. I steered quickly out of the way, since my head was nearly on the white line of my lane. A few feet away from the scene, I pulled off into the truck lane, put my hazards on, and stared in shock in my rearview mirror. A few seconds later, I see car lights coming my way. Slowing down at the scene, I try to wave them down, but it's dark and secluded, and I'm in shock. It was unsuccessful. They slowed down, looked at the scene, and hit the gas full speed down the mountain. After they passed me, my anxiety kicked in, and I too fled the scene at full speed. I called my boyfriend at the time and didn't tell him what I saw. I needed to distract myself. About 8 minutes later, when I arrive home, I wake up my parents and waste no time getting everyone into the car to drive me up to the summit. In the meantime, we call the police. I didn't do this earlier because I was fresh out of high school and I didn't know if I would have to stay at the scene. If I would be questioned maybe and in trouble for being out so late and so young. I just panicked. By the time my parents and I make it back to the summit, there's nothing there. I was less than 20 minutes. I got out in shock, looked for broken glass from the windshield and any other signs that somebody had been hurt there. Nothing. Now I'm freaking out because I look as if I'm hallucinating all of this. My parents called the police again and we left the emergency services as they were arriving. Talked to a few people from my hometown and they told me that they wouldn't be surprised if I saw something paranormal because of all of the accidents that have happened there. I personally know a few people who have died driving on that road. The only other explanation I can think of was that it was like an elaborate staged accident to lure someone out of their car. But the windshield was broken. His head was by the white line. If he wasn't dead already, he was placing himself in serious danger. The airbags were depleted, and the car was smashed by a telephone pole. How could someone stage that and be gone less than 20 minutes? Even if the wreck did just happen, how would that man have been able to walk away from the scene and not leave his car or other evidence behind? Any advice Since I would say middle school anytime I've lived with her, or even not lived with her. I'm 23, living on my own, and she still experiences strange things. There have been strange occurrences. Here's some examples. I've always woken up randomly in the middle of the night for as long as I can remember. So when I was about 11, the condo we were living in was just me and my mom. We had a Jack and Jill style bedrooms with the bathroom connecting us. And I would randomly in the middle of the night hear my mom's flat iron cord hitting against the bathroom cabinets. And I knew that sound because I was very used to hearing it in the mornings. When she got ready, she would kind of also hear scratching on the walls in her bedroom. I moved in with my dad at 12 till I was 17, never experiencing really anything out of the ordinary. And I'm unsure if my mom did living by herself. When I moved back in with her at 17, we lived in a condo. Me and my mom and her husband at the time who worked third shift. Here I experienced an old VCR player in my room randomly turn itself on and start rewinding itself even though it was unplugged. I was almost asleep one night and felt the palm of a hand slightly slap me on the cheek twice. I had a small dog at the time who'd randomly growl and follow something that wasn't there. When I wasn't home, my mom and stepdad would say they could hear talking in my room. They would be in the living room. My mom also on 2 separate occasions heard a man say hello to her at night while in bed and felt as if something sat on the bed and caused it to dip down while she was home alone. Also felt as if something lifted up at the end of her bed and shook it. At 19, me and my boyfriend, now husband, moved into our own place. Never experienced any sense of it, but my mom lives in a different place with her current boyfriend, and while her boyfriend was mopping home alone, when he turned around he saw 2 footprints in a wet mopped floor behind him. They were bare footprints. He always wears shoes in the house too. My little sister, who was 3, started randomly pointing and laughing at something over my mom's shoulder while she was dressing her. My mom's boyfriend woke up in the middle of the night to the feeling of getting scratched on his back. And my mother was facing the opposite way asleep, and there were red scratch marks on him the next morning. There's several other things that have happened, but those are the biggest things I can think of at the moment. I've often heard the more you talk about it, the worse it gets. But with everything that's happened and the fact that it's always where she lives, it leads me to believe something is attached to her. What that is, I have no clue. But how does one even go about fixing this? And how does one end this story, other than saying, see ya? Wandering drunk. I lay my back against the front window of the bar. The slow changing streetlights and neon glow of the Buff's Pub sign reflect through my half-empty bottle of liquor resting between my feet. The streets are quiet beside a few cabs making their way through the intersection before me. The bar is surrounded by other 3-story homes and shops running through all of the downtown. I hear bells jingle as 2 men leave the bar, looking at me as they begin to walk by me. Stick my leg out and trip one of the men. A natural instinct. The man trips on his face, and his buddy swings his leg back and kicks me across the head, bouncing it off the glass pane behind me. I let out a choked laugh, and as the 2 begin to leave again, I rise to my feet and open the bottle of liquor. Might as well. I dump the liquor all over my head, all over the head of the guy that kicked me. It pours down his face and back and shoulders as he shouts in confusion and surprise. They turn around and begin beating the shit out of me. I smile as I feel a tooth snap in half as a boot flew into my face again and again. I then grabbed a hold of the man soaked in alcohol and dragged him to myself on the ground. As his friends punched me in the stomach about 10 more times. I struck my lighter and the man engulfed in flames and began kicking and screaming. His friend got me in a chokehold and began constricting my air as I writhed to escape his lock. His friend eventually stopped the burn and picked up a trash can. I turned to look at him, and I was met with the bottom of a trash can in my face. I could feel the blood pouring from my face and dripping all over my shirt. The impact filled my eyes with tears and stars, and I couldn't feel my arms or legs. He rose it over me again, and it all went dark. I lifted open my eyes to find myself left in a frozen stream, half of my body submerged, the other lay just on the shore. I shiver violently as the liquor I drank begun to wear off. My legs are both completely broken, I've discovered. I look down at them as they sway in the stream, and I look up at the sky. I cannot move. Try to pull myself from the water and turn onto my stomach on the icy rocks. I dragged myself 10 feet before I couldn't feel below my waist. Then my arms gave out. In the cold, windy night, I sat until I froze to death under a tree. And then went to his computer and wrote the story. A desperate and very hard to believe plea. Obvious throwaway account. I'd like to preface this by saying while I sincerely respect everybody's opinion, and to give me advice in any form is appreciated. If you're unwilling to suspend your disbelief and would rather suggest I have a mental illness and to seek help, thank you. But I don't need your comment. I personally sought out being hospitalized and evaluated and was told I didn't have one. I did immediately take that path to address this when it first began. I can infrequently and at random hear very short snippets of other people's thoughts. Yes, I do not have a mental illness. This has been going on for about 2.5, 3 years, and at first, for quite a while, I ignored it. Like I was in denial and doused myself in skepticism. I was worried for my brain. At this time, as it passed and it continued, gave up on that. I had and will always have that little skeptic that's telling me it's not real, by the way. What I hear are one-word thoughts or very short sentences, completely at random, very sporadically coming from people in my vicinity. It's not a crazy, wild, powerful superpower. It's never going to be helpful to swindle millions or win big. It's literally just completely random, useless, mundane shit. I probably hear like a foreign thought once or two or maybe less times a week. It's so unpredictably random and infrequent that to study it or experiment or try to solidly prove it, it'd be kind of like catching lightning in a bottle. Why I'm here and what I'm asking for. I did my best to Google forums and websites, scour through Facebook groups, and have never heard of another person experiencing this. So I thought I should come to Reddit and speak openly about it, safely from a throwaway, in the hopes that somewhere a commenter's friend or a friend of a great aunt or of a nephew, somebody has this issue, anyone. There's obviously many stories and legends about this kind of thing. It has to have been going on for centuries, maybe since the birth of man. It's too prevalent a paranormal subject for there to be no basis for it. There's no fucking way I'm the only person on Earth that can do this. Slightly confused as the narrator if you said you couldn't find anything on it and then talk about how it's renowned. Ghost child at work in New Hampshire, late at night. So this happened maybe 2 years ago. I was working as the night manager at a local grocery store. It had been one crazy day of business. It was probably around 10 p.m. and the store was finally slowing down, so I had to go to the restroom. Let me give you the layout of the store. When you come into the store, you come into the front entrance, then turn to the left and walk into the store. The produce department is the first one you see, and if you go to the right, you'll go down the hallway to the break room, and then to the restrooms. So I walk into the far stall in the restroom and I do my business. I then heard a voice of a child say hello. I wasn't really paying attention, thinking he was talking to somebody else. Then he said hello one more time. This time I figured out he was talking to me. So, I came out of the stall. He was dressed up really nice. He was maybe 5 to 7 years old. He was very well dressed. He had on blue jeans, a dress shirt, and a tie, and a blue vest. Hair was well groomed. He said hello again. I said hello back. I was thinking to myself how I found it odd that I didn't hear the door open or shut. The door to the men's room shut hard and always slammed shut. He then asked me how to turn the water on in the sink. I showed him that all you had to do was put your hands over the nozzle and it turned on automatically. Asked him if he had a parent waiting and he said his mom was waiting for him. I said, okay, be safe. Put a stepping stool up for him so he could use the sink. So I went back to work. I then literally passed one of my workers outside the restroom. He said he'd be out shortly. I got back to work. A few minutes later, he joined me. I asked him if he saw the little boy washing his hands, and he said, "What little boy?" I thought he was joking, so I told him about the little boy. He said there was no little boy in there. So I went looking for the little boy. First went back into the restroom, but figured, well, I guess I just figured he wouldn't be in there. Then went looking for him in the store. I had 2 people working in the front produce department just outside the hallway. I asked them if they saw the boy, and they both said no. The boy would have to walk right by them, so I walked the entire store looking for him and his mom. Saw no one. I asked everybody who was working, and no one saw them. Then went to loss prevention. Had him go over to the footage in the store. Saw me go into the restroom, but saw no little boy or mother. Then saw me come out, and then my workers come out. We looked at all the footage on all the cameras, and the little boy and his mom were never seen. To this day, I hope him and his mom have found peace and have moved on. Ghostly encounters on the TTC back in the mid-1980s. Back around 1986, I used to live in East End of Toronto. At the time, I was 24. I used to work at a company called Atlantic Packaging in Scarborough. It's like all blue-collar workers. I had a strict schedule in order to maintain my sanity in working rotating shifts without getting burnt out. My shift that week was the midnight shift. So I leave the house, head to Coxwell subway station heading towards Kennedy Station. That's the last stop. So I get on at Coxwell and sit at the front of the car. As per my habit, I scope the car to see what entities are surrounding me. Human types. I'm sitting there for about 20 minutes, until finally the subway lurches into Kennedy. Now in the car was just some guy in front of me further down, and another few guys. No women. So I get up and walk toward the door when I feel someone close behind me. I was surprised only because I was the only person at the end of the car. I figured for a second that the guy further down had decided to walk towards my end. When I turn around, there's this woman standing right behind me with dark hair and a sinister smile. Honestly, if she was a ghost, she noticed my surprise. I got off the subway car and watched her walk down the platform toward the stairs. I remember to this day that she was, well, everything she was wearing. She had this floral blouse on with tan flared pants from the mid-70s. had like a Farrah Fawcett-styled hair flip. Now this was the mid-1980s, and that style was long gone. I remember running up the other side of the set of stairs. I thought, okay, maybe I just missed something. But no, she never emerged. Finally, I walked up to the dude who's been in front of me, who was waiting for his bus. I asked him if he remembered me on the subway. He said, yeah, you were at the other end. Now remember, the car was empty all the way to Kennedy, so there was little traffic. I then asked him if he remembered a dark-haired woman. He just looked at me and said no. I just saw you and no one else. To this day, I can only assume it was some poor woman who had committed suicide on the TTC, or had been killed in the mid-1970s. Even now, when I go to Kennedy nearly 40 years later, I still think about that woman on the platform and whatever possibly happened to her. Spirit or intruder. Myself and 3 friends have recently moved into a new house. It's in a pretty deserted area outside of the town. My room is particularly big with 2 big windows. The last few weeks I've had the feeling of constantly being watched. I've never had much fear of spirits or paranormal activity, but this felt different. My bedroom is upstairs, yet I always hear knocking on my windows. I've been cautious of this recently, and making sure that I'm keeping them locked. Yesterday when I got home from work, I noticed one of my windows was unlocked and slightly open again. This is not the first time. I didn't think too much about it. I locked it, went downstairs to watch a movie with my housemates. We all called it night, went to bed around 10 p.m. Not long after getting into bed, I heard a knock on my bedroom door. I assumed it was one of my housemates, but for some reason had a bad feeling, so I ignored it and instead asked the girls if any of them had knocked on my door in that group chat. They hadn't. When we got up this morning, my friend told us that she woke up in the night terrified that something was in her room, or someone. Her back was to the door of her room, but she heard noises and felt a presence which didn't seem to leave. So eventually, she turned to look and noticed her bedroom door was open, and her bag, which had been hanging on her wardrobe door, was lying in the frame of the open door. She was too scared to investigate, so stayed in bed. At 7 a.m., we all woke up to find her upstairs balcony door was laying open, in the upstairs hallway. Our downstairs window was wide open as if pushed by somebody. I then investigated my room and noticed my handbag and belt had been moved from a hook behind my bed, laid onto a rug in front of my bed. She then messaged in the group chat to ask if anybody was awake, but we were all asleep. Our friend whose bedroom is downstairs said that she had an awful night's sleep. She felt she was suffering from sleep paralysis and could see a dark figure pacing around the laundry room, which can be seen from her bedroom window. The large armchair upstairs in the hallway was also moved from the center of the hall to against the wall. We are 4 girls living in Thailand. At first we assumed it was an intruder, but with further investigation we noticed nothing had been taken. There was money around the house. TV, laptops, and our keys were even left inside the engines of our motorcycles outside. Dream vision of being nailed into bed. As a general rule, I'm absolutely terrified about waking up on time. While I am ironically a morning person, and that I enjoy waking up early, I heavily struggle in doing so. I'm always still tired and sleepy when I wake up, which often results in me snoozing or rolling back over. However, there are times when it feels different. I've never been diagnosed with depression, but at the end of high school and the beginning of college, I've been through some very rough periods of depression-like symptoms. One of the most common of these symptoms is a serious lack of drive and motivation. On certain mornings, this feeling becomes overwhelming, leaving me curled up in bed till late in the afternoon or evening, unwilling to face the world. I've always felt that there's something more than normal going on when this happens, due to its spontaneity and severity. But I always chalked it up to mental health until something happened the other day to make me question that. The last time I experienced this, I was laying in bed awake but dozing off. I had a lot of experience with lucid dreaming, so hypnagogia and half dreams are nothing new to me. And as I was laying there, I started to enter that state. However, it felt a little different, similar to other strange experiences that I've had. While in real life I was laying normally, when I closed my eyes, I could see and sense my non-physical body. It was from the same angle and perspective as in real life, but I was in a different position, slumped over almost like depictions of Jesus on the cross. Even more oddly, I was gripping two giant rusty nails, one in each hand, and as I sat there opening and closing my eyes and observing my vision, but my non-physical body slowly and unconsciously drove the two nails into opposite sides of my lower chest, attaching me to the bed or whatever was behind me in my dream. It was terrifying. But I was in such a state of sloth and lethargy that I barely even recognized how disturbing it was. What makes it so scary is that it was a visual and a spiritual representation of how I feel when this happens. Like I've been stuck to the bed by some uncontrollable dark side of myself. I couldn't get up even if I wanted to. I don't know if it was just a subconscious representation of how I felt or a vision of what's actually happening to me on a spiritual level. But either way, it was not a good feeling. I'm interested to hear y'all's thoughts on the matter. Ask Reddit. I work in maintenance in a hospital, but this story comes from out-of-work hours. Back in November, my grandfather passed away. He'd been living in a care home for several years now, and as we were from a smaller city, his main care aide was actually an ex's mother, who I'm still close to. Nearing his final days, she texted me that things weren't looking good, to get my mom, who works out of town, and myself to see him as soon as possible. The next 2 nights were exhaustive. Her and I barely left his bedside. We were wetting his lips, rubbing his head, and singing Charlie Pride and telling him stories from my childhood. At one point, is anybody going to San Anton? Antoine? I don't know how to say that, I'm sorry. At one point, the song on the CD player starts playing and my mom just tears up talking about how the song reminds her of her father the most. He wasn't really coherent besides a glimmering moment that the first day we had gotten there. By the final day, we were sitting watching the breathing turn in choke breaths. As the hour got nearer, my ex's mom was contacted. Came in on her day off to sit with us for the final hour. My mom had her father's head in her lap and still had this Charlie Pride on the radio. She was whispering in his ear to stop being stubborn, that she would take care of her brothers, that she had me to take care of her. The gaps got longer and longer in his breaths. My ex's mom was sitting next to me, the CD player playing behind us, and my mom laying on the opposite side of the care home bed. All of a sudden, his breathing stops. And in that moment, so did the CD player. It hadn't skipped once the whole weekend. My mom, figuring Taryn had turned it off, started sobbing, assuming that it was to signify he was officially gone. I just sat and looked up at Taryn and said, "Did that just happen?" after a good 20 seconds, out of nowhere, he suddenly took a shuddery breath. And then the CD scrambled forward, and the song just before is Anybody Going to San Antone. Not sure if that's the name of the song, but it's about not wanting to miss someone. It started playing. Then he was gone by the end. By the end of that song. The song Mom remembered him most by. Taryn mentioned odd things happen more often. At least, this happens when a person finally passes. I work in a church, and it's the creepiest place in the world. It's an old church, but not like cool old. It's not Victorian. It was built in the 40s. But it's a community church in a poor area, and we've seen some broken souls come through the doors. We're open to any and everyone. We're probably the most accepting church I know of. But this does result in a lot of sad stories. I'm a chaplain, but I don't force my beliefs on anyone. I'm not here to evangelize you. I work alone in the church often. It's a low-paying job. I'm the only full-time worker for the church, but I do it because my background is in working with kids and young people who are on a trajectory to join a gang. I have a degree in youth development, master's in community leadership, and I'm trained in institutionalized psychology and chaplaincy. I don't do it for the money. I have a belief that our church is either haunted or targeted by spirits because of the work that we do in the community. We're grassroots. Humility is key, and we're not afraid of spiritual warfare, which mostly looks like counseling people who are scared, giving out food boxes to the needy, blessing new buildings or places of death, lots of different spiritual things. My belief is that as a consequence of the people we help and the things we do, we draw negative spiritual attention to ourselves. I got a video the other day. I don't want it to go viral. I'll get in trouble with my church. But it was the usual doors opening and closing themselves and heavy footsteps in the church area while I was alone. And all the doors and windows were closed. I work in a small chapel office off to the side. The main building is usually locked up tight for security reasons, even as a different alarm. So I recorded myself going through the building. I'm a Maori, a New Zealand native, so I carry a traditional weapon that is blessed, a patu. It's with me in a flax bag for blessing things. I can attach a photo of that too if people are interested. This video would be decried as a fake, and I'm only sharing here because I'm hoping I'll be believed. To break it down, this is on a Monday. Our church is cleansed every Sunday evening. I'm by myself in the building on Mondays. The door is 2 meters, and when I first see what's going on in the door, I kind of just get frozen with shock. And then try to lighten my heart with humor. I don't know. It was a weird response. I acknowledged that maybe an adult with small hands did this, and that the cleaners just kind of missed it. The reason I turned the camera around midway, though, is those doors swing both ways, and I wanted to catch if they swung strangely behind me or if I could catch anything. My first ever unexplained experience. When I was around maybe 11 or 12 years old, living in the UK, I went through a period of 4 months where at night, I could never sleep all the way through at home. No matter how I tried, or what time I went to bed, I would always wake up around 2 to 3 a.m. If I slept at my grandmother's house, no problems at all. Every night that I woke up, it would be silent in the house, except for a light tapping sound coming from the corner of my bedroom. That's where my wardrobe used to be. Every night I would hear this tapping noise, and it would keep me from being able to fall back asleep. In part because I was absolutely pooping my pants. The tapping sound was never continuous. It would tap for different lengths of time and then stop, before continuing again. This counted out my mother's "it must be the next door neighbor's clock" when I told her all about it. Creaking wardrobe doors, or just my imagination, were two other explanations that my mother gave me. Also, I'd use that wardrobe daily, when getting changed into fresh clothes, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I remember one night I decided enough was enough. I had spent about an hour lying in bed listening to the tapping and struggling to sleep. I jumped out of bed and went over to my wardrobe, grasped both of the handles and flung the doors open. There was a pause for about 1 minute while I had the handles in my hands, once again pooping myself. As the doors flung open, a t-shirt that I'd had on one of my hangers hit me in the face. I had a feeling like something had punched me in the stomach. I remember lying on the floor in my room. Not sure for how long, but it was like time jumped forward 3 hours. My parents were getting up for work. I said nothing, went about my day as if nothing had happened. That was the last night that I ever woke up in the early hours of the morning, and the last time I ever heard that tapping sound. As I've grown older, I've spoken to my mother about it all, and she has told me many stories about her old house, and I have returned the favor with some of my other experiences. She said that because I was young and got scared easily, she always tried to find a rational excuse for whatever spooky scenario I ever told her I was in. Ask Reddit. About 17 years ago, I met this woman. Let's call her Nicola. It was through a mutual friend. Initially, she was just getting out of one physically abusive marriage, which produced two lovely, humble, and helpful girls. And some years later, her second husband was now emotionally abusing her. She confided in me over the years, and we grew close enough to the point where we realized we loved each other. And once we'd said it, realized that we had to act on it. Planning her escape gave her hope, and even though she was still living with her husband, they had a young son together, she was checked out of her marriage, bar the paperwork, with everything stuffed into a big pink suitcase, her preferred color, and she was ready to leave. I was over the moon as she was more than worth the wait, wanted to start our relationship off right, so booked us a trip to New York City for Valentine's Day. A week before, she goes radio silent, but I get one brief message that husband is being difficult and threatening. On the Sunday evening before we leave, one of her daughters calls me. Not a regular thing at all. "Mom's passed," she says. I reply, "On the trip to New York City?" "No," she says, crying, "Mom killed herself." My world stopped. The next 24 hours were a blur. I somehow got up the next day and went to work. I got there and a colleague noticed that I wasn't my usual self. This new relationship had put a massive spring in my step. I told him what had happened, and he hugged me and sent me off to a communal kitchen while excusing my absence for our daily 9 a.m. meeting. Our kitchen was remote and only used by outsiders, non-office residents. That was like once a month for training. We had big classroom-type offices. They would bring their own coffee, tea, biscuits, mugs, etc. to use with our facilities. As I walk round the corner, I see a pile of mugs, mostly boring pale colors, but at the front is one massive pink mug. I approach and this mug has the name Nicola written across it. I broke down into an ugly mess of crying and laughing, looked up and said, "Jesus, it's barely been 24 hours. You think I'd need a reminder of you that quickly?" Is this a ghost or spirit or something else? Everyone in our house knows about the spirit and entity thing. It used to hole up in my siblings' closet and scare her at night by opening the door and watch them from the edge of their bed that was placed in the front of the door. They moved their bed and blocked off their closet with their dresser so they no longer experience it. My two brothers know it exists because it would mimic my parents' voices and call them to the bottom of the stairs. I even fell for it a few times. It mostly mimicked my mom's voice. She's moved out and Dad had the house, so it stopped mimicking both their voices. It'd mainly go after me and my siblings. My sibling mostly. We even cleaned the house and this thing is still here. My sibling got cleansed as well about 3 times. It used to touch me and my sister and follow us around and watch us shower and sleep whatever we did. It mainly shows itself at night as this giant looming figure that doesn't have a shape to describe it. Dad just told us to ignore it and not to feed into its scares or anything like that. For the last few months, it's been stomping around in our attic and knocking stuff over and moving stuff that we need. We just ignore it, but lately it's been going after me. The past week I've experienced it getting into my bed while I'm trying to sleep. The thing chasing me up the stairs, day or night. It's been wiping the water built off the glass right where I shower at my face level and down and knocking at my bedroom door. It showed itself once since it started, and my feelings also have been all over the place for the past week as well. Is this thing a ghost, spirit, whatever, or something else? Why didn't it go when we cleansed the house? And why has this thing been after me and being a complete creep? I'm tired of it, and I want to know what it is. I have no photos because it's rare to see it, and even then it's like a blink and then you miss it. Also, me and my sibling are both feminine, and my mom also experienced stuff from the ghost as well, but she never told me really what she experienced other than being watched at night. I'm a boy and my sibling is not binary. My other 2 siblings are both boys like me. Yes, Gecko. See ya. True event. The Lamppost, 2023. My wife of 22 years died on the operating table. I was at a local regional hospital during a routine outpatient surgery. I was not notified of her death by the hospital, and that's a whole other topic of discussion. Kindly, before you criticize and scold me for why weren't you at her surgery, I had just gotten out of the hospital 4 days earlier for a brief 5-day stay, and my own surgery had my first post-op doctor's visit. Her mother volunteered to take her. I was finally informed by her mother in person of my wife's death. I was walking out of the door of my own apartment. You cannot understand the feeling of earth dropping out from under your feet until you jump from the bridge or off a cliff. Some is the grief one feels in the first few hours. Her family came over, her mother, father, brother. I had called my sons to break the news. We sat around and drank a pair of bottles of whiskey and too many cigarettes. They left around 9 p.m. About an hour later, I decided to go check the mail and walk down the driveway. I reached the mailbox, and as I was turning back toward the house, I noticed the lamppost in our front yard at the end of our little cement sidewalk blinking furiously. The light had stopped working a year prior. When we bought this house, 6 years, now 8, she and I went on about changing the fixture out. I wanted a regular electric light and she solar. Happy wife, happy life. Rule led me to installing a solar light. which lasted till about 6 months before her death, as mentioned. It was strobing, blinking, and flaring. I went and stood at it for maybe 5 minutes, transfixed. That was before my son, noticing me standing in the front yard at midnight, came out and said, "When did you fix that?" To which I replied, "I think Alice is trying to tell me something." In regard to the light, I stayed out there for another 45 minutes talking to this lamppost. And while I wasn't drunk, and while firmly gripped by grief and cataclysmic anger, this stupid little flickering lamp was comforting. There's a video of the flickering light and me talking. The light continued and then eventually went out. I then went inside and went to sleep. That light hasn't come back on since. Ghostly Black Dog. To preface, in 2013 I was homeless and living in a local women's shelter. The executive director of the place, a man I'll call Dan, was shady as hell with the creepiest, sleaziest aura around him, and a long history of abusive behavior toward the shelter's clients. But that's an entirely different story. Most nights, Dan left the shelter by 5 p.m. He was virtually never to be found on the grounds past 7 p.m. But one October night, he was still kicking around at 9. A few of the other ladies and I were sitting outside just chatting, and we all saw him pull his car, pulled out of the back driveway and take down the street like his ass was on fire. His back tires spun in the gravel before getting purchase. That's how fast he accelerated. And just as his car disappeared, I saw an absolutely enormous black dog or wolf-like creature. It came leaping through the brick wall where his office was. It took 3 long strides across the front yard, leapt towards the road Dan had just taken off down, and vanished into smoke. Everyone was quiet for a moment, until I asked if anybody else had just seen that. One of the ladies just said, "Yep," and we hurriedly rushed to get back inside. I'd never felt so deeply and viscerally unnerved than I did that night. I draped so many blankets over my bunk that it was like a little cave, just trying to feel secure enough to sleep. Fast forward to December. We had a new lady in our room, and we were staying up past lights out to work on some small Christmas gifts. And while we were working, we were quietly telling ghost stories. Well, I happened to mention what happened in October. And once I'd finished, 2 things happened all at once. 1, the temperature in the room plunged. It was always a little chilly back there, but Dan was too cheap to turn up the heat, or even turn it on sometimes. But this was cold, like somebody had opened the window. 2, the baby in the room next door, who'd been dead asleep, let out the most blood-curdling shriek I'd ever heard from her. Like somebody was hurting her. Started scream-crying so loud she woke up everyone in the woman's shelter. My uncle smiled at his funeral. So this happened a few years ago. But first, a bit about my uncle, Paulinho. He was an alcoholic and died of cancer and was battling with alcoholism his whole life. He started drinking in his teens, and this kept going and turned into an addiction. My cousin's life was pretty hard, as my uncle neglected him through his infancy. Money was always an issue. My uncle developed throat cancer in his 40s and had to quit drinking to have a chance. He actually managed to stop drinking and smoking and fought the hell out of the cancer. He then went 20 years without drinking or smoking until he developed a new cancer. This time he didn't have the strength to fight the addiction and died drinking and smoking He was a loving man, funny and really helpful, but he was stigmatized within the family because of his addiction. I was living with him and my grandma at the time, and I was attending college in the city where they lived. My uncle used to help her as much as can't really walk, but he wasn't doing much since the disease came back, and I picked up on taking care of her, alongside one of my aunts. I tried to be supportive for him, but I know how hard it was for him to deal with the addiction and the cancer again. I really cared for him. The worst was feeling everyone draw away from him as he was slowly dying. At the funeral, he was in the coffin in the middle of the room. We're all around him. When the time came, people started talking about him, and I couldn't keep my eyes off of him. He had a neutral look, but you could distinguish a sadness in his face, especially in his mouth. Everyone that spoke said good things about him, but they all mentioned his disease or the addiction or how it was hard dealing with that sadness of watching him go back to it. I wanted to speak only good things of him, but had no strength. But after my cousin spoke, his wife started talking and only said fun things about him, the times he helped her and how he was like a father that she never had, and some funny situations. It was the only time that I took my eyes off of him because the speech was so moving and because I was really representing him, like his good nature. I wanted to say but didn't manage to. When I looked back at him, he had a distinctive smile on his face. He seemed genuinely happy at her words and how everybody was laughing and remembering him in a good light, not throwing any criticism or paying attention to his flaws. It really amused me, and I'm a big non-believer of life after death, but that is something I really can't explain. Wish I could say it was only my perception because at the moment, but I genuinely saw a smile on his face, and then faded away a few moments later. Demon, dark spirit, or schizophrenia. I moved to a different city for studies and everything was going fine. Going to studies every day, chilling or visiting with my parents on weekends and stuff. One night, however, I turned off the lights and headed to bed. That's when I heard a chilling sound of somebody breathing out right next to my ear. I was freaked out. Tried finding logical explanations like the neighbors and stuff, but nothing. I didn't have any neighbors when that happened, and I couldn't replicate the sound. Next day, taking a shower after a long one, around the same time, 1 a.m., I heard the same damn sound of somebody breathing out loudly on the other side of the curtains. Freaked out and thought that somebody broke into my apartment. But no, the door was locked and no one was there. Fast forward some time, due to some circumstances, I moved back to my parents' house, and at first everything is normal. Then one night I'm trying to fall asleep and I hear the same sound coming from the middle of the room. Didn't get much sleep that night. This happened a few more times over the year. Last night was pretty awful. I tried emptying my mind and falling asleep. Then I heard a strange bell sound, I guess. I don't know, it was just metallic and unusual. After that, I hear someone breathing out loudly. I tried to match it with my dad's snoring in the background, but it was completely different. Thought it might have been sleep paralysis, so I tried sleeping again. Not even a minute later, it happens again. Not once or twice, but for 10 minutes straight. It was uneven, and sometimes the breaths were the same volume. Other times they were increasing volume, like whatever it was trying to get attention. I felt shivers for every breath because they were so clear. My brother couldn't hear the sound. I don't know, maybe he just wasn't focusing on it. Anyway, my dad got up and came into the room to check on our dog, who started throwing up a bit, not feeling well. But the moment my dad opened our door, the breath was the loudest and sounded annoyed. After that, I didn't hear it. I don't know what's happening. Pretty young, 20, and I don't have any schizophrenic in my family. I have some symptoms associated with it, but they're pretty general and each have their own cause. I don't know why an angry spirit or whatever would target me either. So I'm left stumped. Any help is appreciated. A family of ghosts might live in my house, and I'm looking for advice and just want to talk about it. So I moved about 2 years ago to a new city. Ever since I moved in, I felt entire rooms go cold in minutes. I felt shivers nobody else in the family has felt. I had to make all new friends, and one of them is related to an experienced medium. She's also very well versed in ghosts. I know many people don't believe in Ouija boards, and I do take them with a grain of salt. As a joke, one day I decided to mess around with one alone when I felt the shiver. I laughed off the fact I had contacted a 10-year-old girl named Manoa. Called up my friend to talk about it. Mind you, I do have some strange experiences in my house, like the doors in the bathroom opening on their own or the sink turning on by itself. So I did think there was something going on in my house. My friend recommended I try the candle mythos. You light a candle and ask yes or no questions. So I tried it in a room with no draft and closed vents. I'd ask a question, and if the answer was yes, the flame would rapidly pop up and down, shake around to the point where it was coming out of the jar the candle was in. And the Manoa I had contacted was supposedly communicating with me. To make a longer story shorter, I found out there are multiple, 5 that I know of, ghosts in my house, all related to each other from what I've gathered. Today I thought I'd see if I could find anything on Ancestry. I found some records with exact names. Now their names are common: Nadine, Owen, Alexander, Opal, and Manoa. I kind of freaked because I thought I was nuts until I saw the names connected with info I'd previously gathered. The friend of mine told me that they might connect more with me since I do enjoy older music and movies and other media, and they might find it comforting. Some people think it's bullshit, but I honestly believe it. And I'm kind of looking for advice on how to coexist and help make the ghosts more comfortable. Another small thing before I end the post is I did do an EVP session with Manoa, and in the recording, I swear I heard her say her name. Got a few other friends to listen to it to see if they heard anything without telling them, and they heard variations like Menorah or Moa, but it's generally the same as Manoa. My first paranormal experience. Back when I was a small child, I lived in this 2-story home in a small town in California. It's up these hills in the orange groves. The way the house was set up is that there's a kitchen and a living room on the bottom floor, and there were stairs on the back wall that led up to one huge bedroom with a bathroom. The room was shaped kind of like an L, so I had my own bed next to the bathroom door, and my parents were on the other side. One night I had my cousin over for a sleepover. It was pretty dark in the room, and the bathroom light was on and just a little cracked open, giving us some light. My parents were asleep, and my cousin and I were laying in bed talking when all of a sudden we saw this completely black shadow figure walking by the bathroom door. I vividly remember what it looked like. He looked to be a man, and he was really hunched over and for some reason had his hands out in front of him. He had these long fingers pointing down. My cousin and I both grabbed the covers and hid as long as we could. We whispered to each other that we thought something had broken in. We were terrified, didn't know what to do. We listened under the covers for a while, and it was nothing but dead silence. We hid until we managed to fall asleep. By the morning, we had woken up, told my parents everything, and somebody had broken in. Of course, my mom didn't believe us and said we were imagining it all. My dad, on the other hand, I'm not sure what he was thinking because he had multiple paranormal experiences in this home. And that we later found out about because he didn't want to scare us at that time living there, but that's a whole other story though. Fast forward a few years later, we moved to another home the next town over. Here I had my own bedroom. I was scared of the dark, so my mom would always leave the hallway light on for me with the door wide open, and it would light up the whole wall where my closet is. One night while laying in bed, once again, I saw the same exact shadow figure I'd seen. This time he was in the light. My heart stopped. He was this black fog that I can completely see through. Couldn't make out any face shape or features, and he was once again hunched over with his hands out in front of him. Long fingers just walking slow and casually. I was terrified and I cried myself to sleep that night underneath my covers. This was the last time I'd seen him. Ask Reddit. This happened back in 2017 when I was 18. That's when I was just starting university. It was early October and my now ex-boyfriend and I were in his driveway late one night. We decided to go on a quick walk before going to bed. He lived in the round part of a cul-de-sac, and the only street light for the whole street was located on the opposite side of the circle where his driveway was. We were just about to exit his driveway when we happened to both look up. About 9 feet above our heads was this flying drone-like thing. It was about 6 feet long and 5 feet wide. It was in a delta shape and had white stripes on it. They were painted with a 90-degree angle. The bizarre thing about the whole experience was there was no noise with this huge flying object. I swear I could have underhand tossed my phone and hit the bottom of it with no issue. There were also no lights anywhere on this machine. We watched it fly from the beginning of the street right over our heads and into a tree line for about 15 seconds. There was no wind around us when it passed over us, and it barely made the leaves on the trees move when it disappeared into the tree line. It had a shadow from the streetlight. We got a really good view of it in the light when it hit the tree line. When it hit the tree line, it literally disappeared. It was almost as if it had camouflaged, like it went into the foliage and it was just gone. We looked for weeks after to see if there was some new type of drone that looked like it, but we couldn't find anything. There were other reports in our area from a week-long time period. Might have been 2 weeks, but it's been years since I last looked this up. It was of people seeing the same exact thing. A large, unidentified object flying low to the ground with no noise, no lights, and no disturbance to the surroundings. Nothing ever came of it. We didn't ever get any answers. Both of us to this day know exactly what we saw. There isn't a doubt in our minds it was artificially made, no matter who or what the source is. The whole experience was bizarre, to say the least. If I ever get a chance to have one question from my whole life answered, it would be what the fuck was that thing we saw that night? Another incident happened. So this has just happened an hour ago, and I just wanted to share it with someone. So I was in my bedroom with my wife, doing the normal kiss goodnight before I went to play video games. Nothing was off, and my wife kind of fell asleep shortly after. Came back into the bedroom to find these 2.5-foot long sparklers like fireworks. They had been laying on the top of my hamper on the side of my bed, all laying over the bed, on top of my wife, and who was sleeping, all around her, but all on the bed and the package as well. I woke her up and asked her what the fuck she was doing with the fireworks. She mumbled half awake that she didn't do anything and it wasn't her. So I started putting them away, and I really wish I had taken a picture, but I didn't think anything of it till I had to put them away already. The only way they could have been sprawled out over the bed like that is if somebody threw the box onto the bed or shook them out all over. I went back to playing video games and looked down and noticed I hadn't missed a call from my wife's phone. Rather, they had missed a call from their wife's phone, but no voicemail. I asked her why she called me, and she said she didn't. She usually recalls the next morning if she called my phone because I'm being too loud. It's only the next room, and I know I can be loud sometimes. The same night I was joking, saying that the ghosts were blowing my money around. We were playing Monopoly, and I think I may have pissed something off. I just came to bed now and questioned her again about it. She didn't remember anything. But even fully awake, she didn't know anything about the sparklers and kind of looked stunned for a second herself for a second. This is only the newest of many strange things that have happened in this building. It's a 120-year-old building that used to be an old secret society building. I hear boot prints in the ceiling. I've seen shadows. I've been grabbed physically by my face, ankles, and shoulders before here. I just want to leave this place. I've lived here for 8 years, and so many things have happened, but it's not just this place. I've experienced things my whole life. I think partially because my mom's a pastor, and partially because these things follow me wherever I go. I can't escape it. I can't get away from the paranormal if I tried. I've seen over 10 exorcisms, and more experiences where I live than a normal person. I haven't been given a choice to believe in these things or not. Some people go their whole lives without experiencing anything. Others aren't so lucky. I wish I could just live a normal life, but these things follow me either through my life or through what my friends are going through, and they ask me for help. Had weird supernatural or paranormal experiences that I can't explain rationally. First instant. So a few days back, I was on a bus going back home. An ambulance passed us by. I had the urge to cry out, bawl out. So overwhelmed and had tears in my eyes, taking deep breaths to control my emotions. Couldn't explain it because 1, I had nobody close to me die in my life yet, and 2, no trips to the hospitals, 3, no emergencies that involve ambulances. I've passed through many ambulances in the past, and I've always prayed that the person, whoever's in the ambulance, was safe, but such feeling never occurred. The second instance, yesterday night in my roommate's perspective. I was sleep-talking, very normal for me. And she was asking me to stop it, thinking I was awake. And I did stop talking, apparently. The same thing repeated 2 to 3 times again, and it stopped. Then I gasped loudly, inhaled, and didn't exhale for at least a few seconds. She said she could see my chest physically rise when inhaling and fall when exhaling. I even called my mom as if crying for help. She called me many times, and after a little time I replied, I'm okay. I went back to sleep. In my perspective, the moment I heard her call my name desperately, I felt like something or someone was standing near the leg side of the bed. It was completely black, and as far as I could remember, the silhouette had 2 hands and 2 legs and 1 head. I waved my hand once in a way to make it go away, as if it would dissipate into the air, and I said, I'm okay, to my roommate and fell asleep. I remember feeling absolutely scared and terrified, really desperate to just go away from that feeling. I remember getting goosebumps and telling myself it's nothing and I shouldn't pay attention to it. The next evening, today evening, we were talking about what exactly happened, and she told me her side of the story. Even then, when I thought of what happened, I got goosebumps all over my body, got chills, and heart was beating too fast. It's possible all of these are physiological reactions, because I perceive the situation as scary, but just mentioning so I don't miss out on any details. These things have never happened to me before, so what are your thoughts on it? If it's in any help or has any relation to this, I usually do tarot, but haven't done it in a week or more. And these instances have happened during the week I hadn't done any tarot. I don't do any other spiritual or paranormal stuff. I'm usually a very positive person, but have been stressed lately because of work. My dying fiancé saw people that I couldn't. I was with my fiancé for almost 12 years before he was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. Towards the end, he was sent home from the hospital and put on in-home hospice care. It was only a matter of time. The first night home, after everybody visiting had left, I was home alone with him. I could tell he was slowly losing his mind. The cancer had spread. He was saying things that didn't make sense. For example, he would pick up an imaginary item, hand said item to me, and say, "Here, put this in your purse." Anyways, I was sitting in a chair next to the hospice bed when he said, "Why is she here?" And this is while he was looking past me. I asked, "Who?" He said, "Your Gram." My grandmother lived where we lived. We moved in after she was put into an assisted living facility because she had dementia. She passed away in 2017. I told him to follow her and see what she wanted, but he got so scared, saying he doesn't want to go. The next night, sitting next to him, he asked me, "Who are they?" I asked who, and he said, "In the hallway." But nothing was there. A few nights later, we saw my grandmother again. This time he wasn't scared, but I didn't press him further considering his mentality was still declining, and he would get easily agitated. I remember thinking, of all people, why is he seeing my Gram and not any of his deceased relatives or friends? He passed away the next morning, holding my hand and surrounded by family. As if it all wasn't creepy to begin with, he died on the 4th anniversary of my grandmother's death. It's been 2 years since he passed, and I still sense him, especially at night when I'm in bed. I feel him in the corner of the room just watching me. Sometimes I'll say out loud, "Please don't scare me," and I'll feel his presence walk across the room out of the door. I've since moved, and I sense him there as well. I don't exactly see him, but I know exactly how he's dressed and how he looks now. He looks healthy again, like his old self. I'm wondering why he hasn't moved on, but my guess is he's maybe waiting, to make sure I'm truly okay and happy. Weird activity around my house. Not so long ago, my family sued some people because they were trying to steal from a house that we have. They were also inhabiting illegally and using it for drugs and other illegal businesses. Thankfully, we won the case and we were going to get our house back. Just in case it isn't obvious, these people aren't nice people that needed a home and could have contacted us. They were genuinely evil people that have killed a cop, stole from us for a decade, and have caused problems for many people. We were starting to think that might try something like as a last-ditch effort to cause issues for us. And that's when it started. Weird activity began happening around the house we live in. Whenever you place an object in a safe location, like in the center of a table or somewhere where it would, kind of wouldn't fall unless somebody pushed it. If you leave for a while, you might come back to it on the ground in a specific location. If it only happened once, you could blame it on a cat or the wind. But the thing is that once you put it back where it was and leave again, when you returned, it'd be in the exact same position in the floor. It's happened with potted plants, bottles, electronic equipment, and other small objects. My family were worried and threw holy water at different areas of the house, because from where I am, people believe in witches. The only place where they didn't throw holy water was in my room because nothing ever happened in my room. Shortly after, whenever I place my switch where I always have it in my room, leave and then come back, it's always on the floor, face down and directly parallel to my bed. It's happened multiple times, and it only happens when I'm in my room for most of the day. It's never happened whenever I'm at college or when I'm somewhere else. Starting to wonder if it's actually paranormal activity or if it's just small seismic activity. You know, since small earthquakes aren't that uncommon here. If it's a ghost, I don't really feel worried, since it doesn't feel evil. Maybe it doesn't make sense, but my room feels normal, unlike some other areas I've gone to where there has been paranormal activity in the past. Those areas, like my grandma's house, always feel like the air is heavier and you're not alone. But my room feels just as safe as it always has felt. Can it be actual paranormal activity, or is it just me overthinking? Or the earthquakes? Things flying through the air. Please help. My grandmother recently befriended her neighbor. They've been in the house since '98. The woman in her late 50s and her 12-year-old grandson who calls her mom because she's had him since he was 4. His dad, her son, abused heroin, and both parents were/are addicts. According to my grandma, they're Hispanic, but she doesn't typically use accurate terminology, so I'm not sure. They are Christian, keeping that belief per the rules, but may be relevant. She claims a coven is targeting her. The activity's been happening since March of 2023. Last week, the boy knocked on my grandma's door to tell her that she forgot to close her garage. They talked for a bit and led her to getting to know his grandma. This week she went over to the house, aware of the paranormal claims at this point. As they stood in the kitchen, there was a large watch that seemed to fly through the air. It landed, then it broke. An acorn also flew. She showed my grandma a sealed plastic bag of acorns on the opposite side of the room. The boy then predicted 2 more objects with slight inaccuracy. First he said, "There's a red light," and then a red magnet flew. Then, "There's a dime," and a quarter landed near them. My grandma says she watched them to see if they could see them throwing things. They didn't seem to be. Eventually the boy left the room, and shortly after he started screaming. They ran to see him upstairs on the landing with an armoire about 2 feet from the ceiling stood against the wall. The boy was on top of it. It didn't seem likely that he could have climbed on top by himself, and he was clearly agitated. The grandma said that this had happened before. By this time, my grandmother was struggling to breathe, so the woman told her to go outside. She was fine immediately after. Then, right before she left, a clock by the front door slammed to the ground. The woman also says the AC often changes on its own, down to freezing temperatures. She woken up to nails, the kind for hanging things, all over her bedroom. Ask Reddit. In high school, I agreed to house sit for a friend of my grandparents while she was out of town over the weekend. It happened to be a Halloween over that weekend, too. She had a lot of Native American art pieces and artifacts all over her house, as well as a collection of these old-school oil cans. I don't know why, but I picked one up and pressed the button on one of them a few times, and it made a distinct metallic popping sound. Thought it was kind of cool. The lady also had an old deaf dog I was kind of charged with feeding and caring for, too. The first night there, I stayed up late watching movies from her DVD collection, then finally went to be after midnight. I woke up startled and heard noises coming from the living area. It sounded like a bunch of different oil cans making that popping sound. The dog was up and standing and facing the closed bedroom door. Got a rush of chills and a knot in my stomach, but stayed put till morning. The next day was Halloween. I asked my best friend if she could stay the night with me, which she agreed to. I told her what had happened. She thought that it was odd, but also incredulous. We watched a movie and eventually went to bed. Woke up around the same time in the middle of the night to the sound and the dog doing the same thing. Then I looked over at my friend, thinking I should wake her up, but right as I thought, she sat up, got out of bed without acknowledging me, went to the bathroom attached to the bedroom and brushed her teeth. She returned to bed without saying a word to me, laid back down to go to sleep. In all the sleepovers we'd ever had, which were quite a few, I'd never seen her sleepwalk before. I lost my spot. Once again, I was too scared to do anything and stayed in bed paralyzed with fear until I eventually fell asleep. The next morning after we'd both woken up, I asked her if she remembered walking up to brush her teeth. She said no, but was creeped out by it because she'd never sleepwalked before, to her knowledge. Then we went out to the living room and saw that the furniture in the living room had shifted a bit. The fluffy carpeting showed the indents of where the furniture legs had been previously, about 2 inches away. Thankfully, that was my last night having to watch the house, and I still don't know what to make of it. But I made sure to always have an excuse whenever the lady asked if I wanted to house sit again. Eventually, she stopped asking. Slick. Things I've wanted to talk about. I consider myself a pretty level-headed person. I'm an upcoming artist. I published my first story in a small magazine. But I recently had let's call it a mental meltdown. I wasn't doing good. It's been 3 weeks since I came back from the mental hospital. I was telling the doctors about how I have to hit my head and knock myself out 4 times in my life. I told them a story about how I had lost an entire day that I don't remember and have never had a day like that since. It's got me thinking about my life. It's like a bizarre event. From when I was 4, a boy haunted me in my bedroom and during the day would talk to a man, according to my mom. I really want to tell these stories and have people tell me what's possible that these things could be and what have happened. Suggestions or even people who have experienced the same things. I want to start with one story and work my way down. Or rather, I'll add more if people seem interested in my weird stories. My first one happened when I was 4 years old. That's in 2001. I grew up in Montana, middle of nowhere between Polson and Ronan. I used to love the land and hate the house. My first memory of that place is the 1,000 multicolored spider eggs on the outside window seat. It was a weird carpeted perch beneath one of my home's windows, and I'd love to sit at it. But at night, I hated sleeping. I was always visited by this boy. He was the same height as me, but he was like the thinnest outline of a human body. His insides were filled with TV static. I used to put my head underneath the blankets and peer out because he would laugh and walk around my bed. I hated the weird things that he called a smile. My mom says during the day there were a few times she would catch me talking to the man. She states the most vivid story she can tell when she was in the kitchen. I came around the corner repeating, "Just stay there, right there." To which I then asked if I could have something. She says I was often heard talking to this man, but at night all she ever heard me cry about was the boy. She had recently told me she didn't know until we had moved out that somebody had committed suicide in the room. And that was my room. My brief encounter with an elf. One night many years ago, I think it was between the years 2009 and 2011, I was between 20 and 22 years old. I was on my old computer at night and I was curious to see things about mysteries on the internet. I found a page with themes of magic and magical animals. So there was a phrase for being friends with an elf. I read it out loud and it was in an unknown language and nothing happened at that moment. I didn't give it importance either and it was like 10 p.m. At about 00:00 p.m., I went to sleep. I usually wake up a lot at dawn because I have insomnia. I wake up every hour and a few seconds later I go back to sleep. So, it was 1:30 a.m. I was sleeping. I opened my eyes and I saw how something was pulling up the duvet which I was covering myself with so as not to be cold at night. And something was about 20 centimeters and it was on top of my mattress. Couldn't see it very well since all this happened in half of a second. It was all dark. But there was definitely something very close to my face covering me with the duvet until the neck. Instinctively, I covered myself with the duvet and I started hitting the inside of it to try to get rid of that thing that had scared me. I, and there, super scared, took courage and quickly lowered the duvet to my hips and turned on a small television that I had near my feet in order to light the room. When the TV was on, I looked around the room and saw nothing. Still in a state of panic and said out loud, "I don't want to see anyone else, any elves or goblins." Since that night, nothing has appeared in my room. 2 years later, I hear that my brother, who slept in a nearby room, told me that he saw out of the corner of his eye an elf, small and dark, was running from his closed door to the also closed window. He also said that this happened in a split second. All of this happened around 2 or 3 a.m. I asked him when it happened and I did the math and I think it was the same day and night that I kicked that poor elf out of my room to never see him again. From the looks of it, elves can walk through doors and windows. Husband and I realize we've seen it. To start with my real parents, they died in a car accident, and I got adopted from when I was around the age of 4. I've always seen this tall, dark figure at the end of my bed or corner of the room in my dreams. It didn't have a hat or a brim. It was always darker than the room it was in. Happens about 3 times a week or if I go anywhere new or overnight. Each house I've lived in, I've seen it. If I go to a friend's overnight, then it would be there too. I always thought it was just me being crazy and overthinking things. There was no way I could tell people, and I didn't want to come off as that weirdo who sees things. When I was dating my husband, I saw it at his and didn't say anything. We're now married and we have our 5-month-old. Literally the other day I told him I had a weird dream. I had a black tall thing coming up the stairs, opened the door and just started staring at me and our baby. He turned white. He said he had the exact same dream that night. We shared the same dream. Upon talking, he admitted that he had seen it for a while. He only saw it when he started dating me and obviously sees it often now in whatever house we're in. We've recently moved too, and he saw it the first night. In the hospital I gave birth in because of the big C word. My husband had to go home. And that was on his own, he was on his own the very first night. I got moved to a ward, and the nurses would come check on myself and the baby, come do my blood pressure, and just take care of you until the morning. I was going home the next day. I saw whatever it was just standing outside the curtain rail of the hospital bed watching us. One nurse came, took my vitals. I heard her gasp. She shoved on the lights, blinding me in the process. She apologized quickly and said that she had a long night and apologized again for blinding me. She did a full look of the room before she left and made sure to leave the bedside table lamp on. The weird thing that happened was the first night of me being out of the hospital and at home with their newborn baby. It was there in the corner. He said he saw it look at me and then look down and into the crib, and then just turned to leave. I'm now currently scared because it's validating that something is following me. I don't think it's evil. I think it's watching over me. And now, our baby. And now, see ya. Greetings, fellow seekers of the supernatural. You've found your way to Paranormal M, where we unravel the mysteries that lie beyond. Hit subscribe and ring the notification bell to embark on this eerie adventure with us. There's an unexplained dog toy in my apartment, and I have no idea how it got in. I woke up this morning and I found a little squeaky dog ball in front of my bedroom door. My main concern with this is that I do not have a dog and never did. My sister and I got a sweet little cat about 4 days ago, and she's adjusting well. But for the time being, she's indoors only and has lots of cat toys that we just bought for her. This ball is certainly not one of them. She won't even touch it, and usually she'll play with anything that touches the floor. Whose dog toy is this, and how did it get in my apartment overnight? My sister attests that she saw it underneath the stairs leading up to our apartment at some point, so it probably belongs to the neighbors downstairs. I think they got a puppy recently, but I still don't understand how it got in here. I myself have never seen the toy in my life. We're both a bit of noro-spicy, if you will, and our short-term memories aren't fantastic. But going all the way downstairs to take a random dog toy and bring it back up is something we'd remember doing. Noro-spicy. We're both pretty light sleepers, so don't really suspect that somebody got in, stole nothing, then left only my neighbor's dog toy. That, and we have a motion detector doorbell that didn't catch a thing since 9 p.m. That was when I went downstairs for a quick workout. My mind goes to sleepwalking. Maybe, but we've never had a history of that. The front door was locked, everything was in its place except for this small, squeaky intruder. The ball, not my cat. The only clue is my sister's massive random headache this morning, but so far we've chalked it up to her probably coming down with something. That often happens right before one of us gets sick. In other words, I extremely doubt it was one of us that brought it in somehow. Ghost dog, world's strangest break-in, I don't know. So yeah, not the most exciting paranormal story ever told. But I consider myself to have a high tolerance to weirdness, and this is still freaking me out a bit. Anyone have any theories for me to think about? I would like an extrapolation of this noro-spicy. Get back to me about that. Fairy sightings. In the first grade, I slept over at my friend's house. We had done a lot of fairy hunting activity, more like trying to summon them. We made fairy houses, watched Tinkerbell, chanted anything you could imagine. So, I wake up and check my surroundings to see if anything had changed since I'd gone to bed. In my peripheral vision, I see a little figure more or less hovering above the ground. It was smaller than a finger, was black and had wings. My shoe with laces was sitting on the ground and the bedroom door was open. The figure flew out of the door, but on its way out it grabbed my shoelace and pulled my shoe onto its side and closer to the door. Unfortunately, my friend didn't see it. She still doesn't believe me because her sister had been the one responding to our fairy letters the whole time. But it would have been impossible for her sister to have done it. The second time I saw one, around the 5th grade, it was a very similar experience. I was outside in the carport when sudden I saw something in my peripheral. A small black figure hovering above the ground. It was flying very fast. I saw it go into some sort of short shrubs. It wasn't windy, and I heard and saw it push the leaves out of its way. My sister was there, but once again did not see it. Lastly, in high school, I drove back into the ferries. Or I dove, back into ferries. I researched them and I did all the things to try to interact with them again. I was outside during twilight with my friend, literally talking about them. That's when we heard the most magical, peculiar sound, which to us sounded like it was coming from an old tree stump. Imagine if Maybell flowers, lily of the valley, could ring, and there were thousands of them. That's what we heard, a soft and higher-pitched sound. We both heard it. We go to investigate where it's coming from. There's no birds, no bugs that we can see. Neither of us had heard a sound like it before, nor have we heard one since. Honestly, hearing this sound is even more convincing than actually seeing them the time before. I could see Jinn when I was younger. To those who don't know what a jinn is basically a demon that most Muslims believe in. When I, a 20-year-old female, was born, my mom would always see a black cat at the end of the hallway leading to my room at 3 a.m. When the cat entered, I would scream out crying, but as soon as my mom would come into the room, she would see that the cat was nowhere to be found. Or sometimes, my mom would find me naked while I was asleep at the age of 5. This happened till I was 7 or 8 years old, I think. Here's one of the stories that I still remember to this day that freaked me out. When I was 5 years old, I went to my aunt's house in Saudi Arabia. It was a new house at the time, so she had a housewarming party just for women. As I was sitting with my mom and my aunt, I turned to my aunt and tell her that some areas in the house that she shouldn't sit there at midnight because there was a robber. That's what I called the jinn at the time. So she was confused and asked me what areas these places are. I told her the room that was painted red beside the washer under the stairs and etc. When I finished talking, my aunt was stunned and horrified since these are the places she felt like something was wrong and she needs to leave as soon as possible. When my aunt finishes talking, we all see that the lights in the neighborhood have gone out, so we all rush to the streets and away from the darkness. As soon as we're all out and I was holding my mother's hand and tugged at it to get a hold of her attention, and when I finally did, I told her that I feel something bad is going to happen to my uncle. Nobody knows this, but my uncle, a 19-year-old male, was on the 2nd floor watching some TV to give the women their space and time. Anyway, as soon as I said those words, my uncle came down running and screaming. As he calmed down, he told us that before the lights shut off, he saw an elderly woman with long jet black hair looking at him. Just as he finished talking, we heard a crash and a little girl screaming. When we turn around, we find that there's a small Toyota truck hit my sister. Then the truck was nowhere to be seen. My mom was pregnant at the time, And after what's happened with my sister, she had a miscarriage. No name. This happened back in 2010. I was in my, last years in college in Arkansas. It's in Russellville, Arkansas. I was staying off campus in an apartment complex not too far away, but hidden in some mountains about 15 minutes away from the university, and another 15 minutes away from the Dover Lights of Dover, Arkansas. I shared a 2-bedroom apartment with a friend. We would always have things happening during the night. Dishes moving, kids talking and laughing who weren't there. It became so much for my roommate that he would spend his time staying with his family who lived nearby, rather than to stay in the apartment. I unfortunately had family 6 hours away in Dallas, Texas. Couldn't stay anywhere other than the apartment itself. My roommate would be gone, and this would have been like Modern Warfare 3 and Black Ops was going to go to franchises. So I'd be playing well into the night, and the occasional silverware sliding on dishes and the sink noise would occur. We had no cats or dogs, so when it would happen, we would immediately know what was happening. This went on through the entirety of our lease. On one night, it was particularly hot and humid, and our AC unit gave out. My roommate went with his family, and I asked my girlfriend at the time if I could stay at her home in Paris, Arkansas, about an hour away. She agreed, and I spent the night. A storm came that night, and that was as I was asleep. And I had a dream about a niece of mine who had passed away 2 years prior. When I was back home in Dallas, she would get her blanket and ask to sleep on a futon I had next to my room. I felt her presence as I was sleeping. It was as if she was right next to me on my girlfriend's bed. All of a sudden, I wake up, and through the lightning from the windows, you can see a small figure jump off the bed and run out of the door. The entity had so much movement that my girlfriend woke up from the feeling. I saw the entity run out of the door and into the hallway. He sat up for what seemed like hours, shocked and in awe, until we started seeing daylight from the windows and we went back to sleep. We didn't last long together after that, and the occurrences at my apartment continued until I graduated and moved back home. My Aunt Sib and the Black Dog. When I was very young, my granddad's sisters came to visit often. They were old Romani, and you knew just by looking at them. Truthfully scared the shit out of little me when I was that age. They were old and approaching the ends of their lives, as it would turn out. But they were quite loving and would come to see us often. It was the 80s, and there was more emphasis on family back then, which I think has been lost since. My Aunt Sibiana was superstitious beyond the pale. I will always recall a day when me and one of my cousins were playing in the back garden. My Aunt Marine had been making dinner in the kitchen, and my Aunt Sibiana sat out in the yard watching us play. At some stage, a very large, dirty-looking black dog had come and sat directly outside of our gate. They sat and were staring directly at me and my cousin. My Aunt Sib reacted like we had Satan himself sat there. I don't understand a word of Romani bar, but the odd word here is there to shame. She walked to the gate and started speaking in harsh tones to the dog. Now you're going to think the dog would have just gone and ran. The damn thing stood on its hind legs on the waist-high gate and snarled at her, teeth bared, the whole deal. My aunt never budged, carried on shouting at the damn thing, till it finally jumped down and skulked off away from the house. By this time, my granddad had come out to see what the commotion was. My Aunt Sib turned to him and simply said, "I'm not taking them. I told it to wait till they were ready, and it argued." It's one of my earliest memories, and it stuck with me. This tiny little woman not showing 1 ounce of fear. Still to this day, don't know what it was all about. But I do know this. My cousin passed away a few years ago. We were talking. She was in an immense amount of pain. She said she was ready now as it had gotten to be too much. It wasn't long after that she did succumb. It wasn't till very recently that I remembered what my aunt said that day. I told it to wait till they were ready. Gave me a shiver, that one did. Bunk beds and lights. When I was younger, I'm 33 now, my younger brother and I used to share a bedroom. We had this bright red metal bunk bed. The bunk itself was situated against a wall directly in front of one of the bedroom windows. The lower bunk, my bunk, was the bed that could see out the window. One night I was going to get the room all to myself. I was pumped. My brother decided to spend the night at my grandmother's house. Her house was only 3 houses down from mine. We lived in a small town. When night came and I was ready to sleep, I went to my room excited that I could finally get a night to myself without having to hear my brother toss around in the upper bunk and suck his teeth in his sleep. I fell asleep rather fast. I slowly awoke after being asleep for a while to the sound of the upper bunk squeaking. I do not know how much time had passed. We were too young to need any alarm clocks in the room. I recall the sound annoying me, so I kicked the top bunk and quietly yelled. You know the yell when you accidentally hurt your siblings while fighting. You're trying to keep them quiet. At this point it clicked that my brother wasn't even in the top bunk, so I told myself to go back to sleep. The moment I closed my eyes, the bed shook, and I could hear the cord to our ceiling light being rapidly pulled and the lights flickering on and off. I sat up immediately and punched the bottom of my brother's bed, furious that he was purposely waking me up. Moments later it stopped, and I laid back down. I heard nothing else the remainder of the night. Slept until morning. When I woke up, I thought to myself, time to wake this sucker up. When I went to do so, my brother was not in the bed at all. Ran my ass downstairs and went to my grandma's house immediately. I found my brother awake playing video games with my uncle. To this day, I can vividly remember that entire night, and I have no explanation for it. I know I wasn't dreaming, never had any experience like that again. But after that night-long light string, and the top bunk having continued to make me wary. Unknown number I dialed when I was a kid, and it sounded like it was from hell. I was around 7 or 8 when this happened. Usually after school, my mom would come pick me and my sister up and bring us back to her office. She would finish up her work while sort of playing with literally anything that we could find. Pencils, staplers, you name it. If we touched and played with it, I don't exactly remember how it happened, but we did it very often. If I recall correctly, it first started when my sister asked if I wanted to try something scary. She then picked up the telephone our mom rarely used and started dialing a random number. We would then pass the phone to me on the other line, and I would hear this unsettling, raspy voice that sounded like an old man was dying and crying out in agony. However, what was weird is that I don't remember myself being spooked by it. Instead, I had a lot of fun with my sister and we'd both laugh at how it sounded. Being a kid, I tried to communicate with it by asking if it was okay or what its name was. With every question, there would be a low, grumbly response. It was as if he was talking back to us. Fast forward a few weeks, my sister stays back at school for extra activities, so out of boredom, I would dial the number. But what's weird is, if I recall clearly, I didn't have an exact number to dial. All I had to do was just press random numbers on the telephone and it'll ring up the thing. This happened very frequently for all the times I was at my mom's office. Even got my cousin to experience it. That's about it. Years went by and I eventually forgot about it until a few years back. And since then I've just been thinking about exactly what the fuck happened and how it happened. I've tried asking my cousin, who I'm no longer close to, as well as my sister, but they both denied of such an event. They thought I was just out of my mind. I tell it to many people as well, but get the same response. But deep down, I knew this shit happened. The closure I need is to find out how it happened. Was it my sister? Was it the phone? Or was it the office? Breathe. Just breathe. The year is 2005. My mental health problems are at an all-time high. In June of that year, I'd moved 420 kilometers. It's about 150 miles away from my hometown to go study, leaving my friends and family behind. My grades are dropping from a 90% overall to barely passing. I'm having financial problems, so my relationship with my roommate is non-existent. I feel like a failure more and more each passing day. I'm just overall overwhelmed with everything. Although I had to seek help in the form of a therapist, it just wasn't helping at all. At the end of my rope, one night while my roommate was away for a few hours, I decided to light some candles, incense, and just call up anyone listening, asking them to send a sign of some sort. I remember feeling a warmth wrapping around me and I broke down crying, something I hadn't been able to do in months. As I'm sitting on the floor crying, my roommate enters the apartment, stops midway to her room, looking at me and asks if I'm all right. I simply nod, although I didn't feel okay. I turned back toward my candles and specifically asking my grandpa for a sign, to tell me if I was on the right track in my life, if I should just stop fighting, give up, and go back home. I was saying all of this in my head. That's when my roommate opens her radio in her room, and on a random music channel I hear, "Life is like an hourglass glued to the table. No one can find the rewind button. Girl, so cradle your head in your hands. Breathe. Just breathe." I was a mess. I understood it could have been just coincidence, but it meant absolutely nothing, but to me it felt like the message I truly needed to hear. A few weeks later, things were looking a lot better with my notes. My financial problems had settled down. I actually formed a bond with my roommate and my mental health problems. Although not gone, they felt more manageable. I graduated from my course with an 88% overall. Every time I hear this song, it brings a tear to my eye, remembering how much that simple message helped me. Strange figures outside my house. So this was back in 2019. It was a few months after my mom passed away when this happened. So at the time, my sister and her partner were living with us while they were house searching. It was a Friday night when my sister's partner asked me if I wanted to go for a drive to pick up some stuff down in Sydney. Given he owned an R34 GTR Skyline at the time, I said yes. Sydney was an hour-and-a-half drive, and it just had this big-ass turbo installed on it. So anyways, after leaving Sydney, we get into telling scary stories. Now, he scares easily, so he was a bit spooked when we pulled into the driveway. Now, for context, the parking situation was my car would be reversed in the driveway. My sister's car was next to the driveway on the grass. My dad's ute was parked on the other side of the lawn between the fence and a septic tank, and my sister's partner put his Skyline on the lawn and his ute on the street next to it, essentially blocking the Skyline from being stolen. So I had my car in the driveway at the time, which left the Skyline at kind of a weird angle so the headlights were shining up into the garage. This was about 11 p.m. at night. After pulling in, both of us opened the doors when I caught movement from my peripherals. I looked through the windscreen to see two disembodied legs walk from the front door to the back of my car. There was no torso and no feet, just two legs strolling up to my car and then vanishing behind it. I was startled by it, but put it down to my mother just making her presence known. My mate didn't see it, but it scared him straight when I told him about it. My sister just shrugged it off like me and put it down to Mom visiting, and that was it. A week later, Dad comes in at 7 a.m. and starts asking me about what I saw. Thought it was random, but I decided to sort of describe it to him. He then says the previous night he was sitting on his bed at around midnight. He had his curtains open for a breeze and was looking at his phone when he saw a full-body shadow walk from my car, went across the lawn right in front of his window, and then vanish behind his. Didn't know how to feel about that one, but it was creepy as fuck. The ghost experience that went through a generation. When I was younger, around 7, I would hang out often with my two cousins, one 7, the other 6. They used to live in a very old dentist's, so it was pretty creepy, very strange backstories. Although I personally didn't have more than one paranormal experience, they had many, which I won't go into depth in this post. So, we were bored and I had heard about ghost hunters like the little paranormal nerd I've always been. I suggested to go find some ghosts, and C, the 7-year-old cousin, suggested to go down to the basement. C was paranoid, but we convinced her to tag along. She begged their sister, 13 maybe. She begged her for her phone to get one of those apps. We downloaded it, and off we went. There were a couple of rooms all pretty empty, from like a few toys which weren't large. We found a quiet room after looking and getting a large chill, probably a warning. Sat down and opened the app. The app used a radar with red dots signifying the spirits. There were smaller ones, and each time it got closer or bigger, we got excited. There was a large one getting closer and closer until the lights went off. I heard a laugh and chills went down my spine. The biggest chill ever. Felt like there was a man dancing around us. Me being a Christian had a cross and some water which I blessed with a tutorial, sprayed it and held the cross saying a prayer. Guess that worked as the lights went back to normal. When I say we dashed, I never saw anyone move quicker. We went to the barbecue, everybody relieved and had a big sigh as we were gone for hours. It was like 2.5 hours later, explained the story, and they nervously laughed like they were hiding something. We went on with the day, although nervously. Now, me being 15, I remember it vividly for the wrong reasons, and me and the cousin met up with our Nana who was there that day. She explained everybody was freaked out because when they moved in and explored the basement, he said the same thing happened to my dad, their dad, and their sister. Heard a voice calling my name outside my bedroom window at 11 p.m. So this literally just happened last night. I'm not really sure if it's paranormal, but it's pretty creepy. So my room is up against the front side of my house on the second story. There's a window facing the front yard right next to my bed. I'm sitting there reading a book with my lamp on when I start hearing my name outside. First, it was so quiet that I didn't really hear it or pay attention to it. But then it got louder and louder. I was really confused because it sounded like my old neighbor who just moved out, but visited that same day. Because it sounded like an 11-year-old boy's voice. Although it sounded off from my old neighbor. I was confused, though. He had visited my house that day and had already left to go back to his house in another town. Plus, it was really late at night for him to be trying to get to me to go outside. I could tell from the tone of voice that whoever it was trying hard to get someone's attention. But right when I paid attention to the voice and thought all this, the voice stopped, and I realized that my shadow was being projected onto the window because of the lamp. I looked out the window, didn't see anyone there, but I heard as if someone was opening and closing the downstairs window on the side. I went downstairs and checked with my sisters who were watching TV. I asked them if the TV was loud or if they heard somebody calling my name. To both of which they said no, and the TV was actually really quiet. Then I went into my parents' room to ask them about it. Both of them had been asleep and heard nothing. I just went back to sleep at that point and nothing else happened. The thing is, this isn't the first time I've heard voices at that window. Years ago when my house was severely haunted, I was opening the blinds in the morning and I heard a woman whisper right into my ear, "Good night." I could even feel breath on my ear. I smiled because I thought it was my mom messing with me and saying good night when it was morning. Turned around with a smile and my smile immediately disappeared from my face. There was nobody in the room. Everybody else was either across the hall or downstairs completely. Plus, I didn't hear anyone come or leave. Wife brought ghost home. Maybe. I'll preface this by saying that my wife is a scientist and a staunch skeptic. She teaches biology, anatomy, and anthropology at UCSD, and often works with real human remains in her teachings. She was lecturing on human development and disassembled a child's skull to show the plates and how they fuse, etc. However, she didn't reassemble them before coming home. Late that night, I don't know, maybe 2 a.m., I go to the bathroom, do my thing. And when I get back in bed, she stirs and says something like, "Wait, were you just in the bathroom?" And I'm like, "Yeah, why?" Confused. She shrugs it off. "I thought we were cuddling." The next day she explains that she felt me, but not me, holding her from behind. But the more she thought about it, it was smaller, like childlike. She ends up explaining it away as a dream, and we just kind of let it go. A few nights later, she goes to bed early, leaving me in our living room. A few minutes later, I hear a scream, and she runs downstairs looking truly terrified. She claims to have seen a shadowy figure next to the nightstand on my side of the bed. She described it as the size of a child and staticky, like when a TV doesn't have a signal. It looked like it was rummaging through my nightstand. And when she entered the room, it got spooked, quickly disappeared into our closet. Once she was calm, she again tried to rationalize it. Oh, it was the wind. No windows were open. Or it was just a weird shadow from the lights coming on, in the shape of a child. She maintains her skepticism, but does claim there was a lonely energy, again childlike, like a little kid searching for their mom. The weirdest part of this is that the next class day she reassembled the skull, and nothing happened again. What are your thoughts? I'm pretty convinced, but she continues to deny it and rationalize it away. Don't put a dam in the river. The town of York held a meeting discussing the high water flow and possible dangers it could have on the land and wildlife. For the first time in my life, I attended the town meeting, stumbling in and sitting in the back just as they'd begun the session. People argued, I held my tongue. Though as the people of the town, they were swayed by the concept of a new dam, with a car bridge and a sidewalk that would allow for much more control over the water levels. Disappointed, I left the meeting having only asked one question. When will construction begin? I asked the mayor. We begin this weekend. At this moment, I realized I either needed to flee the country or get my act together if I wanted a chance to make it out of this a free man. I sped home in my Toyota Camry, ran into the attic. I grabbed a snorkel, a rope, 4 bottles of kerosene, matches, and a space balloon to capture any smoke that may leak into the sky above. I headed for the river where the dam was being planned, around 6:30 p.m. I know it's early, but I need to see it for myself. Arriving at the location, I was pleased to see no vehicles or any sign of life before the dark riverbed. I grabbed the rope from my trunk and waded into the rushing high waters, feeling around with my hands for the bottom of the river. After about 15 minutes of this, I realized that there wasn't anybody here anymore. Could the water have taken them? I waded further down into the water when I saw bright white lights appear in the tree line. It was a police cruiser and they pulled up directly next to my car. I let the water take me and flowed down the river away from the police and my trunk full of explosives and matches and tarps. 2 days later, they drained the river for the dam's construction, found the worn out and decayed corpses of 16 people, limbs sticking out of the water, smelled like the ocean out there. Birds picked at the skulls and bodies of the victims. I started to hear the groan and moan with my frothy water pouring from the eye sockets. I still hear them now in my maximum security penitentiary. Was that a dream or real? What was that? Can someone please explain this rather strange coincidence? So some years ago, I shared my experience of the ghost that I and several others have seen. My account of what happened is on my profile for anybody interested in reading it. This area within my city is actually somewhat known for ghostly sightings. In fact, the whole city and surrounding counties seem to be full of historical hauntings. So I wasn't too surprised when someone reached out to me some months ago, stating they witnessed the very same ghost. Someone even went as far as to take my story off Reddit without my permission and post a slightly reworded version of it to a Facebook page that's about paranormal happenings in the city. Now here's what really blew my mind. The person that reached out to me said something very odd happened prior to his sighting. What was stated by him is so strange that I've absolutely no idea how this was even possible. Firstly, he told me that he heard the rumors for years about the area, but initially dismissed them. But here's where it gets creepy. He goes on to state, "What's funny or scary about this is that the night before I saw the ghost you speak of, I had a dream. In my dream, I was browsing Reddit and came across a post of someone describing a sighting of a ghostly monk they had seen on this road. So I decided to do investigation myself. Cue the next day. Having forgot about the dream, he ended up going down this road and thought nothing of it. That was until he actually saw the very same ghost for himself. So it going me thinking, were we all connected in some way? Or perhaps it was fate of some sort. Maybe I should post this dream interpretations or something, because it's such a weird coincidence. Has anybody had anything like this happen before? Boggles my mind, and I constantly think about what it could mean. I still have his message in my inbox and can screenshot as proof if needed. Stubborn Mom from Beyond. To properly understand this story, you have to know that my mother suddenly passed away when she was 50, leaving me with her house. Since she didn't like my boyfriend at the time, she had tried to get me to kind of promise her that I'd never let him live with me in her house. We were smoking together, so she joked that she would haunt me if I did let him live there. This took place a year or two before she actually died. I wouldn't make that promise to her because I didn't think I could keep it. Anyways, a couple of weeks after she died, my boyfriend was at my house, which I had mentioned was formerly my mom's. He was sitting on the couch in the spot that my mom always sat, day and night. As he was sitting there, he was saying how he thought it was stupid that my mom said that he couldn't live with me there. Just as I was going to tell him that, I probably shouldn't be sitting in that spot talking shit, my cat, who was by me rubbing up on a portable kitchen island which stood up on wheels, suddenly stopped dead. The cat then turned around and put her face and upper body close to the floor in order to see under the portable island and into the living room where my boyfriend was sitting on the couch. The hair on her back stood up, her tail puffed way up, and then she began to growl a very low growl. It was as if she knew and understood what had been said, and was now witnessing the manifestation of the consequences, which were unbeknownst to us in the living world. No matter what I did, she would not frickin' move. She kept staring at him and growling in a low growl. I was wide-eyed, staring at this shit. All I could say was, "What the fuck?" My boyfriend was all like, "Holy shit, what do I do?" I said, "I have no frickin' clue." This lasted for about 3 or so minutes until the cat finally just trotted out of the room. I did try and take a picture to see if anything would maybe show up. There was nothing in the picture. I don't know what the hell that was about, but I have an inkling it may have been my stubborn-ass mom. That one too. Ask Reddit. I may have seen a drowned boy during a sunny day at summer camp. I would have written it off as one of the many weird, unexplained moments in my time with the Scouts, if it weren't for the fact that my friend saw the same boy run past us and into a KYBO. It's our outhouse for the uninitiated. The day before, a group of us were heading to the lake for a midday swim. The air was dry and heated. All we wanted to do was to get away from the trail dust permeating the entire camp. The shoreline was close. We could smell the water. We became excited and joked loudly enough to not hear the ambulance trundling up the dirt road till it was in view. No lights, no sirens. We got to the shore, and there were many camp counselors there, hugging and weeping into each other's shoulders. The lake's closed for the day, we were told by a red-eyed young man who taught the canoe classes. I found out later that a boy had drowned in the lake. I didn't get the details, but it happened fast enough so that they didn't really fish him out until it was too late. I saw his picture in memorial. His troop made that after the summer. He was young and small for his age, 12 years old with curly black mop on his head. The day after the lake incident, my friend and I were heading to the KYBO before going to our classes. That's when a boy ran past us. He bolted to the door, heaved it open, and disappeared inside of the small brick structure. The door was spring-loaded, nearly closed by the time we reached it. Immediately, we stopped in our tracks. There was nobody inside of the KYBO. I don't mean that he escaped out a window or another door. There was no way in besides the door that we were standing in. The windows were 7 feet off the ground, and no more than ventilation slits were present. I asked my friend if he saw anything. He said, yeah, skinny little kid, curly black hair. His clothes were dry, at least. Random pink light. My husband and I were both playing a video game on our own desks at night. Our desks sit side by side. We're no more than 3 feet from each other, and we were facing the wall. Our blinds are closed, and our room is pretty lit by our lighting above. Then all of a sudden, a bright pink light blinded the both of us. Lasted no more than a snap of a finger would last. But it was quiet, but insanely bright. The best way to describe it is as if somebody was standing in like a foot from your face and took a picture with those Polaroid cameras. Only with this light being pink, and once it was gone, we had no lingering annoying light that clouded our vision for a minute afterwards. Poof, and it was gone. I yelled repeatedly, "What the fuck was that?" My husband was smart enough to say, "Check the time. 11:50 p.m. He mentions how he looked at the time a few minutes before the pink flash, and it was only 11:45. So no missing time. This light was seen by both of us, so it can't be any retinal distortion. I called my sister right away, and she thought maybe it was like a computer glitch. But I reassured her that if it had been from my computer screen, then I'd be able to see my desk and everything on it. But that flash was so incredibly bright. It's like it blinded pretty much both of us completely. And it was pink, like it couldn't have been our lighting in our room. We just have an overhead light. No neon lights, no pink lights. I can't think of a single explanation. That night we went to sleep. My husband woke up and started yelling, "Oh fuck, oh fuck!" Which in almost a decade of sleeping next to him, he has never startled awake like that, ever. After asking if he was okay and what was wrong, he just said he had to go pee. Later the next day I asked him about it. He said that he had a nightmare and he had just died. I don't know if it was related to that or the flash of pink light, but I think it was worth mentioning since, again, he has never woken up yelling and scared before. What came into my house? I have 2 adult children who were visiting me for Christmas, and on the day my son was going home, we live in different cities, I've asked him to go get me coffee from Tim Hortons before he left. He didn't want to, but finally relented. He packed his stuff and was going to head out right after he dropped my coffee off. Him and my daughter walked out of my front door and left. Or so I thought. A few minutes later, my son came back in and looked at me with a very angry look on his face. He stomped down the stairs. I kind of laughed as I thought he forgot something. I waited at the top of the stairs, waiting for him to come back up so I could mock him for forgetting whatever he forgot. I stood there for a few minutes, then became concerned as he was taking a long time to come back up the stairs. Maybe he was sick or something. So I went downstairs and there was no one there, like at all. I went room to room to see if I could find him. Small basement. so it didn't take long to see that he wasn't there. The windows were small and locked, so no way to get out of there. The only way he could have left was back up the stairs and past me. About 10 minutes later, he came back with my coffee, and I asked him how he had gotten past me when he went downstairs. He looked at me like I was crazy. He said I went to go get you a coffee. I didn't go downstairs. I laughed and said, of course you did. I saw you. You looked super grumpy. He leaned over, kind of laughing at me, and gave me a kiss. Said yet again, I never came back. Then he hugged me and left. My daughter was still at my place, and she believes in the paranormal, so we had a conversation about what I had just experienced. She said that my son didn't come back in, except when he brought my coffee in. So that's my story. Think about that a lot. I went to see a psychic who is absolutely zero help. So now I ask you, Reddit and Paranormal M, what the hell came into my house on that afternoon? What type of entity is he? I will not go into too much detail since the entity watches me, knows my thoughts, and is around me almost all the time. I don't think this man is evil or anything like that, but very possessive. I don't need help to know if he's real or not. I've already figured out he is after dealing with him since I was 5. I just want to know if there's a way to figure out how powerful a being he can be. Has anyone dealt with something like this, and did you know if they were dangerous or could do a lot of damage? I don't think he wants to hurt me, so I'm not worried about that. But I also have a knowledge that even when my body dies, I won't be able to leave him. He gets mad when I think of him as a demon, or a god or an angel, like a negative pressure in my head. But if I think of him as a soulmate, then he's happy. A relaxing, tingling chill runs down my body. He doesn't say things directly. I have to use the pressure and tingles method to figure it out. Even typing this much information is making me feel ill. This whole thing's kind of embarrassing to admit. Haven't told a single person in my life about this. I thought this was in my head, but it's not. Does anybody have experience with something like this? If there's different levels of entities or beings, or is it just another soul, like the same ones humans have? Could he actually be my soulmate from my past life? Or he just didn't incarnate with me in this life? I'm a 32-year-old female and a virgin. I've wanted to be in a relationship, and I've had a good chunk of men throughout the years show interest in me. I'm not super attractive, but average looking. But it's never really gone anywhere. Like every event in my life was designed to keep me isolated. I'm allowed to fantasize about fictional men who look like him, but that is the farthest I'm allowed to go. Can an entity do that? Can a human soul do that? That story was interesting. What do you guys think? Haunted car. My daughter purchased an old blue Hyundai. It was for her first get-around car. It was a little beat up, but nevertheless it got her safely from A to B. She told me one night as she glanced into a revision mirror. Revision mirror? I'm gonna go ahead and change that to rear view mirror. She saw a young girl with long plaits sitting on the back seat. What's a plait? It was for just a second, and when she looked again, she was gone. She said she'd seen her on multiple occasions, but for some reasons she never felt scared, just weirded out by the experience. She also explained the radio used to turn on and off by itself sometimes. Even the volume would go up and down. I thought it was creepy, but I put it down to an old car with old electricals. Maybe she was tired and the streetlights played with shadows, experiencing pareidolia. One day she was driving us to the shops, and as we were chatting away, I saw the radio knob literally turn itself as the music volume went up. I sat there stunned for a moment and in disbelief as to what I saw. I told my daughter what I'd seen. She just laughed and said, "See, Mum, I told you the car was haunted." I couldn't believe it. Anyway, fast forward a few months. She decided to sell it. The new owners called her and said that they lost the keys. Then they found them. Then they called again, said the car wouldn't start. Then it started. Just weird stuff. It was a week after she sold it. She was coming out from university. Parked next to her new car was a blue Hyundai Excel. She checked the plate number and it was definitely her old car. She was really taken back as there are literally hundreds of parked cars, and hundreds of parks. It just happened to be parked next to her. This only happened once and she's never seen that car again. Tape deck. When I was about 5 years old, I had this tape deck. It wasn't anything fancy, and I'm pretty sure it was from the late 70s. It had a single deck to play tapes and a small speaker. Well, it was the type of thing you can either use batteries for or you can use the mains. One day I was playing tapes and happened to notice that it wasn't plugged in. Seemed like a bigger deal than it was to my 5-year-old brain because we never had batteries to use it. I had to use a socket on the landing as it was the only one spare for the longest time. So for some reason I thought to check the batteries. There were no batteries in it. I have no idea how it was playing tapes without power, but I didn't think to be freaked out. Thought it was cool. I went down to tell my mom. And obviously she didn't believe me. I mean, even now it sounds crazy. But I just went back to playing my tapes and forgot about it for a short time. It was only a couple of days later that I thought to mention it again and show her the tape deck. So that's what I did. I told her again. She didn't believe me. So I then went to get the tape deck. I showed her that it wasn't plugged in. I opened the back to show that there were no batteries. Then showed her the tape inside, then pressed play. She just froze. It started playing the tape. Then my mom simply said, "Well, I don't know then." In response to her tone sounded like the end of it, and that was that. So I just went back to the landing to play my tape. I'd just gotten used to playing them there by that point. It wasn't long before I had to go to bed as it was late afternoon. Early evening by this point. I left my tape deck on the landing before going to the bedroom. When I woke up the next morning, the tape deck was gone. When I asked my mom where it was, she told me I must have lost it, despite knowing that I left it on the landing. I realized years later that it probably freaked her out so much that she got rid of the tape deck, and telling me I must have lost it was easier than saying that she trashed it. She was freaked out. Who was singing? About 2 years ago, I, a female 24 currently, was with my best friend, a female 23, in her parents' house, which happens to be 1 street away from my parents. We hung out there after work and school and at the weekends, any free time that we both had. The apartment is a duplex, and her room is on the top floor. We were waiting for her little brother, 14, to come home from school at about 6:15. At the time, it was 6 p.m. so there was no way in hell he would get out at 6 p.m. and get home not a minute later. Yet we heard him get to the lower apartment, open the door, and start singing, which was a totally normal thing for him to do. Called his name so many times and he kept singing, but he didn't answer. We were pissed at him because we wanted him to run to the store by the house to grab us all some food. So we just laughed it out and sat a bit, finishing what we were doing before going down and teasing him about ignoring us. Little backstory. The lower apartment is composed of a kitchen, a bathroom, 2 living rooms, 1 small and 1 big, and the parents' bedroom and a little, brother's bedroom. I just hated the side of the kitchen and the big living room, and I never felt comfortable there. It always looked dark no matter how many windows are open and how many people are there. I hated and almost never go there. Even praying there didn't feel right. Back to the story. A couple of minutes before going down to the intercom, it started ringing. We called the still singing dude to pick up, but he didn't, so I went down, but nobody was there. No one. Her little brother who was singing was the one ringing. We opened the door for him and he got up and asked him if he got in. He said he left his keys in. He had just gotten out of school. It was 6:12 p.m., which is logical walking and talking to his friends on the way and all. I checked the keys. They were inside the house. My friend refused to talk any more about it because she lived there and didn't think more. Just like any other experience that she had. But this one, we couldn't brush it off. We eventually talked about it because it was shared. We can't hallucinate the same thing for like 10 straight minutes, but we can't explain it either. A comforting gesture late at night. Due to insomnia and anxiety, sleep often eludes me. Because of that, I'm often awake at the witching hour, 3 a.m., and frequently this is the time that things happen around me. Most consistently, my cat gets the zoomies, but also various paranormal things happen. Right now I'm sitting at my dining room table, sewing handmade key fobs for a craft show this weekend. If I can't sleep, I might as well be productive, right? Well, my back is facing a long, empty hallway. I've got a headset on listening to a podcast, so I can't hear anything. But I could feel in the floor through my feet somebody walking up the hallway toward me. I'm home alone right now. Disembodied footsteps are coming. And it's pretty common in my home. So I just ignored it because nothing usually happens after. But this time, something did happen. I could feel the steps come right up behind me, and then it felt like how my wife will wrap her arms around me from behind and rest her chin on my shoulder to watch what I'm doing. A quick, loving embrace. But again, I'm home alone tonight. I stopped sewing and froze, but tried not to react. I then felt it let go and pass me heading toward the door I'm facing, where it just slightly moved a Christmas decoration that's hanging on the door. So I had disembodied footsteps, a phantom hug, and an object gets moved in front of me. Both my wife and I have seen or heard this mimic take turns copying one of us. So if I had to guess, this was that mimic copying my wife's actions, and just not physically showing itself. Or possibly my wife's grandmother, who's mostly present but an inactive spirit, until it gets close to the holidays when she becomes very active until we put the Christmas decorations away after the new year. Whatever it was, it didn't feel malicious. It genuinely felt like a kind gesture of comfort, which I'm actually thankful for because I've been having a pretty cruddy week. Me too. Ask Reddit. It was near Halloween time when my friends and I were telling ghost stories. My friend said she was going to tell a story about her parents' first date. She said she didn't like telling the story, since it was actually true, but we prodded her on. To cut to the chase, the parents had spent a nice, if awkward, first date, and around the time that they would have had said goodnight, the male in the situation, my friend's dad, suggested that they go for a midnight hike up Provo Canyon. He apparently knew the place, since he had done a fair amount of rock climbing in the area. So the two drive up the mount of the canyon, got out of their cars, started hiking under just the light of the stars, especially since it was a new moon. At some point, the male starts getting a bad feeling, since the pathway ahead, which would pass under some trees, would be dark, and because it was getting to be quite late. He ignores the feelings and presses on. In later rehearsings of the story, the female would say that she had felt the same feeling as what was probably at the same time, though she didn't know the trail like he did. A minute later, the feeling came back to the male. He ignored it again and started walking a bit of the way into the trees when his foot hit something soft in the middle of the path. Under the trees, it was too dark to see just what this soft thing was, and the feeling came back stronger than ever. Instead of finding out what his foot had bumped into, he and the female both agreed to hightail it out of there. Years later, after being married for some time, they were watching an interview with the serial killer Ted Bundy. In response to a question asking him to describe the time that he felt closest to being caught, he explained about the night that had lured a girl into Provo Canyon and had just killed her when he had heard some people coming up the trail. He explained how he hid in the trees just in time only to watch some guy walk right into the body. For some reason, just turn around and walk away. Yes, I heard that noise too. Paranormal activity in my apartment. So I live in a 3-bedroom apartment with my husband and cat. We've been living here for a little over a year now, and in the past year we've experienced some unexplainable phenomena. The most common being doors being open after we've shut them. We shut a door, we leave or walk away, come back, and the door is fully opened. We've also noticed heaters being turned on and neither of us turned them on. We've brushed a lot of this off as we do have a cat and we're both ADD, so I figure maybe we just forgot about opening a door. But the more it happens, the more we question it because all of our doors have doorknobs. So it's not like she can just grab them and twist them. And we might forget things from time to time, but not as often as we've been noticing things. I've had it happen a couple of times where I'm showering and I hear the door open and I look and it's shut. I've also experienced the door opening while I'm in the shower and no one's in there. The apartment community is older, but the vintage magic tricks my husband. He sort of collects these things. Or I guess her husband collects vintage magic tricks. They could be older. I told my husband the other day that if there's a spirit in the apartment, it's probably from his vintage magic trick collection. We joke about it from time to time. I don't know if spirits can really attach themselves to inanimate objects like they do in The Conjuring or not, but if they could, you would think that they would be generalized to where the magic tricks are located. But all of the instances have been throughout the apartment. Anyways, the reason I'm posting this is because this morning my husband woke me up early this morning asking me what I wanted. I didn't understand what he meant because I was asleep, and he said he heard me say his name. Later in the morning he asked me if I remembered saying his name at all. I told him I might have been sleep talking, but I don't talk in my sleep usually. Actually, I don't think I ever have. At least nobody's ever said anything about it. I decided to look into spirits mimicking people, and found here on good old Reddit that this is actually pretty common. Experience when younger. Not necessarily a scary one, but maybe one I should share. Mostly because somebody could have some perspective on it. I've always considered myself a very happy and positive person. Things seemed to be amplified when I moved into a cabin my family built on some family land when I was in my teen years. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, but when I moved there, I also started to feel very lucky and like there was a guardian angel looking after me. Not sure if it's relevant, but to my point, maybe someone is noticing a pattern that I don't. Anyway, fast forward and I'm in college. I meet a Navy guy, of course, and we decide we're going to marry and move away. I go back to my cabin home and stay in the basement, which I never did. My room was turned into an office. That's when I went to college. There were bunk beds in the basement. I recall waking up in the middle of the night to a very tall, broad-shouldered figure hovering beside the bed looking at me. It made me feel really warm, kind of like an additional blanket was on me. I also had a sense of relief, like they were telling me everything was going to be fine, even though I was moving away. I went back to sleep all comfy. The next morning I had a complete recollection of what happened. I was like, holy fuck. Really freaked myself out because I may have been visited by a ghost or something. So I explained it to my mom, but was also sure to tell her I felt that it was a good spirit. She said her grandpa was very tall and had broad shoulders, so maybe it was him. I believe in spirits and all things, but what does this community make of this? I still remember the feeling to this day. I still continue to live a happy life. Nothing very bad has happened to me, and I still feel protected to this day. I get these strange visions, but they aren't visions when it comes to certain things that become true. I can share those examples, but not sure if they're relevant. Ask Reddit. My family and I used to stay in a very affordable beach cottage in the Outer Banks. That's in North Carolina. We would do this for a few weeks each summer. It was a converted life-saving station, with a lookout tower and everything. I was just a kid, 13 or 14, that's when we first started staying there. I used to walk around and talk to the local kids. They were shocked that I was staying there. I didn't believe them because kids are going to be kids. Figured they were just trying to scare me. I was wrong. The first few nights were quiet, but every night after that something would happen. My aunt claimed that her bed raised off the floor and shook violently, knocking her to the floor. She slept in the car for the remainder of our vacation. I'm a bratty kid, and just figure she was drunk. I stayed upstairs in the room where they used to keep rescued and dying sailors. I woke up one morning to such a loud banging in my room. I was terrified. Nobody was there. One of the beds had overturned. That was while I was sleeping. The next night I woke up to more banging and loud laughter from the tower. I figured it was my sister on the phone, but nobody was there. As the days went on, I felt like somebody was watching me any time I showered or used the upstairs bathroom. The banging in the tower was nightly at this point, and I was absolutely terrified. One morning I'd slept in, being a teenager at all, and woke up to my relatives trying to get into the house after a morning at the beach. Every single door in the entire house was deadlocked from the inside. Very odd. We spent a few more summers there, each time the same experience. Eventually the house washed away during a hurricane, leaving only the tower behind on the beach. It's a shame, because I'd love to stay there as an adult and see it. My past life as a U.S. soldier during the Vietnam War. My mom and I are spiritual, and she contacted the spirit of my best friend yesterday when I was having a mental breakdown. He's from my past life as a Vietnam soldier. I got to know him since I was a young child. We were best friends. I can vaguely remember that his name was Damien or something. I basically grew up with him and his family. They treated me as one of them. A very nice family at that time, but once the Vietnam War started, things took a turn. During our deployment, I was very paranoid of being ambushed by the Vietnamese, so I slept with a gun in my hands. Due to all the mental issues going on at that time and the dark environment, I accidentally shot my best friend because I heard someone walking toward me in a very odd way. I was devastated. Turned batshit insane after that. I was no longer suitable for duty, so they sent me home. I was full of regret, shame, and grief. People around me were treating me harshly because, well, we veterans failed to win the war. And the family members of the best friend even placed a curse on me out of anger and resentment. The curse that I would never be happy or fulfilled again. This curse haunted me in the current life where I'm reincarnated into. I always ask myself why I feel like I'm not worth it, or why the things in my life happen the way they did. Now I feel like the pieces of the puzzle are fitting together. The purpose of my current life is to lift the curse and become mentally strong again. I can finally have peace with myself now, which I didn't achieve with psychotherapy before. Moral of the story: unresolved mental issues and curses can haunt you in your next life. Be sure to cope with them and be open-minded and disciplined to meditation. This way you gain insight about previous lives, and you can prevent yourself from making the same mistakes this time. Not sure if this belongs here, but weird things are happening in my home. Okay, so there's something weird going on in my house. It's a 2016 build that I live in with my husband and my 3-month-old daughter. I've always had a feeling in one of the hallways that I'm being watched. No big deal, heebie-jeebies, but I'm not bothered. I've also been waking up feeling as though someone is in the hallway. A different one, the one outside our bedroom door. I once saged the house. Made no difference. I'm not concerned it's a bad spirit. 3 times now, however, pictures have inexplicably come off the walls and shelves. One very secure drawing of me, my husband, and our now deceased dog fell off the wall and smashed whilst I was out one day, like it had been pulled off the wall completely. It's back up and no further objections to it. Another time we woke up to a loud bang in the night. My husband got up to investigate, and a wedding canvas of my husband and I, 75 centimeters by 50 centimeters, it had come off of its hook that was on the landing and on top of a 3x3 bottle wine rack below. It had been hung by a string, fallen perfectly off the wall. And it didn't just fall over, just perfectly perched on top of it, string still intact, hook still in the wall, back up, and again. No further objections. This time, however, has annoyed me as it was my daughter's room. Noticed about 6 weeks ago that 3 animal pictures on high shelves had somehow moved out of line. Figured the wall or the shelf just must have vibrated a bit. Straighten them out. Nothing since. This afternoon we went out for dinner. Came home and framed a 4 picture of a bunny rabbit. Had somehow launched off the shelf, gone over the rocking chair below and damaged the shelving unit about 30 centimeters away. So it's come off with force this time. The other night my husband and I were watching TV and he swore he saw an open DVD case start rocking and then stop. Dream visitors. First, I'm not a big dreamer. I don't often dream, or at least I don't remember if I do dream. The dreams I do remember I can't really explain and don't remember for long. My dreams are like weird movies. I'm not an active player. My point is the fact that I've remembered any part of these dreams being out of character for me. I also don't have lucid dreams or have sleep paralysis. Anyway, my first experience was 8 years ago. I was sitting in an American Southern church, something you would see in a movie. I was sitting in the middle towards the back of the church. Suddenly, a well-dressed man was sitting next to me. He had a charming vibe. Think Lucifer from the TV series if he was subtle. I noticed him and he would say to me something along the lines of, "Can you believe people buy this crap?" He said it in a way that suggested everybody else there was stupid and we were smart. I affirmed that I believed in Jesus and God and woke up. This was a very clear dream at the time. It's kind of stayed with me. My second could just be a dream, but it happened a year or so ago. This time, I appeared to be in an airport, and this plain woman asked or told me I had to go with her, claimed to be an angel. I started going with her when I sensed something was off about her. She didn't really take her eyes and didn't really look right, kind of in a hurry. It was like she was a robot or something wearing a human face that just didn't quite fit. We were at the baggage area where she was packing clothes or something into her bag. She kept looking around, sensing something wasn't right. Decided to test her by asking her to say the name Jesus Christ. She refused and urged me to go with her. That's when I knew she wasn't an angel. I kept saying his name until I woke up. If she had been able to say the name, I would have gone with her. Haven't had any other dreams that I can remember where I can think and make decisions or have any real awareness. Little kids are obliviously connected to the spirit realm. Around 10 or so years ago, my little brother was about 2 years old, just learning how to speak and develop into the toddler stage. I was around 12 or so years old, being the oldest sibling, with my 2 middle siblings in between me and my youngest brother that I'm talking about here. We had a family party celebrating my birthday that year. The extended family was over for dinner and cake and presents, all sharing stories, watching the game on the TV, etc. Then my mom and aunt decided to get out the old family album from when they were all kids and talk about old memories and share them with us kids who were not alive for it back then. They came across a few pictures of my late Uncle Chris, who died before I was born of cancer. I was really close to my mom's siblings, my mom especially. I only ever heard stories growing up about him from my mom and other members of the family, but never got to meet him. My little brother certainly never met him and also barely comprehended or heard any stories or seen any pictures of him up to that point in his life, being only 2 years old at the time as well. My mom pulled out a picture of Chris in his graduation uniform. Before she could even start explaining the picture, my little brother looked at it, started smiling and laughing a little bit and said, "Hey, it's Chrissy." Chrissy was the nickname given to Chris by some people in the family, as well as his close friends back then when he was alive. And not even what my mother referred to him as, even like talking to me growing up. After he said that, my mom and aunt just looked at each other, mildly creeped out at first, followed by amazement and a deep debate about how the hell that was possible, as well as my grandma coming in being very spiritual, like I bet him and Chris are good friends. That would just be like Chris too. I was confused as hell myself, not understanding how he recognized him without ever seeing him before. Being like young, 2 years old, he could barely even form coherent sentences the majority of the time. I also have quite a lot of stories with my younger sister, as well as a faint memory from my own childhood that all really convinced me of this theory further move. but I'm curious what other people think about this, or what other similar experiences people have. Feeling of having lived in a time before birth, reincarnation, and anemoia. When I was a kid, I used to have very strange flashbacks and imageful thoughts. I can't explain them to this day. They all felt like they were from the era of the 80s. It was certain external trigger factors that caused these flashbacks. For example, weather, mostly rainy and dark, certain smells, music, or certain places that suddenly seemed strangely familiar to me, even though I've never been there before. What I see are single images. An example is like how I sit in an office at one of the typical computers of the 80s, how I rush through rainy streets in the evening, presumably after a long day at work, or how I work at home on a computer-like typewriter. It was especially bad when I first heard a specific pop song from 1987. It sent shivers down my spine because I had another flashback, a very real one where I was lying in a hospital. I'm in my 20s now, and these memories are significantly less vivid than they used to be. But what I still experience is a kind of nostalgia that's triggered by certain music genres or movies, but it doesn't bring up a particular image. I read about anemoia, a phenomenon of nostalgia which is currently described particularly strong by millennials. Trends like dark academia, or the sudden popularity of 80s city pop, Polaroid, etc., they're said to be related to this. I believe that I have a vivid imagination, and I'm a very thoughtful person, but to this day I still wonder how sometimes out of nowhere these images arise, and where this feeling comes from that I cannot put into words. Assuming that one believes in reincarnation, would it then be possible to assume that this is kind of a diffused feeling described as anemoia, and it's somehow related to it? I think my old house was haunted. For some background information, my family and I moved out of our old Victorian home at the start of 2021. I didn't necessarily think it was haunted while I was living there. However, after discussing some experiences with my younger sister, I'm begging to wonder if it was. The other day I mentioned to my sister about how I used to struggle to sleep in the old house because from the age of about 6, a shadowy figure of a young girl, she looked about 10 years old, used to stand in the far corner of my room by my toy cupboard and watch me. She never moved out of the shaded corner, and she never took her eyes off of me. This wasn't every night, but happened to maybe 2 to 3 times a week. Never told anybody at the time, and I'm not sure why, I just never thought to mention it. After telling my sister this, her face drained of all color. She told me that a young man and woman used to stand in the corner of her room and watch her. This was from about the age of 6 as well. Neither of us were scared of the figures. They were just kind of there. However, neither of us would fall asleep until sunrise. That's when the figures would disappear. We also talked about hearing footsteps on the 3rd floor of the house, and doors randomly slamming shut. At the time, we both assumed it was the next-door neighbors being loud. It was a terraced house, and because the home was old, we assumed a draft maybe moved the doors. But now we're not too sure. I got freaked out and told my dad, who told me that when my cousin came to visit, at the age of about 6, she told my dad that she had seen a young girl stood at the top of the stairs that led up to the 3rd floor of the house. He also told me that he sometimes felt someone tap him on the shoulder when he was in the house alone. He also mentioned the fact that he and my mom used to hear footsteps on the 2nd and 3rd floor of the house. They assumed it was me and my sister. However, when they went to check, we we were often both in bed, asleep. Scary beings are a good sign. These beings, be they aliens or demons, seem to be evil, a majority of them, in the Islamic tradition. Some of these beings are Muslim, Christians, and atheist, but not all are evil. So if they come to you in the form they choose is scary to you, then that is a good thing, because they don't believe that they can come to you in a good form because that won't, quote-unquote, work on you, try to befriend you and abuse you. I know of a story of a Muslim girl who had serious issues. Her father went to a Raqi, a Muslim exorcist, told him that his daughter was being dragged downstairs by a being that was claiming her to be his. Long story short, the Raqi found out that this demon alien being came to her in a good form. She slowly stopped being afraid, started to accept this being. They fornicated again and again until she started to feel weird. Sometimes if we accept these beings, weird things seem normal, like floating small amounts off the floor. When she wanted to stop the relationship, the being would not want to leave her. And this is when it started acting out, and the family started realizing that she was possessed. She was helped by the exorcist. But the point is that if they're trying to scare you, they will take the form that does, and they only scare you if you're doing a good enough job at resisting their influence over you in everyday life. If you're being a good person, in this day and age that bar is set pretty low, then these beings will resort to dream state attempts at corrupting you. If you're trying to be a good person, that is enough for you to level yourself a good person. The enemy's real. The fight is real. Keep on fighting. You lose all the battles and still win the war. Saw a very tall, skinny yellow figure standing in my bedroom doorway as a child. This still haunts me to this day, and I can't explain what I saw. I'm curious if anybody else has had or heard of a similar experience. This was in '91. I was about 7 years old at the time, and I remember my sister and I shared a room with separate beds. She's 2 years younger. Our parents put us to bed for the night. It was pitch black in the room, no night light or anything or TV. I remember I just couldn't fall asleep for some reason this night. My sister was knocked out pretty quick, or I probably would have bothered her out of boredom. I remember staring at the ceiling for a while and out of the window a lot, until I looked across the room. Standing in my doorway was a very tall, skinny figure. It was solid with glowing yellow. There was no facial features at all, but it had long arms and long legs. It was just frozen. And I was just frozen. I had so much fear, and I couldn't make any noise, to be honest, because I thought it was going to attack me or something. As a kid, I instantly put the covers over my head, hoping it would leave. I peeked out about 3 times to see if it was gone. It wasn't. It just stood in the same spot, its head almost touching the top of the doorway, and it never moved. Just stood there each time I looked. So I finally mustered up the strength to scream out for my parents very loudly, and I started crying. I remember my dad rushing in, and he walked straight through to this thing and turned the light on. I remember telling them this story that night, and to this very day I cannot sleep with a single door open. I've had other weird paranormal experiences over the course of my life, but never saw it again, or really any figure. Still scared one day I'll see it again, but who knows? As an adult, I remember talking about it at a family event and my uncle casually bringing up my imaginary friend, Bebo, I had back then. I have no clue if that's related, but freaked me out. First, I'd never heard of him. Just curious about any similar stories or things anybody's seen about anything like this. I'm honestly not sure what I saw. When I was small, I used to live in a big old house in a small village with my parents and my grandma. The house was at least like 100 years old. We bought it from the local priests who had lived there before. Normally, I didn't experience many scary things, just a few weird sounds maybe. I'd note that I've always been scared of the dark. Even now, as a 20-year-old grown woman, I hate being alone in the dark, and I write it off as this house. As a kid, I had nightmares and reoccurring dreams very often, and I still do to this day. And exactly because of this, since my bedroom used to be right next to my grandma's bedroom from the right and my parents' room from the left, I would always open the door to either room at night to feel safe by their small sounds and the TV light shining in. This night it wasn't that late, probably around 7 or 8 p.m. I was playing Smite on my laptop. The door to my grandma was closed, but the other side, the door to my parents' bedroom, was halfway open. From my desk I was sitting at, I could see straight into their room. It was dark inside. My parents weren't home yet, but I was expecting them to arrive any second. At one point I heard someone in the room, so I turned my head. I saw something move in there. It was this slightly glowing white figure that I mistook for my mom somehow. Without a thought, I said, "Hey, Mom," but got no response. When I doubled back to check the room, it was absolutely still and dark inside. I freaked the fuck out and ran to my grandma's bedroom, but I never actually told anyone in my family what I saw. I was sure I was seeing things because looking at my laptop screen for too long, perhaps. Years later, we moved out with my parents, and it was only my grandma left in that big house alone. She told me sometimes she would hear footsteps in her room going around in a circle when she was taking a nap in the late afternoon hours. But as soon as she opened her eyes, the noises would stop. Sadly, my grandma recently passed away, so I couldn't discuss this with her further. To be honest, I'm kind of uneasy thinking about going back to that house. We'll most likely sell it if we gain ownership. My friend's grandmother tried to tell me she was dead. So today I got a text from a family friend. She wanted me to check on her grandmother, who was house-sitting directly across the street. They hadn't been able to get a hold of her for a few days. I had known the grandmother and was recently sort of taken her to said family friend's wedding. The whole car ride there, we listened and sang to 50s music from when she was young, smoked cigarettes, and just had an enjoyable little road trip. Well, I was at work, so I called my dad and asked him to check up on her. An hour later, I get a call that the coroner was now across the street. My dad found her decomposing in the house, and they said she had probably been there for about 5 days. The heater was turned on to 80 degrees Fahrenheit in the house, and there was a dog. So you can just imagine how bad it was. A god-awful situation. But that's not the weird part. Sunday night 5 days ago, I had sleep paralysis. I haven't had it in probably over 7 years. Usually when this used to happen, I would see figures and not be able to move. I would wake up over and over again. This time was a little bit different, though. No figures, just everything in my room was off by a foot or two, like my TV and dresser. Though every time I woke up, I was facing my window. It was just 2 feet down, forcing me to stare paralyzed directly across the street. I woke up over and over and over again, just staring at the house across the street. The next day I felt so off all day and I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling from that dream. Eventually I forgot about it until all this happened. I didn't even know she was house-sitting until today. Can't help but feel she was trying to tell me to come over, check on her, get her dead body off the floor. But I don't know. Could have just been a random dream. Something weird happened to me today on the bus. So I should start by saying that I'm a healthy, sane 18-year-old male. Never had hallucinations or been seriously sick in my life. I've also never been known to black out or take micronaps. My mother has schizophrenia, but as far as I know, it was pretty mild and I've never shown symptoms of it. With that out of the way, here's what happened. So I was hanging out with my significant other before they went to class. It was college, and before I had to go to work. We parted ways and I got on the bus to get home to get ready. So I got on the bus with 5 other people and I sat in the back as I usually do. So all 5 were in front of me. I looked down to check my phone when the bus started to move so I could check the route. Mostly because I'm a nervous person. Wanted to make sure I was on the right route. I was. I looked up after maybe 30 seconds and I'm absolutely sure the bus hadn't stopped to let anyone off. Somehow, though, all 5 of the people I got on with were just gone. The only people on the bus were me and the driver. Freaked me out a good bit because the next bus stop was still up ahead. So there's no way the bus stopped and just let people off in the middle of the street. Checked my phone again to get my mind off it, and then suddenly the bus turned into a different street, which is weird since the route had no turns. It was a straight line. I'm very much into horror, so my immediate thought was, shit, guess I'm going to hell. I signaled that I wanted to get off, though. The driver let me off without saying anything. I've been thinking about this all day and I still have no idea what could have happened there. I know this isn't really as creepy as some other stories on here, but this genuinely did scare me and I needed to talk about it. Maybe the bus driver didn't see you there and was taking the bus back to the terminal? Just a thought. Was this a bad idea? Me and my brother brought a Ouija board about a year ago. That's when my parents were gone on a trip. It wouldn't respond if my brother was playing, but when I played alone, it gave me the answers I wanted. Prior to this, I had some things happen to me, such as hearing voices and sleep paralysis episodes. I believe it all started about 4 years ago when me and my brother decided to do this thing that we've seen on YouTube called the dancing chair ritual. Basically, it said play this song, Tiptoe in the Tulips. If the song stops, you have summoned a spirit. If the music plays all the way through, you won the game. If the chair flips over, then don't go in that room alone ever. So me and my brother being us, like 15 and 17, we were skeptical. So in the middle of doing this, the music stopped. We didn't think anything of it and played the rest of the song, then had a few laughs. The next night around 3:50 or something, our bedroom door started rotating slowly. I pointed it out that my brother called out "Paw Paw" and nothing responded. He said it again, and then once he said it, the door handle shook violently like somebody was trying to rip it off. My brother yelled "stop," in which it did stop. Got up, looked around, no one was there. Really wished I could have filmed it. Then after that, a week or 2 later, we were at my cousin's house and we heard the piano play, which we were confused, because all of the adults were helping move, so we asked everybody if they played the piano. Everyone said no. This was shortly after my great-grandfather's passing. Then we asked my dad, and he said no, which this is what terrified my dad. No, son, whatever was here was your pawpaw was here is now gone. That left chills down my spine. I have a video that I can get from my dad or something sounding like it's dragging a body or something from upstairs, but I'll see if I can get it first. Ghost child in a lighthouse held my wife's hand. I live in a small town on Lake Superior. I've known of several supposedly haunted lighthouses around the area, but I'm unaware of any activity in the lighthouse in the city that I live in. So I was pleasantly surprised when I heard that they were offering paranormal tours of the lighthouse. I really didn't expect much to happen, but I decided that it might be fun for my wife and I to go. The first time we went was a pretty wild ride. That story is for another time, but our crew got several intelligent responses via EVP recordings. But the second time was pretty neat. Long story short, it's believed that the spirit of a child resides at the lighthouse. There was a group of 6 of us, and we were all in the basement. One of the investigators leading the tour was trying to contact the child's spirit. A fellow tour goer had eagerly volunteered to lug around the SLS camera for the past hour and a half. I tried to carry around the box where spirits could pick out words, but right when I grabbed it, it said wrong. That was a huge nope for me. The tour was coming to a close without him noticing anything on the camera at all. I was standing across the room from the man with the SLS camera when I noticed that the hair on my arms was standing on end and my skin was tingling. I went to say something to my wife, but before I could, she grabbed me, told me her opposite hand had gone ice cold. Seconds after, the guy across the room with the SLS camera called me to come over. Walked over to find out that there was a small stick figure that appeared to be holding my wife's hand. The hand that she had said was freezing. It wasn't like a flash. Then it was kind of gone. Stayed for several minutes. My wife would move over and it would show up again. Ask Reddit. Several people, myself included, have seen or felt a presence which we have affectionately called the Man in White. In order, here are the stories. My brother was cooking with his girlfriend in the kitchen, and from the periphery he saw a white figure pass in front of the kitchen door as he was walking through the hallway. I was in my room and he asked me if I'd passed through there. I hadn't. A maid was cleaning the bathroom. She felt, like in a really intense manner, that something was looking at her from the bathroom door. She told my mom about it, was really affected by it. A different maid was walking through the hallway that connects the bedroom on her way to clean the bathroom that's on the way to my room. When she got to the bathroom, the door was open, saw a figure standing in front of the toilet. She assumed it was me peeing with the door open and quickly turned away. Continued on to the bedrooms to tidy them up. I was in my room, so when got to it and saw me, she turned around to the bathroom to check if there was someone. She screamed and sat on my bed pale with goosebumps when she noticed it wasn't anybody anymore. While I was in that same bathroom brushing my teeth, I saw a shadow pass through the hallway. Granted, I don't give my story much importance because it might have been nothing, just my brain forming patterns. My mother's sneakers fell to the floor from the top of the washing machine. It wasn't turned on. My mother even brought one of my uncles. He's a priest. He came to cleanse the house. That was before the second maid and I saw him. I know these stories are pretty mild, but the Man in White is pretty chill. He's become a recurrent joke at our house. The dogs are looking fixedly at the hall. The Man in White. I lose my socks. The Man in White. Someone feels a presence somehow. Chill out, Man in White. And I hope you guys all chill out. See ya. Something I saw as a kid. I I was at my grandma's house one time. I was around 4 years old at the time, and it was right after Halloween. And I say this because I remember the tiger costume I wore that year. But anyway, I'm sitting on my grandma's lap, eating some candy and watching TV with her, when I happen to turn my head back and I see someone moving from one of the bedrooms to the bathroom across the hallway. It happened fast, and the figure was all black, but not like a shadow. It was a solid, cloaked-looking figure. At first, I didn't know what to think. I just kept watching. I thought maybe it was my cousin Easy playing a prank on me. He liked to scare the shit out of me back then, but Easy wasn't there. He was supposed to be at a friend's house, and it was just me and Grandma until my grandpa got off work later. So I sat there watching, and after a little time went by, I remember seeing the figure sort of poke its head out from the bathroom and wave at me. There was no face. It's like it was wearing a black veil and hood over their head. Anyway, it disappeared back into the bathroom before doing it again, popping out and waving at me. This time I alerted my grandma and told her there was someone in the bathroom. I was scared because I didn't know or understand who this could have been, but I know what I saw. The grandma gets up and walks down the hall to the bathroom. Mind you, no one ever exited the bathroom. Of course, after looking, there was no one there. I even followed her and looked myself. No one. So we checked all 3 other bedrooms after that, and there was no one in the house but us. I don't know what it was. I don't know where it came from. But this is something that has always stuck with me. Years later as an adult, I've had 2 dreams about the hooded shape and being whatever, that's it. I've never encountered anything else like it before, and I say this as somebody who's had his share of ghost run encounters. Anyone else have any ideas or similar experiences as a kid? Yeah. An old memory from a weird experience as a child. When I was a 12-year-old child, I had this weird experience that I could never properly explain. It was a summer night. I live in a tropical country, so it was a particularly hot day. Played the entire day inside, as a kid should, and then at night went to sleep. All lights were out and the air conditioning was on in full potency. An old and loud machine, probably as old as me. I was looking at the dark ceiling, kind of waiting for the need to sleep to come, and at that moment I noticed something. There was a dark spot on the ceiling that was even darker than the rest of the room, and to my surprise, it started to move. Went to the walls, then the floor, then walls again. Just as my eyes kept following it, then it stopped and accelerated again, directly to the ceiling portion right above me. I was paralyzed, probably because the usual fear that a kid would feel. And there I stayed for a few moments. I cannot say for certain if it was a few seconds or minutes that had passed, but definitely felt like a long time. My eyes fixed on the dark spot. I felt that it fixed without eyes towards me. Suddenly it jumped, not to the walls of the floor, but to me. And for a brief moment, I could see the shape of a mouth, an emotion as if to bite my face. That exact moment, the loud air conditioning turned off. I screamed, waited in panic for my parents to come to the rescue. I was on the same bed, too shaken to move. My parents entered my room to see if everything was okay, and, well, I was okay, but scared, but okay. I was more calm after I talked to them. Apparently, the electric power of the entire house went off. Nothing else happened. I even actually slept at some point after that. Ghost in an abandoned apartment. I'm 21 now. Back in the days when I was 16, I had a girlfriend. She and I went into an apartment which was on the 9th floor and also the top floor. Also, it was night on that day around 8 p.m. in the night as much as I remember. So we were just finding a place where nobody can come. It's not a good idea. I found that place just for making out there. That apartment had 2 empty rooms, 2 bathrooms, 1 hall, 1 kitchen which was unfinished. We went there inside the room for making out. As we were making out, we heard a loud thudding which came from the bathroom, which was maybe 3 feet away from us. Thought it was just a pigeon or something else. We ignored it. Maybe after 2 or 3 minutes later of the same bathroom, we heard water dripping on the floor. So I tried to open the door to the bathroom and it wasn't opening. Thought it was stuck just because it was an empty apartment for a long time. But luckily, this bathroom was attached from the hall and the same room we were in. It had 2 doors. I tried to open it from the other door and it still wasn't opening. Then I looked under the door and I saw a shadowy figure behind the door. It was like someone's legs, like there was a person inside the bathroom who was trying to stop me, holding the door from the inside for not letting me in. Then suddenly the water started dripping fast and I got more curious about it. I was thinking what was inside or who was inside, and the last time I pushed the door really hard that I'd opened, maybe it was for some milliseconds and it closed again, like really hard. My girlfriend got scared and whispered in my ears and told me that I just saw 2 glowing eyes and shining teeth, like it was smiling at me, or maybe at us. When I heard it, my body went cold and had goosebumps all over my body. I held her hand and literally ran outside before something bad happened to us. Child Spirit Encounter. So today I was at the park. Pretty normal, I was chilling, and despite being a teenager, I decided to go on the big swings for the good old times. I kid you not, I wasn't even swinging hard enough for the swing next to me to move, but it did. Not that it was windy either. There was no wind at all. So I opened my Spirit Box app that I have on my phone to scare my friends from time to time, since there's kind of not big believers in ghosts. I didn't speak at all, I just let whatever was next to me talk. I heard, here, and next to you. Then some weird static noises, so I couldn't quite figure out what they were saying. I usually hear a lot of voices talking over each other on the app, but now it was just only one voice. Got off the swing with my app still open and heard, "Come back." So I did. The swing next to mine was still swinging even when I fully stopped. I just sat there, zooming out. Then I felt like something was pushing me, which gave me chills down my spine, and that sensation that people feel when their heart drops to their stomach. But it was peaceful in some way. Wasn't scared or anything. Then I got up once again, and after a good amount of time passed, like 5 to 10 minutes, I decided to go back to it, and saw that even though my own swing stopped, the other one didn't. I did talk to a child spirit a few days ago, and he might be following me around. I don't know, I'm just delusional maybe, and don't know how physics work. I also started seeing shadows in the forms of people in the corner of my eye, but that might just be paranoia. Again, I'm not sure if I'm exaggerating. Edit. I've only had one more talk through the Spirit app with the spirit. It wasn't very long, just usual questions about how he died and stuff. Then he told me that he wants me to tell him. He wants me to tell him, Mom, that he misses her. So I did. I found her weird, I know, and I commented on her post about how her son misses her in such a manner. Looks like encouraging words. Figure on the motorway. The other day I was heading to work at around 4 a.m. was along a stretch of motorway which is not lit by any road lighting, so I use my auxiliary lights, which are ridiculously bright. As I was about to go under the third bridge, I saw a person. At the time, it was not a ghostly-looking figure, but a person in a black hooded Adidas top, black pants, and white trainers. They were just stood on the hard shoulder looking at the floor. I didn't see a vehicle nearby, and there's a good mile walk to the get-off of that section. All of the walls are very high. So I went down to the roundabout and headed back up to look for the person I had just seen, but saw no signs of them. I came off the motorway at my town's exit. Got back on again to see if I could find them to offer assistance. No, I'm not going to lie. I was on my motorbike when this happened, and the speed limit is more of a guideline to me rather than a rule at that time of the morning. So it's taken me about 2 to 4 minutes max to get back around to where I saw the person. I was concerned for their safety. They were gone. Now it's a good mile to the nearest point where they could have left the motorway. And it was very strange how this person was just stood there looking down at the floor. Even stranger is that out of all of the detail I could see of this person, I could not see any sign of a face at all. No sign of a nose protruding out from under the hood. No light reflecting on the color of the skin. Nothing. This made me feel very uneasy, and I've since tried to find out if there had been any deaths or other strange occurrences happening in this area, but I cannot find anything. I hope this makes sense to you, well, if you read this. One of my workmates thinks I've seen something of the paranormal nature. This isn't the first time either, if it is. My mom swears she could fly. My mom told me this story many years ago. She's getting older and a little loopy, but this was way before any of that. It would be about how she swears her and a few other girls, including my aunt, learned to fly in the basement of her old house. She told me this very sheepishly, probably expecting me to ridicule her. It was the way she approached it and told me, and her apprehension to even mention it that seemed to make it all the more true. She said that her and her friends could fly. I'd used the word levitate for small amounts of time in her house in the basement. She said they never told or showed anyone because they were worried that would make it stop working. She'd lived there for a few months before moving into a new house, and that it never worked anywhere else beside there. She described the basement in detail and how she could clearly remember floating up to see dust on the top of the cabinets and things that were too tall to have seen as a little kid. She said of her friend group, some were better at it than others, but that they could all eventually make it to work to some degree. As she was telling me this, I had like this extreme déjà vu feeling, like I was remembering edges of a forgotten dream. I didn't necessarily feel like I had those memories or could do it myself, but just a really weird feeling that I knew all along my mom could levitate when she was a kid. I never really brought it up again, and of course I didn't make fun of her for it. I believe all kinds of crazy shit is possible, and I was thankful that she felt like sharing that with me. What spirit is lingering in my hometown? When I was approximately 14 years old, that's 10 years ago, my friend had stayed at my childhood home in a small town in Missouri. My friend and I had been up playing video games in the living room We eventually both fell asleep on our love seat. The love seat was directly looking at our front door. It had like an open window with no covering. My friend and I both woke up at 3 o'clock. We both looked at the front door and both saw what appeared to be a female standing in a white dress and a veil over her face. She was just staring at us, stalking if you must. We were frozen in fear, not knowing what to do. The lady seemingly floated away from the door until she was basically out of sight. Till this day, we have both shared the story with common friends. They all refused to believe us. Fast forward to present day. I currently work near my hometown. My work partner and I were cruising in my hometown. He looked at me, knowing I grew up in the area, asked if I ever saw anything creepy here. I mentioned my old house being haunted. I didn't go into detail. My partner continued to explain that during his teenage years he was driving on the main road in the town. He saw a female in a wedding dress with a veil over her head. He thought it was creepy, of course. He told me that he was still driving at over 45 miles an hour, and the female was chasing him, matching his speed. I still didn't mention the whole incident that I'd experienced. It wasn't as short as expected, but does anybody know what could be happening? He had mentioned an old house that was abandoned, being the home of a widow. That particular house was also the house I used to sneak into as a child. When I was little, I saw something that looked like my sister. I must have been 8 and my sister would have been around 6. My mom would take us to our grandpa's house, her side, very often. Her mother, my grandma, passed away when my mom was only 9 or 10 years old in that house. There was this one time I remember sitting in the living room with my mom, sister, brother, and grandpa. My mom and grandpa were chatting, while us kids were playing. I had to go to the bathroom really bad, but for some reason was afraid to go alone. I asked my mom to take me, but since she was talking to my grandpa, she told me to ask my sister. My sister didn't want to go with me, even though I begged and begged. I finally just decided to go alone. The bathroom was a decent size. You walked in and you would pass a huge sink countertop with a mirror covering the wall, and then the toilet and the tub would be at the end. I remember walking in, and I can't remember if I closed the door or not, but I probably did. As I walked in, I gave a side-eyed glance to the wide mirror and saw my sister walking behind me, smiling. I turned around to yell at her for making me beg so much and saying no, just to come after all. But when I turned around, she wasn't there. The bathroom was empty. It was so long ago when I was so little, but I think I even remembered hearing her voice. Couldn't tell you for the life of me what she might have said, though. I ran back to the living room to tell my mom what had happened and ask my sister if she had followed me after all. My sister swears, even to this day, when I bring it up, that she never followed me into that bathroom. My grandpa doesn't live there anymore, and I don't know if my mom ever believed me, although she does believe in the paranormal. I don't think my sister did follow me, but if she didn't, what did I see? Not sure if I totally believe in the paranormal, but my family does have one unexplained experience. This is an encounter several years in the past. Although it is a personal encounter, it's shared between my entire family, who can all attest and recall the experience. It's an ingrained family event. We were just moving into our new house development in rural Wisconsin. My mother and father were working on some items in the house, and my brother and I, ages 10 and 7, had to stay behind baby gates in the only finished room in the house. There were sort of multi-story unfinished balconies on the site, so we had to be there. It was around 8 p.m. at night in the summer. Mom and Dad were bringing in some groceries to start making a late dinner. My brother and I were playing with our Hot Wheels playset. All of a sudden, my brother and I hear a distinct, "Hello, who's there?" which seemed to be coming from the floor below us. My brother confirms my suspicions that the voice does not belong to Mom or Dad. My brother asks me to confirm and say something back, so I answered back, "Dad?" The voice answers again, "Hello?" From what I can recall, it was like a confused type of hello. Of course, my brother and I start screaming our lungs out for Mom and Dad. There wasn't supposed to be anybody around. Neighbors are at least a half mile from us. Mom and Dad come running up the stairs soon and immediately start just hugging us and asking us what the matter is. We told them we heard a voice and somebody was in the house. Dad immediately does a search of the house and finds no trace of anybody being there. To this day, my family can all recall this event. My brother attests to hearing voices, and my parents attest to rushing into screaming children. They didn't hear any voices, however. This is my only encounter I've ever had. Not super scary by any means, but it is an unexplainable encounter. No other strange events have happened in the house. Ask Reddit. So, I told this to my mother like a good while ago. It's one of my best childhood memories. My grandmother passed away 10 years ago. I still talk about her a lot because I grew up with her and my aunt and I loved her immensely. The memory in question is me combing my mom's hair that was super long with beautiful black and white shadings. I clearly remember going with the comb from the top of her head all the way down to the tips, saying that I wished to have the same hair when I get old. I was maybe 5 or 6 then, not sure, but it's still vivid in my mind like it was yesterday. We talked during the time I combed her hair. That was before I got called by my friends to play outside. We did this almost twice a week. Well, my mom looked at me confused and said that my grandmother never had hair this long. She hated long hair, and the longest ever that she'd seen it was like shoulder length. The one I remember went way down until the hips. No chance I mixed it up. She then took an old photo of my great-grandmother and showed it to me. You can guess. Her hair was very long, and from the black and white photo, you could see the shades of it was like I remembered. My mom then tells me that they always wondered why I spent so much time in my grandmother's room alone and talking to myself. They thought I was playing with puppets and didn't question it further. Looks like I met my great-grandmother, who my mom says passed away too early from an abusive husband. And apparently, my aunt experienced the same. But upon asking, she says she doesn't remember anymore. Either way, I still think of these moments, and they always bring a smile on my face. Crawling ghost/spirit. I tried looking up so many things about crawling apparitions and figures, but all that comes up is that infernal ghost game. So I need some input. I'm at my boyfriend's house. It's built in the 70s, so not too far gone, and I'm hanging out with him in bed. Out his bedroom door and in the hallway, I see a naked human figure crawling on all fours. He was crawling towards his bathroom, and I just stare. I wasn't scared, but bewildered, having never seen something like that before. But I'm sure that's what it was. Not on hands and knees, but flat on its feet. I only caught a glimpse of the backside. Its rear was slightly below the door handle. When he stands up to investigate, a shuffle comes from the hall. But nothing's there. He taunts it, then comes to lay with me again. Now I was scared. A friend of ours told me that she had seen spirits that follow him. I'm a little sensitive to spirits myself, but I'm a feeler, if that makes sense. At his house, I don't sleep soundly. Sleep talking often when at my house. We both rest easy, which is another off-putting note. I can't find much about the crawling dude, but I fear it's demonic in nature, and that thought terrifies me since we're a long way from moving out together. And I don't want him living with that, you know? Should I cleanse his house? I've cleansed and put protections up when my mom had an encounter, and she's been fine since. Is that the play, or is this something stronger? Big Preesh. I think they mean very much appreciated. Good or bad ghost, spirit/entity. A lot going on lately. Check it out. So the woman I've been seeing for a few months now has her own house, and I've been staying occasionally with her on the weekends. We stay up late on weekends. One night when we were up late, we saw a bottle pop up from the counter, went onto the floor. Didn't roll over and just fall, but literally pop up, then hit the floor. One night we were laying down to go to sleep. We heard her daughter's xylophone being played with very little. The same night the restroom door closed on its own, like slammed shut. And once we were in the bedroom, we heard noise coming from the restroom that sounded like somebody rubbing their fingernails along the shower curtain. Then we opened the door, and you guessed it, nothing was there. She had weird dreams, and she said that she's heard whispers in her ears. Even one night when I was there, she heard somebody tell her get out. But we kind of think that whatever it is, it's more good than bad. 2 weeks ago, I slept in the living room because sometimes I snore loud. I woke up around 3:30 a.m., had the TV on, and I heard a creak of like somebody setting their foot on the wood floor. Then I heard 3 quick footsteps as if somebody like a kid was running in the house. By the sound and depth of the steps, it sounded like a kid, maybe 6 to 12. Very scary. Then this weekend, she heard the baby crying, very scared from the baby's room. So she went and got her and put her in bed between us. I was asleep, so she tried to wake me, but would have woke up the baby again if she was too loud. But she said that she heard what sounded like the baby crying loudly from the baby's room. But at that point, the baby was in the bed sleeping with us. So she got up, moved to the edge of the bed so she could still hear it. Any ideas on if it may be good or bad? Disturbing creature watching in the house. My sister oftenly suffered from sleep paralysis. She was saying it's a creature that tries to suffocate her, but she got used to that until the paralysis was happening less often. Well, as always, I was thinking it's nothing serious or something paranormal as sleep paralysis. It's a pretty well-known thing. Straight to the point. Last year, exactly on the 18th of November, she had a disturbing feeling. It was about 3 a.m. She wasn't sleeping and was simply playing a game or something on her phone. Suddenly, one of her ears started vibrating. It's a similar effect to one that happens after an explosion. Then, from her words, she looked toward the direction that she felt the vibration from and saw that creature. She also was silently crying and laughing at the same time, but she got the courage to take a photo of it. After that, we forgot about this incident. We usually teased her, saying, The little house monster is watching you. Which probably pissed her off because we didn't really believe in her words and thought it was just a simple window reflection. However, about a week ago on the 11th of January this year, she saw the same creature watching strangely from the bathroom window. The creature seemed to be the same one she saw before. This time the picture was clearer, and that thing no longer looked like light reflection but an actual being. I remember her running back into the kitchen room telling me that she saw it again. Can't understand what this is, but yesterday she claimed that she saw that creature again at 2:50 a.m., but before it, I swear 10 minutes before, I felt like half of my body became numb. I felt overwhelmed. She couldn't sleep an hour after that. I stayed up listening to music, trying to feel better. Anklet noises. Visit from a spirit. So it's wintertime, so usually I've been sleeping at 7 a.m. or staying up late. Anyways, I go to my bed around 7 or 8, just lay down and get some shut-eye from staying up for so long. My dog, Layla, decided that she wants to stay downstairs on the couch and sleep, which is fine. Thought I'd nap for 2 hours and wake up around 11, so I did just that. Anyways, I was in a dream state, dreaming of my friends and trying to go somewhere with them in that dream. That's when all of a sudden I heard these gung-hru noises in my sleep. I was in that mood where I wanted to keep dreaming, and I thought that the noises were a part of my dream, until my alarm went off and I realized it wasn't. I was wide awake. I quickly said a prayer because I knew I was awake, still hearing those anklets. I knew I was either going to see a spirit, or I was hearing my mom, who's awake, maybe pacing in the hallway because she wears anklets too. Anyways, I told whoever's making this noise, leave now, you're not welcome here. It didn't stop, and at this point I was up and fully aware of my environment. I was confused because where the hell was this noise coming from? I quickly grabbed my phone and played gospel music. My door was creaked open slightly. My mom was awake a half an hour later, around 11:30. I asked my mom, "Were you awake doing anything?" She said no. I asked her if she had her anklet on. She said nope. I never felt any presence of spirit. I remember feeling normal when I was hearing the anklets, but I'm still confused and I don't understand what this anklet noise was. The music really helped because, like I said, it stopped immediately. I want an explanation as to why I heard this. Creepy as hell. Ask Reddit. For the whole of my childhood, my parents always spoke of a time when I, the oldest child, was a baby. They were in the room of our house in which one full wall was a window. This window overlooked the garden. My parents were just watching TV one night. It was probably about 10 p.m. Apparently, they heard a very clear knock on the window, which made them both jump. Now, you may think that the sound was probably just something falling on glass or brushing against it, but my dad describes it as 5 loud knocks on the glass. This was confusing to them since the security light, which would often light up because of a fox at the bottom of the garden, or moths a meter or so away from it, hadn't been triggered. There is no way to get into the garden without passing the security light, other than climbing a brick wall that has bushes and trees all around the garden, which are all in clear view of the house. There's literally no way to get into the garden undetected. Anyway, my parents immediately looked out the window, but couldn't see anyone, so my dad goes into the garden to see if there's anyone in the garden. Perhaps they were setting off the security light in the process. They never found anyone, and the CCTV footage showed that no one was in the garden at all until my dad went out. When I was 10 or 11, still sharing a room with my sister, we heard the same thing. Roughly 10 p.m. again. Different house, same city. Our bedroom was upstairs, however there was the roof of a downstairs room which you could climb out onto from our fire safety window. Being like 8 or 10, we were too scared to look behind the curtain, especially since we both knew our parents' story. We both heard it, meaning 4 people in our family have witnessed the knocking. We're hearing voices at night. Any help is appreciated. Friend's dad died just after New Year. 10 days ago, he called me and asked me if he could stay with me for a while. My family refused on account of the religious restrictions, but they allowed it when I offered to stay with him, and I did. The first night, nothing happened as we talked well into the night. The second night, I woke up to my mother calling me. It took a while for my reason to sort of catch up, but I went to sleep thinking it was in my dream. But it happened again the next night. Sat up straight and waited. Nothing. I asked my friend the next morning, and he confessed that he's been sort of happening to him ever since his father died. He'd been hearing his mother calling him only to find her asleep. He told his mother about it. She dismissed it as a figment of his imagination. Fortunately, one of his cousins who was at this house last month backed him by saying that, well, she heard her husband calling her at night for the 3 nights he stayed. She pointed that out, that the voice seems to be coming from right outside the rooms they were sleeping in. The thing is, this sort of thing had happened to me once years ago. I woke up in the dead of the night to my father's voice calling me, only to have my father call me out from my parents' bedroom. That was when my mother warned me to not answer immediately, but to wait to be called again. Apparently, this was because the voice, in quotes, always calls when we're about half awake, enough to act, but not enough to question. I called my family and told them about the issue, and they told me to return home pronto. But my friend had the "please don't leave me" look on his face, so I'm staying. I was told of precautions, but not solutions. I want to help him, but I don't know what to do. Strange, unnerving dream. Now, I'm going to start with saying this is most likely just a dream and nothing paranormal. But to this day, something still doesn't feel right. I remember a dream I've had as a kid, probably 5 to 7 years old. Can't remember most of the exact details, but the most memorable part was where I walked along a road with houses on one side. The other side being a white brick staircase going down with brick railings. I couldn't see anything else past that. There was a fog, prevalent in many of my dreams. The only other thing of note is being a kid sitting on the railing. Again, I don't remember exact details, but it was a boy. The strangest part was how his face looked to be almost censored, like my brain wasn't letting me see it. There was some kind of blackness over his face or eyes, which really unnerved me to think about. There's many times where I question everything about this dream, but that's definitely something I witnessed. What happened next was him simply walking toward me, and that was it. Another strange thing was how this was quite literally the scariest thing that's ever happened to me so far in my life. Doesn't sound like much, and I understand, but something never feels right when I think about what happened. No other dream has made me deeply unsettled, and sometimes I sit there wondering, was it really a dream? Was it a vision? Did it really happen? Sometimes I imagine it as a phantom memory in a way, can never pinpoint where this lies in my brain, but it's deep within. And I feel like I need answers in some form. I just want to know what somebody thinks about this. I'll say once more that it may simply be a normal scary dream I had as a kid, but I want different viewpoints. My first ghost experience. As I was about to go to sleep last night at 3 a.m., I heard my door open and somebody walk in. Naturally, I began panicking, thinking that somebody's broken into my house. I was turned away from the door and didn't want to move in case it was. Then suddenly, I feel the weight of somebody crawl over, only light, as if it was a kid. Then they lie down next to me on my bed holding my finger. Obviously, I'm extremely confused, preparing to throw my blankets over them and bolt out of my room. But when I open my eyes, the weight of them on my bed disappears, and the feeling of them holding my finger slowly fades away. Other experiences I've had in the past, such as girls' voices saying hello and light breathing outside my window, have just brushed off as my imagination or sleep deprivation. But this was different. I was awake the whole time. I talked to my mom about this. She told me that when she was pregnant with my youngest brother about 15 years ago, she used to feel someone bump into the end of her bed and stare at her. Initially, she thought it was just my older brother. They used to come into her room at night if we needed something. But when she would open her eyes, she wouldn't see anything. However, one day she felt the bump on her bed and somebody looking at her, but this time it was at the side of the bed next to her. When she opened her eyes, it was a little blonde girl in a nightie. My mom remembers following her out of her bedroom into the hallway and her disappearing around the corner. This girl was never aggressive and just seemed to want my mom to follow her and give her attention. And now I'm wondering if it's that same girl coming to my room now and just wanting my attention or some sort of love. Hence why she lied down next to me and held my finger. I think someone or something was in my house. I've rented my current house for around 3 years. It's located in a heavily wooded area on a couple acres of land, but with neighbors not too far off. I've always heard odd noises in the house. For example, a loose floorboard creaking under somebody's weight when there's no one around but myself, and things moving slightly, such as a glass of water being shifted on the counter. Didn't bother me too much. Those occurrences I could shrug off as overthinking or ordinary house noises. However, when my boyfriend moved in, he too would hear these things. It was more so scratching and tapping noises outside though. Sometimes they'd be so loud they would wake us up. Him being freaked out about it assured me it wasn't just in my head. We lightheartedly joked about it being a ghost, but I think we both didn't want to admittedly play into it as much as the occurrences were usually few and far between. He ended up moving out, and eventually due to needing to be closer to his work, and things became scarier after. A specific instance happened around 11 p.m. while him and I were on a phone call. Someone knocked on my door lightly 3 times. My parents reside pretty close by, so I automatically thought that something was wrong and they'd come by. My dog was barking like mad, which is not unusual, so naively, I went and answered the door. But not even 30 seconds after the knocks, no one was there when I opened it. I was completely shocked and scared after I realized it could be somebody trying to rob me. Closed the door quickly and locked up absolutely everything. My dog continued to bark for a good 10 minutes after the whole encounter, all while staring at the door. Nightmare lady trying to kill me. Been having nightmares for years. It's getting progressively worse. Started with things like being chased or lost in dark corridors. Then it was about my pets and family getting sick or dying. And after this, it's mostly about me getting killed. In most of these dreams, I see or meet, but never talk to a lady with dark hair. I don't know much about her appearance. I don't know if it's meaningful, but just in case it is. Slim, average height, pale, but not translucent skin, hooded eyes, Asian-looking nose and small lips, no makeup and dressed in an off-white color. A few nights ago, she just started to choke me out of nowhere. Trouble breathing for real, and I woke up, took my things, and went to another room because I was convinced she would kill me if I didn't move. And I kind of felt like I was being watched for the rest of that night. Since I tried looking for medical advice multiple times without any success, I asked for advice from a witch. I salted corners in my apartment. I was putting away the salt container. My kettle jumped for no apparent reason. Scared me and my cat. I then heard sounds really similar to the sound of air escaping a dead body. You can Google it if you're interested. How do you know that sound? Narrator comment. Then I took a bath with salt and lavender, and I haven't seen her since. My dreams seem a lot more normal and less scary. She's not in any of them, and I still feel that some of them have some more meaning than just a dream. But it's not something I'm worried about. But what is really chilling about this lady is that my friend also used to be visited by her. We've never talked about it before. Turns out he had to call a priest to get rid of her. Weird event at home over the past 2 to 3 days. First, it happened yesterday at noon. My toddler and I were sleeping. My husband was at work. I thought he had came home already because I heard the front door opened, and I heard like he was opening his shoes. I was waiting for him to open the other front door, and I would let him access to the main entrance of our kitchen. But he didn't enter, and I was weirded out. I texted him and asked him, "What are you doing there for a long time? Why won't you come in?" He didn't respond, so I decided to get up and check. He wasn't there. Nobody was there. I got goosebumps. And then while I was checking, I called his phone and asked if he was back. He said he's still at work. I got pale. Second thing that happened. It was around 6:30 a.m. and I was in the toilet. My husband and toddler was already sleeping. But before I came in the toilet, which was around 4, maybe 5:40 a.m., my toddler was still awake. Yes, I spent such a long time in the toilet watching Netflix. How do you fit in there? While I was in the toilet, I heard like my husband just got up and lifted the gallon of water to drink and heard the scrunching sound of the water bottle gallon. And then what made me jump up and come out of the toilet was the sound of things falling to the ground. I went out of the toilet and saw a tissue box, a bottle of medicine, and a baby bottle handle, and a poly bag filled with a box of empty phone cases on the floor. I woke my husband up asking if he was the one who did all those things. He was confused, and I knew it wasn't him. Thought it was my toddler who wasn't asleep yet, but she was already sleeping, in fact. I told my husband everything and showed him proof of the things that fell, and he was awake for sure after that. What my mother said in the weeks leading up to her death scared us all. A few years ago, my mother died after a long battle with cancer. In her last few weeks, she was bedridden at home at one point and in heavy pain medication. The whole family took turns to help and spend time with her, and what she told us toward the end gave us all a shock. She kept having a scared reaction to something. She'd jump and say, "Oh God," or she'd swear as if something had made her jump. She didn't say anything at first, but then after a week or two blurted out something one day that gave us all the creeps. "I wish she'd stop scaring me. Tell him to go away." She was annoyed at something or someone, to be exact. Confused, we asked her what the problem was, and she told us. Apparently, in her last few weeks, she kept seeing her deceased partner walking around the house. He'd walk down the hallway or past her bedroom door. Sometimes he'd be sitting in her room, and every time it happened, she'd jump with fright. Obviously not expecting to see him there. She was more annoyed than scared. She'd see him several times a day, just going about his business as if he'd never left. Usually her reaction would be, "Oh, for God's sake, go away!" Not because she didn't want to see him, but because it kept making her jump. Our first thought was that it was something to do with the pain medication she was receiving. The nurse assured us that it wouldn't, cause hallucinations or visions. Scared the bloody crap out of us, I know that much. She went into a hospice a few weeks later and the visions stopped. Weird, huh? We still don't even talk about it. That's how creeped we all are. My cat came back to visit me twice. A little over 2 weeks ago, I had to make the most difficult call of my life. I had to have my cat Bear put to sleep. He was old. So old that at 2 weeks shy of 19, and, well, I knew his time was coming soon. But nothing can really prepare you for having to make that choice, you know? I do. I was devastated. Couldn't stop crying for days afterward. One evening, I was just bawling my eyes out on the couch, staring up at the ceiling when I felt the distinct sensation of my Bear jumping up on the couch next to me, climbing into my lap. Maybe I'd fallen asleep and it was a dream, but it felt so different from any dream I'd had before him. He felt so warm and soft and heavy and real. I could feel his fur, I could feel his little head resting on my arm. I could even feel him purring. And when I lifted my head, nothing was there, and it felt like losing him all over again. Fast forward to last week. Still depressed, still having trouble functioning. I was having a day where I just didn't want to get out of bed. All I wanted to do was sleep. So I was just lying there desperately trying to will myself back to sleep and, well, once again, felt my cat jump up next to me, followed by the feeling of him pawing insistently at my arm and the hand the way that he always did when he wanted to wake me up. So I sat up and, once again, he wasn't physically there, but this time I didn't feel crushed over it. Actually, from that point on, most of my sadness went away and I started to feel better. Still hurts, and I still cry every now and then, but I really think those 2 instances where Bear was trying to comfort me and let me know that it's all right, and he's all right now. A transplant recipient's encounters. Back in the year 2012, I had a heart transplant. Ever since, on occasion, something strange would happen. Usually when I was about to do something I probably shouldn't be doing or mention the donor's name. May 2021. First time I noticed something weird was when I was lying in bed and the door to the office adjacent to my bedroom was closing by itself. It was slowly shutting and I dismissed it as the AC turning on or something like that. But I remembered that the carpet in the office has a lump in it, and you have to apply a good bit of force to the door to get it over the lump in the carpet. I got up and searched my house to see if anybody was up. They were not. November 2022. The After that, I was on the phone and I happened to be discussing the donor. Almost instantly after saying the donor's name, the lamp next to me started blinking off and on. This is strange, but I could chalk that up to a loose connection in the lamp. January 22. I was hanging out with my friends and they asked me to retell my story about the heart transplant. Shortly after, we were messing around and took a video. However, when we replayed the video, an orb goes across the screen and completely covers my friend's face. It's probably just dust. March 2022. Today I was working on my car out in the garage and I had to get up under the car to pop the oil drain plug out. I was feeling lazy and didn't put jack stands under the car. Right as I was about to slide up under the car, a wrench falls off the top of the toolbox. The top of the toolbox has a rubber mat to stop tools from falling off. That was the last straw that made me make a post about this. I'm a complete skeptic when it comes to ghosts, but I thought you guys would at least find it interesting. Succubus encounter. This girl that looked like a girl at school. I have a little thing for appeared in my dream. She started kissing this girl in front of the whole class, but strangely enough, I was the only one there. Anyways, the girl she was originally kissing didn't want to, I guess. She didn't want to kiss anymore, and then the girl from school approached me. She walked over and asked if I could kiss her, and I said, yeah. I kissed her, and as my tongue was kinda in her mouth, I could feel the sort of shape of her jaw. Her jaw felt so small, and like her teeth on my tongue were like animal-like, almost like dog teeth. So I eventually just got turned off and tried to pull away from that girl. Listen, I couldn't move it. It was like I was strapped to a papoose board. And as I was trying to get the hell away from her, I was now very scared. There was a pair of what felt like literal hands on my neck. Like it felt so realistic, but the girl was still kissing me and her hands didn't move once. I'm still confused as to why. Finally, I was able to pull away from whatever it was that grasped me, and I just woke up screaming, no! I was scared shitless. I don't know if this was an encounter with the succubus, as I'm a female. Lesbian. And I read that encounters with them were strictly male experiences only. Also, before this incident, right before I had fallen asleep and dreamt this dream, I tried to go to sleep 3 times, and each time I was woken up by either a boom or someone calling my name. I also felt like someone was breathing or blowing air in my face. I'm so scared and I don't know what to do. I have had a few experiences. I lived Desert Hot Springs, a city a few miles away from the Palm Springs, California. The first experience I remember is when I was about 6 years old. I was playing on a table while watching TV. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a girl walking into my room. I remember excitedly calling out for my cousin, thinking that it was her. At that moment, my mom pops out of the kitchen to tell me that no one's home but us. A few years later, in a different home, I get home from school and go to my room to play video games. I set myself up on my bed, and a few minutes later, I feel like someone jumped onto my bed. I pretended I didn't feel anything. I just kept playing. A few months later, I feel something wake me up. I see a face next to mine. I shut my eyes, hoping to go back to sleep, but of course it's not happening. Quickly get up and turn on the light. I never moved faster in my life. Those were the major experiences. There's quite a few small things that happened. Funny things, a few months ago, my aunt asked me if I felt any sort of presence in that house. I wasn't the only one that experienced possible paranormal activity in that house. Maybe 8 years later in my mom's current home, around 10 p.m., my mom calls out scared that something climbed over the wall into her yard. Now at the time, there was only a few homes and miles of nothing but desert. I go outside with the rifle thinking maybe it was a pack of coyotes trying to get our small dog since there are reports of coyotes attacking pets around the area. She tells me to come back inside quick, tells me what she saw. She described it as a black mass or blob, completely shapeless. Weird experience in Morocco. My story is from 2014. I was 19 years old and it happened in the middle of the day, between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. Can't remember exactly. I was in Morocco, in a very small village of 30 people near a beach in the Atlantic coast. There were 2 dogs in front of the house to protect it. My family wanted to go to the beach, but I was starting to get flu symptoms, so I decided to stay in the house and rest, even if I would be alone all day. I didn't want to catch a cold at the beach or whatever. From now on, I have to say that I didn't take any medication or anything else to feel better. So it's not a case of hallucinations. I was laying on the bed just reading a fantasy book. No music, no TV. Nothing that could do any sort of noise. At some point I heard the 2 dogs barking so loudly, as if an unknown person was coming. I went to the window quickly, but no one was there. No family member, no stranger, nobody. A few seconds after hearing the dogs barking, I started to notice that I was hearing another noise, a very strange noise coming from the kitchen. It was like whispers, like if 2 or 3 women were whispering some sort of incantations in the kitchen. I was so afraid I didn't know where these whispers came from. It wasn't from the pipes, nor from the wind. There was no wind that day. It was just there, floating in the air, and I couldn't do anything to make it stop. After 3 minutes, the whispers and the barking stopped simultaneously. Since that day, I'm afraid to be alone in remote houses like that, especially if no one's there. I'm also afraid of dogs. I never knew what happened that day. I never actually asked anybody what it could have been. Never had any other weird experience. Seeing figures pretending to be my brother. So this happened as 2 instances, one on February 5th, 6:30 a.m., and today at 6:16 a.m. So I'll start the first time that it happened. I went to the laundry room to put my clothes to wash, and only lights were on in the laundry room. The light in my room, which illuminated a bit of the hallway. So when I was finished with my laundry, I heard footsteps. I saw a dark figure running at me with heavy footsteps, so I automatically assumed it was my brother. So I yelled his name, then the figure took a sudden right to the living room a bit confused, because he would usually answer. So I turned on the light to the living room, and to my shock, there was no one there. Went to my brother's room to ask him if he left his room, to which he replied, "No, I haven't." So that sent a shiver down my spine. So today, around 6:15, still in my bed, I opened my eyes and saw my younger brother standing next to the closet holding his tablet. Not facing toward me, just the whole body was pointing at my closet. Thought it was a bit weird because my door was closed. So I closed my eyes, trying to fall back asleep. Then I decided to open my eyes, and I see him much closer, like standing on the side of my bed from me, still in that same position, just way closer. I tried to say something, but felt like I couldn't speak. I fought, and then I said, "Talk," multiple times, and then it vanished. I got up, went to my younger brother's room, and there he was, fast asleep. Sent shivers down my spine. Thought about it, and maybe it was sleep paralysis. I'm not sure because I was still able to move, and I know what sleep paralysis feels like. Didn't feel anything like sleep paralysis. personal encounter with an entity as a kid. So I never really believed into ghosts or any paranormal entities as a kid. Back then, during what I believe was my very first encounter, I was around 12 or 14 years old. It all happened very fast, and I simply couldn't explain what even happened to this day. It was evening. I was alone in my room. My parents were in a different room. I was just playing video games until I started noticing how something shadowy started appearing behind the corner in a hallway that led into my room. I've seen it just once with the corner of my eye, and I swear I even managed to see it move its head away to hide back. It didn't bother me that much at first. I brushed it off as some illusion or my brain playing tricks. But then minutes later, everything changed. I suddenly saw what I can only describe as some kind of transparent shadow humanoid floating entity flying into my room. It was chaotically moving from side to side and towards me in a very fast manner. I immediately ducked my head down in fear and just looked again, and it was gone. At this point, even after years, I argued with myself that it must have been some kind of illusion or hallucination. But there was one nuance. When I saw the above-described entity fly at me, the ceiling light flickered a few times when the ghost moved beneath it. There was just no way it was a coincidental flicker, because the ceiling lamp was brand new. Nevertheless, I can't stop thinking about that encounter for some time now. There were no reasons for a ghost, if it was one, to appear so suddenly. The apartment wasn't haunted in any way and had no negative history. Ask Reddit. I traveled with my family to the island of my father's birth in the South Pacific. We were staying at a hotel on the beach. 3 things happened, and I recall them with clarity. The first was our first day there. My parents are walking on the beach, and I'm getting acclimated to the hotel room. There's a sharp professional knock on the door. I peep through the keyhole. There's a man standing on the other side in the employee's clothing, pushing a cart with dirty dishes on it. I open the door and no one's there. Second, my family all shared the one room, with my mom and sister on one bed, my dad on the other, and me on the floor. I woke up at 2 a.m. I looked out the window on the patio and I saw my dad out there smoking a cigar and watching the waves. So I get up to go hang out with him. But when I opened the door, no one was there. I turned around and he was still in bed. So I went back to my sleeping bag and looked out the window one more time. Still saw him sitting out there. So I covered my head and didn't sleep till morning. Finally, I was going to the bathroom in the middle of the day when a smacking sound on the window caught my attention. This window was frosted and only a foot wide, but floor to ceiling. Pressed up against the top of the window from outside near the ceiling was a hand. I stared at it, and while I was watching it, it smacked the window twice more, then vanished. That bathroom wall abutted a small rocky cliff, so there was no place for someone to stand and reach for. Ask Reddit. I was in college in the Midwest. To freak ourselves out, we would go to the tunnels underneath the downtown at night. They were really fairly large sewers that created a maze underneath the town. The town was definitely a hotbed for cult and sacrifice stuff. Think rabbits and the like. So it was fun to find that stuff and get freaked out. It honestly was a regular thing along with sort of caving around the area, so it didn't scare us as much as it initially had. I was in a group of 5 this time, and we'd been exploring with our flashlights for quite a while. We'd gotten near a central part of the system where 3 tunnels converged. We heard another group coming down one of the other tunnels and decided to hide behind a smallish pile of rubble. Oddly enough, the other group that was approaching had a torch for their light, like an actual fire. What the fuck? Okay. Anyway, they walk right to the entrance of the convergence and turn to the flat of the wall. With all 5 of us peering at them from across the room, one guy puts his hand flush on the wall and we hear the eerily loud sound of concrete being pushed. A square part of the wall opens and their group enters, and the newly opened doorway closes behind them. After it closes, we go over to the door and try to find it. We can't. It's gone. No indents, no hinges, nothing. It literally was a flat wall right behind where we'd seen it open. We leave not understanding what had happened. Every once in a while, one of the friends from the group brings it up and we still have zero ideas what the fuck we saw. Ask Reddit. My husband and I were staying at my sister's place. She was out of town. We had her 10-month-old with us. We had set him up in a playpen in her room, as we were sleeping in the guest room. We had a monitor on so we could hear if he woke up. The monitor kept crackling. It was the strangest thing. It sounded like static and it was very loud. We moved the monitor around several times and even snuck into his room to try to move the receiver. We were thinking something might be interfering, but the crackling continued. Though it wasn't constant, it was very intermittent. We joked around that it must have been the ghost of the man who lived there before my sister. We went to bed and had the monitor on, but the crackling was so annoying because he'd just drift to sleep, it would start to crackle. Then it would disappear. Then it would start again. We got up and moved it 3 times. Checked on the baby again to ensure everything was okay. Nothing was amiss. After about 40 minutes of this, I had just started to drift to sleep when the stupid crackling started again. Must be a ghost, my husband joked, to which I remarked, "Okay, ghost, I'm sorry, but you're gone, and you should go to the other side now. There's nothing here for you." The crackling abruptly stopped, and it didn't make a sound ever again. That was months and months ago. We've never heard the crackle since. Ghost encounter that happened to me and my boyfriend. I always believed in ghosts and that they could be real. Felt like most likely they are, like I believed people when they told me things. But it's really hard to wrap your head around. Also kind of scary, so you kind of try to deny it. But you can't, and you don't know what to believe. But I can't deny now after witnessing it. My 2 encounters were both a year ago, maybe a year and a half. My boyfriend was there both times with me. So number 1, the scariest one. We got off work and he was living with his cousin that had 2 young daughters. So we get there and knocking to get let in. We were calling because we were locked out. So maybe a few minutes later we hear his daughter inside saying, "Mommy, Daddy, wake up, somebody's here knocking on the door." Definitely her voice. And so we're fully thinking they're home now because she wouldn't be left alone without a parent. So after a while we're still outside and his cousin gets home. His daughters jump out of the car. So I'm looking at him like, what just happened? We were both freaked out. He doesn't like talking about it. He never believed that stuff before, but he does now, I'm pretty sure. What they call a mimic spirit. Was watching stuff on TikTok about it. Very creepy. The other experience, we were sitting in our car, just broad daylight, when we heard a loud, clear knocking on the back car window. We turned around and couldn't see anything. So we checked the mirrors, looking everywhere, and there wasn't even anyone close to the car or even in sight at all. It's spine-chilling. We sped off and avoided going there since. Demonic anecdote. Was going through a dramatic spike in depressive symptoms. After it subsided, something weird occurred. Out of the corner of my brain where I felt the depressive disturbance mainly, it itself turned into a form, an entity in that same exact region. It was a skinny bull without horns. I could smell it. It smelled like sulfur and smoke mixed with a trash bag. It was bubbling with smoke intensely, very strong smell and presence. It made sounds that a bull would make. It was as if it emanated smoke and flames every time it cried out. It was envious of me. It was so envious that even though it thought it was wiser than me, could not have what I have. It appeared that this envy is what manifested in this heat eminence. That's how intense it could have been resenting me. It was brownish and had very long ears, almost like deer length. They had been bitten off slightly around the edges. It had various indentations around its face that seemed to be out of self-harm. It seemed to have piercings and bandages. It was staring at me intensely, as if I was its prey. It seemed to have arms and legs, and it was an authoritative presence in this world that seemed to be smarter than me, as if it knew the past, present, and great detail. It also seemed to be very demanding. Eyes were black. Unlike a bull, its eyes weren't on the sides of its face, but closer inward in a very human geometry. It could see through me. I can't be the only one who saw an alternate timeline. A long time ago, I was graphic designer for a newspaper company. When Kate Middleton gave birth to her daughter, my job was to edit the image's color setting to prepare it to be printed. You need to lighten images because newspaper acts like a super weird toilet paper that will absorb ink and darken everything. It's been years and years, but I am to this day absolutely convinced that the image I first edited was that of the Duchess of Cambridge, proudly presenting a set of twins to the cameras, a boy and a girl. They were dressed in little ceremonial dresses as if they were about to be christened. That was while she wore a pale cream dress and a matching band around her head to keep her hair back. The little girl was born a few minutes before the boy. Naturally, the image and news that ended up being printed was about a little Charlotte. It's like my entire life has led me to 2 or 3 days after editing that image and then paused. The space and time between editing that image and where my life was paused was erased. The next thing I know, I'm editing Kate William with Charlotte. Naturally, it took some time before I realized, wait a minute, wasn't there another baby? Then wrecking my brain because reality does not sync with my mind. I've asked around, but people gave me the same, "You're crazy" look so many times that I eventually stopped. Nana came to visit. This encounter happened a little over a decade ago, but haunts me to this day. It was Thursday, July 11th, 2013. I was 6 years old and I was very into art at that age. Decided to stay inside on a hot day and color. I was sitting in my room and just coloring away while my mom and oldest brother were in the kitchen making some snacks for the driveway party that we were having that evening. As I was coloring in my favorite SpongeBob coloring book, it got too hot. Opened up my bedroom window for some fresh air. About 10 minutes later, my brother came upstairs to hang out with me for a bit before he left to go see some friends. In the midst of talking about plans for the day, a gust of wind blew through my room and the smell of a very sweet and floral perfume came through. I didn't think much of it until my brother went running outside looking for my dad while screaming, "Dad, Nana's here, I can smell her perfume." I'd never met my Nana because she passed before I was born. My brother, however, was 8 years old when she had passed. Had the chance to meet her. We have a 15-year age gap. My dad didn't really believe me until another gust of wind hit the house again. He smelt it. My dad started bawling. That's when I came outside and asked. When I got the explanation, I understood why he was so upset, and my brother panicked. Years later, I smelt the same perfume of hers while cleaning my house and instantly knew Nana is always here. So I guess there sometimes is a sweet ending to a story. Glitch while I'm driving. Okay, I just took the last hour and a half to process this. That happened this morning, 1/27/2024, at 1:31 Eastern Time. This is my normal time to be awake, and I'm not tired in the least. I'm a third shifter. So I was driving home from a friend's house where we were playing a game. It's a 30-minute drive, and I grew up driving these specific roads. I'm 1 mile from my home entering the town I live, and I see my lights hit a speed limit sign that reflects brightly back at me. Excuse me. It's saying 50 miles an hour. As I'm looking at it, my windshield wipers move across my vision and seem to stop on the windshield halfway through their path. I have enough time to register this when my eyes go black and I can't move. All I can hear is my heater going, and I can feel the heated seat and steering wheel. It was like the power went out and the sensation that the vehicle had gone from 55 to 0 instantly. Then all of a sudden my vision snapped back on, and for a split second I saw that the windshield wiper was still stuck. As I acknowledged it, the wiper started moving normally, completing the movement. Everything was fine. I don't think this was death in one dimension. Moved to another, everything seems the same. I think it was a glitch and it only affected my eyes and my ability to move. I still felt and could hear and think. Maybe it was a time slip. Maybe something else. Part 2. Haunted Childhood Home. It was early 2014, I was working nights. So on my days off, I'd be up late throughout the night. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, I'd be in the basement, chilling watching TV or whatnot, when my cat would go crazy following something around unseen. She'd be meowing and running to different spots throughout the basement. This went on for a few nights, so one night I decided to pull my camera out and start taking pictures once my cat started freaking out. Surprisingly, I caught orbs in multiple pictures. Once I saw an orb in a picture, I decided to communicate with it, and it responded. I remember asking it, if you're really a spirit, go to the bathroom door. Took a picture right after that, and there's an orb right on the bathroom door. Chills went straight through me. I kept communicating with the spirit for an hour or so and caught orbs throughout my basement. My cat went into my bedroom also as if seeing something, but I only caught one orb in there. I tried recording a session of me speaking with the spirit, but got no responses that way. After a few hours, my cat calmed down and all went back to normal. Even though I knew my childhood home was haunted, I truly believed this was my great-grandma paying me a visit. I'd recently at that time kept smiling or... kept smelling her scent out of the blue, and on that night, I smelt her scent prior to all of this happening. Today I smelt her from time to time in my own home. I believe she just stops in to say hi and watches over me. A morning flicker in my bathroom makes me question my sanity. As my previous posts have possibly shown signs of paranormal activity in my house, thought I might add just another for documentation. At this point, I can't be sure if maybe I'm having electrical issues or ghosts. I woke up pretty late this morning as we had celebrated my son's 3rd birthday. We were exhausted by the end. My husband had to get up early for a job. He works on garage doors. My children just have woken up. It's 9:50 a.m. I always check my clock when I wake up. As per my morning ritual, I go to the bathroom and pee first. I turn the bathroom light on, actually a bit unusual for me to do that, but I guess I was feeling like really getting myself awake. I'm sitting and doing my business, and the light, which has 3 lights on it, all started flickering and buzzing, and then literally just blow out. I'm like, what the fuck? Now, I know most of you guys will be, oh, you probably have some electrical issue. And maybe it is. But of course, my first start, knowing the things that have happened in this house already is ghost or demon in my house, finishing up my business and calming myself down. I'm like, wow. Being a bit delulu, it's probably just an electrical issue. Yeah, that was my thought, till I turned my light back on. I don't know much about electronical stuff, but I thought I should turn the switch off, just in case, right? Turned it off, but the lights came on and they were completely fine. No buzzing, no flickering, and I turned them off and back on just to make sure I wasn't daydreaming. Yeah, what the fuck? The door handle shook wildly. In 2017, when I was 11, I was headed to Disney World with my family. Before we got there, we stopped at my grandparents' retirement community to stay the night. Let me be clear as far as paranormal reasoning, you could say. The retirement home is the infamous The Villages, the community which has a whole documentary, and their house was brand new. No one lived there before my grandparents. So no one died there, or there was really anything like that. During the daytime, my sister, who was a very logical 20-year-old at the time, we were sitting on the bed of the spare room. My parents and grandparents were in the living room, about 20 feet away from where we were. While we were just chilling, the handle, it was a handle to a completely closed door, it started to go up and down like crazy, as if someone was outside of the room, was trying to get in as fast as possible. It continued to do so until I grabbed it and opened the door to find absolutely nothing on the other side. We immediately told my family. They had no idea what we were talking about. None of them did it, and honestly, nobody could have run away from the door fast enough for me not to see them when I opened it. It wasn't wind or anything like that, because it was a thick metal handle shaking like crazy. To this day, we have no explanation for what happened. Cross, necklaces, rosary changed location, tangled into a ball while I was away. When I was 17, I went on a weekend trip for school. I left my house Friday morning and didn't return until Sunday. My mother left town that Saturday, so only my father was home. When I left, my room was in order, and I'm not an unorganized or untidy person. I made the bed and put everything away like I usually did before going to school. When I came home Sunday afternoon, I went to my room and found 4 or 5 rosary/cross necklaces all tangled together and balled up in the center of my bed. Nothing else was out of place. I thought it was a prank and asked my parents about it, but they were both as freaked out as I was. My dad swore he wasn't in my room. My mom said that she only went in Friday afternoon to vacuum. I also asked the neighbor, which was my friend, if she did this as a prank. She promised she didn't, and was also quite weirded out. All of the cross necklaces had been in a wooden box inside my closet on the other side of the room. When I came home, the box was closed, but the closet door was cracked maybe 2 centimeters. Grew up Catholic, stopped going to church about a year before this event, but felt the need to save the crosses. Never really figured it out, and this was the only strange occurrence that happened to me that I can remember while living in a very old farmhouse. I put the necklaces and the rosary back and went about my business. My first paranormal encounter. When I was roughly 8 or 9, I lived with my mother in a townhouse next to the coast. One night as I was laying in my single bed trying to sleep, until I could feel my bed covers slowly being pulled down as if somebody was at the bottom of my bed pulling my covers off. My first instinct was to pull them back over myself, but it was very difficult as it felt like I was playing tug of war with someone. I leapt out of my bed to see who was playing tricks on me, only to find nobody at the end of my bed. Me being a scared and confused young boy, I went downstairs to find my mother. At the bottom of the stairs is a door which leads to the kitchen, dining room, and another bedroom which my mother slept in. As I opened the door at the bottom of the stairs, I could see and hear a pair of what looked to be white-studded cowboy boots walking across the floor, eventually turning a corner into the kitchen. I quickly scuttled into my mother's bedroom and slept under her bed all night in fear. While I'm on the topic, I should add that this isn't the only encounter with the paranormal I had in this house. I was sleeping once again in my bed, only to suddenly wake up and find my boxes full of toys had been pulled out from under my bed. I pushed the boxes back under the bed only to wake up an hour later and find that they had been pulled out again. This, I can't say for certain, was paranormal, but I know for a fact my mother didn't do that. It was only me and her in the house. I believe my mother. As you should. Paranormal experience or crazy coincidence. This experience happened about 4 or 5 years ago. I was 18 or 19 at the time. I've always wondered about it. I was on vacation with my family, brother, cousins, aunts, uncles, etc. We were standing in a beach cottage for a week. My brother, cousin, and I all slept in the same room. As the youngest family member, I picked the short straw, slept on the cot while my brother and cousin slept in the 2 beds that our room provided. One night I was sleeping in my cot when all of a sudden I felt this hand on my chest start to pull me off my cot onto the floor. It scared the shit out of me. For whatever reason, when I woke up, I called to my cousin, who to my surprise was already awake. When I told him what had happened to me, he said that seconds before I called to him, he had a dream of a dark figure crawling on the ceiling and staring down on me. After he woke up from this, he says that no more than 30 seconds go by before I called to him. And this completely freaked us out, and we ended up sleeping downstairs on the couch. Normally, I would chalk this up to sleep paralysis, but the fact that my cousin and I both had related experiences makes me question if this was paranormal in nature. We've also experienced lights moving around the room in years prior, but I always thought it was some illusion of the window shades or something that maybe has just freaked us out before too. Something unbelievable happened this morning. I'm frozen. I still don't know what's happening. I've already posted twice on the sub with similar experiences like this, but this is the craziest thing I've experienced. This morning I woke up as I normally did at around 6 a.m., picked up my phone and started messaging my friends and watching videos as I normally do. Around 10 minutes in my peripheral vision, I see a woman walk through my doorway. At first, I didn't bat an eye. Thought it was just my brain playing tricks on me. So I looked to its direction. My heart dropped to my stomach. It didn't disappear. It was a woman. Not a shadow figure, but a woman who I didn't recognize. Very tall, around 50 years old as it looked. Had long ginger curly hair whose head was tilted slightly. Just staring emotionlessly at me. I stared in utter paralyzing fear for around 3 seconds before I blinked and she was gone. At that point, I was frozen in my bed with my phone dropped on the floor for a solid minute before I finally snapped and threw my duvet off and sprinted down the stairs to wake up my parents like an 8-year-old. At that point, I was on the border of bursting into tears. My parents just said they were just tired. Told me to go back upstairs. It was only later that morning that they actually took me seriously. It's also important to mention that at the time I was not tired and was for sure not dreaming or daydreaming. Are there any possible explanations for this, or am I just going crazy? Let me know so I stop getting shaken up by this. I think I had a guardian. My siblings and I grew up in a pretty traumatic environment. When my oldest sibling, 5 years older than me, became a teenager, they became a very real risk to my safety. Their bedroom was right next to mine, and I was regularly threatened with things to be done to me in my sleep. One particular bad night, a figure showed up in my bedroom doorway. He looked like the guy from the movie The Green Mile, Michael Clark Duncan. He was massive and wearing overalls. I could see him as clearly as I could see anyone, but no one else could. He freaked me out. My parents eventually had to get a beaded curtain for my doorway to make another sibling swap bedrooms with the oldest. But looking back as an adult, I think he was protecting me. When he was in my doorway, nobody ever came into my room. My volatile sibling would be calmer and their threats would fade. A couple of years ago, we had someone enter our home while I was asleep. I woke up to somebody opening my bedroom door. That night, the figure reappeared in my doorway. Hadn't seen or even thought about him in years. But that night, he was clear as day. I think this figure was there to protect me and help lessen the trauma I was subjected to as a child. My mom remembers me being so afraid of the figure in my doorway that I could always clearly describe him. Even now, 25 plus years on, I can see him clearly in my mind. I wish I wasn't so afraid whenever he showed up. A mate of mine in recent years said he was a poltergeist, and if my sibling had followed through in my threat, I would have seen real evil out of him. But I really don't know. Gray creature walking on all fours in the woods. What was it? For context, I live in rural northwest Arkansas. I was in the backseat of a car riding through the woods this past December when I saw it. It was very tall and it was walking on all fours, but its hind legs brought its rear up a good foot or so above its head. I would say it was about as tall as a person. It was very thin and bony, but it looked like it had grayish pale skin over its body. It was walking just behind the tree line on the side of the road. The car was going about 40 miles an hour on a straight road, so I had a few solid seconds of looking at this thing before we passed it. And I know it wasn't just an optical illusion. I saw the thing clear as day. My family said it might be a deer with chronic wasting disease, but it was much taller than any deer I've ever seen. Its body wasn't shaped like a deer at all either. It had a humanoid face that I can't really describe other than looking sort of like a small human head, but with something wrong with it, like sickly gray and emaciated. No antlers or anything, just a freaky face. Its mouth was hanging open and it had solid black holes like things for eyes. It was honestly terrifying and it still has me pretty freaked out. Been trying to figure out what it may have been, but I haven't found anyone who's seen something matching that description. My closest guess was that it might be a Wendigo or skinwalker. Figured I'd post here to see if anybody has any theories on what it could have been. Hopefully others have seen something similar. This happened to me when I was 16, and to this day I still don't have an explanation as to what it was. Well, I was playing Xbox at the time, and I had the window to my room open because it was the middle of August and it was hot. The time was about 11:30 at night when I decided to turn everything off. I got up to turn off my light, and when I did, I heard a woman's hum. I turned the light back on and looked around, but chalked it up to me going crazy. When I turned the light off again, I walked over to my bed and was about to lay down when I heard the hum again. But this time I knew it was coming from outside. At this point I started to freak out a little because I didn't know what was there. So I creeped up to the window and looked outside in the darkness. There was nothing there initially until this orange mist-like anomaly that was maybe 2 feet tall by 2 feet wide passed in front of my face from left to right, and I absolutely freaked out. I ran to my dad at the time and told him about it, but he didn't believe me. He said I was just tired. Couldn't sleep in this room for a few weeks, and for context, my window's about 11 feet off the ground, so I know it wasn't a person, and I know it wasn't an animal because I've never seen an animal glow in the dark in Chicago suburbs. What I do know is that this thing was curious with me at the time, and to this day I still don't know what it was. Have any of you ever ran into something like this? Witches and curses. I need help understanding about witches and curses specifically. I've been trying to write a horror book, and so I've been researching the world of demons extensively, and also reading a lot about exorcisms, as it's something I want to incorporate into my story. Now I'm sure you've heard about Emily Rose. As far as I've read, she was possessed because she was cursed by her aunt. I'm not entirely sure, but I think so. I also watched several videos about famous exorcisms, and one that really stood out was the exorcism of a woman named Rosa. She was said to be possessed because she was cursed by her brother and his girlfriend, apparently, who was a witch. I've done quite a bit of research, but I still fail to understand how exactly curses can lead to possession. I don't mean to be disrespectful to anybody when I ask this, but how exactly do spirits or entities attach themselves when someone gets cursed? Like, do the malicious spirits just sit there waiting as soon as someone is cursed? They travel over and attach themselves? Again, I mean no disrespect when I ask this, as silly as it sounds. I tried wording it to sound more respectful, but this is the best I could come up with myself. Please help me out and feel free to explain in as much detail as you please. I'll read through it all. I really need all the help I can get on the topic. Ask Reddit. My house was built in 1905, and it was previously a small hospital. We've had lots of creepy things happen, some that stand out. Our downstairs radio will randomly turn on in the middle of the night blaring music. Our kids have a toy magnet on the fridge that sings the ABCs. One night while fixing supper, it kept playing by itself, so I switched it completely off thinking it was the batteries. I took 2 steps across the kitchen and it went off again. When my kids were little, they would stare at the corners of the ceiling, kind of like something was there. They would even smile and laugh while staring. And the creepiest one was right before we moved in. My dad was helping us install our washer and dryer. We had my nephew, who was 3 at the time, with him. My nephew had to use the bathroom, so I took him. While in the bathroom, we kept looking at the ceiling. I asked him what he was doing, and he said he was listening to the kids upstairs playing. He then asked if he could go up there and play with them. The only thing upstairs was the empty master bedroom and bathroom. I told him there were no kids upstairs. He got really angry and said he could hear them. Why couldn't he play with them? I had to take him upstairs to prove that there wasn't anyone there. He shrugged his shoulders and said that's weird because I can still hear them. He still remembers this and hearing the kids upstairs. First time sharing my experience. I had a weird situation once. I was around 16 or 17 years old. One day I heard that one old man near my neighborhood had died. Wasn't really sure who exactly it was, because on the same building there were 3 other people on the same age living there. On the same age? But the descriptions were leading me to one of them. The next day, while they were ready for the funeral, I pass outside the building as I was returning from coffee with my friends. And I see the old man that my friends had described to me outside the building, sitting on his usual position, smoking his pipe, staring at the road as I pass. I creeped out a little and I didn't talk to him. I moved on thinking that clearly he wasn't the one who had died. Apparently, 10 years have passed. I never saw that old man again sitting in his usual spot, smoking his pipe. I tried to talk to my friends about this, but no one actually believes me. I try from people who knew him to describe him. All the information I get are pointing out that the man that I saw was that day. It was a coincidence. It was someone that looked like him. I'll never know. But the evidence in the description so far points out that I had one of the weirdest encounters ever. Tell that to the ceiling fan guy. The extra child who wasn't there. I worked at a child care. Was temporarily left on my own in a room with 4 small children. I stood at the staff area at the back of the room doing paperwork. From there, I could see 2 children sitting in the quiet area reading books, and children playing with a new tent that we had bought secondhand for them. There was 2 children outside the tent, tapping it with their hands, and another in the tent moving about. All well and good, until a child comes out of the tent and chased the child tapping the tent. The both ran around the room, but the tent kept moving as if a child were playing inside of it. Confused, I checked our register. We definitely only have 5 kids. I go over to the tent, and I look inside. I find one of our kids on the register rolling around. I said hi, and then looked around the room again. There were 2 kids in the quiet area, still reading, both on the register. One still by the tent, and one child running around the room making tiger noises. Nice. Also on the register. He was on his own. There was no other kid chasing him. I asked him who he was playing with, and he laughed and just kept running. I have no idea what happened, or what I actually saw, but I definitely saw another kid chasing the tiger child. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't remember who it was. There was definitely only 5 kids there. My first experience. When I was about 6 years old, I got up to go to the toilet at nighttime. Everyone was asleep. To set the scene, the toilet faced out into the hallway. So I did my pee and was getting ready to wipe, when I saw something moving on the ceiling in my peripheral vision. I looked up and the loft hatch was open, and a skinny black man was mid-crawling out grudge style, completely locked eyes with me, and my pants are down. As soon as I looked at him, he completely froze. And I don't know why, but my little mind decided that if I pretend it's not real, that it won't hurt me. So I wiped, walked back to my room, which was a turn before you reached the hatch, so I never saw it kind of close. Then I got into bed, closed my eyes so tight and refused to open them. I eventually fell asleep. Then, as a kid, I decided to never go upstairs to the toilet alone after dark, so I would force my mom to come or secretly pee or poo in the garden. I moved house shortly after, so I went back to the normal toilet behaviors, don't worry. However, I was always petrified of the loft or air vents. Upon reflection, it was most likely a sleep paralysis type of a thing. It's probably half asleep, but the realness of it definitely haunted me. Sleep paralysis while going to the bathroom. That's a new one. Weird realization. I've got 2 experiences that shook me. Did Ouija board with a friend at school when I was 12. We asked a question and it started moving to yes. Thought my friend was moving it, but he freaked out, took his hand off, and it was still moving. Then he hit my hand off the Ouija board piece, and for the rest of that whole day, my right arm was numb. No one wanted to take the Ouija shit home, so I decided to, and well, for 2 weeks straight, I was waking up at exactly 3 a.m. every single night. That was until I threw it out in a bin at school and it stopped. Woke up around 3 a.m. at night to a weird sound of something like a blanket moving for about 2 minutes. Finally decided to look down at where my feet were. And in the corner of my bed, the blanket was moving up and down, almost like there was a hand underneath pushing it up and down. I bolted out of the room and my door was closed. There were no animals in my room. Still can't explain it. Now I'm 19, and I've realized once I touched Ouija board my life, which was great, took a 180. I started suffering with very bad anxiety and thoughts which turned into depression at the age of 13 or 14. And I still suffer till this day. Maybe bad spirits can cause mental illness. My grandmother's mirror encounter. Grandma and my great uncle, who I'll be calling V and R respectively, and I'll be calling them Vicky and Roger respectively. We moved to Canada when we were around 7, and that was like 1962. They were German and were still getting used to the language. Now my great-uncle Roger is a strict and firm atheist who doesn't believe in ghosts, God, or the afterlife. But this story shakes him to this day and he refuses to talk about it. Vicky and Roger were around 10 and 9 when this happened. They were getting ready for bed. But Grandma Vicky was too scared to go downstairs and brush her teeth because she felt like the air was heavy. So Roger accompanied her and they went to the bathroom. They were met with a young girl around 5 years old looking, who Grandma described to me as having long brown hair and a onesie covered in red, blue, and yellow splotches. The girl disappeared so soon as she arrived. Vicky and Roger looked at each other and were able to perfectly describe the same description of the girl to one another, where they promptly screamed and ran to bed. And to this day, Grandma hasn't told a soul what happened that night, other than to my mom and my late aunt, who then told it to me. And I then said goodnight to you. See ya. Savannah, Georgia ghost sighting. I've shared this on a couple of other threads, hoping to find somebody who may have seen something similar in a graveyard in Savannah, Georgia. Not sure exactly which graveyard it was, but it may have been the Colonial Park Cemetery. In the fall of 2006, I was visiting Savannah, Georgia, went on a ghost tour. While we were in the graveyard at night, the tour guide was telling us some stories about the people buried there. There was enough light around her to see around a little bit, and out of nowhere I saw a pair of legs and feet walking out from behind her. The figure just casually walked by and then disappeared. It looked like the figure was wearing an old pair of boots, like maybe what you would expect a soldier to be wearing in the 1700s. I was 13 at the time, and I just stood there in disbelief as to what I'd just seen. After I unfroze, I realized I should try to take a picture, but the figure had already disappeared. I was so freaked out. Didn't really think anybody would believe me. Just kept it to myself. Never really believed in ghosts, but this was 10,000% confirmation for me that they are real. A few times over the years, I try to look at reviews of the tours to see if anybody else has seen the same thing, but with no luck. I know there have been a lot of ghost sightings in Savannah, but I do wonder if anybody else had seen this particular apparition. Real-life creepypasta, and it was from a Pokemon game. So I assume most people have read up on creepypastas, especially the popular Pokemon ones, right? Well, personally, I've never found much interest in creepypastas, but my brother did, so that's how I found out about them. Anyway, this is about my old Pokemon Gold game I had since it first came out when I was like 14-ish and whatnot. Of course, I felt that nostalgic desire and played it on my old Game Boy Advance. It was going pretty well, unlike the last 3 minutes into the game. Or rather, until. I felt wetness on my fingers and there was a lingering smell of fuel fluid. Obviously, thought it was weird, so I turned my Game Boy to see what was going on, and to my horror and shock, I saw my batteries had melted on my fingers through the case cover. Not only that, but my game was working perfectly fine despite it all. Soon enough I blinked and everything was normal again. My fingers weren't wet with battery fluid. I didn't smell strange smells anymore. It was like it never happened. But it did, and it freaked me the hell out. So I sold my Game Boy Advance and Pokemon Gold at a pawn shop. It's their problem now. To this day it baffles me to no end, and I have no idea why it happened or what caused it. Scary experience with Big Brother. So this was in 2017. My brother was sleeping alone in his own room. He was tucked in his sheets. He saw that the sheets were literally rising over him, like something wanted to suffocate him under the sheets with no air supply. He was resisting, but as hard as he resisted, as fast as the sheets were growing on him, He then said he tried to scream but couldn't. Then he heard a loud clang. Lord Hanuman's, a legend in Hinduism, a statue in our home. It fell down. He could move freely now. He ran straight to my parents and sobbed. My parents were exchanging uncomfortable looks. I saw booze. I came out too. Oh, excuse me. I saw because I came out too. Then I noticed there was something black, like a figure watching over us from a 5-meter distance, waiting to attack again, but couldn't. Maybe I believed it to be his nightmare, but I really couldn't figure out till, well, how a 6-foot-tall statue fell down upon its own. It was kept itself up straight for 5 years. Ghost in Cemetery in Lebanon, New Hampshire. So about maybe 2 years ago now, I lived in New Hampshire. I work a lot, so I used to go for a walk in the cemetery because it was always quiet and peaceful. Well, I was enjoying the quiet and fall colors on the trees. They were amazing. As I walked, an older man with white hair came walking toward me. I remember thinking, that's odd. Didn't hear a car come up the hill to the cemetery. So I looked back. No car. So I figured he had walked up the hill. As he got closer to me, I noticed he was very well dressed. Blue button-down shirt, khaki pants, and a nice pair of Nike shoes. Was also wearing a Botan Red Sox hat. As we passed by each other, I said hello. He said hello, but never looked at me. I didn't think much about it. Where he passed me was on a gravel trail in the cemetery for cars to drive around the cemetery. He passed me right on a turn on the road, and I had noticed I didn't hear his footsteps on the gravel as he went by. It was less than a minute when I turned around to look at him, but he was gone. There is no way he could have gone anywhere. The cemetery is very open. There's not a lot of trees. I then spent the next 30 minutes looking for him everywhere. It was so solid looking. Just amazing to witness. This is what happens when you drive down a haunted road. When I was 18, I was really into scary movies. I just had an urge to see or experience something scary. It was during the summer that I started researching haunted sites I could visit. Then one caught my attention. Sweet Hollow Road in Long Island. There are a bunch of popular urban legends linked to the site, and all of them have to do with the creepy underpass bridge. A few of the stories speak about the violent deaths of children. One day I told my cousin and brother, who were also ghost story fanatics, that we should visit Sweet Hollows. My cousin had just gotten his license. My mom insisted on tagging along. When we finally got to the underpass, we found nothing. We didn't see anything out of the ordinary. The only scary thing we experienced at that site was due to the thin zigzag-like road, we almost crashed into a tree. We thought the trip was a waste. But then something strange happened. The next morning, my mom swore that during the night she felt like someone or something was watching her from under her bed. On the other hand, the rest of us had dreamt of a small boy with black hair. He was pale and none of us could remember his face. Until this day, we still believe that whoever we saw had to be one of the many children who had died at that bridge. Odd experience or sleep paralysis. Unsure. The current place me and my fiance stay at's been good for the most part. The office/game room I've noticed I've been getting really vivid nightmares in. as me and my fiancé have a spare mattress in the game room. So a month or two ago, while I was sleeping on the mattress in the game room, my fiancé came in and woke up, had a full conversation with me, brought me a glass of water. I have some water and walk over to bed. However, once I went to the bedroom, my fiancé was surprised to see me at this hour. It had to be like 4 a.m. I say thanks for the water, and she says, "What are you talking about?" My fiancé told me that she never got out of bed. I said, "Yeah, you did. You brought me water." She was adamant that it wasn't her. I found that odd because, I had a full-on conversation with her. I heard her go to the kitchen and grab me water. I asked her again the next morning, and again she stated that it wasn't her. My fiancé doesn't forget things or sleepwalk or anything. I found this whole experience to be odd, to say the least. We hung up crosses and put holy water in the room, and since then the vivid nightmares also stopped. Mysterious voices in the walls. I work for a property management group, so we hear about strange occurrences occasionally from our tenants. About a year ago, one of our tenants moved out of a little one-bedroom fourplex. She insisted that there was a little black man living in her walls. She said that he would come out from underneath the kitchen sink cabinet, so she had to start barricading the cabinet so he couldn't get out. One day we had to complete a work order in her unit, and the maintenance guy confirmed that she had the kitchen cabinet handles wrapped in a way that they wouldn't be able to open. She told him about the little man in the walls, so we carefully undid the wrappings on the cabinet handles and opened the doors. No little man. No sign of a little man. She moves out shortly after. Fast forward to present day, and her new tenant for that unit comes in to pay rent. He complains of a voice in the wall that can tell him exactly what he's doing while he's doing it. We've never mentioned the previous tenant's complaints to anybody else, nor does anyone else in that little fourplex complain of anything unusual. Or if they do, they don't share it with us. And the current tenant didn't mention wanting to move because of it. Being grabbed after helping people on this sub. Even though professionally I'm a chaplain who deals with the supernatural, I'm surrounded by people who load and assume stuff about my experiences. I don't know who I help that's something seriously powerful attached to them, which is scary enough as it is. I try and dismiss this kind of stuff, and my first rationalization was bugs, but I can't really ignore or dismiss it anymore. There's a room we're next to that I've written about. I still follow my practices, warding with prayer, crosses, incense, Bibles, but there's 2 spots of faltering. Number 1, that's when I'm at my computer desk. My legs are up against the wall to the creepy room. Several times throughout the hours I'm sitting at my computer and I feel a hand grab or slightly yank my foot. It's cold. It's also incredibly annoying. The other spot is when I'm sleeping and my legs is uncovered. I get small yanks as I'm falling asleep or some that wake me up. Same deal. Cold as ice. The briefest second. Really weak grab or yank and then nothing. Woke up with random scratches on my leg one morning, but I'm going to assume it was my dog. Anyway, just offloading and appreciate people reading this. My partner refuses to talk about it because she's terrified of the paranormal. Voices calling out my name. I wouldn't say this is a ghost or something, but me and my friend when we were young were on the stairs, just talking. when suddenly we both heard somebody call my name. The voice wasn't familiar, so we just stood at the place frozen for a while. Then we got our senses back, asked who it was, but no answer. We went down to check, but no one was there. It was a deep and manly voice. A few years later, we were going to the basketball court in our society on our way there, and we just again heard somebody call my name. But this time in my dad's voice. But he wasn't in the town at the moment. There was this little girl with us, and we asked her if she had heard it. She said no. There were even people around us that we asked them, but nothing for some reason in that moment. Truly felt like only we could hear it, because until now I never questioned why the people around us couldn't hear it. Since two people heard it, can't possibly be our minds playing tricks on us. We weren't even thinking anything horror at the moment that could lead to hallucinations. It was always my name that was called out. Still haven't figured out who or what it was, and it still bugs me to this day trying to figure out what it was caused by. Nothing has happened since. I don't know, does anybody know what this could be? What I saw, but I know that I saw something out in the corn. I live in New England. My family loved to do corn mazes every fall. Even if we all scatter for work or life, we make a point of at least meeting to do a corn maze every year. A few days back, we're out in a corn maze on this really old farm. It's been there for forever, and they do corn mazes every year. I'd gotten separated from my brother and my mom, and I couldn't hear any other people in the maze. I looked through one of the walls to the next path over, and I could swear up and down I saw a little, like a plant almost. Like 4 legs made of green parts with the branch that connects to a leaf to a flower but longer. All of them converged to connect at the single stalk that pointed up. There also wasn't any anatomy to it. It didn't have a head or arms, but the central stalk was as thin as a twig, not that big. I didn't think you'll believe me, but I saw it moving and walking for a few seconds, and then it moved out of sight. But it was moving on the other path, just on the other side of the corn wall. I don't know what it was, and I can't find any mythology or stories that seem to be like this. I'm not making it up. Just want to know if anybody's heard of something like this before. Is there a category or a name for ghosts who take objects and return them in the same spot they took it from? If so, I'd like to know more about them, why they do it, and who they could be, or if they're even a ghost. So to begin my tale, the earliest I can remember is missing objects. That's ever since I was around 14 or 15. I'm 20 now. I got a ring for my 15th birthday. It would often disappear and would always randomly be on my dresser after weeks and months of it being gone. Now I always suspected something was wrong because it's a ring I would take care of really well. I wouldn't let it out of my sight so easily. But then it began to be like a game with other objects that I used often, like hair ties or controllers, and instead of months it would be minutes. First I used to blame it on my carelessness and just my inability to find objects. But today, I confirmed my suspicions. An hour ago, I was looking for my AC remote, which I always keep on my nightstand for easy access since it's next to the bed. I looked to my nightstand and it's not there, so I looked everywhere through my bed and flipped the room inside out. Then I look under the bed, and when I stand back up, there it is, the AC remote perfectly aligned with the corner of the nightstand. I think I might be a clairaudient. First, I was not really paying attention. was trying to fix something when I heard some kiss and suck their teeth. Sounded exactly like my mom and was in the direction of her room. So I thought she had went to lay down for a nap and somehow woke her up or disturbed her. Only when I went to check, my mom wasn't even in the house. Next, something similar happened, only it was coughing. Again sounded like my mom and from her room. Again, she wasn't even home. Then I was sitting in the living room halfway watching TV, half on my computer. That's when I heard somebody say Nana. It sounded like my niece. Thought it was weird but chalked it up to my imagination. Even joked to myself, if that was a ghost, I'm not your Nana. A few minutes later, the same voice said Nana, but it had moved to the other side and in front of me. Not sure how relevant it is to these occurrences, but the earlier encounter was me sitting in my room relaxing. That's when I heard someone whisper what sounded like, "Be careful," from very close behind me. Of course, I turned around and no one was there. Again, neither my mom or niece were home. Dormant ghost. Uptick in activity. For context, I've worked in the same office building for over 3 years now. My coworkers have always talked about a ghost being here. I work at a mental health clinic. There are only 10 of us, usually less due to people who have WFH, work from home. We're all spiritual people and all believe in ghosts. Haven't had my own experience, but others have. I've talked to coworkers who have worked in the building prior to myself. They reported nothing happening when they were here. The activity started off as very infrequent and inconsistent, like 1 to 2 times a year, and has been increasing to new activity every couple of months. The activity, my knowledge of the ghost, started with a closet door that you couldn't really or wouldn't even open. It was like unlocked. My coworker said it felt like a force on the other end. The door later opened on its own despite a few of us trying to get in there. There have been other run-of-the-mill stuff like footsteps and phantom cigarette smell. Doors opening and closing. Door chimes going off when no one is here. And it's escalated to 2 apparition sightings in the last few months. This happened when I was about 16. My best friend Eve and I have known each other for over 15 years, so it isn't uncommon for Eve to wake me up in person and hang out with me. But this one day I was home alone. Although I didn't know it at the time, I was going to the washroom and I heard footsteps. So I think to myself, okay, no big deal, my parents are home, and they would have let Eve in. Because Eve and I had planned to hang out that day as well, so I thought she'd come early and I heard Eve's voice say to me, "Come on, dude, we're gonna be late." I responded with, Okay, I'm hurrying as fast as I can. I then finished going to the washroom and the house was quiet. You know how you know your house and its noises, and you know when you're home alone and those noises are not there. Well, in the bathroom, it sounds like my family was home as all this was happening. So I think, okay, that's weird. My entire family was just here a second ago. So I go around to my entire house. Nobody had been there. I'd been hearing footsteps in my house. Never downstairs, always upstairs. And it was for what felt like an hour, and no one was home for the entire day. Can a spirit enter a house during an estate sale? Let's find out. We just finished a 4-day estate sale in my living hoarder mother's house. My sister and I ran it. Since the sale, we have had 3 stair-related injuries in the house. My mother swears that it felt like the railing disappeared and reappeared. My husband and I told my sister that we were thinking of buying the house and we were all set on that idea. Then, after the sale, I began to get sick to my stomach every time I thought about purchasing the house. I admitted my misgivings to my sister, and she lit up, told me that my mom had told her about a premonition or something terrible would happen if we did buy that house. She's very religious. She thinks that something was attached to a person at the estate sale, or stayed in the home. Is this something that could happen? Now, of course, moving-related injuries occur more frequently when moving. Indeed. My mom needs some answers about some possible childhood paranormal experiences. From about age 5 to age 11, when my parents divorced and we, Mom, me, and 4 siblings, moved in with my grandparents, I had the same recurring nightmare. In the dream, I would see myself sleeping in bed, in the exact nightgown I was wearing that particular night. I would wake up to a growling noise and see a pack of dogs coming toward me. There were 3 of them, and they were black and kind of smoky with glowing red eyes. They would come to me and start pulling at my nightgown and clawing at me as I kicked and screamed. Always before they pulled me out of bed completely, another dog would come in. But this one was different. It was much lighter and its eyes were a dark brown. It would snarl at the others and bite and pull at them until they evaporated like smoke. The other one would just turn around and leave. After all these years, I can still remember how it felt in the dream. And I have issues with large dogs. Whispers of the past. For context, when I was little, my parents built a house. This house was built on the site of an older, incredibly small church. Really not big. The church was mainly used for funerals and honoring people. It wasn't tall either. In the past, I used to wake up, often in the middle of the night, to people whispering my name. Just whispering. Nothing more happened. 038. Danny, Danny. Not my name. Wake up, friend. Then you'd hear someone saying something in the background. It was bizarre. Then I would wake up and looked around, and that was it. It stopped when I responded once. I said, "Hello, who's calling me?" After that, it was over. Really, never heard anything again. I didn't even find it scary, just strange. I also slept just fine. My daughter couldn't have known this. I was having a walk with my husband and daughter, a bit less than 3 years old. We were around a park near our house. The park is a bit more than 3 miles. While we were walking, my daughter said, "Hey, remember this is where the pink kite got stuck on the tree?" I look at my husband because I didn't remember that. He said, yes it is." Mind you, he saw a kite getting stuck at the spot my daughter pointed while he had a walk alone. He then tells me about this to my daughter, but she had no way to know that much precisely where it happened. There's a tree all around the park, obviously. How the fuck did she get that correctly? It's kind of like she gets the memory from my husband. I know that sometimes kids are more prone to experience inexplicable phenomenon, but I never heard anything like that. Another weird story in Morocco. I think it was around 2005 or 2006, so I was 10 or 11. I don't remember exactly, but I wasn't even a teenager for sure. But I was in Morocco in a village near the city of Tafarout. I was attending a family wedding in a very big house. It's like an old riad, meaning that when somebody was ringing the bell, we had to walk nearly 5 minutes to go to open the door. There was no automatic system to open the door from the inside. Something ringed the bell, and I went to open the door. But when I arrived and opened it, nobody was there. The only thing I found on the floor was an egg. The egg was carved with weird symbols like Nordic runes, but I guess it was old runes from the area. I didn't touch it because I found it weird, so I called a cousin who told me that somebody was trying to curse the bride.